Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 145, Cracking Axel. Axel laughed. You guys, you're such idiots. Of course I don't have it. Nerio narrowed his eyes. He quickly took out a device and ran it up and down in front of Axel, as if scanning him. It's not on him. He ripped open Axel's space pocket and put the device inside. Nerio frowned. Not here either. For the first time in a while, Nerio regarded Axel with a look of anger. I'm giving you one last chance. With the condition of your hand, you are going to bleed out and die soon if we don't help. Axel leaned forward, causing the two of them to lean forward as well. Go fuck yourself, he said, giving them the finger with the hand that still had fingers remaining. Theron had had enough. He gripped Axel's neck, trying to choke him. It's all right, don't tell us. That way I get to torture it out of you, he said, digging his fingers into Axel's neck. Axel was calm, as if it was not his neck that was being choked. Stop it, Theron, said Nerio. It's a waste of time when we have better ways to get him to talk. Nerio had regained his calm by now. I know you're tough. But there are a few things you just can't resist with mere toughness, he said, looking at Axel. He took out some sort of helmet and strapped it to Axel's head. That's a sub-relic, extremely rare. We call it the Mind Reader. Whatever we want to know, it'll show us on the screen. Of course, there's the side effect that it may damage your mind and cause a lot of pain, but since you won't share any of your secrets, this is the next best option, he said with a shrug. Theron laughed. I didn't know you brought this thing with you. Nerio shrugged. It was gathering algae just lying there in the headquarters. I just borrowed it without permission. Theron nodded with a satisfied look. Well, this method works too. Dig up all of his secrets. Also, while you're at it, also mess up his mind as well, he said with a sinister smile. He already hated Axel, but seeing him act so cocky right now only made him more angry. Axel stopped smiling for a moment as he gave Theron a look. You should be careful. Theron backed away instinctively, but the feeling was gone as soon as it came. You scaredy turtle, he's incapable of hurting you. Scoffing at Theron's cowardice, Nerio activated the device. Axel suddenly gasped. His occlumency shields were attacked by a huge force as the machine sent out powerful magical waves into his mind. Nerio rubbed his hands together. Now, let's see what you're hiding, he said, waiting for the screen to start showing Axel's memories. And it worked, as it showed the memory of a younger version of Axel walking on a street. Nerio changed the scene, and this time, it was showing a younger Axel making graffiti of a middle finger on the wall. Theron was getting impatient. Just skip to the part where it shows how he got so powerful. That's what I'm trying to do, said Nerio, clenching his jaw as he typed in more commands. The scene changed once again, and it saw Axel running. Just running through the building of rooftops, between the maze of back alleys, climbing pipes, and going through narrow spaces. Several people were chasing after him, but in the end, no one could catch up. Axel disappeared after giving a condescending smirk. The scene changed, and now it was showing Axel sitting by the Thames River, doing nothing, just looking into the surface. Damn it, work already, muttered Nerio, typing away furiously now. The scene shifted to now show an injured Axel just by the river. Seemingly deep in thought, he jumped into the river, blood spreading into the water. The scenes changed again and again. Every time they felt like they were close to knowing about his secrets, it would just turn out to be a useless thing. Nerio wiped off the sweat from his face. Why is it not working? Could he be resisting it? Asked Theron, looking at Axel was sitting very still. Nerio shook his head. That's not possible. It's a sub-relic. I've only heard rumors of anyone being able to beat it. Besides, he's only 13. His mind can't possibly be developed enough to resist. Sub-relics are the advanced machines which the Atlanteans were able to recreate or repair after the destruction. They aren't as powerful as the real relics, but they can be produced in more quantity, unlike relics, each of which is one of its kind. I don't understand why it's not working. It's almost as if these are all the memories he has of his childhood. I can't access the rest. Then let's just find out about the key first. If we can get the key, we don't have to go back to the organization, we can just hoard it ourselves, said Theron. Nerio nodded. The key is the priority, he said as he searched for the information of the key. The scene shifted again, and this time, it showed Axel smirking at something. But something was different. He seemed to be looking directly at them through the screen. Axel in the screen slowly raised his middle finger into the air, right at them. Didn't I already say? Go fuck yourselves, he told them. A look of sheer incredulity crossed on Theron and Nerio's faces. They could not believe it. How? Nerio didn't even have the capacity to get offended at the utter disrespect they had been dealt. All he could wonder was, HOW. If it was still random visions, he could have still attributed it to happening due to some other circumstances, but after the last vision in which he flipped them off, there was no other way to explain it. This boy, no, this monster, he's able to resist the sub-relic, and even somehow protected his brain from any damage. How is that possible? Mind training is something even the Atlanteans take a lot of time to master, even with their advanced training and equipment. How could this boy have mastery in even that? It was definitely impossible for someone to be so skilled naturally at this age. He must have had a unique training from an early age, otherwise this wouldn't have been possible. Nerio took off the sub-relic. All right, I admit defeat. I will accept, this boy is infuriating. Theron, you're up, he said, backing away with his machine. Haha. Theron rubbed his hands together with glee as he stood up, his armor making clanging noise. I've been waiting for you to say that. He gave Axel a sinister smile. You know what the worst thing about his father was? Nope, but I know that you hate like a kid who got bullied. What happened? He ate your candy. That's why you hate him. Theron punched Axel again. Wrong answer. It was due to his cockiness. He was always so cocky, as if everything was under his control, as if others were just seashells lying there to fill the space. While others had to work hard to get chosen by relics and earn the right to use them, he got chosen without any effort, like they were made for him. And how he reacted to that extremely fortunate situation. The guy had the audacity to look disappointed. Only two. He had said, as if it was only natural for multiple relics to choose him. That guy was cocky till death. Just like you are. Even though your situation is worse as it gets, you still act like you've got everything under control. He said as he punched Axel again. Theron wiped his sweat. So, realize your situation, and tell me about the key, he said, holding up his hand that was cut from wrist. Tell me. He hissed, jabbing his finger right into the raw flesh of the cut surface, causing fresh blood to spew out of the hand. Axel didn't say anything. He just sat there, not at all reacting to the pain Theron was trying to inflict on him. It was as if his mind was completely elsewhere. What is it with this guy? Thought Theron as he gritted his teeth. That should have hurt like a bitch, but this guy is not reacting to it all. Theron clenched his fists and began punching Axel with a single-minded devotion. He punched his face, he punched his head, his chest and stomach. Where is it? Axel still didn't react. He didn't even look at Theron, as if he was completely unworthy of his attention. Theron was sweating buckets now. You're seriously pissing me off now. Nerio adjusted his glasses, his eyes narrowed. He's not pretending, he really isn't affected. His body is abnormally tough. I thought something was wrong with the glasses, but it really is the case. Axel finally reacted as his gaze shifted towards Nerio. Those glasses. He said. They're annoying. Nerio smiled at that. Ah, you noticed. These are very precious. It's a sub-relic. With these, I can see things normal people can't. For example, they're currently displaying your physical stats to me, which I really can't believe. Your body is expertly trained to the extreme. But it would explain that abnormal speed and sturdiness. It only increases my curiosity. Axel shrugged. What can I say? I eat my veggies. Nerio's eyes twitched. Is that so? He turned to Theron. We don't have time for this. Just use the last option. I do hope you brought it with you. Theron chuckled. Oh, you know I bring it everywhere. I can't go for long before using it on someone. Sadistic bastard, Nerio muttered under his breath as Theron took out a cylindrical container from his storage space. I was going to use it on you just for pleasure, but I didn't think it would be because I had no other choice. He unsealed the lid of the container. Say hello to my pet, he said, as small tentacles came out of it. What is it? Asked Axel. Your worst nightmare, said Nerio, taking his distance from the container. It was apparent that whatever was in that container, he wanted nothing to do with it. It's a deep-sea magical creature called the Excrucio Medusa, a type of jellyfish whose sting is excruciatingly painful. No one has been able to survive it without the antidote. Theron grinned. It's more popularly called the tormentacle or painifera. Its tentacle can deliver a type of venom that would give you a few minutes of indescribable agony, after which you will die from heat stroke or you will be brain dead, if not administered with the antidote in time. You have a lot of secrets, huh? Well, I bet this would make you sing like a siren. Axel looked at the jar, and then at Theron. A smirk was threatening to break on his face. You are making a big mistake, he said in amusement. Theron laughed. Don't try to act tough anymore. I know you're scared now. What? You want me to stop? He asked in triumph. But Nerio looked at Axel with a scrutinizing gaze. You really think it would be in your favor? How? Axel didn't react anymore, seeming too concentrated on something else. Well, hope you have a good time, said Theron. He sprayed something on Axel, then brought the container closer to him. The tentacles came out of the container, slowly getting a feel for the surroundings. Suddenly, they started moving in Axel's direction, as if spurred on by the spray. As they made contact with his skin, the area turned purplish, an evidence of the poisoning. Now, let's see how long you can hold on, said Theron. Power Stones. We need to be at the top by a huge margin. Next, the weakness. Next, Revenge of a Savage, the beginning. Next, old Daphne is back. Latest, Atlantis it is. Read 10 chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 146, The Weakness. Bellatrix and the rest were finally able to break through the array. They were now approaching the site of disaster. But the closer she reached, the more horrified she got. In a huge radius below her, a scene of pure destruction had spread. Nothing was alive. The plants and the vegetation were mere husks of dark matter. There were no animal and bird corpses, only darkened pieces of bones. Just. What the hell happened here? And how? Is the organization really capable enough to do this? Holy fucking Morgana, just how powerful are they? Muttered Tonks, seriously freaked out. She was so scared that her hair had turned white, literally. It wasn't the organization, said Gorski, looking truly shaken from the view. Even the relics can't do something like this. If they had such power, they would have been ruling Atlantis by now. Then who was it? And is Axel involved? Thought Bellatrix as she quickened her pace. When she finally reached the clearing, she saw several figures huddled together. Bellatrix found Rose, looking fine. But she failed to find Axel. Rose, yelled Tonks, landing into the clearing. Are you all right? Rose jumped upon hearing the unexpected voice. She turned around, only to find her cousin Tonks, her aunt, hit wizards and Oris loyal to her and landing one after another. Tonks. Auntie Bella. Bellatrix grabbed Rose's shoulders. Rose Potter Black, have you seen Axel? Rose flinched as soon as Axel's name came up. Martina sobbed, and Akiko clenched her fists. Bellatrix got a bad premonition upon seeing their reactions. Her gaze went to the very conspicuous severed hand in Martina's hands and she gasped. Is that? She could recognize that hand easily enough. But she still didn't want to believe it. She saw what Martina was holding in her other hand, and it only confirmed her worst fear. The pendant. The cross-shaped pendant that Tristan always wore around his neck, and the one he had passed down to Axel. What happened? What happened? She drew her wand and pointed at Martina. Auntie Bella. It wasn't her fault, said Rose, stopping Bellatrix in a hurry. She saved me, or I would have been kidnapped. Martina was not at all affected by whatever Bellatrix just said to her. She looked at Bellatrix with urgency. Minister Black, I really need your help. Some people have kidnapped Axel Hunt. You might have heard of him. It is really important for us to save him. Please. Gorski stepped in at the moment, his hands raised in a calming gesture. I think both of you ladies need to calm down first. We all want the same thing here, to rescue Axel and get the bad guys. Professor Gorski. What are you doing here? Asked Rose in confusion. Ah, Miss Potter, that's a story for later. First we need you to tell us what happened here. Okay, Rose was confused, but still quickly began recalling the details. Well, it all started when Lockhart kidnapped me out of nowhere. By the time she was halfway, Gorski had to interrupt her. Is Voldemort really in the Netherworld? And he has an army of Demogorgons. This inconceivable piece of news, he just couldn't wrap his head around it. If this was true, then the situation was much more serious than he had imagined. So, Voldemort is the one who has kidnapped Axel? Asked Bellatrix. No. When I regained my consciousness, Voldemort was already gone, and everything around us was destroyed. Axel was still there, though unconscious. Everything seemed to have ended, but then they showed up. They called themselves the Kraken or something. They said they wanted Axel, along with a load of other nonsense. They were too powerful. It's Kraken again. Bellatrix was ballistic. They had taken Tristan, and now Axel too, while she could do nothing. She didn't know what to do now. She would have stomped into their base right now, but she had no idea where it was, and how to get there. The only thing she could do was to bang on Atlantis' doors and ask for cooperation, but that would take too much time, and she didn't know Axel would be alive for that long. Though, Gorski wasn't out of hope yet. When did they leave? And can you recall exactly how? Did they use a portal? It couldn't have been more than 20 minutes, as for how, we don't know that, said Martina. We tried running away through teleportation, and we succeeded, but they managed to hold back Axel. We tried returning but the space was locked. By the time we returned, they were already gone, along with Axel. Less than 20 minutes. And can anyone tell me about these Kraken members? Their appearance, names, or equipment? Anything will do. They were the 7th and 8th overseers. Nerio and Theron. They introduced themselves quite freely since they thought they were going to kill us, said Akiko. So it's them. Gorski understood the gist of the matter. Then there might still be hope yet, he said, as he began rummaging through his space pocket. What? Bellatrix perked up. What do you mean by that? The situation isn't as hopeless as it seems right now. Our advantage is that they don't know that I am cooperating with the British ministry yet. Those two are arrogant and lazy enough to directly use the portal to leave, which is traceable by someone like me, if we're not too late, said Gorski as he took out a magical tool that looked like a scanner. Miss Valentino, can you tell me the general location where Axel was before you teleported? It was around here, Martina said, indicating the area right where they were standing. Gorski waved it around slowly, as if searching for something. Very quickly, the device started to beep. That's it, said Gorski in triumph. They did use the portal, from right here. There are still some traces left. Now I just have to use them to find the coordinates of their destination. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go already, said Bellatrix. Gorski shook his head. It's not that easy. Gorski, if you tell me it's going to take time. It is going to take time. Tracking portals is not something easy. It's a delicate work that need utmost care. So please don't waste your time on threats and let me start already. Bellatrix didn't have any choice this time. She ground her teeth in frustration. Every moment wasted would lower the chances of Axel's survival. I want to help, volunteered Martina. She really didn't feel that they had much time. Back in the hideout. Now, let's see how long you can hold on, said Theron as the poison of the tormentacle began to spread. Axel's head lowered as his body started to shake. Yes. Did you feel that? As the poison spreads, the pain will only increase. You'll be in a paralysis, with seizures running throughout your body. You'll feel like every inch of your body is on fire, but the pain would only increase with every time your heart beats. It would be so bad that your body will involuntarily stop your heart from beating, and that's when you'll almost die. But you see, the tormentacle likes its prey alive, so the poison will keep you alive, even when every part of your being wants to desperately die. Theron seemed to find describing the process quite satisfying as he looked at the shaking form of Axel. What Theron said was true. Axel really did feel an incredible amount of pain. He was surprised to find that it was actually worse than the Cruciatus curse. But, that was it. Pain tolerance, 98%. Poison immunity, 21%. It might have been a problem if he was still the weak Axel 2 years younger. But he could handle the pain much better now. So, do you feel like talking yet? Theron gripped Axel's hair and raised his head which had been lowered. But, instead of seeing the contorted face full of agony, he saw Axel laughing with no sign of pain at all. I'm finally getting the hang of it, he said while chuckling. In order to torture him, Theron had made a huge mistake, one that had helped it out a lot. Nerio and Theron looked at him in extreme bewilderment. What the hell is going on? All the other victims in his situation would have been screaming their lungs out while bleeding from all orifices by now. What kind of unique creature is this guy, to be laughing right now instead? Axel eventually stopped laughing as he just sat there peacefully with his eyes closed. His muscles would twitch from time to time, a sign that he was indeed poisoned by the tormentacle, but otherwise he looked completely preoccupied with something else. In complete disbelief, Nerio checked on Axel's condition. The poison was slowly being neutralized, but the fact was, there was still a decent quantity of it still running through his veins. Nerio backed away from the monster. He couldn't believe it. It meant that Axel was feeling the same pain that the others felt, but he was not reacting to it at all. What kind of pain tolerance is this? Nerio simply couldn't understand it. Even the toughest people had no way of resisting it. It would have still been barely within the realm of acceptance if he had just managed to resist giving information despite writhing in extreme agony. But this. Bang. Theron threw the container away in frustration. How? Why? Just why won't you react like a normal person for once? Theron wanted to kill Axel right now. Nerio was also frustrated. If they brought Axel to Atlantis and told them that they lost the key, they would get punished rather than rewarded. More importantly, they had seen the power of Voldemort, and the numerous specialties of Axel. No doubt they can also obtain similar powers if they could access the netherworld through the key, or if they can access Axel's secrets about how he got his power. Thus, getting Axel the information out of Axel was extremely important. But, how? The boy doesn't seem to care about himself at all. And he seems to have no other weakness. Not torture, not mind reading, no need to even try the truth serum, then what can they do? Right. Nerio suddenly recalled. Back in the forest, you went to rescue the girl Rose Potter. And you protected all three of them by risking your life, said Nerio, a look of enlightenment drawing upon his face. You seem to have a soft spot for them. I wonder what would happen if we picked any of them. Axel was still not moved. You can try it. One is the minister's niece, one is the precious daughter of the most dangerous mafia family, and one is the granddaughter of the principal of Mahudokoro. All three would be under high security after this incident. Axel really wasn't worried about those three. By now, the place must be crawling with Horus and they should be safe. Nerio gritted his teeth. But what Axel said was true. No problem, we just have to find another weakness. Axel gave a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Good luck with that. Nerio sighed, wiping his sweat. The room was incredibly humid, and the situation wasn't helping. Finding another weakness was difficult, and the brat knew it. He was running out of options now. They couldn't kill him, neither could they castrate him. He had the royal bloodline in him, and the first hadn't actually declared his intention to kill him. So, what else could they do? Another thing he noticed was his composure. It was almost as if they were his captives, and not the other way around. And his condition seems to be improving fast too. He was no longer looking as pale and fatigued as before. Something about this situation was scaring the hell out of Nerio. It was almost as if they had somehow captured a higher being, who was slowly regaining his strength. Just when Nerio was losing it, something happened. A ringtone rang in the silent room, attracting everyone's attention. It was coming from Axel's space pocket which had been confiscated earlier. And for the first time, even if it was only for a moment, Nerio saw Axel's composure finally slip away. That was because, there was only one person for whom his phone, which is always on silent mode, would ring. Power Stones. Next, Revenge of a Savage, the beginning. Next, old Daphne is back. Latest, Axel kisses Daphne. Read 10+ ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 147, Revenge of a Savage, the beginning. Chapter 147. Ring. The chime echoed in the silent room, sounding louder than it should. Theron frowned. Hey Nerio, can you shut that thing? It's annoying. But Nerio didn't register Theron's words at all. His attention was focused on Axel, whose face had shown some new emotions for the first time. Nerio stood up. What was that? He asked, pointing at Axel with a triumphant look. What was what? That reaction. As soon as the sound came, you reacted. Axel shrugged. Well, you might want to consider the existence of a deadly venom inside my body that you guys so kindly administered. I'm really sorry if I react even a little bit to that, he said sarcastically. Fuck, I totally forgot about that. How are you not dead right now? Asked Theron in shock. The victims would be long dead by this time. He couldn't wrap his head around how Axel was still alive without the antidote. Shut up, Theron. This monster can somehow detoxify the poison, he said, rummaging through Axel's space pouch. He fished out Axel's magi mirror which was still ringing and chuckled. He glanced at the screen. Daphne. So, it's that girl, huh? I thought you had already left her. There were a few girls with whom Axel seemed close with. One of them was a girl named Daphne Greengrass. Nerio had neglected her since it seemed that she wasn't very close with Axel anymore. Axel seemed impressed. You've done your research, huh? Are you a fan? If not, then it's a very suspicious thing to do, he said, giving Nerio a dubious look. Nerio chuckled. You're really good at controlling your emotions. But just when the bell rang, I saw it. It was quite a brief moment, but with his glasses, he was able to see it. What was that emotion? It was primarily worry, mixed with annoyance and apprehension. Let's see what you've got. He connected Axel's magi mirror with his screen and he was able to access everything on it. Wow, you have a lot of missed calls. We didn't hear any of them. Why is it that only this girl's call actually rang? Well, shit, thought Axel. After not picking up her calls last Christmas, Axel had come to find the hard way that it's better not to ignore Daphne's calls, lest something like that happens again. At least until he finds a cure to her curse. That's why he had set it so that even when on silent mode, his magi mirror would at least chime when Daphne contacts him. He could only blame his shitty luck again that her call just happened to arrive only at this moment. Axel sighed. He was busted. Nerio quickly found out that Daphne Greengrass was much more than just any friend. Wow, Theron, look at this, he said, as if he'd found gold. There were hundreds of calls, and even more messages. He opened the message history and read the latest messages. Daphne. Hanging out with Luna, Hermione, and Rose. Rose won't stop bitching about the other day. I got away from my previous friends because they were all drooling after you, but this isn't any better. Persevering face. Below was a selfie of Daphne, along with Hermione, who had her head buried in her book, Luna who was looking at the camera with a dreamy look, and Rose was pouting her lips, though not for posing, but out of annoyance. Yesterday. Daphne. Today has been another weird day. Woke up to find that the plants in my room had another explosive growth. Contacted Mum. Said I must be growing up. Now what the hell does that mean? Anyways, when are we meeting again? I need some more advice with training. You. Wait for a few more days, I'm busy. Daphne. Dash pensive face. A few days earlier. Daphne. Don't want to eat the diet. It's yuck, TT. Axel. Eat it. Daphne. Can't. Give me a cheat day. How do you eat this stuff every day? *0/*. Axel. It makes me strong. Daphne. How do I look? Mom sent this dress for the celebration party that will be held at the end of the year. Pick shy Daphne in a black sleeveless dress. Axel. There's a party. Daphne. Why am I not surprised you don't know? Nerio scrolled further, to the start of the messages. Daphne. Is it okay if I start messaging you? It might sound weird but I feel something missing without talking to you. Axel. It's alright. We used to talk a lot before you lost your memories. But then your mum had to delete the messages since you'd feel pain whenever you tried to remember me. Nerio slowly looked up from the screen, a shit-eating grin coming to his face. This was it. This was jackpot. He was so happy he could dance right now. Theron laughed sinisterly, also reading the messages. So, you've got a girlfriend, huh? She really seems to love you. 60%. Axel didn't say anything. His eyes were closed and he was concentrating like usual. But now, there was a sense of urgency on his face. Nerio slapped Theron's head. You tin box, is that all you read? There's much more important things hidden here, he said, going through the chats again. He looked at Axel. From what I can gather, you've been teaching her, right? And there's something about a special diet too. It makes me strong, you've written. He read. There was so much information here. A special diet, this could definitely explain some of his freakishness. And the training. It must be how he got so skilled. And if he's training the girl as well, then it must mean. You really care about this girl, huh? 66%. Theron whistled, looking at Daphne's photo. I totally understand why. Just look at her. Do girls in Britain mature quickly? I can't believe she's only 13. 78%. Nerio nodded. We had a similar surprise when we first saw you, Axel. The two of you look much older and mature for your age. Is it because of the diet and training you mentioned? Cling. At this moment, Axel's magi mirror chimed again. Oh, looks like there's another message from her, said Nerio, looking at the screen that was now beginning to be covered with water due to the sheer humidity in the room. Daphne. Hey, you didn't pick up your call. Are you all right? The Minister of Magic came to see you, but you couldn't be found anywhere. You've been declared missing. There has been a school-wide search for you. I know I shouldn't bother you, but a month ago you said there's an organization called the Kraken that will come for you, and now you've vanished. That's why I'm getting really worried. If you're all right, please reply. Oh. You've seen my messages. Thank Merlin. Are you all right? What the? Nerio's eyebrows rose up in an odd sense of bewilderment. Something was wrong with what he just read. Haha, Theron didn't notice. She's asking if you're all right. Shouldn't we send her a picture of you right now? All beaten and bloody. I bet she'll be reassured. Let's tell her to come out of the ward if she wants to see you alive. Theron, shut up for a moment. There was something that Nerio couldn't understand at all. You, he said, dropping the magi mirror, focusing only on Axel. You told her about our arrival a month ago. How the hell is that possible? Nerio couldn't understand how that was possible. Axel still did not react. You both are dead very soon, that's all he said. A direct threat. You are getting agitated, said Nerio. He wasn't much fazed if Axel didn't answer right away. Since they now had his weakness, it was only a matter of time before he cracks and tells them everything. Theron laughed. What do you say, brat? Shall we go and pick up your girlfriend? She's rather pretty. It'd be a pity to ruin that cute face. 82%. Axel sighed. I shouldn't be bothered by dead people's talk. Nerio raised his eyebrows. Oh. And how would you kill us? Just look at yourself. One of your hands is cut off, you have lost a lot of blood, you got attacked by the most powerful being in the world and survived, so you have no physical and magical strength to speak of. You are currently bound by the chains made from Neptunium. They're unbreakable and they're restricting your magic. And even if you break through somehow, you shouldn't forget how strong we are. You haven't seen our full power yet. Axel stopped reacting. How do you think Daphne will react to the Tormentacle? Asked Nerio, trying to get a response. Theron laughed. You might be immune, but I bet she's not. 85%, 86%, 87%. It'd be pretty easy to kidnap her. I just have to message her using your Magi Mirror. I bet she'll come running, said Nerio, fidgeting with Axel's Magi Mirror. We'll call her to a remote location, open a portal, and bring her in. Won't even take 5 minutes. 87, 88. 89%. It's good that you didn't tell us your secrets. Now I get to torture her, said Theron gleefully. She'll pay for your smartassness. 93, 94. 95, 96. 97, 98%. Nerio suddenly noticed that everything was appearing blurry in the room. He wiped his sweat and realized that it was due to the vapor present in the air. With his glasses he realized that it all seemed to be converging around Axel. Wait. It's you, isn't it? What are you doing? Something was incredibly wrong here, and Nerio could feel the hair on the back of his neck stand. Axel's eyes were still closed in concentration, but the corner of his mouth lifted a bit. Well, I've been fishing. 100%. The atmosphere in the room suddenly shifted. The humidity reached a level where it was difficult for them to breathe. Theron wiped his sweat. Why is it so sweaty? He panted. Meanwhile, alarm bells rang in Nerio's mind. But before he could do something. Shin. Suddenly, both of Nerio's arms fell to the ground, along with his relic. It was only then did Nerio notice the blades of water hovering in the air. 7th. Exclaimed Theron, alarmed by the sudden development. Nerio fell to the ground in agony as Theron rushed to help him. Don't move. Theron said. Losing both arms is a precarious situation. Nerio would die of blood loss if Theron didn't help him. That's why he couldn't do anything about Axel, who was leisurely sitting on the chair. But inwardly, he swore he was going to end the bastard's life. He might have gotten Nerio, but Theron is invincible. Axel finally opened his eyes. They were glowing blue. Didn't I say, you'll both be dead soon, he said, moving his hands to the chains which were binding him. Well, the process starts now. How? Meanwhile, even in the excruciating pain, Nerio's primary emotion was confusion. Everything was in their favor. He'd made sure of that. Axel shouldn't even be able to use magic while bound by those chains. And even if he somehow could, there's no way he could have recovered his magic so fast after the severe drain he went through earlier. Then, how the hell did he end up losing his hands? Clang. At this moment, the Neptunium chains, which he was so confident in, fell to the ground, freeing Axel. But Axel remained sitting on the chair. Only this time, he gave off an air of royalty, rather than a prisoner as he looked at the two Kraken overseers, both of who were on the ground. How, you ask? Axel smirked, tilting his head as it rested on his hand. Simple, I'm not using my own magic. I'm using external power, he explained. It's something I picked up from Voldemort, he said in amusement. That's right. The magic he had just used. It manifested through his extreme affinity with water. Until now, he had been using his water affinity with his own magic. But Voldemort didn't need to do that for his darkness. That's why he was able to wield such tremendous power through Lockhart's body. Well, if that noseless bastard can do it, why can't he? It was quite difficult though. He had been struggling to make a proper connection with the water in the surroundings. He couldn't afford to half-ass it, since he was dead if he failed. But he couldn't even properly try with Nerio observing him with those glasses. That's why he said those glasses were annoying. He had to summon water, but he couldn't, otherwise Nerio would see it and shoot him. The rise in humidity, you didn't notice anything odd about it, did you? Asked Axel, causing Nerio's eyes to widen in realization. Since he couldn't directly bring the water into the room, he summoned it in vapor form little by little, gradually increasing the humidity of the room. Damn it, he got us. No, he had us since the very beginning, Nerio realized. Axel had been planning his escape since the very beginning. All this while, he was only stalling for time. He was just playing with them. Now that he looked at Axel again, he felt it. How could he have missed it until now? This overwhelming sense of danger. It's like the first. It was an overwhelming danger, the likes of which he had only felt from one person. But how? He has no relics, and he's only 13. Now there was only one thing he couldn't understand. Why you? How did you manage to control water? One down, one to go. Power stones. Next, unbreakable armor, well doesn't matter. Next, revenge of the savage, the end. Next, old Daphne is back. Read ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 148, Unbreakable Armor. Doesn't matter. There was only one thing Nerio couldn't understand. Why you? How did you manage to control water? That's what he wanted to know. It was an ability that a few members of the royal family could awaken. And that too after a lot of special procedures. How did he do it? Axel shrugged. Well, to be honest, water has always been good to me. You saw my memories, didn't you? Whenever he'd get beaten up and sick, he would take a bath in the Thames. It would always make him feel better. So to say, his affinity with water has always been high. Axel shook his head. But I still wouldn't have been able to do it without your help. You were so eager to torture me with that jellyfish that you delivered me a container full of deep-sea water along with it, that helped me in my recovery. Nerio's gaze went to the container which used to contain the tormentacle, and sure enough, it no longer contained any water. Yep, and then you also helped me learn it by generating the need. The two of them looked at Axel in confusion, but Axel didn't explain further. The ability to control water, it was generated not because he had had any special training for it, or anything. It was generated out of sheer anger and will to crush these two. It helped him take his concentration to the absolute peak and make the connection with the water element in the atmosphere. That's why this notification was being showcased in front of his eyes. Congratulations. Water bending has been upgraded to Water Monarch. Until now, he had been on the first stage of it, in which he could summon and manipulate water using his magic. But he needed to go further in order to wield water like Voldemort could wield his darkness. He just had this intuition that he could do it. Theron stood up. He was done patching up Nerio the best he could. At least the men shouldn't die of blood loss before they get his arms reconnected. He exhaled, glaring at Axel. You shouldn't have done that to Nerio. You are done for now. As if to confirm that, Axel used his water blades on Theron, only for them to be broken harmlessly against the impenetrable defense of Theron's armor. Theron laughed. You see that? Your blades might work against Nerio, but they're completely useless against me. Your situation hasn't improved at all. In fact, it's worsened. You can't escape since the space is locked, and you can't break through my defenses. And you still haven't recovered your physical and magical strength. It's a completely hopeless situation, he said, coming closer to Axel without fear. It was the reason why he hadn't bothered immediately trying to subdue Axel, instead focusing on Nerio's life. Because he knew Axel can't hurt him, neither can he escape. Theron seemed to be telling the truth. Axel couldn't escape since he couldn't use magic, and his Water Monarch skill still wasn't strong enough to defeat Theron. But Axel covered his face with his hand in exasperation. Is he really that dumb? He asked, looking at Nerio, who sighed. What did you say? Theron decided to attack Axel, but then he saw the water blades resting against Nerio's neck and paused in his steps. Did you forget your own words? My blades can hurt Nerio, you moron. Move forward, and I kill him, he said. With the leftover water, a hand was created, which picked up his space pocket and brought it to Axel. Another hand picked up Nerio's fallen relic as well. Gentlemen, as you already know, I am also called the Arcane Thief. I do hope you don't mind if I take this relic with me, he said, as the blades got closer to Nerio's neck just in case if they needed more convincing. Theron and Nerio could do nothing as Axel stole the priceless relic right in front of their eyes. Patting his pocket in satisfaction, Axel sat leisurely in his chair, looking completely at ease in the tense situation. Though, in retrospect, he seemed to have been at ease from the very beginning. Only they were foolish and arrogant enough to attribute it to false bravado. Axel looked at them mockingly. Well, the two of you were very fond of the hostage situation, weren't you? You kept trying to create it. Well. Hope you are satisfied now. He had been enduring until now. Even if he didn't show it, these two had managed to anger him to levels his acclimacy was having difficulty controlling. Well, it was his turn now. Somewhere in the gangs, he had heard a Chinese saying, give 1,000 times what you receive. Well, he liked it. And now he intended to follow it. How does it feel? Getting outsmarted by a 13-year-old. Did I tell you guys that I only started learning magic 2 years ago? You lost to a complete beginner. Axel didn't know it, but his words were similar to a gamer's trash talk, something extremely deadly to the victims. Sure enough, Theron and Nerio looked downright murderous right now. If looks could kill, Axel would be dead 100 times over. His words were hurting them more than getting stabbed by a 1,000 knives. Of course, Axel wouldn't stop just yet. What did you guys say? That you were the overseers of the Kraken? Well, it's more like overdosers of crack. Maybe that's why you are so fucking easy to beat. He turned to Nerio. He was now going to target them individually. You cut my hand, right? Axel grinned. You fucking idiot, that hand had the key clutched in it. He said while laughing. Nerio's eyes popped out of their sockets. What did he just hear? The key was in the hand he cut off. He couldn't believe it. But no matter how much he wanted not to believe it, he could tell that Axel was telling the truth. Haha, you lost the thing you wanted the most due to your own actions. Axel was still laughing. And you thought you were so awesome for doing that, he wheezed. Indeed, Nerio was proud of that shot. And now, upon realizing that he had lost the key due to it, he felt extremely frustrated. Did you plan it? He asked, thinking of a scary possibility. Axel already knew they would come, and then he was captured quite easily. So, Nerio wondered if this came here willingly. Axel shrugged. I will neither accept nor deny that. Anyways, I settled the score. You cut one of my hands from wrist down, I cut both of your hands from shoulder down. Far more fair than two adults ganging up on a child. You know what? You should thank me instead. I took so much weight off your shoulders. Axel was absolutely butchering them. I will ask for a handshake. Too bad, you don't have a hand to shake. He didn't even leave out such petty jabs. He was absolutely enjoying the situation. Nerio couldn't take it anymore. The blood loss had already made him feeble and the extreme anger and frustration made him temporarily pass out. Nerio. Hey, wake up. Nerio. Theron turned to glare at Axel as the dark flames he had absorbed Akiko started to burn on his glove. You bastard. I'm going to kill you, he said, but just as he was about to attack Axel, Nerio groaned in pain. Don't even think about it. Well, not unless you want him dead, he said, as the water blades made Nerio's arms to start bleeding again. Theron gritted his teeth. You're so much more infuriating than your father. I'll take that as a compliment, said Axel, now turning his attention to Theron. I'm curious. Why do you hate my father so much? I don't think it's because of his talent, he said as his eyes bore down on him. Judging by your ugly-ass face, I bet because he would always get all the bitches, right? Theron's face contorted at that. Damn, Axel laughed. I'm actually right, aren't I? You're so ugly you could never get a girl to like you. Shut up, you bastard. You don't know anything. Theron yelled. Oh. And what don't I know? That your crush liked him too. It seemed like he was right again, as the veins of Theron's neck bulged out, a sign he was holding back a great amount of anger. That's not true. Axel raised an eyebrow. Oh. I think it is, though. But you shouldn't take it personally. I'm sure the better man got the girl. You brat. You have no idea, said Theron, stomping his foot. It was supposed to be me. It was me who first came to know about the princess's assassination. It was me who included him in my plan to save her. It was supposed to be me she was supposed to fall for. Theron really hated that memory. He had always admired the crown princess. So when the Kraken had made an elaborate plan to kill her, he had decided to betray the organization to save her. But he couldn't do it by himself, so he had asked for that righteous fucker's help. Who knew that the fucker would take all the credit, and the princess's heart along with it. Theron ended up getting a simple thank you for his trouble. It wasn't enough for the fucker. He got himself killed, and got the princess killed along with him when he destroyed the second key. Axel was silent for a moment. Then a chuckle escaped his lips. Sorry, haha. I know I shouldn't laugh, but, you're such a loser, ha 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 ha. Man, how the hell did you end up becoming an overseer at Kraken? Are they full of virgin losers like you? That was it. Theron couldn't care whether Nerio died or not. All he wanted was to kill this bastard who was mocking him while having so much resemblance with his parents. He began advancing towards Axel, step by step, his eyes bloodshot with anger. Nerio's screams echoed throughout the room, but Theron didn't turn back. You can kill him. But I swear I'll thoroughly avenge him. I'll give you a slow and painful death. Then I'll go and do the same to your girlfriend back at Hogwarts. Theron came to stand in front of Axel, who still hadn't moved. Well, not so chatty now, are we? You thought I'd let you walk all over me just because of Nerio. He raised his hand to grab Axel, but then. Theron suddenly found himself in a different place altogether. He knew this place. It was Atlantis. What the? Then he heard a sigh that echoed all around. Well, you didn't think I'd base my entire safety on your loyalty to your friend, did you? It's you. You bastard, how did you bring me here? Axel's chuckle echoed all around. I didn't take you anywhere, Theron. It's all in your mind. Literally. What? Your mind, Theron. We're in it. You were right. You have a good physical defense. But you don't have much in the way of mental defense, do you? I mean, yeah, those defenses were strong, but nothing I couldn't breach. You, Theron gritted his teeth. You could actually do something like this all along. The more he knows about Axel, the more horrified he gets. Yep, now you understand, said Axel. As mentioned, even when he didn't have his physical and magical ability anymore, his main speciality, his mind, was still completely intact. He can still depend on it when all else fails. You were never the problem from the beginning. Nerio was. I can only do this trick on people with weak minds for now, and that guy's glasses were also blocking my access to his mind. Damned sub-relics. Nerio had always been the more dangerous of the two. His reaction speed was extremely fast, and all the guy had to do was pull the trigger, and it would be over. But aside from that, his glasses, which were a sub-relic, were also preventing him from properly invading his mind. That's why Axel took him out first. At this moment, Theron saw something in the distance that made him freeze. Princess. He now realized. This was his memory. A particularly bad one. In the distance, he could see the silhouette of the woman whom he had betrayed the organization to save. The Princess of Atlantis was walking towards him. So, that's what she looks like, thought Axel, looking at his so-called mother for the first time. Power Stones. Please keep giving, chapters of this quality are hard to write. Next, Revenge of a Savage, the end. Next, old Daphne is back. Next, Atlantis it is. Somewhere after that, Axel kisses Daphne. Well, a lot to come, look forward to its smiling face with Halo. Come read ahead and support me in the new month. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 149, Revenge of a Savage, the end. Axel looked at the lady who was supposed to be his mother. She was a woman of graceful and elegant bearing, dressed in a luxurious gown that swept the floor. There was a necklace of blue pearls around her neck, and small conical earrings hanging by her ears. Her shimmering blue hair seemed to be floating in the air, and her sapphire blue eyes were looking in his direction with warmth and happiness. So, that's her, huh? To torture Theron, he had randomly searched for the memory which was associated with most pain in his mind. He didn't think he would find her in it. Axel had always wondered what she would look like. And now looking at her, Axel felt nothing. He didn't know this woman, and she didn't know him. All he could see was that she was strong and kind. Theron's memory continued. The princess waved, and Theron waved back. But this moment, another man overtook him, walking towards the princess, and Theron realized that he wasn't the one being the princess was smiling at. Instead, the one she had her eyes on was his companion. Axel recognized the other person as well. It was Tristan Hunt, his father. He looked the same as in his portrait, meaning a lot like Axel's adult version. Tristan, wasn't it? Said the princess as she gracefully walked towards them. You saved me yesterday. I can't thank you enough. Even though the language was different, Axel could somehow understand it. You don't need to thank me. Tristan shook his head. I was just rebelling, he said casually. Besides, you didn't need much help to begin with. The princess smiled. It didn't seem that way when you got injured protecting me. She leaned forward and kissed Tristan on the cheek. That's for saving my life. That reminds me, are you all right now? She asked in concern. It was a minor injury. The princess narrowed her eyes playfully. Will you stop with the modesty? Kraken is going to try killing you as well now. I hear they don't tolerate betrayal. Tristan shrugged. I'll manage. The princess seemed deep in thought. But then she looked up. Come to the castle with me. You'll be safe there. And I need someone to protect me. Tristan nodded. I'll think about it. The princess finally turned her attention to Theron. She did a royal courtesy. Mr. Theron, I am deeply grateful to you as well. Here is a small token of appreciation for your trouble. Theron accepted what was given to him. It was a royal emblem with the princess's name on it. If he ever needed a favor, he can use this. But Theron's heart was burning with flames. The way the princess looked at Tristan and the way she looked at him were clearly different. And he knew the reason. Because when the time of attack had come, things had gotten out of hand. The Kraken was far more powerful than they had imagined. He still hadn't obtained his relic armor back then. Thinking it to be the end, he had decided to flee. That's why, his involvement was not known by the Kraken, and neither had he done anything to save the princess. He was the coward who ran away. Axel's laughter echoed in his mind. Oof. So that's how it was. Man, you are a bigger loser than I thought. You practically set my parents together. Theron felt the hurt. He really did. It was like an all-consuming pain in his heart, much worse than any other torture. He wanted this memory to end. To never remember it again, but at the same time, he couldn't. This was the only time the princess had ever talked directly to him. While Theron the loser was consumed in the torture, Axel began searching his mind for information on the organization. But to his bewilderment, he couldn't find it anywhere. While searching, he encountered a wall that obstructed him. This must be it, he thought, moving forward. But suddenly, Axel received a huge backlash which forced him to retract his consciousness back into his mind. What in the world? That barrier, and that defense. It's comparable to his occlumency shields. That was not something Theron could have done on his own. And, it's not something he can easily breach with his current legilimency skills. Theron suddenly found himself back in the hideout room, standing right in front of Axel, who was still stunned from the backlash. Theron grinned. You tried to access the wall, didn't you? He quickly advanced, not towards Axel, but towards Nerio, who was still lying unconscious on the floor. He took Nerio's glasses and put them on. You can't do anything to me now. Theron's only weakness was his mental defense. Now that he had it too, Axel couldn't do anything to him. I might be a loser. But I was the one who is still alive, while your powerful and reckless parents are dead. And now, this loser is going to kill you, and then your girlfriend. I might even have some fun with her before I kill. Shut up, will you? Suddenly, Theron's throat was filled with something fluid, causing him to choke. Axel raised his head, gripping his head that was still throbbing. Losers like you can never beat me. Cough cough cough, what, are you doing, gee? Theron spat out the fluid, only to realize there was a lot of blood in it. Theron couldn't understand what was happening right now. His armor was supposed to be invincible. Then how the hell can it hurt so much? Axel chuckled. You know, your relic does do a great job at giving you protection, he acknowledged. For your outer body, that is. Yes. Axel was controlling the water inside Theron's body. Something even his relic couldn't protect. Ararg. Theron kneeled on the ground, clutching his stomach, which felt like being run through with a barbed wire from inside. Stop. Please. Axel moved his fingers, controlling the water present inside Theron. You know, 70% of our bodies are made up of water. Your armor is in fact making it easier for me to control it. Theron's armor was strong. But all of his magic was being used by it, leaving none to protect his body. Usually, a wizard's body is naturally protected by his or her magic. But that was not the case with Theron. It made it easier for Axel to take control of the water inside his body. Axel raised his hand and clenched it, causing Theron to scream his guts out. Snap. He then twisted his hand, and Theron writhed in agony. Axel didn't even need a cruciatus. He could inflict worse pain through this. Stop. Please stop. I beg you. Please stop. Axel shook his head. Can't, sorry, he said regretfully. You two shouldn't have made this personal. This was just the beginning of what he was going to do to the two of these fools. Theron's screams echoed in the room, and Nerio joined him soon, whose body was covered with water needles. Theron was being tortured from inside, and Nerio from outside. But the pain both were receiving was equally excruciating. You had problems with me. You should have taken it out on me like real men do. I really would have given you an easier death. Then why? The pain Theron and Nerio were feeling intensified, causing them to scream louder. Why did you have to bring her into this? I'm sorry. Please stop. I'll do anything. But Axel didn't listen to their pleas. He was more concentrated on the barriers placed on their memories related to the organization. Every time he tried to access it, not only would he get a backlash, but their memories would start self-destructing on their own. Fuck is this thing? Axel was beginning to realize something. It was that this organization is much worse news than he had imagined. Axel just copied the memories he could still access and stored it in his mind. The rest, he has to get from their mouths. Axel stopped the torture when their bodies were already broken and minds were on the verge of being broken. Tell me clearly. What does the key do? Theron couldn't care less about anything else right now. He began to sing like a siren. It opens a portal to the netherworld. He panted. Just like, the second key opens the portal to Etherworld. Those worlds, they have an extremely high magical concentration compared to Earth, and much more powerful entities. Axel nodded. He had thought as much. That's why Voldemort wanted it so desperately. That monster wants to come back to this world. Axel decided to make sure it never falls into that monster's hands. Where's the second key? He couldn't feel safe if that key is still in the hands of psychopaths like these. It's destroyed, by your parents. They died destroying it, said Theron, spitting out some blood. Axel's eyes narrowed. By my parents? What happened exactly? He asked, his voice wavering a bit. Just when we had figured out how to use it, your parents infiltrated the organization. Cough cough, they stole the key and tried to leave with it, but they were discovered. In the end, they couldn't leave, so they destroyed the key. It caused a huge explosion, and they died. Axel clenched his remaining fist. So, that's what happened. He was already pretty sure they were dead. He just wanted to know why, and how. He wanted to know if what they were doing was important enough to leave him in an orphanage. He wanted to know if all the things he went through growing up, it wasn't because of nothing. What's Kraken's goal? Why are they so desperate for the keys? And why were my parents so desperate to stop them? It's destruction. Theron groaned out. And the merging of three worlds. Axel knitted his brows in bewilderment. Destruction. And the merging of three worlds. What kind of idiotic goal is that? His assumption was right. These guys are lunatic. Is that why you were going to give the bomb to the Mikhailov family? Axel had discovered that the Mikhailov family was going to get a bomb from the Kraken. And if he hadn't stopped them, they were going to use it on the Valentino family. No, that was a test, to see if the bomb was working properly. The real one is going to be used on the royal castle. Axel rubbed his forehead. This organization. It's really headache-inducing. Look, I know that you two are crazy, but even you two don't seem crazy enough to want to blow everything up. I mean, destruction. Seriously. Why are you supporting this cause? Theron shook his head. You won't understand. Axel lessened Nerio's torture. You tell me. You won't understand unless you've been enlightened. Enlightened? What is that now? Who enlightened you fuckers? Nerio shook his head. Can't tell you that. He suddenly clutched his head in pain. Damn it. We've already said too much. He has found out. Who? Tell who is this he? Axel couldn't understand why, but Nerio and Theron suddenly began to convulse in pain, even though Axel wasn't doing anything to them right now. Nerio began shaking his head. No. We didn't do anything. We didn't. We were just trying to survive. What the hell? Hey. What is happening to you guys? Axel examined their condition, trying to stop their seizures. But when their movement ceased, it had ceased forever. Axel found that the two of them were already dead. On the other side. How much more time? Bellatrix demanded. Gorski clutched his head. Someone stop that lady. Please. But you are taking longer than you said, Mr. Gorski, said Martina. She was no less patient than Bellatrix. It's not my fault. I've been absent for a decade, and they've improved their portal since then. Every second more you take, Axel could be getting closer to death on the other side. Exclaimed Bellatrix. Martina closed her eyes. They were full of unshed tears. Akiko put a hand on her shoulder. Have faith in him. Martina nodded. At times like these, she hoped she had less imagination, or if her brain could be less accurate at predicting the odds. Taking everything into account, Axel's situation was not looking good. First of all, his magical reserves were critically exhausted, and so is his physical body. Martina didn't know just how he had managed to bring out so much power, but it was clear that his exhaustion was a result of that. Also, his hand has been cut. If he is not given medical treatment soon, he might bleed out and die. Then those overseers of Kraken. They are so powerful. One has insane defense, another has insane attack speed. Martina wouldn't want Axel fighting them in his peak state, let alone when he is in such dire condition. From what they had said, he might already be. Martina didn't have to think further since a portal opened at this moment, like a beacon hope. Martina raised her staff, quickly advancing forward. Please be alive. We're coming to save you. Power Stones. Every single one counts. Upcoming, old Daphne is back. Further, Axel kisses Daphne. Furthermore, sleeping together. Latest, Volume 3, Into the Atlantis. New month, lots of excitement to come. Come read ahead already. You know you can't wait, smiling face with Halo. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 150, Return of Daphne's Memories. Axel cursed under his breath. He still had so many questions remaining. A sigh escaped his lips. Peaceful life. he muttered, looking into empty space. A peaceful, worry-free life. That's all he had wanted. But he could now see it going further and further away. See, he couldn't live in peace if the world is going to be conquered by someone like Voldemort. He had to destroy Voldemort first. And the system said doing that would require him to use the key. How to use it? The system said he had to find out for himself. He knew that the organization and Gorski knew about its use, so he figured he'd get the information from Gorski or the organization. He could find neither. The only option left was to draw the organization's attention to himself, since Gorski had warned him that he is recognizable by Kraken. Even that failed. The members that came for him were executives, and their security is strong enough that he couldn't breach their mental barriers. And the organization can remotely kill its members from a distance. So now, not only is he no closer to stopping Voldemort, since he still doesn't know what to do with the key, but he has discovered that there's another entity he needs to stop if he wants peace. Another bad news. Both are dangerous with a capital D. He had roughly gauged the power levels in the wizarding world, and according to his calculations, he thought that the organization and Voldemort wouldn't be a big deal. But these motherfuckers turned out to be far more powerful. The organization is not simply just a bunch of villain wannabes that his dad had pissed off. No, they had powerful relics of interminable power in their possession, and that they mentioned was someone even these two powerful beings feared and obeyed. Not to mention that those barriers were so expertly created that even he had trouble breaking them without completely destroying the memories within. And Voldemort. He's just an entity several leagues ahead right now. Axel has to make sure to keep Rose and himself out of his reach for now, so that monster can't get back into this world. Whatever, thought Axel. It wouldn't do to keep dwelling on this matter. He has to quickly get out of here. Oh right. And he also has to contact Martina and Akiko. Those two, especially Martina, must be freaking out right now. Axel chuckled, imagining their reaction when they teleported with his severed hand. Ah, I shouldn't laugh. He just hoped his hand would be fixed now. The wizarding science had improved by leaps and bounds since last time, so reattaching his hand shouldn't be a big problem. Axel spotted his magi mirror lying a distance away. He tried getting up, but found that it was a useless endeavor. Limit break. Axel sighed. He had to use the skill to the limit. That's why his physical and magical strength are currently extremely difficult to access. If the system's words are to be believed, he shouldn't do magic at all for a while. And there's a recovery routine he has to follow to strengthen his soul again. All he has available is his mental strength. He gestured with his fingers and the hand made out of water manifested, which brought his magi mirror back to him. Axel switched it on, only to almost drop it when he saw what was displayed on the screen. Call ongoing. 10-12 minutes. Daphne. Fuck. How is that possible? There's no way Nerio didn't call her, or pick up her call for that matter. Did the men really do it? But then he noticed it. The screen was covered with a fine layer of water droplets. Another curse escaped his lips. The humidity. It was so high that it caused water to gather on the cold surface of his screen. That could have been the reason for the call. But the question is, what now? Axel looked at the ceiling. When will you stop torturing me? I need a rest. He put it to his ear. Hello. There was a sniffing sound from the other side. It's me. Axel's eyes widened. You should have tortured the bastards more. It was definitely Daphne's voice, but something was different. You. Axel gripped the magi mirror tightly. He couldn't believe it. Did you get them back? A few minutes earlier. Still not found. Daphne bit her lips. This was not good. When she heard that those people couldn't find Axel, she had just thought that it wasn't a big deal. After all, he's a mysterious and private person. For all you know, he might be training somewhere. But after a school-wide hunt for him was launched by the Minister of Magic, and he was still not showing up, now that was something unusual. Axel should have just turned up at this point, since it would be more troublesome if he isn't found. Now Daphne couldn't squash down her apprehension. For the past few months, he has been keeping his distance from her in public because a mysterious organization is after him. For him to suddenly disappear now, she couldn't help but connect the dots. Are you an idiot? How can they kidnap someone from Hogwarts? Daphne chided herself. But it doesn't seem that Axel is in Hogwarts right now, or he would have shown up by now. I should call him, just in case he's still not aware. She thought, picking up her magi mirror. But unfortunately, her call didn't connect this time. Sighing, she began typing a message. Hi, I just called to check in. Daphne shook her head. Too casual. Hi, why didn't you pick your call? Daphne shook her head again. Too demanding. After a long while, she managed to write one big message. Hey, you didn't pick up your call. Are you all right? The Minister of Magic came to see you, but you couldn't be found anywhere. You've been declared missing. There has been a school-wide search for you. I know I shouldn't bother you, but a month ago you said there's an organization called the Kraken that will come for you, and now you've vanished. That's why I'm getting really worried. If you're alright, please reply. To her surprise, her message was instantly seen. Daphne began typing again furiously. Oh. You've seen my messages. Thank Merlin. Are you alright? But of course, no reply came. Frowning, Daphne called him again. This time it got picked up instantly. Hello. But instead of a reply, she could hear voices instead. How did you know? She heard someone say in a demanding tone. It had a certain sleaziness to it that made her frown. You both are dead very soon. Came the reply. Daphne knew this voice very well. It was Axel. But his tone. Daphne didn't know why, but even though it was a calm voice with no fluctuations, she felt that Axel was furious. A direct threat. You are getting agitated, said the sleazy voice. Daphne frowned. This situation doesn't seem right. Why would Axel need to give someone a death threat? At this moment she heard a chuckle, which was made by a new voice that was rough and booming. What do you say, brat? Is that a threat? Shall we go and pick up your girlfriend? She's rather pretty. It'd be a pity to ruin that cute face. Daphne widened her eyes. What the hell are they talking about? Daphne couldn't understand the situation. Why were these guys threatening to hurt Axel's girlfriend? And who is this girlfriend? She heard Axel sigh at this moment. I shouldn't be bothered by dead people's talk. This time, Axel hadn't bothered to hide his anger. And Daphne felt a chill down her spine. She had never heard him so mad before. Axel right now was dangerous. Too dangerous. Oh. And how would you kill us? Though, the sleazy voice guy didn't seem to take the threat seriously, as he mocked Axel further. And the reason was revealed by his next words. Just look at yourself. One of your hands is cut off, you have lost a lot of blood, you got attacked by that monster and somehow survived, so you have no physical and magical strength to speak of. You've been subjected to the worst torture one could be inflicted, and there's no way you can resist since you are currently bound by the chains made from Neptunium. They're unbreakable and they're restricting your magic. And even if you break through somehow, you shouldn't forget how strong we are. You haven't seen our full power yet. Daphne's heart almost stopped beating upon hearing that. No. She couldn't move. What were these people saying? They cut his arm. They tortured him. They have him in chains. No. How do you think Daphne will react to the torment, Axel? You might be immune, but I bet she's not. She was the girlfriend they were talking about. Now they're threatening him by using her. Daphne got up, wanting to do something. She has to do something. It'd be pretty easy to kidnap her. I just have to message her using your Magi Mirror. I bet she'll come running, said Nerio, fidgeting with Axel's Magi Mirror. We'll call her to a remote location, open a portal, and bring her in. Won't even take 5 minutes. It's good that you didn't tell us your secrets. Now I get to torture her, said Theron gleefully. She'll pay for your smartassness. Daphne ran. She has to get help. Where are the professors? Where is Dumbledore? At this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Axel was in trouble, but there was nothing she could do to help. And then, anger came. At herself for being so useless, and at those captors who are hurting Axel. How dare they? Her heart was beating very fast, and the blood flowing through her veins felt as hot as lava. There was a faint glow on her forehead, and as if a dam had been broken, memories rushed into her mind. What? At first, it was painful. But then, things suddenly began to fall into the place. Daphne breathed. For what felt like the first time in months. She felt like an important part of herself that had disappeared, was back again. She now remembered it all. The first real friend she made. The person she could interact with without her mask. The person who cured Tori. The person who permanently invaded her heart. Countless memories that had been associated with him, which had become a part of her character, part of her life, part her, suddenly settled back into their places, giving her a sense of completeness that had been absent for so long. Daphne slowly regained her composure. It's Axel. She was the person with whom he had spent the most time with. She knew better than any person in the world. The person she knew was tenacious to the extreme. Now the panic was gone, only anger remained, for hurting her Axel. Daphne put the Magi Mirror back to her ears, now much calmer. She wanted to hear his voice. It had been so long. Why is it so sweaty? The person with the booming voice exclaimed. Mist. Where did this come from? Wait. It's you, isn't it? What are you doing? demanded the sleazy voice, suddenly sounding alert. Well, I've been fishing. Then, she finally heard it. Axel's voice. And she instantly felt relieved. Because, it was a voice which clearly said, I gotcha bitch. It meant he was up to something. Sure enough, there was a slashing sound, immediately followed by the painful howls of the sleazy person. Power stones. Every single stone counts. You know the titles, finally safe, Axel kisses Daphne, sleeping together, departure to Atlantis. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 151, finally safe. Daphne heard it all. How Axel broke free, how he defeated the fuckers, then how he tortured and interrogated them until they died. The amount of new information she received made her head spin. Axel was an Atlantean. And there was a crazy organization out there trying to destroy the world. She was so overwhelmed by what she heard, and frustrated that the bastards died too quickly. They tortured Axel, and then threatened to harm her to make him crack. Death was too easy a punishment for them. But it was of secondary importance. What was more important was the fact that Axel was alright for now. He survived. She heard Axel sigh. Peaceful life. There was a bit of wistfulness in his voice. Daphne could empathize. Axel and peace have never gone hand in hand. Pick up the phone already, damn it, she muttered. She wanted to talk to him. She wanted to confirm if he was alright. She wanted him to know that she was herself again, the Daphne he had created. She wanted to apologize for forgetting him. But mainly, she wanted to hug him tightly. It seems that Axel heard her request, because there was a sound of movement on the other side, followed by a sharp intake of breath. Fuck. She heard his voice much clearer this time. Daphne's heartbeat accelerated, feeling anticipation and nervousness. What should she say? There was so much to say. Hello. Daphne became breathless. It's me. She wanted to explain more clearly, but her mind wasn't working properly anymore. His presence always has that effect on her. There was no answer from the other side. You should have tortured the bastards more, she blurted. Somehow, Axel still understood. Did you get them back? He asked, making her smile. Yes, she breathed, feeling her nose sour. I missed you so much. She really did miss him. Too much. Every minute, every second, she had missed those memories. She was in a state of euphoria now that she finally had them back. And, she could somehow feel the happiness coming from the other side too. But first things first. Are you going to be alright? How badly are you hurt? How did it happen? Where exactly are you? I'll need to get you help. A soft chuckle escaped his lips. Axel couldn't believe it. Is it really happening? But it was definitely her. Me. I could dance right now. Missed you too, my best friend. Welcome back. From the way he dodged her questions, Daphne knew that his condition wasn't good right now. Daphne could no longer contain it. She closed her eyes, letting her tears fall. You bloody idiot. Come back quickly. I need to hug you, damn it. Axel laughed more. The fuck are you laughing about? Nothing. I just didn't realize how much I missed this. Axel was feeling quite lighthearted, his earlier gloominess already gone. That's right, so what if there's danger out in the world? He had things that made it worth fighting for. Though at this moment, he detected fluctuations in space causing him to pause. Happiness died right out of Axel's eyes. Seriously? More. Had the organization already sent backup? There was a limit to how much Axel could handle. And for now, this was already far, far over it. He really, desperately, urgently needed a break. Maybe some medical attention too. Damn it. What? What happened? Listen, we'll talk later. I need to escape from here, he said in his calmest voice before he hung up. Very quickly, a portal opened up in space, causing Axel's expression to turn grim. This portal was quite similar to the ones the organization used. Axel tried moving, but couldn't. With no magic, the option of activating invisibility was gone. Escaping was going to be even more difficult. With no other choice, Axel just killed his presence and waited, gathering the water with the last of his mental strength. As soon as the portal fully opened, figures rushed in with wands drawn. The first thing Martina sensed after entering the room was blood. A strong metallic scent hung in the air, and the ground she stepped on was wet and red. Where is he? Exclaimed Bellatrix. Clear the mist. She sounded quite panicked. And why would she not, when there's so much blood lying on the ground? The mist was covering everything, and there was no sound of enemy engagement yet. And the peculiar thing was, it was going away even after one or spells. Not good. Martina grimaced. This situation was not at all favorable. They were planning to catch the enemies by surprise, but since they didn't get any visuals due to the mist, their element of surprise was gone. With Axel's condition combined with those Atlanteans' aggressiveness, Martina feared the worst. Everyone began to get focused on clearing the mist first. When the visibility increased, they followed the trail of blood and finally reached the source. Martina gagged, almost vomiting right there. Holy shit. By Merlin. What in the world? Others' reactions weren't much better. There were 2 bodies lying on the ground. But the thing that made everyone's skin crawl was the condition they were in. The one in heavy armor was bleeding from all orifices, and every part of his exposed flesh seemed to have been turned inside out. The other one was even worse, both of its hands were gone, and the skin had numerous jagged bloody lesions all over the body, as if torn with thousands of small blades. With a lurch, Martina realized that it was the 2 bodies that belonged to the same men who kidnapped Axel. They were only barely recognizable due to their equipment. He actually... Martina gasped. Does this mean he's still alive? Akiko smiled grimly, looking at the bodies. She didn't know what made her more happy. The fact that this was clear sign of Axel being alright, or the fact that her enemies had died a terrible death. This is why I admire him so much, she thought. Even she had no idea how he managed to do it. But with Axel, you have to stop trying to figure things out and accept them as a matter of fact. It gives her such reassurance to share the same enemy as him. Meanwhile, the others were still thrown off by the sight of the bodies lying on the ground. But the one who received the most powerful shock was none other than Gorski. How is this possible? The executive-level figures for whom they had gathered the whole team of finest wizards and made thorough preparations. They were lying dead on the floor. Jacob Gorski simply couldn't understand how that was possible. He had already identified who they were. Theron and Nerio. Who did this? How did they manage to pierce Theron's defenses? How did they manage to beat the sharp and quick Nerio? At this moment, the mist finally began to subside, and everyone's gaze went to the faint silhouette of the only other person in the room, seemingly sitting on the chair with leisure. Axel gripped his forehead, feeling a headache coming. He was glad to see Akiko and Martina. But the Minister of Magic? How the hell is SHE here? And it seems like she brought a shit ton of reinforcement with her as well. And for fuck's sake, what's Gorski doing here? He had been trying to locate the men for the whole year. It was only because he couldn't get the information from Gorski that he had to attract the attention of the organization. And he appears now. After he's already gone through so much trouble. If not for those 2 girls, he wouldn't think he was out of danger yet. He slowly let the mist go, revealing himself. At once, all the Aurors subconsciously trained their wands at Axel. It was due to the sheer intimidation he was giving off. This person was most likely the one who did that to 2 bodies lying there. Axel smiled bitterly. Will you guys believe me if I say I didn't kill them? Axel. In a heartbeat, Martina and Akiko rushed over to Axel's side. Martina knelt by his side, gripping his hand. You scared the life out of me. Axel smiled at her. Sorry. Things got out of hand. He said, showing her his stump. Martina shook her head, tears threatening to fall from her eyes. Not funny, she said, finally hugging him. He looked at Akiko. Sorry, couldn't keep them alive for you, he said, nodding towards the 2 bodies. Akiko shook her head, also kneeling down. Your safety matters more, she said, surprised herself that she really meant it. Axel glanced towards the whole group of strangers. Am I going to be safe? He asked. Martina and Akiko nodded. Don't worry about them. Don't worry about anything. All right, he sighed. Tell Daphne. I'm safe and... Axel couldn't finish whatever he was about to say. He just paused, his eyes staring blankly into space. Martina frowned. And what? Axel. Axel. She called, shaking him a bit, but there was no response. The medics, who had finally arrived by now, quickly checked his condition. Body functions are slow. Multiple injuries, and unknown marks. Veins are bluish-purple. He could be poisoned. Gorski's eyes widened upon hearing about the bluish-purple veins. No. He murmured, walking towards Axel. Gorski knew about Theron's twisted nature, and about the horror he calls his pet. They couldn't have done it, could they? Axel is a child. There's no way they'd use it, right? Too bad, his fears turned out to be true. Axel's body had clear marks characteristic to a tormentacle bite. In fact, there were more than one. There were far too many. Poseidon, see, what have they done? He whispered in horror. What is it? Asked Bellatrix, feeling apprehensive. She hadn't seen Gorski react this strongly before. The Painifera. Something much worse than the Cruciatus curse. Just one sting can cause death and insanity due to the sheer amount of pain it causes. It's the cruelest torture one can inflict on someone. Gorski had an absurd look when saying this. What? Bellatrix looked like she was the one who had been tortured. Those bastards. Magical waves rose up around her. What do we do now? Martina was also panicking. She took out the phoenix tears from her pouch. Will this help with the venom? She asked. Wait, let me diagnose his condition properly. They must have already administered him with the antidote, said Gorski, hurriedly taking out an Atlantean equipment. How can you say that with certainty? Asked Bellatrix, still worried about Axel. Gorski raised his eyebrows. Oh, trust me, I know. At this moment, they heard an ear-piercing scream, causing everyone to quickly look at the source. It was then that they found Nymphadora Tonks, who was one of the Aurors who were securing the perimeter, lying on the ground, writhing in agony. There was a jellyfish-like creature near her. Tonks still be clumsy lol. Power stones. Every stone helps. Next chapter, your father was the one who tortured Axel 2 years ago. Next, Atlantis it is. Next, Daphne's guilt. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 152, Axel flexes unconsciously. At this moment, they heard an ear-piercing scream, causing everyone to quickly look at the source. It was then that they found Nymphadora Tonks, who was one of the Aurors who were securing the perimeter, lying on the ground, writhing in agony. Nymphadora. Bellatrix quickly rushed to her side. What happened? Asterisk. But Tonks was in no condition to speak anything. Her mouth was stretched open in a soundless scream, and blood had begun to flow out of her eyes and nose. It's the Painifera. Everyone. Move away from her. Yelled Gorski. He quickly went to Theron's dead body and took out the antidote from his space pocket. Avada Kedavra. He killed the jellyfish-like creature that was lying not far away from Tonks before he approached her. Hold her down. I need to administer the antidote. Bellatrix did as she was told, trying to stop Tonks from thrashing around. It'll be fine. Do you hear me? It'll be fine. Gorski quickly injected the antidote, and only then did Nymphadora regain the ability to breathe again. Kill me, please kill me. She begged, still feeling the pain. It took a few minutes for the aftereffects to fully subside and she fell asleep soon after. Looking at her, everyone felt goosebumps, now beginning to somewhat comprehend just how intense the pain was. That is why I was certain Axel was already given the antidote, said Gorski in the silence. Did they do this, Axel? Asked Martina in horror. Now she understood why Gorski was shaken up when he saw the traces on Axel. Gorski nodded grimly. What you saw was the result of just one sting. Axel has several dozen. I don't know how he's still alive, even with the antidote. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just. What kind of sick monsters were these guys to do that to someone? To a child no less. Quickly check his condition. Said Bellatrix. Gorski strapped the diagnostic equipment to Axel's arm. Very soon, his body's condition was displayed on the monitor in details. But the results? Gorski was so surprised that he began doubting his knowledge and the machine. He couldn't understand what was going on right now. This can't be possible. He murmured. What does that mean? Asked Bellatrix. There's no trace of the antidote in his body, and the Painifera poison is still present in his bloodstream. What? How is that possible? Asked Martina. If that was the case, then does that mean that Axel was talking to them all relaxed all the while having that poison in his body? Exactly my thought. But listen more, the poison is not even the cause of his collapse, said Gorski, scratching his head full of white hair. What was going on here? His main confusion, why the hell was Axel still alive and sane right now? He was able to stay not only sane, but also quite relaxed while that poison was still running through his body. It's as absurd as the Cruciatus not having any effect on a person. I think there is something wrong with his body. Maybe too much poison has had some other side effect. Painifera is a unique creature. Its poison itself doesn't kill anyone. It's the unholy amount of pain that causes the people to either die to escape the pain or go insane trying to bear it. And yet, Axel just now looked completely at ease even when there was so much poison still left in his system. That's why he wondered if something was wrong with Axel's body. But Bellatrix only sighed. You don't need to worry about that. Him not reacting to the venom, I mean. It's just his pain tolerance, isn't it? Said Akiko. Through their many spars, she knew what Bellatrix was talking about. It's really fucking scary when you stab someone but they only use that to lock your weapon in place without flinching and deliver a fatal blow in return. Bellatrix nodded, shrugging off Cruciatus. Yeah, she could understand Gorski's confusion. She was equally incredulous when she had heard from Andromeda that someone was able to do that. She created a privacy ward around the four of them. Axel just has an abnormal pain tolerance. He was able to take the Cruciatus curse for around 10 minutes and come out perfectly sane. She had even blackmailed Axel into seeing his memories of the incident in order to find out how he did it. And now, he has had to go through a similar experience yet again. What's more frustrating is the fact that she is the cause of this incident. If she hadn't bothered trying to lure the organization out in an attempt to destroy them, those overseers wouldn't have found Axel. And this was all after she had vowed to secretly protect him from the shadows. Well, so much for protection. Axel had to go through another inhumane level torture barely a year after the previous one. It made her feel just how incompetent she really was. Just pain tolerance. Gorski shook his head, unable to wrap his head around the information. That's simply not possible. Even if someone could do that, their nerves would. Gorski paused, his eyes widening. Their nerves would receive severe harm. Holy Poseidon, his first year. Martina gasped. So, that's how he was injured, she murmured, tears coming to her eyes. She had always wondered just what could have injured him to the point that he can't even control his body properly. But Axel had always remained silent about the reason. It was because he had put through an inhumane torture. Who did that to him? Asked Martina, truly wanting to kill someone for the first time in her life. Bellatrix had an ironic smile on her face. Dead. He doesn't really need us to take revenge on his behalf, she muttered, glancing at the very dead Atlanteans who had tried to go against him. Martina sighed. Of course. This was Axel they were talking about. Of course they weren't alive. She looked at Axel, who still appeared tough with his eyes still open and posture defensive even though he was completely knocked out and felt extremely worried. If the poison is not doing anything to him, then what the hell is the cause of his unconsciousness? Is it the injuries? Gorski took off his glasses, looking like he couldn't convince himself with the results he was seeing. It's exhaustion. The kind that is theoretically not possible. What does that mean? Asked Bellatrix. Gorski pressed his lips into a line. I don't know what, but something has made him overexert himself in a way that is simply not possible. It's like he has run 1,000 kilometers when his limit is 50. There's a limit to how much our body and mind can take before it shuts down on its own. But this boy. He paused, looking at Axel like he was looking at some unique creature. He has crossed that limit several times over. He has been forcing himself to stay conscious all this time. His eyes are still open because he probably doesn't even have the energy to close them. Now that the danger is gone, his whole body is in what seems to be sleep mode. It has lowered all bodily functions to focus only on recovery. Bellatrix shook her head in pain. What could have caused this? Martina and Akiko had some idea. When they had been attacked by Voldemort, Axel had managed to generate an incredible amount of magic to survive. They couldn't imagine just how he was able to do it, and what price he had to pay in order to do it. But, even then he couldn't rest. In that condition, he somehow managed to defeat the two executives whose powers were beyond their comprehension. There has to be a limit to how much he can take. So, Gorski and Bellatrix couldn't understand, but they could. So, what do we do now? Gorski shook his head. He's in no immediate danger, which is really absurd. I don't know how he did it, but he has even restricted the blood flow at his stump to prevent bleeding. But his arm though? What about his arm? Asked Bellatrix. Can it not be fixed? Gorski shook his head. Well, I can't fix it. He wasn't actually a healer. That diagnosis was more due to the help of the machine rather than his own expertise. Bellatrix turned to the medics, who exchanged looks. It would be a complicated process. There is no guarantee if he'll be able to get full control over his hand. Bellatrix gritted her teeth. Not enough. Is there any other way? Any other healer? Who can do it better? Minister, if I may, interjected Gorski. Have you thought about what you are going to do with Axel now? Bellatrix was flummoxed. What are you talking about? I mean, the Kraken knows about his existence now. Axel is no longer safe at Hogwarts. Even having high-level aurors as his guards might not guarantee his safety. Your point being? Gorski was right about that. Their even high-level aurors can't protect Axel from Kraken. But how does that relate to reattaching Axel's hand? I think it would be better to let the royal family know about this matter now. They can of course arrange for his hand to be fixed with their advanced procedures, he suggested. Bellatrix shook her head. No way. They can't be trusted. Not to mention we don't know what will happen to him once they know he has a rightful claim to the throne. Actually, they can be trusted. They are his family after all. And there would be no conflict regarding the throne since they are desperately in need of someone who can inherit it. They would be beside themselves with joy, Gorski countered. Bellatrix was deep in thought. Actually, she knew that deep down that contacting Atlantis was their best option. But she also knew that it would mean that Axel might never return again. But thinking about it, what right did she have to keep him anyways? Excuse me. Martina interjected at this moment, gathering their attention. How about, we let Axel decide what he wants to do? It should be his decision after all, she reasoned. She knew that Axel was quite independent. He would like to make his own decision. Gorski nodded. We can give him the best treatment we can provide. He can then make the decision whether to go to Atlantis for further treatment or stay here. Martina sighed, feeling a sense of incongruence. Axel, the boy she thought she knew very well, was now suddenly the Prince of Atlantis. He might leave this place to settle there, take the throne. The thought that he might not attend the next year at Hogwarts made her feel sick. Meanwhile, Akiko had already made her own decision, as a hint of resolve could be seen in her eyes. Axel and she shared the same enemy. She would do whatever she could to help. Bellatrix sighed. Whatever happens now, it's pretty clear that Axel's life has been irrevocably changed because of her. In the past 2 years, without her help, he had somehow managed to heal his crippled body and had built himself a good life at Hogwarts. He had even managed to make friends he could trust like these 2 girls despite the emotional wounds she had given. Just when things were once again going right for him, she had once again made his life hell. Now he has the organization hunting for him, just like Tristan. And he had lost his hand and suffered terrible torture due to her. I am so sorry. She whispered, stepping forward to touch his cheek, but... Shin. Blades of water appeared in the air, pointing right at her. Even while unconscious, this woman was a big no to Axel. Daphne waited and waited, but Axel didn't come back for hours. Now she was getting worried again. Though, she knew better than to call or message him. She almost gotten him into trouble the previous time. The last thing she wants is Axel trying to sneak past some enemies and getting discovered due to the notification chime. So, she waited. Finally, she got a call. Though it was from Martina. Hello. Is this Daphne Greengrass? Yes. Daphne, it's me, Martina. Axel asked me to tell you he's all right. Really? Relief washed over Daphne as she sighed deeply. Where is he? Can I talk to him? He's not able to talk to you right now, said Martina evasively. Daphne frowned. It was only then did she begin to think more about the situation. Why didn't Axel call her himself? And how is this Martina with Axel? Where is he? Power Stones. So, should he go public with his identity or not? Well, there's a third way too. Next, Daphne finally knows. Next, Atlantis it is. Latest, Volume 3, A King's Return. Next, meeting with Ant. If you want to read 10 plus chaps ahead and support me. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Come already. Action-packed Atlantis arc is waiting Blackheart. Vote backhand index pointing down, backhand index pointing down, backhand index pointing down. Also, he is not revealing his identity. Chapter 153, she finally knows. Daphne waited and waited, but Axel didn't come back for hours. Now she was getting worried again. Though, she knew better than to call or message him. She had almost gotten him into trouble the previous time. The last thing she wants is Axel trying to sneak past some enemies and getting discovered due to the notification chime. So, she waited. Finally, she got a call. Though it was from Martina. Hello. Is this Daphne Greengrass? Yes. Daphne, it's me, Martina. Axel asked me to tell you he's all right. Really? Relief washed over Daphne as she sighed deeply. Where is he? Can I talk to him? He's not able to talk to you right now, said Martina evasively. Daphne frowned. It was only then did she begin to think more about the situation. Why didn't Axel call her himself? And how is this Martina with Axel? Where is he? Hospital wing. The place was abuzz with activity right now. The best healers from all over the world had been gathered on Minister Black's summons, just to attach a single hand. Hey you. What are you doing there? Go to your post. Bellatrix was really serious right now. She had been too lax about Axel's safety before, which led to him going through all that. Due to her fault, no less. So from now on, she was going to make sure nothing like that ever happens again. Call some more personnel. Make them patrol the corridors and grounds, she instructed. And where the fuck is Dumbledore? She exclaimed in frustration. The school had been attacked and the headmaster was still absent. There has been a situation in the United States, and the headmaster is currently indisposed. We are unable to contact him. Bellatrix cursed under her breath. Let me talk to the embassy. On the other side of the hospital wing, the VIP area had been emptied save for one room for Axel, and the best security had been arranged throughout the area, consisting of Bellatrix's most trusted men. While Axel's operation was underway, a few people concerned were allowed to wait in the VIP. Among them were Andromeda and Nymphadora Tonks Black. Andromeda had been called as soon as Bellatrix returned. She knew more about who to contact for Axel's operation, and she was also concerned for both Axel and Nymphadora. Mum, I understand why Auntie Bella is concerned about him, but what about you? Asked Nymphadora, who had recently gained consciousness. She was sitting on a wheelchair since she couldn't properly stand yet. Tonks could see that her mother seemed really distressed after listening to the whole situation. She could understand that Aunt Bellatrix would be concerned since she knew his dad, but why is her mother looking distressed? Andromeda evaded the question. It's complicated, she said helplessly. Nymphadora shrugged, well, we have nothing but time. When I first saw him, he was a little boy, and he had been put through the worst torture possible, she said, remembering the time. Seeing that the boy was so young, her heart had ached, already knowing that his mind was probably completely destroyed. But when he woke up, he was perfectly fine. Not only that, his maturity, and his composure, you couldn't tell he was just an 11-year-old who had just been through inhumane torture. Could you please untie me? He had asked so calmly and politely, like I was the one who needed calming down. Andromeda shook her head. I couldn't let him go just like that. Suddenly, I had hope. Here was a boy who had managed to come out perfectly sane after going through worse torture than Ted. Nymphadora understood the rest. So, you used him, and that's why you feel guilty now, is that it? Andromeda shook her head. If only it was that simple. She said in melancholy, wiping a small tear from the corner of her eye. He was going to attend Hogwarts the next week, so I offered to take him out to shopping. A smile appeared on her face, remembering the time. First, we got him a haircut and clothes. And suddenly, the boy had transformed into a cute handsome little prince. I was really shocked. But that wasn't it. He was just a little boy, and yet he had his principles. He refused to take things that were expensive, wouldn't accept charity, he had said. Promised to pay it all back, even when I was ready to shower him with money. Regret appeared on her face. So, I couldn't help asking why he would refuse. It was clear that he had little to no money of his own, and neither did he have any parents. He could really use the money, right? Then why would he refuse? Can you guess what he said to me back then? Said Andromeda, looking at Nymphadora. What did he say? Asked Nymphadora impatiently, already immersed in the story. He said, nothing in this world comes for free. If someone is actually treating you nicely, that only means they want something from you. Nymphadora gasped, and Andromeda shook her head. Never in my life had I ever felt so guilty and deeply ashamed of myself. And more than that, I had to wonder what kind of life this boy must have lived, to have such a bleak outlook to life. After spending the day with him, I had already discarded the thought of trying to use him. I had realized something else. What did you realize? I realized that I wanted to change his outlook to life. I wanted him to know that there are better people out there who would help him without wanting anything back. I wanted him to know what it felt like to have a family. I wanted to adopt him. Nymphadora jumped in surprise, but then moaned due to pain. What the heck, Mom? You shouldn't drop bombs like that without warning. She said, gritting her teeth as she endured the after effects of the painifera. Tonks was really taken by surprise. She could have had a brother. Now that is news. Of course, it all failed because she already knew how Auntie Bella ruined it. But still, now that the thought had come, it refused to leave. How are you feeling right now? Andromeda asked, checking Nymphadora's condition. Nymphadora shuddered, still feeling the tremors running through her body. I feel like I've been a naive fool all this time. Never thought it could be this painful. Andromeda hugged her daughter tightly. I warned you about this job. Couldn't you have just become a lawyer? Nymphadora rolled her eyes. Mom. Not now. Andromeda sighed. I just can't lose you too. Do you know how scared I was when I heard what you'd been through? Nymphadora had nothing to say to that. She just looked at the door where Axel was currently going through the procedure to fix his hand. You know, I used to think that Dad was weak. Especially when I heard that a kid survived a full 10 minutes of cruciatus. But now. Nymphadora realized that the fault didn't lie with her dad. Axel was just someone you couldn't compare others with. I still can't understand how he did it, she murmured frustratedly into the silence. Are his senses dull of something? Don't make assumptions, Nymphadora, rebuked Andromeda. She had a pained look on her face. She knew too well how he did it. After all, her sister had been kind enough to forcefully extract the memory of the incident from him. Axel is different. But not in the way you think. He does feel all that pain. As much as you do, said Andromeda. Then how the hell did he bear it? Nymphadora couldn't understand at all. It's his mindset. It's the thing that sets him apart from anyone else I've seen. With every hardship he has faced, while others' minds would have suffered setbacks, he has evolved. Nymphadora only got more puzzled by that. Can you explain in English? Andromeda clicked her tongue. Her daughter must get her dumbness from Ted. What was going through your mind when you experienced that pain? She asked. Tonks had a pensive look on her face. I just wanted it to stop. That's all I could think of. Do you know what Axel was thinking at that time? He wasn't paying attention to the pain. He wasn't feeling sorry for his body. His mind was instead filled with thoughts of revenge, countermeasures, and an overwhelming desire to survive. He never once considered giving in. How? Tonks was stunned. Andromeda shrugged. It's called selective focus. He has knowingly or unknowingly trained himself to focus on things that help him, rather than things that drag him down. Do you understand what I meant now? Many people suffer hardships. And he is unfortunate enough to be one of them. But he has managed to emerge stronger with each hardship. While people like us, we learn nothing and get weaker instead. You would probably break down even faster the next time you go through that pain. Nymphadora opened her mouth, but she didn't have any words to refute. Her mother was right. She was terrified of ever having to go through that again. No. I'm not weak. She decided. I can't be weak. I want to be as strong as him. Andromeda put a hand on her shoulder. You know, you should be careful what you wish for. His abilities have come with a price. What you went through today, he probably has been through such situations many times. Nymphadora shuddered to even imagine that. She could empathize with Axel since she had already been through it once. Must be some tough life. It definitely was. When I first saw him, he was just skin and bones. Numerous scars, and unhealed or partial injuries, it was painful to watch. Nymphadora recalled Axel's figure that was full of robust figure and lean muscles better than Aura's, and couldn't believe it. Really? You have no idea. And his nerves were completely damaged due to the prolonged exposure to the Cruciatus curse. In that condition, he had somehow dragged himself into the St. Mungo's. Nymphadora looked at herself, who was sitting in a wheelchair after just one sting. Comparison is really impossible. At the same time, Daphne, Martina, and Akiko were also sitting not from away. How did you find him? Asked Daphne to Martina and Akiko as they waited while Axel's operation was still underway. It has been a few hours already. Martina hesitated. We got the teleportation coordinates from the traces the kidnappers had left when using the portal. Daphne sighed. Thank you for helping him, she said in gratitude. But there was also the feeling of inferiority. She hoped she could be more competent. She hoped she could be there for him. Akiko scoffed in self-mockery and Martina quickly shook her head. No. You've got it wrong. First of all, he wouldn't have been kidnapped in the place if not for our incompetence. He lost all of his combat power saving us. Martina put a hand on her chest. And I personally would be happy to help in any way possible, she said genuinely. Is that so? Daphne's voice contained suppressed trekancy. She knew it. This girl is an enemy. She looked at Martina with a hint of caution. Martina didn't notice anything wrong. She nodded readily. Of course. I owe him too much already, not counting the 2 life debts I owe him. Martina was drowning deeper and deeper into his debt, and even if she did somehow pay it all back, she would still want to continue helping him. Though, I don't think I'll ever be able to pay him back. Axel rarely needs any help. Even today, all we did was pick him up. He had already killed those 2 before we came. Akiko nodded at that. We were more of a hindrance than help, to be honest, she muttered in frustration. Daphne agreed. Yeah, your arrival really alarmed us both. He had to cut the call because he thought more enemies had arrived. Really? I'm so sore, but then Martina's eyes widened. Wait, he was on call with you before we arrived? She asked in surprise. Daphne sighed. Yes, and it was a really important call too. I had so much to talk to him about. A frown marred Martina's flawless face. This doesn't seem right. At that time, she had been freaking out, completely traumatized, because Axel had left her with his severed hand. And the person he called first was Daphne. For some reason, she felt an unpleasant feeling in her chest at the thought. Sparks were flying between Daphne and Martina. But at this moment, Minister Black, who had just finished attending to the urgent matters, returned to the isolated VIP area, causing everyone to quieten down just by her presence. Bellatrix frowned as soon as she saw Daphne. "What are you doing here?" she asked, stepping forward. Daphne didn't back down. "Because I'm worried for Axel." Bellatrix shook her head. "Who called her here?" she asked the rest of the women around. Martina slowly raised her hand. I was just informing her that Axel was fine." Well, when she did call, Daphne just came on her own. "You." Bellatrix pointed her finger at Daphne. "Get out. Right now. You might have been his friend back then, but Axel has long stopped hanging out with you. I'm not taking risks with Axel's safety." Daphne looked completely baffled. "Who or hell are you to make decisions on Axel's safety? Axel loathes you for some reason, and you don't even know him. I don't trust you with his safety." Bellatrix's magic flared up. "Listen, you little bitch, I owe 3 life debts to Tristan Hunt, Axel's father. I have his best interest at heart. And you don't get to talk about Axel's safety, what your own father did to him." Daphne's eyes widened. "What is that supposed to mean?" she asked. "Oh, you don't know. Your dear father put him through 10 minutes of torture just for his amusement. And you dare talk about Axel's safety?" Time seemed to stand still as the words left Daphne momentarily scattered. "No," she murmured. Bellatrix didn't have time for this. "Are you going or not? There's no way I'm letting him near the daughter of such a sick lunatic at a time like this. Seriously, I can't understand why he even bothers hanging out with you." "Bella. That was supposed to be secret," exclaimed Andromeda, scandalized. "This could out Axel as a murder. Not to mention how bad the girl must be feeling right now." She stepped between Bellatrix and Daphne. "I'm really sorry for what she said, dear. She has been terribly paranoid after knowing about the amount of danger Axel is in because of her." But Daphne wasn't at all listening. Her eyes were still wide open as if she had seen a ghost as she tried to fully comprehend what she had just heard. Daphne began walking away. She couldn't stay here. She couldn't stay near him. Not after knowing that his torture was her fault. Several days later, Axel finally opened his eyes. Still alive. He thought in relief. He hoped life would be easier now. She finally knows. Give me power stones. Come read ahead on Patreon. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 154, Atlantis it is. Andromeda looked at the poor girl walking away, and felt an extremely bad premonition. "Bella, you have to stop this," she admonished severely. Her sister was like a mad dog right now, barking at everyone in her sights. "You need to calm down." "I am calm, Andy. What did I do wrong?" "She's a greengrass. You do know what that implies, right?" Andromeda couldn't refute that. In the pureblood circle, the greengrasses are considered time bombs, or the cursed ones. Their curse could manifest any time, either making them mad or worse. It is believed that Cyrus Greengrass got like that due to the curse. But that's no excuse enough to treat her that way. She's Axel's friend. And she seemed genuinely concerned for him. Come on, Andy. She is either a fangirl or has an ulterior motive. And I have been keeping tabs on him. He has stopped hanging out ages ago. I'm sure he wouldn't give a damn about some random girl. There was hidden bitterness in her voice when she said the last sentence. Not giving a damn about women's feelings seems to be a specialty of hunt men. But before they could talk further, the door to the VIP room opened, signaling that Axel's operation was over. How did it go? Bellatrix urgently asked the healers who had just finished patching up Axel. We've done our best. Unfortunately, some nerves couldn't be properly connected. It might not be as good as it used to be, but he will be able to do basic tasks with his hand. And with due time, we believe there are chances of full recovery. Bellatrix gritted her teeth. It was not enough. With this, Axel's chances of staying here have lessened. But she still thanked the healers for their hard work. Martina stepped forward. Can I see him? She asked eagerly. Of course, but he's still unconscious. After whatever he's been through, his body needs serious rest. Please don't try to wake him up. Martina slowly walked in, and Akiko followed. Bellatrix looked like she wanted to go too, but that happened the previous time flashed in her mind as she just backed away. She had other duties anyway. Martina saw Axel. Earlier, he had been badly bruised due to the beatings he had received, but now the bruises were gone, and his face was clean. He seemed to be resting peacefully now, but there was a small frown on his face. He's cute when he's asleep. A thought randomly came to her, making her startled. Martina shook her and went near. One of his hands had been wrapped in thick bandages, after attachment. She gently grabbed his other hand and concentrated. A somewhat distressed look came upon her face. Axel's magic flow, it was still weak. Please wake up soon, she murmured, squeezing his hand. At this moment, she heard a creaking sound beside her, only to see that Akiko had put a bed right beside Axel's. What are you doing? Asked Martina in surprise. Akiko looked bewildered at Martina's overreaction. I'm tired. I need to sleep, she said simply. What does that mean? I need sleep too, but why are you putting your bed here? Asked in a whisper, so as to not disturb Axel. Because I'm sleeping here? Martina was frustrated. Yes, but why here? She said in a harsh whisper. Akiko shrugged. He's unconscious. And in a lot of danger. I need to protect him. Martina didn't know what to say to that. This reason seems reasonable. Axel was truly in no condition to protect himself. And be it the organization or the Kraken, both were unfathomably dangerous. But, sleeping in the same room as him. As someone with common sense of her previous world, Martina found it inappropriate for Akiko, a girl, to be doing this. Martina got up and took out another bed from her storage space. What are you doing now? Asked Akiko. Well, I can't let you do it alone. I'll help too, she volunteered. Akiko shrugged. Suit yourself. Just don't disturb him. Axel had protected them. Now it was their turn to protect him. In the headmaster's office, a meeting was currently underway, the participants being Dumbledore, Yujiro, Bellatrix, and McGonagall. That's right, Dumbledore and Yujiro had just teleported back using Fawkes the Phoenix when they received McGonagall's Patronus. Is something wrong? We came as soon as we received the Patronus, said Dumbledore. What? Did you not receive the messages and calls that were sent to you? McGonagall asked, looking seriously irked. Well, an incident occurred in America while on our diplomatic visit. Just after our arrival, there was a mass outbreak of Dementors, and we were the prime suspects. Or at least the most powerful potential threats present there at such a vulnerable time. We had to stay under observation for some time, explained Dumbledore. They were strongly discouraged from having any contact with their acquaintances until the situation stabilized, so they had to give up their tools of communication as well. Had McGonagall not tried contacting them using the Patronus, they would still be chilling in America. What in the world happened here? Asked Dumbledore calmly. What happened? Oh, nothing much, said Bellatrix in sarcasm. The whole of Hogwarts was almost wiped out, maybe along with the rest of Britain. Dumbledore's eyebrows went up. Was it Voldemort? He asked, already knowing the answer. There's only one person who had the potential to do that. Where is Rose? He asked with urgency. That, said Bellatrix, pointing her finger at Dumbledore. That is exactly why I want to murder you right now. You already knew that Voldemort was alive, and you already knew that he would come after Rose, didn't you? You knew that he could use her to access this world. That's why you asked me to arrange security for her. But you didn't think it necessary to share it with any of us. What is she talking about, Dumbledore? Asked Yujiro. He knew about Voldemort, but he didn't know anything about Rose. Dumbledore sighed. I had only a faint suspicion. I didn't think it would be wise to alarm everyone just on an old man's hunch. What exactly happened? What is the current situation? There was a Dementor outbreak here as well. That Lockhart, who turned out to be one of Voldemort's followers, kidnapped Rose using the distraction and opened the portal. Said Bellatrix. McGonagall clutched her throbbing temples. Even we learnt of this much later. And if it wasn't for Miss Valentino, Mr. Hunt and Miss Matsushima, Hogwarts would have been overrun with creatures of another world. They had gathered information from Akiko, Martina, and Rose about what had happened, and McGonagall was still having trouble wrapping her head around the whole thing. She recounted as much as they knew about the incident to Dumbledore and Yujiro from the outbreak till how they closed the portal as much as Akiko, Martina, and Rose had told her. Of course, Martina and Akiko had decided not to reveal exactly what had happened, keeping all their abilities a secret. After McGonagall was done, Dumbledore's countenance was extremely severe. Voldemort has become better at hiding himself, and at plotting, he acknowledged. I couldn't detect the dark magic inside Lockhart. And the way he managed to keep us away was also masterful. I'm afraid if not for those three, it would have been too late by the time the news reached us, said Dumbledore gravely. Yujiro gritted his teeth. I told you to not be so understanding and just return. Your peacefulness almost got my granddaughter killed. Yujiro was furious after listening to what happened. His granddaughter almost died while he was away. How is she now? He asked, focusing on Akiko rather than other things. And how are Rose, Martina, and Axel? Asked Dumbledore. Miss Matsushima wouldn't let us examine her condition, but she guarantees her well-being. Rose passed out soon after she had recounted all she had seen. The ritual took a toll on her, but she'll be fine. As for Miss Martina, she is also only tired. But Axel, there was an attempt to kidnap him by a third party shortly after the incident. Is that so? By who? Kraken, said Bellatrix, hatred flashing in her eyes. Both the headmasters were surprised by the news. But Yujiro reacted more strongly to it. Kraken. What were they doing here? He exclaimed. The Japanese ministry has a long-term contract with Atlantis. They hire ninjas in exchange for massive resources. So of course he knew this organization very well. After all, numerous shinobis have died to this damned organization, including his daughter and her husband. But what he couldn't understand was why in the world they would come after someone like Axel. He is the Crown Prince of Atlantis. The Crown Prince? How is that possible? Preposterous. McGonagall nodded, understanding their surprise. Apparently, his mother was the first princess of Atlantis. I don't know anything else. Now the situation at our hands is that the Kraken is going to come after Axel. So, I need you to fully cooperate in arranging for his protection, said Bellatrix. Crown Prince of Atlantis. Dumbledore took off his glasses, taking some time to fully go through the implications of that. I always knew Mr. Hunt was special, but truly, to be the Crown Prince of Atlantis. He shook his head in astonishment. Right now, his eyes had this twinkle that gave Bellatrix the chills. Hey! Hold that thought, growled Bellatrix, leaning forward. Don't you even think about using him in your plans, or Voldemort and Kraken won't be the only entities you will need to worry about. She threatened. Dumbledore was surprised. Bellatrix, I assure you. Leave it, Headmaster. Your kind Granda act doesn't work on me. I know what you must be thinking, and I want you to drop that idea. Keep Axel and Rose out of your schemes. Bellatrix knew how much weight the words Crown Prince of Atlantis held. The person can control the most powerful magical nation in the world. Dumbledore must be having a hard-on right now. If not for the fact that she needed him to protect Axel, she wouldn't have even revealed this information to him. A chuckle escaped Yujiro's lips upon hearing that. Finally, someone said it. The meeting continued for a long time after that as plans were made to arrange security for Rose and Axel. Of course, in their infinite wisdom, they didn't think to consider what Axel might think about all the things they had planned for him. Several days later. In the VIP room, Axel finally opened his eyes. Still alive. He breathed. But for how long? He wondered. His life has been on hell mode for as long as he can remember. He has had so many near brushes with death that he has already lost count. So, how long can he keep this up? His life doesn't seem to have any signs of getting less dangerous. Well, just gotta enjoy what I have, he thought, a person's face coming to his mind. Yes, at least he can have those moments back. The time he can spend with someone who knows and accepts him. He really missed talking to her. He examined his surroundings. The hospital wing again. But, something wasn't right. He could smell a familiar lavender scent, and he could feel a weight restricting his movement somehow. Axel raised his head, only to see long purple hair fill his vision. Axel was alarmed, but he relaxed when he realized that it was just Martina. But this situation, the girl was hugging him like an octopus, her head buried in his chest. Her eyes were closed, signifying that she was asleep. There were 3 beds in the room. Akiko was asleep on one of them, but it seemed that Martina was not using hers. His movement must have disturbed her, because Martina took a deep breath, adjusting her position. Then as if she had found a comfortable spot, she fell asleep again with a contented look on her, as if having a sweet dream. Ah. Martina. Axel tried calling her but the girl seemed to be deep asleep. At this moment, Akiko, who was sleeping on another bed, woke up. You're awake, she exclaimed. Then she looked at Martina and frowned. Not again. She got up and approached the bed. Then without mercy, she kicked Martina off of Axel. Ouch. Martina woke up in pain, rubbing her side which had been kicked. She sighed, Akiko. You don't have to kick me every time. It hurts, she said groggily, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. But she paused as soon as she saw Axel. You're awake, she exclaimed in joy. But then she panicked realizing the situation he must have witnessed just now. I can explain. Well, cover up first, said Axel. I can see your purples. HN. Martina looked down to see that her skirt had her nightgown had ridden up due to her fall, exposing the long legs and of course, the underwear of signature colors. No. So, as it turned out, Martina had been somewhat traumatized after the recent events. She would have difficulty sleeping, and somehow, after she does fall asleep, she could end up climbing into Axel's bed. I'm really sorry. I really didn't do it on purpose. Apologized Martina after she had explained. Well, I didn't kill you, so it's alright I guess. Due to having to sleep on streets, Axel had developed somewhat wild reflexes. If he had felt threatened or uncomfortable, he would have attacked Martina. If she's fine then, that means it's alright. Martina sighed in relief, glad that Axel didn't stretch the matter further. She was already too embarrassed as the matters stand. Axel looked at his hand which was wrapped in bandages. He tried moving his fingers, but couldn't do it at first. It only happened when he exerted more pressure. I'm really sorry about your hand. The healers say you can make a full recovery with proper rehab, said Martina. Or you can get it fixed from Atlantis, said Akiko. Axel raised his other hand, and the Valentino knife appeared in it, which he used to cut off the bindings. Magic hands. Be careful. You won't be able to use it properly for a few days. Martina paused at whatever she was saying when she saw Axel twirling the knife with his newly reattached hand with no difficulty whatsoever. Axel stopped immediately, shaking his head. It's no good, he said, completely dissatisfied. Atlantis it is, then. What? Martina couldn't understand how he was able to use it so well. She couldn't do what he did even with her fully intact hand. And how the hell was it still not good? Was that the max? Asked Akiko seriously. Yep. You really do need to go to Atlantis, she agreed. Wait, can someone explain what the hell is happening here? His hand looks just fine to me. It's because you haven't seen him do it at its peak, said Akiko. And if his hand was alright, you wouldn't have been able to see it now either. It's just that fast. Akiko really thought it would be a crime to lose that level of skill. That's why Axel needed to go to Atlantis. Axel looked around. Anyways, where's Daphne? He asked. The rewards from the system this time were great, and he wanted to share something with her. X2. Akiko and Martina exchanged awkward glances. AN, Power Stones. You can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, Daphne's Guilt. Daphne Greengrass didn't have a pleasant childhood. Even when she was too young to notice the abnormalities, young Daphne had realized that maybe her father did not love her. Why else then would he even look at her no matter how hard she tried to get his attention? He was always busy, often spending time outside, or in the dungeons of their manor bringing lots of sealed cages. She was sad many times by his cold attitude towards her and his cruel words, as if no matter how hard she tried, it would never please him. She had also realized that her mum loved her very much and she did not like Daddy too. Why else would they sleep in separate bedrooms? And why else would her mother come to her in Astoria's room to cry at nights when Daphne pretends to sleep? Mum, why do you always need to see the healer? Are you sick? She had once asked her mother, as she laid weakly in the bed. Even with all the pain, her mum had tried her best to smile tenderly. Mum is fine, honey. Just sometimes, Mum is a little unlucky. Unlucky. That wasn't enough of an answer for young Daphne. So she began trying to find the answer for herself. Too bad, there wasn't much she could find. The basement was off limits and her father would only come home late when she had fallen asleep. Just like that, young Daphne's childhood was spent in confusion, trying to find answers about the peculiarities in her family. Until one fateful night. Slap. Daphne had just woken up to go to the bathroom when she heard that sound from her dad's room. Let me put up the privacy ward first. The girls might, came her mother's voice, but it was cut off due to another blow. Bomb. You think I care? They're both bloody useless. Just like you. Would it have killed you to give me sons? How can you say that? They're your daughters. You need to not remind me, said Cyrus coldly. They're my daughters, that's why I haven't tortured them yet. Why do you think I spend so much time and resources to acquire and torture Muggle children in the dungeon when I have 2 children at home? Listening to the conversation, Daphne, who was quickly making her way toward the voices, stopped in her tracks, her mind trying to process what she had just heard. Please, just let me cast the priva, her mother's voice came but. Snap. The sound of breaking of a stick was heard. Do not touch your wand. You think you can hex me? Alarmed, Daphne, who had been frozen quickly ran towards the room and peeked through the slightly ajar door. The scene she saw inside made her dumbfounded. She saw her mother lying prone to the ground, cradling the broken remains of her wand, while her dad stood over her, pointing his wand at her. At this moment, Daphne, for the first time, saw her mother angry as she turned her gaze at father, angered at the loss of her wand, and the denunciation of her daughters. I was not trying to hex you. Are you so cowardly that you're still scared of me after binding me with the contract, you absolute gutless recreant? It's not my fault that you're impotent and can't even get it up anymore. If your house doesn't have male heirs, that's not my problem, you. Her mother suddenly stopped in her outburst when her eyes met with Daphne's, who had been peeking through the door. "Tali, seal the room." Before Daphne could react, the house elf appeared with a pop. At the same time her father brandished his wand at her defenseless mum. Crucio. The door was slammed shut by magic, blocking her sight along with mother's painful screams, and Daphne was left standing there, completely horrified. From that day onwards, she slowly began to understand. Even though she was too young to comprehend everything she had heard, but eventually, she did. Turns out, her father really didn't love her. All he wanted to do was to sell her to the highest bidder and have her continue the green grass line. Turns out, the reason her mother would sometimes need to see the healer was because she would put her into that condition. Turns out, the reason why her father spends so much time in the dungeons is not because of work, but because the man has a sick hobby of torturing children. Turns out, the meager approval which she craved and for which she used to work so hard for, learning all types of things, was only given to her because it would increase her chances of getting a better spouse to continue the line. But even though she had realized everything, Daphne didn't know what to do with the information. She didn't know how to save her mother, and she didn't know what to say to the bright and cheerful Astoria. Then one day, something happened that made her dead set on what had to do. She was 9. It was just another ordinary day. She was working with Astoria in one of their greenhouses. "Come on, Tori. You have to do it," said Daphne, digging the soil for painting new seeds. "I'm not doing it, Daphne." Astoria stood a distance away, a rebellious pour on her face. The little girl couldn't properly pronounce Daphne's name, so she settled for Daphne instead. "My hands would get dirty. What if I got sick?" "You should not do it either. Just let the workers do it," she urged. Daphne rolled her eyes. "Afraid of dirt and soil? What kind of green grass are you?" Astoria stomped her foot, waving her tiny fist. I am not afraid. I just like to stay clean and not sick." Daphne sighed. She didn't know where, but her little sister had gotten in her head that children get sick easily if they play around in dirt. She got up and grabbed Astoria with her dirty hands. "Listen to me, you dummy. You aren't getting sick. We will take a big bath after this, and all the soil will be washed away." Astoria trusted her elder sister. And she really liked to bath with her elder sister, so the two sisters happily began playing in the greenery. After that, Daphne had to attend her etiquette classes like usual with Rose, Susan, and Hannah, so she bade farewell to her sister. But when she returned, no one was at home. She was taken to the St. Mungo's by the house elf, where she saw her sister lying on the hospital. "Daphne, you said I won't be sick. What had happened?" Her sister had gotten sick. Not by any ordinary sickness. It was blood malediction. The incurable disease. How did it happen? She never got the exact details, but she knew one thing for certain. Cyrus Bloody Greengrass. It was due to that man. Something happened. Something which made Astoria feel such emotional distress that it made the curse of Greengrass line activate in her. It manifested in the form that would deliver the most impact to little Astoria. It took her health, giving her a short and sickly life. It was only after the incident happened that a resolve was solidified in her mind. Even if she was young and weak, it burned bright inside her. A resolve to kill her father. From that day on, she began planning and plotting. But it was easier thought than done. First of all, her father was a paranoid man. He would check everything for poison before consumption. He was also a formidable wizard with sharp senses and a strong body. Killing him was not at all an easy task. Secondly, Daphne was not like her father. She was a normal child. Taking a life, especially one of her father, it wasn't morally, physically, and magically possible for her. It's wrong. That's how she justified her inaction. But she knew deep in her heart that it was the right thing to do, and she was just too much of a bloody coward to do it. Daphne became an unfeeling robot. She would just do things she was supposed to do. She would eat what was given to her, she would study what she was made to study, and she would talk with whoever her father would order her to. She couldn't let know that she was about to kill him, could she? She knew he could read minds, so she strived to not even give him a reason to try reading her mind. All the while, inside her head, she planned and plotted hundreds of ways to kill him. Every night, she had to sleep with the knowledge that her mother and sister have to live with that man for one more day. She was stuck. She was unable to kill him, and neither was she able to live without killing him. It was absolute hell. Just when she had almost lost hope, something happened. He died. The devil that had made life hell for her was gone. Just like that. It was so surprising that it had taken her more than 3 days just to completely believe that fact. Suddenly, Daphne felt free, for the first time in her life. Suddenly, the sky seemed much brighter, the gardens looked much more lively, and the manor, much more homely. She realized she no longer had to behave like she was dictated to anymore. She could do whatever the hell she wanted. And it was all because the devil was gone. Someone had stabbed his balls twice, slit his throat from ear to ear, and stabbed his chest a total of 157 times, as if venting a lot of anger. It wasn't a simple killing. It was a revenge murder. Someone must have had a lot of anger for the men. At that time, Daphne had thought that whoever had done this was an angel, to rid her and this world from the terrible demon. She had thanked her lucky stars that the men had finally pissed off the wrong person. Someone who strikes back. For years, she had tried and failed. But finally, the work was done. Albeit it was late, and someone else had to do it for her, but she cared little about that. After all, she and her family were finally free now, weren't they? All she did was thank the angel a million times in her head. Never even once did she wonder what the men might have done to the angel that was so cruel that they stabbed her father 157 times. Never even once did she consider the fact that she could have saved the person so much trouble if she just had the courage to do it herself. Daphne had gotten her freedom. But at what price? Well, now she knew the answer. Axel's suffering. Daphne gritted her teeth, leaving the hospital ward. Minister Black's words still echoed in her mind. Hatred. Intense self-hatred. That's what Daphne was feeling right now. There was something about Axel that she had noticed after spending so much time with him. It's the fact that he is very good at hiding his emotions. Unlike others, Daphne knew just how much Axel had suffered due to what the Cruciatus had done to him. She could see his pain, even though others couldn't. It would hurt to write, it would hurt to sit, it would hurt to stand, it would hurt to walk, basically, if he's moving, it would hurt. But even if he's not, it would still hurt. So, it wasn't just those 10 minutes that he was tortured. It lasted for the whole year. His whole body was in pain, and no one could help lessen it. Why? Just because she couldn't kill one damned demon who had made so many people's life hell. It was her fault. Back to present. Looking at Martina and Akiko's faces, Axel got a bad premonition. He got up with some difficulty. Limit break is a skill that consumes every bit of power you have at that time, and what you are going to have in the future. Both physical and magic. The effects are not going to go away so soon. What the hell happened? Axel asked the girls. Everything should have been fine. He had thought these two would make sure of that. Martina and Akiko didn't know how to explain it. What were they supposed to say? I think it's better if you see it yourself, said Martina, looking into his eyes. Axel didn't need a second invitation. He delved into Martina's mind, and saw the memory which she had brought to the forefront. With his fast legilimency, the memory was over within a second. Axel came out of Martina's mind, but not before she got stunned by the sheer amount of anger that he leaked into the link. She gripped her forehead terrified. She looked up at Axel who looked completely calm on the outside. Why, didn't you stop her? He asked. His voice was low, but it sent chills down their backs. Axel put a hand to his forehead. Why? Why can't things go right for once? Martina looked like she was about to cry. Her father did that to you, and at that time. At that time, all she could think about was how much hatred she had from Daphne's father. How sick was that man that he made Axel suffer so much? And if she's that man's daughter? Let's say she didn't have pleasant feelings for her. At that time, she hadn't thought much about the situation. But now, feeling the intensity of Axel's anger, she knew she had made a huge mistake. Unlike Martina, Akiko didn't know how bad the situation was. What's the big deal? She asked. We'll apologize to her if she's not as bad as we thought. Axel sighed. If it were only that simple. You know, you might not get the opportunity, he said, beginning to walk out of the hospital wing. They really might not get the opportunity. Because Daphne might have already done something extreme by now after knowing what the bitch Bellatrix revealed to her. Daphne still has that goddamn curse too. But Axel didn't have time to explain all this to them. Neither did he have the time to get angry at them. Heck, he would have already reached Daphne if he could still use his physical and magical abilities. Axel. Please don't move. You're supposed to rest, said Martina. Yeah, the healers have recommended strict rest. We can get her for you, said Akiko. Axel looked at them with a look that said, seriously. Just for a moment, Axel stopped controlling his anger. Shatter. Water particles in the air crystallized, and the magically reinforced windows broke down like glass. Martina and Akiko fell to their knees. Axel's eyes glowed blue as he looked at the two of them. Shut it, will you? There is nothing to fear. That's what I wanted to say before I start getting cursed. Daphne will be all right. Next chapter is a vanilla chapter. Relax. Take deep breaths. In, out, in, out. Anyways, Martina and Akiko trying to stop him at this moment. Women hot beverage. Also, sorry the delay. Something came up IRL. Don't forget my stones. Backhand index pointing down. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Axel kisses Daphne. Shut it, will you? Martina and Akiko suddenly found themselves unable to move, their mouths were sealed shut. Axel's voice. It contained this hint of absolute authority that they found unable to disobey. At this moment, alarmed by the commotion, Oris rushed into the room, trying to understand what had happened, and saw the target they were supposed to protect walking out without a care. Mr. Hunt, please stay where you are. The Minister Black has strictly ordered. Axel couldn't give a fuck about Minister Black's orders right now. Move. Suddenly, everyone was pushed out of Axel's way, creating a path for him. Axel began walking out of the room with difficulty. As soon as he was out of the door, he disappeared. Axel had to find Daphne as soon as possible. He had no idea how she would react to the news, but he had a feeling that she didn't take it well. Right now, he just felt an inordinate amount of vexation towards that Minister of Magic. Would it have killed you to not save her? He cursed his dead father, who had saved this witch not once, but thrice. If only his old man had just let the bitch die, he would not have had to suffer so much due to her. Now, her meddling has potentially put Daphne in danger. To be perfectly clear, everything was his dad's fault. Had the men not brought the keys here, Voldemort would have still been just a harmless little local Dark Lord of Britain that he could have one-shot by now. Well, it is what it is. Now all Axel can hope is for Daphne to be alright. Killing his presence, he entered the Ravenclaw dorms and checked her room. Damn it. Daphne wasn't there. He read the minds of some of the students, and none of them had seen her since the incident. In fact, she had already been reported missing. Axel was hoping that he had been needlessly worried, but now he knew that something was definitely wrong. Where could she be? He tried thinking about where he could find her, and one place came to the forefront. Not long after, Axel stood in front of the abandoned greenhouse. This place was abandoned because the plants here have gotten too wild and dangerous to let the students in. Now it has become a wilderness of its own. But Daphne likes to come here whenever because she's Daphne. She treats the wild plants here like pets. Axel entered the place, all too mindful of the plants, but they didn't seem to be in the mood to attack. They let him pass, even appearing to invite him in. Axel finally found who he was looking for. But Daphne was lying on the ground, unmoving. No. He mumbled, getting closer. She had just regained her memories. Everything was just going back to normal. Then why? What have you done? He whispered, kneeling down and holding her hand. Relief washed over him as he detected a pulse. At least she was alive. But it was very faint. Daphne. Hey. Wake up. He tried shaking her awake, but Daphne showed no signs of waking up. Axel's frown deepened. This wasn't a natural sleep. Something was wrong with her. She was too cold, and her lips are blue. Axel's gaze went to the conspicuous silver-colored leaves lying by her side and his brows furrowed. Damn it, Daphne's voice echoed in his mind. This is slumber shade. Just one leaf and you'll be out like a light. Eat too many and you're gone. That's what she had said, when describing each and every plant in the greenhouse to him. Axel cursed under his breath. What was she thinking? Her lips are blue, meaning she has taken an overdose. Her pulse is also weak. Poison mastery. Axel got to work, gathering ingredients from around the greenhouse. He quickly made up an antidote. Axel couldn't understand why she would do this. He had been unconscious for days. But he was being fed and hydrated while he was unconscious. Daphne, she has been lying here for so long without food and water all this time. It didn't take him long to make the antidote. He quickly poured it in his mouth and fed it to her mouth to mouth. Come on. He muttered. Wake up. Daphne coughed as the bitter antidote went down her throat. As the antidote took effect, she slowly opened her eyes and saw Axel looking down at her, desperation showing on his face. No. Daphne's breathing suddenly quickened. No, put me back to sleep. I can't be awake. She said, her voice hoarse. She suddenly began thrashing around. Her hands went to the leaves of slumbershade lying on the ground and she quickly tried to eat it again. Was there a way that Axel would just sit by and let her do that? He quickly stopped her, wrapping his arms around her to stop her from sleeping herself to death. Let go. Please. Daphne desperately struggled to break free. Stop. Why are you doing this? Exclaimed Axel as he struggled to keep her from moving. They were both really weak right now, so it wasn't doing anyone any favors. I don't want to go through it again. I can't. She wailed. Go through what? Axel couldn't understand at all. The curse. It's coming again. She revealed, shocking Axel. I know I deserve it. It was my fault you went through all the pain. I will accept any punishment, but not this. Those memories are too important. She cried, her hands reaching for the leaves. Axel finally understood. He understood why Daphne would come here. He understood why she put herself to sleep. And he understood why she would do it again even when he is right here. Somehow, she has gotten in her pretty head him getting torture was her fault. The revelation made her have emotions extreme enough that the curse was getting activated again. When that happens, she's going to lose something that will give her the most pain, which would be forgetting him. And she seems ready to rather die than to let that happen. Suddenly, a chuckle escaped his lips, which turned into a full-blown laughter. Fuck, haha, it's only this, he muttered in between his laughs. In this situation, it was so absurd that even Daphne stopped struggling for a moment, question marks appearing in her teary eyes. Can you please enlighten me, Madam Greengrass? How in the three worlds is it your fault that I got tortured? He asked in amusement. It's not funny. Daphne was suddenly feeling very angry at Axel's reaction. If only I had killed that man myself, if only I hadn't been such bloody coward, you wouldn't have had to go through all that terrible pain. She said, tears pouring down her eyes. That's right. It was all her fault. She wondered if getting the curse was really the right punishment for her. Then, said Axel, wiping her tears. I guess I should be thanking you for not killing him, said Axel instead, completely bewildering to her. What? Daphne had expected that Axel might not blame her, she had even expected that he would blame her, but this. Why the hell would he thank her for that? Well, if I hadn't been injured, I would have never met you then. I would still be a petty thief in London. What? Axel nodded. It's true. When I got the letter, I thought someone was messing with me. I wasn't going to come. Daphne's eyes widened. A life without Axel. She shuddered. Now that is far worse than forgetting the memories and still having him. Axel smiled. Well, looks like the curse is not going to activate. Daphne suddenly realized that it was true. Somehow, Axel had managed to make go away. Just being in his presence had calmed her mind enough that the curse was not activating. It means her memories were safe. Daphne was so relieved. Now, other priorities. She threw away the slumber shade she had just picked up and lunged onto Axel, tackling him down into a tight hug. I missed you so much. She mumbled, her face buried in his hair. She suddenly bit his ear. Ouch! Exclaimed the guy who isn't fazed by the cruciatus. What was that for? You almost gave me a fucking heart attack by that call. Don't let anything like that happen again. Axel laughed. I'll try. You. Daphne hit him in annoyance with her weak hands. Hey. Knock it out. They began messing around on the floor without a care that they were getting messy in the dirt while laughing. But slowly Daphne stopped smiling as she slowly separated herself from him. She shook her head. I don't deserve to be this happy. I can't. Axel got up from the ground. What's the matter? Daphne shook her head. You are just saying you don't mind, but I do. I saw your suffering. And I made you go through all that. Maybe not forgetting you, but I can't be allowed to get away with it without repercussions. Daphne was angry. At herself. If there was someone else in her position who was so weak and pathetic to not kill the one man responsible for everything, then she would have wished the worst fate possible on that weakling. What are you talking about? I'm fine now, aren't I? And you have to trust me, it's for the better that I went through that. Daphne was not having it. Surely, not going through that would have been worth it, right? Daphne dug her nails into her palm. Can you please just blame me? I need to do something with all this guilt. Daphne, it's not your fault. My life before, it's better off this way. At least cast a few cruciatuses. Please. She begged. Seeing her being so adamant, Axel sighed. There's no choice. You'll have to see it for yourself, said Axel, clenching his jaw as he grabbed her by her cheeks. Daphne didn't understand what Axel meant by that. But as soon as their gazes met, she suddenly found herself standing transported to a different space, completely disorienting her. Fuck. How did we get here? She asked in confusion. They were on Hogwarts grounds, then how the hell did he do that? Relax. It's a memory, said Axel, his countenance serious. A memory? The place felt so real that she couldn't even tell. This is much better than a pensieve. Daphne looked around the place more curiously now. Axel has hardly talked about his life outside Hogwarts, so Daphne is eager to receive anything he reveals. They were currently in a dark alley, surrounded by buildings. It was cold, so cold, and a rancid smell hung in the air. Daphne wrinkled her nose. Where are we? She couldn't help but ask. Why would Axel even come to a place like this? Axel shrugged, looking at the place with a hint of nostalgia. This place, it used to be my home. Home. The words that reached Daphne's ears left her utterly dumbfounded. What did he mean by home? Yep, Axel nodded in affirmation. She thinks that was the worst he had gone through. Well, maybe. But he has to show her that it might as well be called just another day in the life he had lived. Maybe then she wouldn't feel so guilty. They watched as the dumpsters in the alley opened and a younger Axel emerged from inside. Daphne gasped, her hand moving to cover her mouth. She couldn't believe it. She just couldn't. It's you? She asked in a whisper, even though she already knew the answer. It was just how different the appearance of the boy she was watching was. Axel looked nothing like his current self. His hair was wild and overgrown, covering most of his face, which was sunken, with bruises all over it. The little boy could not have been more than 8, and looked nothing like the Axel she was used to. But those striking amber eyes were still the same, calm and rebellious. Daphne couldn't help stepping forward. She couldn't see Axel in this condition. But she realized that it was just a memory. As they watched, young Axel stepped out of the dumpster after looking around cautiously. His stomach growled, making him frown. They watched as he walked up to the most busy street, his eyes going everywhere. There was a slight limp in his steps from a previous injury. What are you trying to do? Asked Daphne. She had no idea how Axel was going to manage to eat. Surely there must be a place where they feed children. Axel scoffed. Not one I was aware of. I'm trying to steal the money. Daphne felt nothing wrong with that. What choice did he have? She felt it was even alright to mug someone as long as the boy she loves can live better. Axel walked on the road for a long while. He was, of course, trying to steal some money to buy food. But it wasn't working out well for him in the beginning. He was too conspicuous. People would take distance whenever or just keep an eye on him since he looked suspicious. There. That guy's purse was practically hanging out. Why didn't you steal that? Asked Daphne. Did you look at him? He looked like he could barely pay for his own meals, said Axel. At this moment, an old lady walked by him who had dropped her purse. Daphne breathed a sigh of relief, since Axel could finally eat now. Maybe get his injuries fixed. It hurt her to see him limp. Little Axel looked at the purse, then at the old lady. He sighed. Picking up the purse, he walked back to the old lady. Watching little Axel's actions, Daphne felt a lump in her throat. You were such a gentleman thief, she said, gripping his hand. She'll at least reward you for this, right? Axel said nothing to that. At this moment, it just so happened that the old lady also noticed the absence of her purse. Turning around, she saw Axel holding it out. Thief! You dirty thief! Help! This boy stole my purse. Oh my lord, please help. Instantly, everyone on the busy street that their attention focused on Axel. Axel looked at Daphne, who looked beyond outraged at this moment, and shook his head. This was just the beginning. The outside world can be a cruel place. Power Stones. Well, technically the title is not wrong. He did kiss her when feeding the antidote. Next, Bellatrix's retribution. Next, sleeping together, ahem. Somewhere in future, meeting with Aunt, Princess of Atlantis. Come read 10+ chapters ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 157, The Curse's Cure. The outside world can be a cruel place, Axel told her. Daphne watched as all the pedestrians on the street surrounded little Axel in the memory. Hey! I was just returning it. She dropped it. Little Axel tried to tell everyone the truth of the matter, but it didn't seem like anyone believed. Yeah, you were, weren't ya? Said one of the men sarcastically. Stealing from an old lady, don't you have any decency? The other people also began condemning Axel, not at all listening to what he had to say. He had already been branded the thief, no matter what. Little Axel knew he was in trouble. He threw the purse and tried to run, but couldn't run far with his injured leg before he tripped and fell. The chivalrous men surrounded him, wanting to punish him even when he had already thrown away the purse. Little Axel curled himself in a ball as punches and kicks rained down on him. Unlike his future self, he had almost zero special abilities and skills. Even his tolerance to pain was very low, causing him to grunt and groan with each blow. Daphne couldn't watch it. What are they doing? You were just a kid. Who beats up someone as young as that? Axel had learned something the hard way. People don't hold back no matter the age. A thief is a thief, he told her. They're monsters, growled Daphne. I still don't understand how they can do it. Axel shrugged. All these people, they've all got a lot of aggression inside them. They just hold it back because of the rules. But when they catch a criminal, especially a thief, it's like they're given a license. They stop thinking of you as a person and just unleash their aggression, he explained. Their conscience is clear, since the thief clearly deserves it, he said, looking at himself getting beaten to a pulp. There was hidden bitterness in his voice that Daphne was able to discern. Tears began falling from Daphne's eyes. I'm so sorry you had to go through. She hugged him, unable to see the scene anymore. When will it stop? Axel didn't answer, only looking at the scene with cold eyes. Once the crowd was satisfied, they dumped him into an alley, but not before spitting on him and hurling obscenities. Bloody bastard. Stealing from an old lady. Deserves every bit he got. Think twice before stealing, you son of a whore. Son of a whore. They're saying that to the Prince of Atlantis. Thought Daphne, positively murderous by now. If she ever encountered these people someday, she wouldn't hesitate to kill this time. Axel shook his head. It's what I believed at that time, that my mother was a whore who didn't want the burden of a son, he said, reading Daphne's thoughts. He had heard such insults so many times that he had begun to wonder if they were true. It made sense. It would have messed with her business, right? Daphne only felt more sad by that. Tell me you got medical help after this, she said, looking at his condition with heartache. Before Axel answered, something happened in the memory. Well. Look who it is, someone said as rowdy noises came from the end of the alley. People emerged from the darkness, and it didn't seem like they were there to help him. You've got to be kidding me, said Daphne, completely flabbergasted. Axel has just been through hell, and it's still not the end. Axel nodded. Exactly my reaction every time it happens, he said, glad to have someone else feel the absurdity for once. Kid Axel, who was barely conscious, desperately tried to run, but all he managed was to drag himself a few feet before he was surrounded again. Aha, not so fast at running now, are we? Asked the person in the lead. Scars has been trying to find you. Kid Axel didn't say anything. He just looked at the sky, as if finding someone to curse for his shitty luck. Scars? Asked Daphne. Axel shrugged. My mortal enemy at the time. He used to be a gang leader. Of course, he's dead now. Of course. In the memory, little Axel said something in a low voice. Eh? What was it? Didn't quite catch it, said the leader, leaning down. Tell Scars to go fuck himself, he said more clearly this time to the men who had bent down, as he smashed a piece of concrete lying around into his skull. The men cursed, falling to the ground in pain. Axel tried to fight more, but he was quickly overwhelmed. And this time, the blows were even more merciless. Fortunately, the police siren sounded not long after, causing the men to run away in a hurry, leaving Axel lying in the ground, beaten to an inch of his life. Daphne was crying, and her head was buried in his chest. This was too much for her. Do you see now? Asked Axel, raising her head. There's more. The scene shifted into the one where a scarred man was slashing Axel's face, who was being held down by a group of thugs. The Axel in the memory screamed, and the scene shifted again, this time he was being beaten by a group of coppers. The scene shifted again, and again. Slowly at first, but then it got faster, before they split into different scenes, each of them containing a younger Axel getting beaten, or suffering some kind of torture. Axel looked at Daphne, who had a blank look on his face upon seeing just how many there were. My life still wouldn't have been ideal. It would be much worse than it is right now. True, I might have suffered less, but I would still be alone, unable to trust anyone, he told her. Even though it hurt, her eyes greedily devoured every bit of knowledge they could gain about Axel's past. Axel stopped it before it got too much, as they returned to sitting in the greenhouse. So, he said. I've stopped blaming third parties for whatever happens to me. Because there are just far too many of them. The ones I blame are the people directly involved, and me and my shitty luck. The only thing I care about from that incident. It's that the person directly responsible is dead. It's that I am now strong enough to even handle 10 of him. It's that I came to Hogwarts due to that incident. It's that I even bothered talking to you because of our mutual hate for the men. It's that, we would never have been friends if not for that incident, he said, as Daphne wiped her tears. Daphne nodded. She understood now. But she found difficulty breathing as Axel's screams still rang in her mind. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. She knew Axel's past life was bad, but this. It is beyond her comprehension how he is even standing alive and well right now. Daphne shook her head, clearing her thoughts. What was she doing? Overwhelmed just by witnessing a fraction of his pain. Pathetic. She now understood why Axel never talked about his past. Because he knew that people would look at him like he was some sort of pitiful creature. But, he had shared it with her, because he trusted her. He trusted her enough to take the information and understand his point of view. And not judge him for his past, or get overwhelmed. He's strong and independent. He doesn't need her pity, just her understanding. So, said Axel, holding her hand as he smiled. You still blame yourself? He asked playfully. Still want me to torture you, Miss Hurt-Me Greengrass? Daphne shook her head. She felt so embarrassed right now. She looked at Axel. Really looked at him. The past him looked like a completely different person now. Now his eyes were more alive than ever, he was in a much better place, and most importantly, he was happy. It gave her such contentment to see the vivid changes. She felt like the time she spent trying to break his shield, even after getting rudely dismissed, was worth it. And now, thinking about her guilt, an ironic smile came upon her face. I was too naive, she murmured, wiping her tears. After the things you've been through. She understood now. After the things he had been through, he had simply stopped caring whose fault it was. He has been through so many such situations that he'd rather just blame his luck than every person involved. It was a bleak mindset, but it was realistic, considering the number of times it has happened to him. If he even started involving third parties like her for every case, then just how many people would he have to hate? It would drive anyone crazy. Daphne sniffed. My guilt does seem rather absurd, now that I see it from your point of view. And I understand why you would laugh when I was calling myself responsible for what happened to you. Axel sighed. Well, as long as you understand. But. Daphne's eyes suddenly narrowed as she pinched his hand in annoyance. It wasn't a funny situation. I was about to lose all the memories once more. If I had to go through that all over again, I swear I would have killed myself this time. Axel winced. Yeah, about that, I wasn't really worried about it. Sorry. Because I have the cure to your curse now. The world stopped for Daphne. What did you say? Axel nodded. He had finally found the final ingredient. You hurt me. I can remove that curse of yours. Forever. Daphne's mouth remained opened. Her eyes became unfocused as she fully comprehended the meaning of Axel's words. She shook her head. Axel, it's not funny to even joke about it. Don't give me hope, you know I'll trust anything you'll say. Daphne would believe anything Axel says. Because Axel really doesn't joke around about such things. But this was simply beyond the realm of possibility. For generations, many have tried and failed. But all they've ever managed is to deal with the form it has manifested into. At the price that it would return any time, maybe even manifest into something else. That curse. She said. It's not like other bloodline curses. Others disappear after a few generations. But ours has been in the family since forever. No one in the world can fully cure it. Axel nodded. I do know the extent of your family curse, you know. It's from a different world, right? He asked, as if it was not a big deal. Daphne widened her eyes. Did my mum tell you that? It's unbelievable, right? Axel shook his head. He checked the system interface once again. Surviving through that ordeal definitely had its rewards. Congratulations on beating the overwhelming odds and surviving. Approval rate, 50%. Rewards. Congratulations. New feature unlocked, Alliance. You can now form alliance with the people you select and help them get systems perks through you. Current allies, 1. Daphne Greengrass, default. Class, none. Status, curse afflicted. Congratulations. You have unlocked the bloodline feature. Current bloodline. Atlantian bloodline, awakened 21%. Can be awakened further by going to Atlantis. Allies bloodline. Daphne Greengrass. Euro-yen dollar times increment cent bloodline, dormant, but on the verge of awakening. Can be awakened by lifting the curse. He had gotten a new feature. An ally system. He can help them get some benefits of the system with it. For example, Daphne can now get a class 2. As she can get a custom training of her own. But of course there are limitations. She wouldn't get a system. Every new training knowledge and skill the ally unlocks would have to be passed to them through him, everything they learn would be visible to him, and he can terminate the alliance anytime. Finally, the ally must not hold any serious ill intent towards him, or he'd be informed. And lastly. Bonus reward, the curse's cure. The Greengrass curse is not an ordinary one. Its origin can be traced back all the way to the Ether World, the cradle of magic. The final ingredient to activate the ritual is the wood of the world tree, which can only be found in Ether World. Fortunately, your wand happens to be made out of it. Congratulations, you have all the ingredients. It felt like the system was trolling him. He had the ingredients all along. And he only gets them when Daphne already has her memories. Axel smiled at Daphne. Shall we get rid of that curse already? He asked. Daphne was still in disbelief. Can we really? She grabbed his hands in hers, which were practically shaking with nervousness right now. The curse. It had affected her whole life. It was not a secret in the high circle. Everyone knew that the Greengrass family was a ticking time bomb, they just never said it to her face. From childhood, she was taught a clemency, not because of the benefits it gives, but to be emotionless all the time, so that the excess emotions don't bring out the curse. Seeing the impact it had on her dad and Astoria, Daphne had decided to never marry, to never have kids would have also had to live a cursed life like theirs. She had spent her whole life scared of it, and was resolved to spend the rest like that too. And now, can she really get rid of it for good? We can. Axel nodded. The knowledge on the exact procedure on how to do it was in his mind, along with the detailed explanation about the reason behind each and every minute detail, and he had thoroughly analyzed it to be safe. I won't joke about this, he said seriously. Daphne nodded, overjoyed. But the smile slowly drained from her face when her gaze went behind Axel. You little bitch. Didn't I tell you to stay away from him? A voice exclaimed in anger, causing Axel to turn around, his good mood leaving him. Someone could not wait to get what they had coming. Vote with power stones. Next, retribution on Bellatrix. Well, she's been begging for it. Next, first time, a night of reunion. Come read ahead and support me. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 158, Bellatrix's Retribution. Chapter 158. Axel turned around to see Bellatrix standing in the entrance, glaring at Daphne. You have some nerve coming to seek death on your own. He said, standing up. Axel had too much anger for Bellatrix. But Daphne pulled on his hand, knowing he would be angry. Please, don't. Not because of me. Let's just leave, all right? Axel shook his head. No, she deserves it. He hadn't failed to notice the fact that if the curse had returned, Daphne might have really killed herself by now. Axel never forgets to pay back what he's owed. And the revenge with this woman, it's been in order long before she even hurt Daphne. She will pay, he repeated, stepping forward. But Daphne wouldn't let him do it. She hugged him, not letting him move. Please. Can you not? As far as she knew, Axel was taking revenge because Bellatrix caused her to go through the curse again. Of course Daphne wanted revenge for that too. But Daphne knew that the woman ultimately wanted the good for Axel. Plus, she is the extremely powerful minister of magic. Daphne didn't want Axel to get into any more trouble because of her. Especially against a minister who is on his side. With that crazy organization coming after him, she wants him to have all the support he can get, especially since she herself is so utterly useless to him. Revenge is not the way. Don't do it. Please, she asked pitifully. Axel sighed. I hate it when you use that tone, he said, separating from her. But he held off on going savage, for now. Bellatrix was surprised to see Axel and Daphne being so intimate. Axel. You really need to rest right now. Why are you here? And you, she said, glowering at Daphne. Stay away from him. Axel frowned. Oi. You delusional spinster. What gave you the outrageous assumption that you have any say in my life? You are dead the next time you insult my friend. Apologize to Daphne right now and I'll consider letting you go for now, said Axel. If Bellatrix was surprised previously, she was positively suspicious now. Axel sticking up for a girl. Especially one that he had already stopped interacting with a while ago. She glared at Daphne, understanding that the bitch had once again trapped Axel somehow. Axel, why are you defending her? You do know that her father tortured you, right? Your friend. You guys were no longer friends, but she has returned now that you are famous. Please understand, Axel. She is not someone you should be associating yourself with. What the fuck? You've been stalking who I interact with. Axel was truly creeped out. But Daphne ignored the things Bellatrix said. Her mind was only stuck in her previous sentence. Wait, you are recommended rest. You haven't recovered. Why did you get out then? She asked in panic. Just now when they were messing around, she had felt that Axel was rather weak, but she had just thought that he was going easy on her. She had no idea he still hadn't recovered. Axel was exasperated. Well, I'd rather rest too. But I had to come and see if you had killed yourself, he said, pushing the tip of her nose with his finger. Daphne blinked, looking sad again. It's all my fault. I always end up being a burden. Are you blaming yourself again? Did I show you all those memories for nothing? No. Sigh. I get it. But you are going to have to rest from now on. I'm going to take responsibility for disturbing your rest. Here we go again. Axel and Daphne began arguing like a couple, as if there was no one here with them. Meanwhile, a certain minister who was completely ignored. She couldn't believe it. She refused to believe it. She has been keeping tabs on Axel for a while now. And the Axel she knows, he can never be this gentle with any girl. And neither is he so talkative or so happy. Just like his father wasn't. It is simply not possible. It's too out of character for him. There was only one explanation to this. Magical influence. That blonde bimbo had used some kind of witchcraft on Axel to influence him. And the realization made her extremely angry. Looking at the little bitch looking all doe-eyed at Axel whom she had trapped, Bellatrix decided she needed to know the consequences doing something so despicable. You, she said, pointing her wand at Daphne, causing her to scream in pain. You've done something to him, haven't you? I bet it was one of those love potions. How dare you? She asked, using her magic on Daphne. There were many types of love potions invented by now. Bellatrix suspected this girl had dosed Axel with one of the forbidden ones. It all happened too suddenly. Axel had tried to move in front of Daphne. But with the condition of his body, he was too late. By the time he came in front of her, she had already taken the damage from Bellatrix's spell. Daphne began falling to the ground. She hadn't had anything to eat or drink for the days Axel was asleep. She was in an extremely weak state to begin with, and Bellatrix's spell, whatever it was, put her right into unconsciousness. Even as he caught her and gently laid on the ground, Axel's ears were ringing, seeing Daphne getting hurt, yet again. How could this happen? He wasn't expecting Bellatrix to be mad enough to do this. Daphne. Axel tried shaking her, but she wouldn't wake up. No. This can't be happening. He was feeling so relaxed just a few moments ago, thinking that everything would be all right. But now, everything changed in an instant. Why? He murmured, his gaze turning to Bellatrix. Why would you do this? Even after she just protected you? He asked, even as a tidal wave of anger rose up in his mind. If not for Daphne's urging, Bellatrix would have already been suffering right now. Of course, kindness is never rewarded, is it? Crack, crack, shatter. His occlumency shield broke down by the violent mental energy that had surged in his mind. Axel, your condition. A red alert came from the system, which wasn't even registered in Axel's eyes. He didn't know what came over him. But he was on Bellatrix in an instant, pinning her down by her throat with all his might. Water appeared around them, surrounding them, a whirlpool that would stop anyone from interfering. Axel. Cough. You have to stop. I'm on your side. Choked Bellatrix. But Axel didn't listen at all. His mind was filled with too much anger to care. This woman. She has crossed the line too many times. First Daphne almost got the curse again because this woman couldn't keep her mouth shut. And now she had, for some reason, gotten in her head that Daphne had used love potions on him. Axel didn't care whether her intentions were good or bad. If she's going to hurt Daphne due to them, she needs to pay. He had tried holding back. Well, lots of good it did to him, didn't it? Axel was done holding back. He looked down at Bellatrix with absolute loathing. He wanted her to pay. He wanted her to understand the price of hurting Daphne, not once, but twice. He wanted her to feel the worst pain he could imagine possible. Suddenly, Bellatrix began screaming, pure terror filling her eyes. She was no longer in the greenhouse. She was surrounded in a blur of memories, living through all of them intermittently. Somewhere, she was getting her bones broken, somewhere she was getting slashed, somewhere she was going through the cruciatus, somewhere something even more intense than that. Bellatrix was feeling the worst torture she had experienced in her life, but even still, Axel didn't feel satisfied. He wanted her to realize exactly how far out of her line she was, at coming over and trying to dictate his life. And then hurting the people he cares about. You think you can have any say in my life? His voice reverberated in Bellatrix's mind, who was hoping beyond hope for the pain to stop. The unbearable pain continued, but this time, memories that flashed in her mind were of the time she first met him 2 years ago. You think she did this for our kindness? You are a nobody. She's just using you. She just wants to know how you resisted the curse in order to cure her husband. Let me read your mind and we both go separate ways. She saw herself uttering those cruel words from Axel's eyes, and his feelings were also vividly felt by her. He was still naive back then. He was just this homeless kid with nothing to his name, and had just found out that he might have been permanently disabled, and may have to live the rest of his life feeling jolts of pain running throughout his body. But then this kind woman named Andromeda comes along and treats him so kindly for no reason. Axel knew better, but he couldn't help himself. He had trusted her. And he had allowed himself to hope that perhaps he could trust them. He was actually very happy that day. Until She barged in and destroyed his happiness with such cruel words that it made him feel there was no one he could ever trust again. And what's worse, she enjoyed every second of it. That is until she found out that he was not a stranger. But, does that change anything for him? No. He might be someone she needs to protect now, but for him, she was still the same bitch who took pleasure in thoroughly crushing him. Bellatrix was still feeling the pain, but now, her conscience was hurting even more. She was crying. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That's all she could repeat in her mind, over again and over again. She heard Axel's furious voice again. You think that's all you did? Wrong. The pain didn't stop, but this time, the memories were of Axel's life afterwards. How distrustful Axel was about the whole world after what she did to him. How he would push away anyone who tried getting close to him. How much hatred he had for her. It took a lot of time for me to recover from that. The memory showed his first meeting with Daphne and their gradual friendship. How Axel wouldn't trust her, no matter what she tried. How Daphne still smiled every time, despite his cruel and ruthless words of rejection. You think she used magic on me? Look clearly. It's called being kind, something can't understand. She is the one person I can trust fully. You then barge in, again, and almost destroy everything. The memory showed just how much Axel meant to Daphne, that the curse manifests as her losing all her recollection of him. And how close to death Daphne was after Bellatrix, in all her brilliance, had decided to reveal that her father was actually one who tortured the person she loved. I almost lost her. With the increased fury, the pain magnified, if that was possible. But now, something had changed. Bellatrix no longer resisted. All the torture she received, she willingly accepted it. She knew deserved every bit of it. What she had done was really unforgivable. Kill me. Please. That's all she desired. She didn't deserve to live. All this time, for the sake of her family, she had done terrible things to many people. And she never felt an ounce of guilt for it. But hurting Axel made her feel guilt that was far more unbearable than any torture. She was truly a flawed person. Dying by Axel's hands, it was her salvation. At this moment, a soft hand gently came to rest on Axel's eyes, closing them and thus ending Bellatrix's suffering. It's enough. Please don't be like my father. Axel had already made up his mind. He was going to keep torturing Bellatrix until he was satisfied. But his rage dissipated as soon as he heard that scared voice, slowly making him come to his senses. When the hand was removed, Axel opened his eyes and blinked, snapping out of whatever state that had come over him. He looked down at Bellatrix and was surprised to see her state. Kill me. Was all Bellatrix could muster saying. And, should he kill her? Power Stones. Next, sleeping together. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster2. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Sleeping Together. Axel blinked, shaking his head. What in the world happened just now? He didn't know exactly how he did what he just did. He looked at Daphne's scared face and suddenly didn't feel so good. Are you all right? He asked her, completely ignoring Bellatrix for now. Did the spell hurt you? We should go to the hospital ward. Daphne slowly calmed down upon seeing the previous Axel back again. She hugged him feebly, still looking distressed. I'm fine. Just weak. But her stomach rumbled loudly at this moment, causing her to blush. Well, I could use some food as well, I guess. Axel sighed in relief. We'll get you food. But first. His gaze shifted back to Bellatrix, who was lying on the ground. Bellatrix was in a horrible condition right now. Her face was bloody red, due to various blood vessels exploding and bleeding from eyes and nose, and a pungent odor wafted in the air, as her bladder had loosened while in pain. Kill me. She repeated. Axel was still contemplating that, but Daphne shook her head, looking down at Bellatrix with cold eyes. No, she decided. That will be way too easy for you. You said you owed 3 life debts to his father that you want to return to Axel, right? Well, rather than paying them back, you've only made trouble for him instead. I'm not letting that happen. You sure about this? She might try to hurt you again, Axel warned her. Although chances were pretty low after what he had done, Bellatrix was one psycho bitch, and there's no telling exactly what changes will occur in her after this. Daphne wrinkled her nose. Just look at her. Is there someone who would dare to hurt me after you do this to them? Axel shrugged. Well, you never know, he said, as he began rummaging through his pouch. A parchment. But Daphne was confused when Axel just brought out a piece of parchment from his pouch. A contract, he said, as he began writing the terms on it. Daphne had an uncomfortable look on her face. Just like torture, she disliked contracts as well, since her mother was trapped in one for a long time. Do we have to do it? Annoyed, Axel showed her the terms he was writing. This wizarding contract, is entered into as of, date, by and between Axel, last name, hereinafter referred to as Party A, and Bellatrix Black, hereinafter referred to as Party B. Whereas, Party A has a vested interest in the safety and well-being of Daphne Greengrass and her family. Now, therefore, in consideration of the mutual covenants contained herein, Party A and Party B agree as follows. Non-harm clause, Party B agrees not to cause any harm, directly or indirectly, to Daphne Greengrass and her family, including but not limited to physical harm, emotional distress, or any form of magical interference. Any breach of this clause shall be considered a material violation of this contract. Secrecy clause, Party B also agrees to never reveal anything about the relation Party and Daphne Greengrass. Consequence of breach, in the event of a breach of the non-harm clause, Clause 1, and secrecy clause, Clause 2, Party B acknowledges and agrees that severe consequences will ensue. These consequences include, but are not limited to, immediate and irreversible magical consequences that may result in significant harm to Party B, including but not limited to loss of magical abilities, incapacitation, or, in extreme cases, loss of life. Everything written was for Daphne and her family. He hadn't added anything for himself. What about you? What if she tries to harm you? Axel scoffed. She can try. Whatever the case, Axel didn't really fear a mere Bellatrix after having faced the organization and Voldemort. His only concern was Daphne and her family. Since he had thoughtlessly revealed it in his anger, Bellatrix now knew exactly how much Daphne meant to him. If she ever becomes an enemy in the future, she knows exactly where to strike. Axel still added a few more things which included Bellatrix not killing herself before he was done. Please. Bellatrix really didn't want to live anymore. Her family all had their own families now. Tristan was already dead, and Axel didn't need her, and instead hated her, and rightly so. But more than anything, she hated herself too much. Daphne took the contract and bent down to look at Bellatrix with cold eyes. Sign it. You aren't allowed to die yet. Bellatrix saw the contract through blurry eyes. She said something, but it was too indecipherable to hear. Axel read her mind and clicked his tongue. What a crazy bitch, he muttered under his breath, but added one more condition. Come in already, said Axel, stepping into the circle of immortality that he called his living space. Daphne stood in the door, looking at it in astonishment. This is where you live? She asked, looking at the lavish interior. This place looked like it was designed for royalty. Axel shrugged. Dramatic upgrade, isn't it? Dumpster too, well, this. Daphne shook her head as she stepped in. No, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that, it feels so lonely, desolate. Don't you think so? Axel looked at her with blank eyes. Seriously? Such a great place to live, completely safe and secure, comfortable, warm, and rain-proof. And that's the first thing you notice? That it's lonely. After hearing Axel's point, Daphne felt that she was quite insensitive and privileged. She was now extremely happy that at least now he was living well, albeit still by his lonesome. Axel briefly introduced the room. That's my bedroom, that's the luxury bathroom, that's the kitchen, and those are spare bedrooms. That's all right, Daphne nodded impartly before gripping his arm. But now, about your condition. Tell me exactly how it is, she said, using a strict tone. Axel looked away. I'm fine. Please, no bullshit. It's me, Axel. You can tell me. Axel blew a breath in annoyance. It's nothing serious. I can't do magic anymore for a while. Neither can I strain my body. And this hand isn't moving properly. That's all. That's all. Yeah. Daphne rolled her eyes. It's so bad, and you are saying that's all. Why have you been going around torturing ministers of magic when you are in such a bad condition? Rest now. Well, I was only worried. I don't want to hear it. I would have been fine on my own for a few more days. You should worry about yourself. You need to rest right now, she said, dragging him towards his room. But you've had no food. Later. Daphne dragged Axel into the room he called his bedroom and pushed him on the bed. She once again realized how bad his condition was when he fell down easily despite trying to resist. She then hoisted his legs on the bed as well, only to realize that he had been barefoot all this while and his feet were soiled due to the soil in the greenhouse. Merlin. You could have at least put on some slippers before coming for me, she said, applying a cleaning charm on his feet. Even though her demeanor appeared strict outside, her heart was being pierced by arrows. He really cares a lot about me. She proceeded to put pillows under his head and cover him with the quilt. You stay here. I'm bringing food, she ordered, before hurrying to the kitchen. Axel obediently laid in bed, trying to peek over to see what she was making. Usually, whenever someone dares to orders him to do something, he makes a point to not do it, or even do the exact opposite. But strangely, he didn't feel like resisting right now. Through the doorway, he could see Daphne busily working in the kitchen, having an apron tied around her waist. Cluttering sounds of kitchen equipment could be heard in the room, accompanied by the humming of a sweet voice. He wasn't used to hearing any sound around here, but nestled comfortably in his bed, Axel felt like he could understand what Daphne meant when she said lonely. Axel just Daphne cook, humming and swaying to herself as if in a great mood. She would occasionally eat some food herself, more to check the taste than to fulfill her appetite. Soon, she came back with a piping hot stew and sat in on the bedside. Come on, you have to eat while it's hot, she urged after finding him looking absent-minded. She propped him up and adjusted the pillows. When Axel raised his hands to take the bowl, Daphne stopped him. You aren't moving that hand under my watch. I'll feed you. I can eat with the other hand, you know. No, you can't. I'm feeding you, she said, picking up the bowl and sitting on the bedside. You're being kind of forceful here. Say ah. Axel couldn't even protest properly before he had a spoonful of warm porridge in his mouth. WHTHFFF. He said in protest with his mouth full. What? Is it too hot? Daphne filled the spoon again and blew on it. Here, it should be fine now. As Axel tasted the food, the protest died down in his throat. He unwittingly ate another bite and was surprised. How is it actually good? Daphne was surprised herself. It is? Well, I did learn cooking in my non-rebellious phase. She had in fact been taught everything a perfect housewife should know so that she could be sold for the highest price. Daphne had really disliked everything she was taught, but now she felt that it was all worth it if she could use it for Axel. Well, it's good. But can you let me eat it myself? Daphne smiled, bringing another spoonful in front of his mouth. I know you can do it on your own. But, can you please let me? Come on, she asked petulantly. Axel sighed. If you insist. But you should eat too. Daphne shook her head. I already ate while making this. I'm full, she said contentedly. Somehow, spending time with Axel like this, she really felt like she didn't need anything else. That wasn't much. What? Daphne looked at the doorway and suddenly realized that the kitchen was visible from here. You were watching? She asked, a slight blush covering her face. Anyways, it was enough for me. Can you let me feed you now? Thus, Axel was propped up comfortably against bed while Daphne slowly fed him, one spoonful after another, a soft smile grazing her lips. In the serene silence, both didn't say anything. They missed this, just being in each other's company. A lot. But they didn't say this. They didn't need to. Their feelings were deeply conveyed to one another. Soon, the bowl was finished, and Daphne looked at the empty bowl with some complaint. It ended too soon. Now, shall we talk about removing that curse of yours? Asked Axel, getting serious. Daphne shook her head. I think I'll be fine until you recover. More importantly, what are your plans for the future? What plans? I mean your hand. Are you really going to Atlantis to get it fixed? She asked. Axel nodded readily. Of course. It's their fault to begin with. Strongest magical country, and they can't even handle one organization. It really was their fault that Axel got involved in all this mess and injured his hand. But then, won't they force you to be the king or something? Do you really want that? Daphne asked. She knew very well that Axel wouldn't want to be a king. While it may be a dream come true for others, she could just imagine him saying, too much trouble. Axel shook his head. They can't force me to do anything. But still, to avoid trouble, I have a plan. With his uninjured hand, he brought out a shining seashell from his pouch. What's this? Daphne looked the thing in puzzlement. The royal emblem. They'll grant me any favor as long as I have this. Yep, it was the one his mother had given to Theron. No way he was going to let it rot in that fucker Theron's storage space. Daphne understood his intentions. So, does that mean you're not going as the prince? Axel nodded. Exactly. I won't reveal my identity. At least not from the beginning. I'll have to see if I have to destroy on the Kraken or the royal family as well. Daphne's shoulders dropped. But, that still means you're going. She muttered. Axel couldn't say no to that. Yeah. She put her hand on his. Can you not go? Please? I just got you back. You know I have to go. They'll keep coming after me. Axel's tone had hardened. There were few things he won't yield on, even to her puppy eyes. Daphne sniffed. Yes. Yes, I understand. She got up abruptly. I'll get more food. I really don't need to eat more. Axel tried to stop her, but she was already gone, causing him to shake his head ruefully. In the kitchen, Daphne forced herself to take a few deep breaths. Come on, Daphne. Get a hold of yourself, she thought, mentally scolding herself. Her feelings for Axel were too strong. She was scared that if she expressed too much, she might smother him. She understood the need to eliminate the organization, and she understood that he can take care of himself. But she still couldn't help but want him to stay safe with her. Act casual, act like you aren't imagining marrying him and having kids with him in the future. She worried if she pushed too far he might shut her off. To cool herself, Daphne went to the bathroom and took a cold bath. It calmed her nerves and made her more rational. Axel really does have to go. He is not a coward and he is not the one to hide and do nothing. Besides, she has faith in him to survive by any means. When Daphne returned with another bowl of stew, she saw that Axel's eyes closed, already asleep. She smiled sadly. She would have liked to spend more time with him, but he deserved the rest. Setting the tray on the bedside table, she just looked at Axel for a while. Her hand unwittingly rose up to gently run through his hair. My angel. Of course it was him. Who else could it be? The angel who killed her father and brought her out of hell. But it didn't change much for her. Daphne had already decided to dedicate the rest of her life thanking him for saving her sister. What makes her restless is that there is nothing much she can do for him. She'll only end up bothering him even if she tries. All she can do is support him, and try her best to be less useless. Daphne yawned tiredly. She only now realized just how sleepy she was. The slumber shade she had consumed was still having effects on her. Looks like she needs to sleep as well. There were spare bedrooms, right? She thought. Even though she wanted to spend more time with Axel, there was nothing she could do, could she? Daphne leaned over and kissed Axel's forehead. Sweet dreams, she whispered. She also kissed the 2 scars on his face. She liked them. They seemed to only make him more handsome. Now that she knew how he got them, she appreciated them even more. Just as she was about to get away, a whiff of fragrance entered her nose. This scent. Daphne drew another breath. Lavender. Her teeth grounded. There was only one person they both knew that smelled like this. Why does he have that girl's scent on him? Come to think of it, she was allowed near him while he had been resting all this while. He is clean and even his hair combed right. Intense jealousy burned inside Daphne. While she had been trying to save herself from the curse, that bitch Martina was doing Morgana knows what to Axel. It was official. Daphne hates Martina. I can't let it stay there, she decided. She hated even the thought of her scent staying on Axel. Without even thinking, Daphne climbed into bed and hugged Axel completely. What am I even doing? She thought. She just wanted to erase Martina's scent off of him. This is too good. But now she was in the bed hugging, she felt peace and comfort she had never felt before. She hated the fact that the bitch Martina might have been doing this while she was in the greenhouse, lying in dirt. Daphne yawned again. There was no way she was going to move now. She simply didn't have the will to do it. Hopefully, he won't kill me when he wakes up, he thought, before closing her eyes. It won't be long before he leaves for Atlantis to begin with, so she might as well make the best of the remaining time. Well, they did sleep together lying face. Power Stones. Read ahead, patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 160, Magic Limit and Recovery. A bit of magic theory in the chapter, but in case you don't understand, don't worry. It will become clearer as you read the practical applications. At night, Axel was woken up from his slumber when he was kissed on the forehead by Daphne. It has to be mentioned that Axel wasn't unconscious this time. So this much was enough to wake unlike the last time with Martina. Sweet dreams. Daphne then proceeded to kiss the scars on his face. Axel fought back the smile that arose from the depths of his heart. Daphne has ways of making him feel happy without even intending to. But just as she was about to leave, she stopped, inhaling his scent again. Lavender. He heard her whisper. Fuck. Axel cursed inwardly. Just as he was about to open his eyes to explain, Daphne unexpectedly got into bed to hug him. Axel didn't know what to do. Daphne hugged him tightly, slightly rubbing herself on him as if to erase Martina's scent. Her actions were like a kitten. Seemingly tired, he felt her slowly relax while hugging him as she sighed in contentment. In the end, she buried her face in chest and fell asleep. Axel, who had been curiously observing her, was now at loss, looking at Daphne sleeping comfortably while nestled on his chest. Without realizing, he poked her cheek with his finger, making her brows furrowed in her sleep. Looking at her, Axel couldn't helping smiling. Is she not scared at all? He couldn't understand how Daphne could be this relaxed while sleeping on his chest. And that too after he had shown her his past. Becoming friends with her might really be the best thing that happened to me. Axel fell asleep watching Daphne. When he woke up, he was laying alone on the bed. Daphne had managed to get out with extreme care in order to avoid getting discovered. A smile came to his face. He had quite a good sleep. But slowly, it receded. Good times can't last long. He has to go to Atlantis. There are too many reasons to go. One of them being special quest, save Atlantis. There is a chance that Atlantis might be destroyed by Kraken. Save Atlantis and destroy the organization. Rewards will be based on the degree of completion. The mission had arrived not too long after he had defeated Theron and Nerio. They had already revealed that they had been planning a big attack on Atlantis. Axel would rather it did happen, else there would be nothing stopping the organization from moving on to do more destruction, starting with Britain. So, he really would have to go whether he wants to or not. Axel tried to get up, but felt the familiar sluggishness to his movements. Still not recovered, he thought in exasperation. It was better than yesterday. He could now perform rapid movements, maybe a bit of arcane footwork as well, not at a high intensity and certainly not for more than a few seconds. He checked his magic, and was disappointed again. His magical reserves had also not recovered. He can use his skills, but only for a few seconds. Axel could feel that when he defended Voldemort's magic, he had really gone overboard. It was never this bad the previous times he had used Limit Break. Alright system, exactly what happened to me. Do you finally have the time? Whoa. Are you actually being sarcastic? Asked Axel in surprise. But Axel couldn't blame the system. He hadn't had the time to converse with the system yet, neither has he had the time to get to fixing his body. Actually, he was about to do it just after winning the fight, but then he got on call with Daphne. After that he went unconscious, and then there was the emergency as soon as he woke up. After that he once again slept before he could get to it. So yes, he finally had the time now. You have used Limit Break to the extreme. You have been previously warned not to use it for a reason. Axel was a bit puzzled. Alright, so Limit Break is a bad skill. I get it. But you've never told me why it is bad. I should at least know exactly why I shouldn't use it. So, the system explained. All humans have a limit placed upon them. They can slowly increase that limit, but at any point they can't exceed it. The skill you have is very unconventional. Even by the multiverse's standards. It forcefully exceeds those limits at an equivalent cost. It goes against the very laws of the world. So, the further you go, the more dire the consequences. Axel swallowed. He realized what the system said did make sense. Somehow, he could also subconsciously feel this limit. He didn't like it at all. Who is anyone to dictate how far he can go? So, he just uses all might to just still do what he wants, fucking all the limits. Guess there's a cost for doing that. So, what was the price? You have damaged your soul. Every wizard summons magic from the other two worlds through their souls as the medium. Every soul has a limit to how much magic it can summon at once and during a period of time. You exceeded yours by a huge margin, hence damaging your soul. Axel grunted. It did feel much worse after knowing exactly how messed up his condition was. But it was important. He needed to know exactly what was wrong with him. But there was one thing he still didn't understand. So, my soul is damaged. What about my body? Why is it not functioning properly? He asked. The remaining energy was converted from your body, so it has also been severely depleted. Damn, so, how do I recover? Asked Axel, coming to the most important topic. You can fasten your body's recovery by consuming various elixirs, but the recovery of the soul is difficult to hasten. What? Why? The soul is a collection of Akashic records. The more outstanding your records are, the stronger your soul, and the stronger your magic. You just lost a lot of your records by doing what you just did and got the remaining ones into a disorder. That's why doing magic using your soul as the medium is difficult for now. Fortunately, there's also a positive side to this. What could be good after this? Your records aren't permanently gone. They'll come back with time along with the new ones. Your achievements this time, especially taking that attack head-on and surviving, has given a great boost to your records. So, when you do recover, your magical limit will have been significantly increased. Axel was a bit relieved to know that. At least he got something out of it. But imagining the sheer amount of power Voldemort had, he didn't think the increase would help him much. That monster was just too strong. If my records are impressive, then why is my magical limit so low? Don't be mistaken, Axel. Your magical limit is extremely high compared to humans your age. Anyone with a higher magical limit is only older than you. So basically, the more impressive and quantitative records a person has, the more their magical limit, right? Affirmative. But other factors can also influence it, for example, destiny. If it's written in the future records that someone is destined to do great things, their records, and hence their magic can be powerful despite age. You don't have that advantage since you were supposed to have died early. In fact, you don't even exist in many realities. And that is just one factor. That's harsh, thought Axel. But he didn't mind it much. Destined. Fuck it. He'll write his own destiny. Ain't no Akashic records exist that can dictate when he dies. What are these other factors you mentioned? He asked. He wanted to know just what other ways one can have a strong soul. That is restricted information. What? Why? It comes under the realm of getting to a higher existence. The information is too restricted to be available to you even at this stage. Axel sighed. Guess there was no use asking it. Then, why is Martina so powerful? Is she also destined to do great things? Or is it some other factor? He asked. Axel realized that Martina was only 3 years older than him, but her magical limit far exceeded his. The Guardian Angel spell she had used, it used an extremely high amount of magic. And she had spammed 2 of them in succession, the second one being even more powerful than the first one. And all that without suffering any repercussions. It's because her soul has gone through transmigration, so her previous records also count. She is also a comparatively higher existence due to having the blessings of ROB. Fuck, talk about unfair. You shouldn't be impatient. You have time on your side. Well, that was true. Axel's records were great, and with time, they would only get more impressive. He should just focus on his present situation. So, how do I recover? He asked. The natural way is to recover through time. But there are a few more accessible ways that can hasten the recovery. And what is it? Asked Axel, already assuming it wouldn't be easy. The main factor is that you have lost your records, meaning your soul has weakened. The system can give you custom missions to quickly get more records. These missions will be designed to maximize the records you gain through your actions in a period of time. They won't be too difficult or risky. Meanwhile, to make use of your existing disordered records better, you need another skill. It would have been given to you as a reward, but it's too expensive for that. Please buy it using your SP. Axel frowned as soon as he saw the cost. Fuck. He muttered out loud. It really was fucking expensive. Axel had gathered a lot of SP during this time, but this was putting a huge dent in his collection. Well, this better be worth it, he thought, before buying it. He didn't have a choice right now. Right now he couldn't do magic. Congratulations. You have gained the skill, Zen Focus. Zen Focus, it's not about the size, it's about how you use it. Axel frowned. What kind of description is that? It means that it's not about the amount of magic that determines a better wizard. It's about how you use it. Zen Focus will help you align your remaining soul better so that you can use your magic optimally. Well, makes sense, thought Axel. Just when he was about to start learning the skill, he heard soft footsteps, causing him to stop. Daphne entered the room with a tray filled with food and saw Axel sitting up with a deep frown on his face. You're up? Are you feeling better now? She asked, looking quite bright. Axel nodded. Yeah, there's progress. How was your sleep? She asked, a bit tentatively. Axel nodded casually. I slept quite well. Though funnily enough, I think it was a bit too hot in here last. Daphne shook her head. It wasn't, was it? Why would you think so? Axel looked down at his chest. Well, the front of my shirt feels a bit damp due to sweat. Daphne cursed under her breath. It was her drool. She forgot to dry it. Anyways, how was your sleep? Asked Axel. Mine. Daphne stammered, caught off guard. Ah. I was fine. I was great actually, the best I ever had. Axel raised his eyebrows. Oh. Where did you sleep? One of the spare bedroom. Did I mention they were locked? Daphne opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. She was trapped this time. But looking at the grin on his face, she realized that he was making fun of her. You already know. She complained. Of course. I was awake the whole time, Axel admitted. Though, I don't know why you were rubbing yourself on me. Daphne's face had gone beet red. She put the tray of breakfast on the table with a thump and ran out of the room. Eat it on your own. Hey, wait. Just hear me out, this is important. Axel called out after her. I just remembered that the spare bedrooms aren't locked at all in case you need them. Though I don't think you'll be needing them since, Daphne slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Axel chuckled to himself. Teasing Daphne is always fun. Though he did wonder if he had gone overboard this time. To let him eat on his own, now that's cruel. He looked at the food. It was made from the magical ingredients he uses for his diet, but it looked and smelled quite delicious. Daphne must have put a lot of effort into making this. Axel sighed. This type of care, he had never experienced it before. He felt like he could live like this forever. But, it can't last long. If he got lazy and stopped now, others would destroy it before long. He has already decided. Only when he has reached the peak and eliminated all the threat will he finally stop and relax. Axel got serious again. As he brought out the interface for the new skill, Zen Focus. System, accept the information. A.N, Power Stones. Read ahead and support me. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Departure I. Zen Focus. Axel had bought the skill by paying quite a heavy price. He couldn't help but wonder what was so special about this skill to warrant such a huge price. But when he went through what he would be able to do once he learned it, he was surprised. The information related to the basic training of the skill came into his mind and Axel got to working with the first step. First step, peace. He has to go through all of his worst actions and have peace with them. After some time. Done. Axel did this quite easily. Axel stands by everything he has done. His every action, his every mistake, his every sin, he owns up to it. Why was it so easy? You are a rare existence in this world. This step proves to be incredibly difficult for most practitioners. Not many have convictions over their actions. Most humans are hypocrites who can't face their real selves. Well, that's good. Because I don't have much time. Axel shrugged, moving on to the next step. Now came the truly difficult step. Connecting with the soul. Axel went through the instructions. In order to connect with your soul, you need to cast magic and truly locate the origin of that magic. It can be anywhere in the body. The objective is to be able to connect with it in order to proceed further into the skill. Axel casted a simple spell. The magic appeared on his wand, but he didn't quite feel where it originated from. He cast magic a second time. This time, he felt it rush from his hand all the way to his wand. Still, no origin. Axel tried a few more times before he was exhausted. Sighing, he got up and went out to find Daphne. Though he couldn't find her in the living, neither in the kitchen, nor in any other rooms. Axel looked at the only other room he had left out, which he hadn't even introduced to her. He sighed. Of course she went there. Axel found Daphne in his study, where he kept all the important stuff. Daphne was looking at a particular miniature model he had made as a reference for planning the heist. I see you found my study, he said, making her jump. Daphne rounded up on him, looking a bit panicked. I thought it was one of the bedrooms. Axel nodded, well, it's not. Anyways, glad you're no longer angry with me. Daphne suddenly remembered that she was supposed to be angry with him for teasing her mercilessly. She turned her head away. Hey. I'm still very much angry, all right. Axel nodded. If you say so. Daphne sighed. She could never stay mad at him. She turned back, returning to observe the model. This model, it's the third floor corridor, right? Daphne sighed upon seeing him nod as if ask why she is asking that. You were there, weren't you? You were the one who stole the Philosopher's Stone. Axel shrugged. I did. He said, expression saying, big deal. He didn't think it was a problem if she found out. I needed it to make the cure. Daphne rubbed her forehead. So, it was you. She murmured to herself. What's the matter? The stone wasn't even real. Daphne just shook her head. Nothing. That day, she had almost lost her life. But someone swooped in and saved her from her. Now she's discovering that even that was none other than Axel. She was frustrated. Just what is she supposed to do when she is already in such a huge department? She's ready to give him her everything but she doesn't seem to have anything he wants or needs. Oh, right. Martina called, asking for you. She said you aren't picking up her calls, she said before she leaving. Axel, who didn't even remember that he had saved her, scratched his head. Is she still mad? He just decided to contact Martina and Akiko. Those two must have been worried about him. As expected, his Magi mirror was full of calls and messages. Axel just rang Martina, who picked up very quickly. It's him. Hello. Axel. Are you all right? Of course I am, didn't Daphne tell you that? He asked. Daphne. Yeah, she said a lot of things. Axel felt like he heard grinding of teeth. Axel wondered just what the hell Daphne said to her. Ask him where he is. He heard Akiko say over the phone. He can hear you, Akiko. Anyways, where are you? When are you coming back? Asked Martina. Me. I'm at this secret living space I found in one of the corridors. Can't tell you the location over the call, he casually before taking a more serious tone. Listen, don't worry about me. I can recover better on my own than under the supervision of the healers. Plus, I'd rather not answer to Dumbledore and professors. So, I'll just stay here and recover. Call me if anything comes up, all right? All right. Martina didn't sound too happy for some reason. Though the situation is getting a bit serious about your disappearance, are beginning to wonder what happened. And with no statement from the school, it's only making things worse. Dumbledore is also haunting us for your location. Axel clicked his tongue. Fame really wasn't a good thing. Just let Bellatrix handle Dumbledore. As for the restless students, just let them wonder. You know why we can't let others find out about my status. Axel decided that it would be best if he remains missing. It will throw the organization off his trail. Hell, they might even assume he was dead after Theron and Nerio kidnapped him. Even if they think he's alive, they'll at least not focus on Hogwarts after knowing he never returned. All right, I understand, said Martina. And Axel, sorry about the last time. We shouldn't have tried to stop you. It's all right. I should be the one apologizing. It was emergency. Axel didn't really mind that. Martina and Akiko were only trying to help him. He regretting using force on them. It's just that at that moment, he was just too furious since he had no idea what had happened to Daphne and he didn't have the time to explain. Are you still going to go? This time, it was Akiko who asked that. Yes, and I'm not taking you with me. I'm going, said Akiko firmly. Not happening. To be honest, for a ninja, you aren't all that adept at deception and covert operation. I'll call you if need you. It seemed like Akiko took some damage from that. But it was true. Akiko is good as fighting, killing, using force, but not at other things like espionage, spying and disguise. She has always been so strong that she has never needed those. Began Martina, but... Don't even bother asking, Martina. You're too inexperienced for this. Axel hung up after talking some more. He could understand the girls wanting to come, but Axel decided he'd rather do it alone. Sure, those two are incredibly powerful and would be helpful to have around, but he hasn't forgotten that he is injured in the first place due to protecting them. Whatever happens in Atlantis, Axel would be much more comfortable if he has to look out only for himself. He has the survivability of an immortal creature, but he can't say the same when having to look out for others. After a meal, Axel went back to training, having recovered some of his strength. He tried, failed, recovered, and then tried again. Connecting with his soul took quite a long time, and the process was complicated. But till the next day, Axel did it. It was a lot like a clemency, so that also helped him along the way. But as soon as he did, problems arose only after that. Axel's body jerked violently as he quickly broke the connection. What the hell? It really was. Hell. His soul. It was like a purgatory that sought to destroy his mind as soon as it connected. It was full of pain. And anger. There was so much anger. System, what the hell just happened? Axel, your mind might be at peace with your life, but your soul is not. Mind is something that can be controlled consciously, but the same does not apply for the soul. With such a soul as your medium, you are not able to make the optimal use of your magic. That's why you feel that your magic limit is very low. Damn. Axel now understood why he was unable to do much magic. His soul has been weakened due to the loss of most of his records. That small purgatory can't process much magic before it reaches its limit. Does everyone have a soul similar to mine? Only you do. Due to your extreme experiences in your life. The only reason you were able to so much magic is because you had too many impressive records, strengthening your soul. Now that they are temporarily gone. Axel understood. Now that his impressive qualitative and quantitative records are gone, his soul can't bear the burden of magic when it's already in such a state. If Zen focus can help him solve that, it would enhance his magic greatly. That is only one of the benefits of Zen focus. Yeah, but how the hell do I even proceed? That thing won't even let me in. That was the problem. He could see that the skill could be extremely beneficial, but Axel couldn't see himself succeeded. He knew what he had to do to proceed from the information in head. The next step is to somehow gradually bring tranquility to his soul and make it as still as a pond at dawn, so that the magic can flow unobstructed through it. It might be easy for others, but Axel couldn't even bring his conscience near it, let alone make adjustments. He was supposed to find an anchor. Something that would pacify his soul, but had no idea what it meant. You have to find that on your own. Of course, the system didn't help out at the crucial moment. Sigh. And thus began Axel's difficult part of recovery. No matter what he tried, he couldn't succeed. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't influence the turbulence in his soul at all. It was simply not in his control, unlike his mind. Until now, he had always thought that he had put all that suffering past him. That nothing could really affect him as long as he doesn't let it. But he was wrong. The shitty life he has and the pain and suffering has gone through, they're all still with him, in his soul. And it has been affecting him a lot. Don't take it too hard on yourself. You can be powerful even without this skill once you regain your overwhelming records. Even the most powerful wizards have bad memoirs and regrets. Most of them don't have tranquility with their soul. But they turn these sufferings into great source of motivation and power. Really? Affirmative. It's just that none of them have suffered quite as much as you at your age. If someone is alive after all you've been through at your age, they'd rather kill themselves. The fucking system was not helping at all. Axel sat there for he didn't know how long. It wasn't working at him. While Axel was struggling, his hand was suddenly grabbed between two soft and comparatively small palms. Are you all right? A voice asked tentatively. The burning purgatory of suffering that had been blocking his consciousness from entering suddenly became much tamer, letting him easily enter. But Axel was just so surprised by this sudden change the connection broke, bringing him back to sitting on the bed. Axel opened his eyes, stunned. The anchor. He actually found it. What happened? Asked Daphne, really scared. Axel fixed Daphne with an intense gaze. Daphne. Daphne's heart skipped a beat. Axel had never looked at her like this before. What is it? I need your help, said Axel seriously. Help? With what? Daphne's imagination began running wild. Sure. Whatever it is, just tell me, she said, looking down as she fidgeted her hands. Holy Morgana, is this a dream? I need you to stay with me. Daphne's heart was pumping so loud that she thought even Axel would hear it. Stay with you? In what way? A few minutes later, Daphne found herself sitting in bed, holding Axel's hand while concentrated on what he was doing. And, it seems like they are going to stay like that for a while. Well, it wasn't what she was expecting. Definitely not. But. Daphne smiled. Isn't this great as well? She can look at him as much as she wants. And she's helping him too. Somehow. Something related to soul. Whatever the case, Daphne felt like her soul was quite serene right now. Wonder what Daphne said to Martina on call. Chapter 162, Departure 2, Farewell. Well, here's the promised chapter. Axel now knew why he liked hanging out with Daphne. His burning soul literally gets soothed just by her mere presence. Could there be a better reason? Just sitting there, holding her hand gives him a sense of peace that he has never actually paid attention to. It made him realize just how glad he was to have someone like her. Without her, he would have never known such a feeling actually existed. Now, he would be able to send his consciousness into his unwelcoming soul and finally make some progress about making his soul a better medium for summoning magic. Alright, here goes. Axel tried connecting to his soul once again. This time, he succeeded. But a frown etched upon his face as soon as he understood the situation inside. His soul was basically a bubble of Akashic records, most of which are of his suffering, lightly intermittent with the records of some good memories. No wonder the magic can't flow through it properly. Even though he has managed to control his mind and body to be permanently affected by the things he has been through, he hasn't been able to do the same for his soul. Alright, let's get to work. Axel began to try what he had learned from the system knowledge. He can't really do anything about the bad records, but he can arrange his records in a way that brings some semblance of balance to his soul. The only problem is, the soul is not quite easy to manipulate as mind. He can't just adjust records like he can do memories. The process is extremely slow. He has to go through each record and patiently guide them to gradually shift according to his feeling. Even then, they might just decide that the previous location was better and shift back. What you are doing is already beyond the reach of almost all humans. You can't expect it be easy. Axel could only grit his teeth and soldier on. Meanwhile, outside his bubble of seclusion, exams took place at Hogwarts, which Axel decisively missed. Writing about basic and mostly useless information about magic wasn't on his list of priorities right now. Though, he did make Daphne take hers, which she did with extreme reluctance. He didn't want her to miss her exams due to him. And besides, it would be quite suspicious if only 2 students from the same year didn't show up for exams who just happened to be former friends. That's just asking for trouble, considering the current circumstances. Axel's alleged disappearance was now turning into an issue. It wouldn't have been a big deal if it was just any student, but since the student that disappeared is the most talented Quidditch prodigy, Axel Hunt, things have blown out of proportions. It became so bad that the school could no longer keep it under wraps and had to make an official statement, confirming his disappearance, assuring everyone concerned that the authorities are making their best efforts to locate him. But, that only made the matter worse. The news had spread far and wide, and now there was an uproar in the whole Quidditch community all over the world. It has to be noted that Axel is one of the most famous celebrities in the world. Why? Because the clips of his gameplay aren't something that just the Quidditch enthusiasts enjoy. The level of skill, finesse, and savagery is so off the charts that even someone who has no interest in Quidditch would find themselves wanting to see more of his plays. That's why, the clips of his gameplay have quickly taken the highest rankings in watched recorded memories on the Magi Hive, exceeding the other clips' number of views by a huge margin. Especially his last game, where he single-handedly took down the Mahutokoro team in an unrestricted format. No matter if they were school-level matches, but Axel has already been unanimously termed as the god of Quidditch by the viewers. And now that this person has suddenly disappeared from the face of Earth, it is no wonder that it is causing waves. People are demanding for answers, genuinely concerned for Axel's well-being. Various conspiracy theories have been circulating about his alleged disappearance. There was a huge explosion at Hogwarts on the day of his disappearance, so some are attributing it to that, saying he was dead, while there are few who think he is on the run since the minister herself was searching for him. But theories have no end. Some say he has been kidnapped by people from another country to play Quidditch for them, while some even say that one of his female fans at Hogwarts drugged him and trapped him in her sex dungeon, and so on. Though, Axel himself paid no heed to any of this. Daily, he would try to recover to the best of his ability while learning Zen focus. Just like that, the day he had to leave finally arrived. His body was now fully recovered, save for his hand, and he was able to cast a moderate degree of magic without strain. He still had a long way to go in order to reach and exceed his previous capacity, but it was definitely a lot compared to before. It wasn't enough, but he didn't want to delay any longer. His soul had finally calmed down enough that he was able to train the skill on his own, so staying here was just wasting time he could be spending destroying the organization. How much longer, wondered Axel. Daphne, are you going to come out or not? He asked, looking at the time. He was waiting for Daphne, who was taking forever to get ready. Today was an end-term party on account of a successful collaboration between Hogwarts and Japan. Daphne wanted to go with him, and Axel couldn't deny her this after having her sit with him for most of the time for the last few days. Though of course, Daphne didn't mind at all. She was, instead, hugely disappointed when she came to know that it was over. Just how long will it take for you to get ready? He called out. Just a minute, came Daphne's muffled voice. Inside the room, Daphne was fully ready, dressed in the same gorgeous dress she had sent him the picture of not long ago. Only, there was one little problem. She was a crying mess. She wanted to bid him farewell with a smile on her face, so she was crying right now. Daphne wiped her tears and looked into the mirror. Come on, Daph. He needs you smiling right now. She said, trying to smile. Quickly fixing her makeup the best she could, she hurried out of the room. How do I look? She asked as she did a 360 turn for him. Axel took a second longer to answer that. Really pretty, he praised sincerely, causing Daphne's face to light up, all smiles. But Axel had a troubled look on his face. Can't you just let me do it? He asked for the umpteenth time. Daphne shook her head firmly. I told you. I have made my decision. Daphne adamantly refused the treatment of her curse, even now that he had recovered. Daphne frowned. Don't bring it up now. I told you I'm not going through with it until you return safely. Axel sighed. You and your weird reasoning. You shouldn't worry. The curse is only a threat if you don't safely return, she said with a sweet smile. Axel clicked his tongue. This girl, she is taking herself hostage in demand of his safe return. If something happens to him, the curse will activate and he won't be there for the cure. You don't have to do this. But I do. Anything to increase your chances of survival, she said brightly. Now, are we going or what? She asked, linking arms with him. Axel turned both of them invisible to others, and off they went. As always, the party was in the Great Hall. It's a place that can be molded into any place to fit the occasion. Axel suspected it might even turn into a huge dormitory someday of emergency for all the students to sleep. Right now, the place was decorated in a sort of Japanese plus English theme for the occasion. The ceiling was decorated with a blend of chandeliers and lanterns. Japanese shogi armors were instated right alongside the knight armors, making for an interesting view. The walls were decorated with pictures and descriptions of the events that had taken place in the year, and the guests were also dressed in suits and dresses or yukatas and kimonos. In the music area, English and Japanese songs were intermittently being played, and the students of Mahutokoro and Hogwarts danced together as one. You should have worn that suit, said Daphne, looking around with bright eyes. Axel, who was wearing his travel attire, shook his head. I'd rather leave as soon as I can. Besides, no one can see me anyways. Well, you do look good in whatever you wear, so it's all right, said Daphne. Both of them were not in the mood to celebrate like the last time, so they just spent the last few moments of their time wandering along, trying dishes and enjoying the vibes. A lot of students were bidding farewell to each other, many of them being couples. It wasn't just a day of farewell for Axel. Mahutokuro was leaving today as well. The party was wild, but Axel and Daphne enjoyed it at their own pace, completely invisible to the rest of the world. In the end, they met up with Akiko and Martina, who were sitting in a corner under their own secrecy wards. Axel. Martina stood up as soon as she saw him. They had been keeping correspondence over the Magi Mirror, but she was still relieved to see him in person. Are you really recovered? She asked. No, not completely. But it's enough to get me going. Trust me, he assured. Are you really not taking us? We don't mind the risk, really, said Martina earnestly. I'll call you over if I need you, that's all Axel could relent. But he was firm about his decision to go alone. He was more of a solo player at heart. Martina's shoulders drooped in disappointment. But she took what she got. You have to call us as soon as there's the slightest bit of trouble. Some of us can help, she said, glancing at Daphne. Axel sensed the tension between Daphne and Martina. Is everything all right? He asked. Daphne and Martina both smiled at him. It's nothing. It's all right. Axel was certain something was wrong now, but he didn't pursue the matter further. It didn't seem serious. He turned to look at Akiko. I thought you would be more forceful about coming along. Akiko shrugged. Well, you aren't going to listen anyway. True, Axel admitted, but he still looked at her dubiously. She had this look on her face that seemed similar to the one she used to get in their trainings when she had something up her sleeve. The three of them sat in silence, watching the party. Soon, the party was over, and it was time to leave. Dumbledore and Yujiro came upon the stage for their speech. This year has been a great success, and you students have worked hard in learning the extra subjects. Don't be despondent, because this is, by no means, the final parting. While Dumbledore's speech was still going on, someone stormed right up to their corner, pointing at Axel. You are here. I have been so worried and no one would tell me anything. It was, surprisingly, Rose Potter, who removed her invisibility cloak. Now that she was in their bubble, the four of them became visible to her. Axel frowned. How'd you find us? He was sure she didn't happen to come to the most secluded corner alone. They should have been invisible to others' eyes. I sensed her darkness, she said, nodding at Akiko. Ever since the ritual, she has been able to sense the darkness better than ever. But that does not matter. What the hell are you doing relaxing here while there is a countrywide search going on for you? Asked Rose. Axel facepalmed. That shouldn't be of any concern to you. Rather, you shouldn't be sneaking to places under your invisibility cloak without protection. If you're caught by Voldemort again, it's over for us all. Axel was furious with Rose's recklessness. She can allow Voldemort to access this world, and here she is, wandering around without protection. You shouldn't worry about me. I can take care of myself. Now more than ever, she said, as darkness started to circulate around herself. What the fuck? Axel and the girls were, of course, understandably surprised. Now that Axel looked at Rose again, he could indeed spot some things in her that were different. There were black streaks in her red hair and the bratish vibe about her was gone. Something about the darkness around her reminded him of Voldemort. Curious, he casually probed her mind, only to be sent back by a huge force. System, what the fuck? Axel was more than a bit surprised. So, only does she have this explainable power, she also has mental protection. How is that possible? Rose was weak as fuck just a few days ago. The ritual has deepened her connection with the Netherworld. She now seems to be able to access the magic of Netherworld much more directly. A unique and unprecedented case. The system presented its analysis to Axel. Rose dispersed the darkness, satisfied that she was being taken seriously now. What the fuck indeed? Now, can you tell me what the hell is going on here? I have so many questions. She all but begged. Rose was just so confused. First, she is trapped in some ritual circle to summon dark creatures. When she wakes up, some extremely powerful men come along and take Axel. Then she is sent to the hospital wing where she faints again. Waking up, she finds that Axel has been brought back, but she can't even meet him to thank him for saving her life, neither can she find Akiko and Martina. Even more strange, she now has some really strange and scary abilities. A few days later, Axel disappears again, and this time, no one tells what happened to him. Now that she has spotted him again, along with Akiko and Martina, she desperately needs some answers. Just sit down, Rose. We'll explain, said Martina, looking at the girl with some pity. She had completely forgotten about Rose, who had to go through such a huge event. Martina explained the situation to Rose. About what happened and why Axel can't reveal himself. So, there are more terrifying people out there like those guys who are after you. And you are trying to play dead so that they don't come after you. Rose was having trouble wrapping her head around the whole situation. Exactly. He didn't mean for the situation to turn out like this, but now if he reveals himself, more Kraken members would be dispatched to Hogwarts in hopes that some of us might know where he is. Rose nodded her head slowly. That does make sense. So, what you going to do now? She asked Axel, looking worried. She felt that Axel's situation was quite similar to hers. Destroy the organization, said Axel like it was the most obvious thing in the world. What? Yep, anyways, it's time to leave, said Axel, getting up. Wait, why are you? Save it, Rose. You can't stop him, said Daphne helplessly. Rose could do nothing but follow the party of 4 out of the party. Daphne grabbed Axel's hand, knowing that she would be doing that in a long while. Soon, they were out of Hogwarts wards and Axel stopped walking. Martina hugged him tightly. Separating from him reluctantly, she gave a small ring. Here, I've been busy for the last few days as well. I've packed everything necessary into this along with instructions on how to use them. I've made the ring as untraceable as I could, in case you become a hostage again, she explained meticulously. Make sure to check it out. It also has some sealing scrolls, explosion seals, weapon, and other stuff, said Akiko. She stepped forward and surprised him by hugging him as well. I'll see you soon. Stay alive till then. Axel finally turned to Daphne. Well, I'll be back in a bit, said Axel. Daphne tried, she really did, but she couldn't holding it. She hugged him and cried. Axel ran a hand through her hair. You did a job holding them till now. Daphne cried for a while, but she had to let him go eventually. You have to take care. I will. Don't be reckless. I won't. Make sure to eat and sleep properly. I will. Daphne sighed. She used diplomacy to calm herself and smiled at him. Farewell. You guys make sure to keep an eye on her, he said, nodding at Rose. I don't want to come and see Hogwarts destroyed. I told you, I can take care of myself, huffed Rose, who had been seeing Axel hug 3 girls one after another. Was she jealous? No way. Did also expect one. Well maybe, but she would rather not. Seriously. Seriously, be careful, he warned. Now, I have something to give you guys before I leave. He extended 3 of his fingers and produced 3 wisps of memories that the system transferred to him. Mission, make Rose an ally. System, you can be a bitch sometimes, Axel complained, but extended another finger, causing another wisp to be created. The wisp slowly turned to balls which floated in the air and transferred into the girl's forehead. Daphne, Rose, Martina and Akiko were surprised when the following information appearing in their minds. Do you agree to be Axel Hunt's ally? Yes/no. When they thought yes, an explosion happened in their minds, caused by a huge influx of information. Congratulations, you can got in the class. You guys can't reveal that information to anyone, said Axel while they were still disoriented. Well, take care, my allies. And make sure to train whatever you get. I'll leave before you guys start bombarding me with questions. Wait. Matt. Don't you dare leave. Hey. And Axel was gone, leaving them at a massive cliffhanger. So, this is the end of Volume 2. Next, into the Atlantis. Next, meeting the Ant, Princess. It's a new month. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 163, A King's Return. Why can't things ever go smoothly? A question Axel had asked himself probably a million times. He had seen it happen to other people, getting everything to happen exactly how they wanted it to be. But it just never seems to happen with him. The only explanation he can come up is, someone must be fucking with him. Why else would he be sitting in a prison right now when he had come here expecting royal treatment? How did this happen? Well, let's go back a bit. Axel had teleported right to the place that was supposed to be the entry point for Atlantis. It was a heavily warded and fortified island, also known as the entry point to Atlantis. Few people even know about this place's existence, and even few are provided entry. This place is called Atlanopolis, the city of false hopes and wealth. People who come here are either extremely wealthy, or extremely hopeful, or both. This place, run under the strict supervision of the royal family, provides limited services of the real Atlantis. Since direct entry into the city is prohibited via wards, Axel teleported to the edge of the island. Though, something happened as soon as he appeared. What the fuck? His knees buckled as he went through some sort of sensory overload. The sea churned, causing the whole island to quake. The guards were, of course, alarmed thinking that they had been attacked. Though very quickly, the disturbance stopped. The sea calmed down again. Axel opened his eyes as slowly stood up. Holy shit, he murmured. Now he understood the word home domain really meant. This island was in the middle of ocean. There was water all around him. Right now, he felt powerful. Too powerful. No time to waste. Axel didn't dally. He got to work. First, he quickly transferred almost all of his things from his storage bag into his ring, leaving a few things like money and basic necessities to not raise any doubts. Now, system, by that Atlantean language. Atlantean language will be installed into your mind. Buy for 1000 SP. Yes. Instantly, Axel learned a new language. Even though he knew they had translation devices, Axel still learned the language in case he needed it. Now finally, the last arrangement. Disguise. Axel changed his appearance with the handy skill he had learned for occasions like this. He was an arcane thief. Of course, changing his appearance was included in his class description. He just didn't like to use it since, well, he'd rather just turn invisible or put on a mask. But since he can't choose either of those options this time, he has to go with disguise. He changed the color of his eyes from amber to onyx, removed the scars on his face, and changed his facial structure just a tiny bit. Now he didn't look like his father at all, and even looked quite different from himself due to the lack of scars and his striking amber eyes. With little changes, the difference was so huge that no one attribute him to Axel at all. Though if they knew it was him, they'll realize that nothing much had actually changed about his face. With his disguise set in place, Axel was ready to go. He began marching into the island and the royal seal in hand. But, after arriving in front of the place, he was surprised to see the situation. The towering walls were being guarded more tightly than he had thought, and the wards in the place were crackling with power. Guards could be seen stationed at the top of the walls, carrying what seemed like magical guns, their armors streamlined with glowing blue lights, making it appear futuristic. There were big signboards hung on the walls, saying the word closed due to internal issues, in different languages. Axel was stumped here. This isn't how this place was supposed to be in the memories he got from Theron. There should have been plenty of people coming and going into the city right now. Might as well try it out, thought Axel, boldly moving forward. Halt. You can't advance forward. But he had only walked a few steps, numerous red dots appeared on him, making him stop and raise his hands. Axel took out the shell he had taken from Theron. I have the royal seal. That seemed to do that trick. The guards frantically talked among themselves, and rang the higher-ups, and very soon, they were rushing towards him. Axel found all this normal. After all, he had the royal seal. Though, he found out something was wrong soon enough, he was strapped with handcuffs and the seal snatched from his hands, and so was his space pocket along with it. Hey! What the hell? That's my seal. Not even the space pouch. His protests were ignored as he was all but dragged inside the city through the smaller entrance of the looming gates. Gentlemen, I think there is a misunderstanding here, he began to say, but the guard at the back gave him a shove, almost making him fall. Keep walking, you thief. He barked, his voice automatically getting translated into English. Me. A thief. Axel was stunned by how right they were. How'd you know that? That's what he wanted to ask. Why would you say that? He asked instead, trying to sound offended. Though, the next thing they did was put some sort of advanced mechanic gag on his mouth to make him stop talking. Axel sighed. That's why he hates following rules. He was only using his mother's royal seal to enter his own kingdom, and this was the result. What had he done wrong? He hasn't even cursed anyone yet, at least out loud. And that's how he found himself in his current situation, sitting in an advanced magic security prison. It has been more than 2 days since he was thrown here. And he is at the limit of his patience. No matter how high secure this place is, it can't really hold him if he doesn't want to stay. But the thing is, if he sneaks inside Atlantis illegally to fight Kraken, he would be a fugitive for both sides, which is going to make things much more difficult for him. He wanted to avoid such a situation if possible. Of course, revealing his identity is not an option right now either. He needed to understand the situation first. Axel needed his freedom. He doesn't want to be tied up to any place. For all he knows, he might never be allowed to live in peace if they found out he was supposed to be the inheritor of the throne. They might not let him leave, and if he leaves, they might even use force to bring him back. Maybe, they don't want a new successor, so they might just decide he was a threat. Thus, revealing his identity could lead to a whole lot of trouble. He has to choose between the other two options. Just when Axel was just about to get serious about breaking out, he heard movement outside the cell. Where is he? The one who came into his view was a middle-aged man in heavy armor. Unlike the guards, his armor was a shining silver color, and the magic glow in it was much more pronounced. He had an air of authority about him, and just by looking at him, it was apparent that he was someone important. Yes, General, right this way. The guard who had acted like an asshole to him had now turned into a pussy. An extremely loose one at that. He looked at the men with reverence, fear, and respect. You could have just sent up an order, we would have brought him to you ourselves. The guard said anxiously, looking like he would piss himself any time. The general had an exasperated look on his face. Can't do anything about it. It's the princess's orders. The two of them finally arrived in front of the right cell and looked at Axel, who was sitting there with a somewhat annoyed look on his face. The person who was called the general studied Axel with a critical eye while Axel did the same. Looked enough? Axel asked in English, but of course, it was translated to him due to their communication devices. The guard was instantly triggered. You insolent outsider. Don't worry, General, I'll teach him a lesson for disrespecting you. Not only Axel, but even the general seemed annoyed by the excessive boot-licking. Just opening the cell and undoing his restraint will do. But sire, the guard seemed to want to say something but stopped himself after realizing who he was talking to. He punched in a code in the lock, the cell which seemed to have been powered by magic, opened up on its own. The guard entered inside and did the same with his handcuffs as they opened with a click. He glared at Axel. Listen, that man can kill you with a swat. So, you better behave, or you won't know when you died. Axel ignored the dog. His eyes were trained on the general the whole time. This man, he got the feeling that he was much stronger than even Theron and Nerio. The general also seemed to be a bit perplexed looking at Axel. What is your name? He asked, translating his words into English. Chris. The general seemed to be expecting a more elaborate introduction, but he just nodded. Outsider Axel, you have been called directly to the royal court by the princess. It's considered a great honor. Axel didn't move yet. Gee, thanks. But why was I locked up in the first place? He asked, making the guard almost pounce on him. Such disrespect. I don't know the details. My only orders are to bring you to her, unharmed, said the general, glaring pointedly at the guard. Axel got up. Well, let's meet her then, he said, slowly getting up. It looked like he wasn't being taken, but having the general escort him to the princess. Unharmed, right? Axel gave a tight slap to the guard on his way out, making the men fall to the ground. Axel rubbed the hand he had used to slap the guard. Ouch. Do punish him for hurting my hand, he muttered. The general's eye twitched, but he continued leading Axel. He was taken out of prison, towards an even more heavily guarded place, beyond which was a portal. Axel was pretty sure it led to Atlantis. The restrictions around the place were removed as soon as the general arrived, giving him free passage to the portal. Well, said the general, stepping aside. Go in. Well, that's more like it. It seems that the royal seal did work after all. Now, he wouldn't have minded sneaking into that place on his own, but it is just much better this way. Axel stepped into the portal, followed closely by the general. It would have been quite funny if Axel were to suddenly disappear at this moment, but he decided against it. Appearing on the other side, Axel was stunned, as his glowing blue for a moment. He could feel it. They are hundreds of thousands of miles deep into the ocean, covered by water from all sides. He was feeling invigorated, refreshed. The air breathed felt like he was breathing for the first time. Axel slowly calmed down as he checked his surroundings. And the view made him catch his breath. Unlike what others might think, Atlantis was not submerged underwater. A huge protective bubble surrounded the city, seemingly extending till forever. The vast ocean could be seen beyond, unable to crush the bubble despite the overwhelming pressure. As far as the eye could see, he could towering buildings seemingly made out of metallic rocks, their shapes varying from spiral to conical. Various vehicles could be seen flying around at high speeds. Looked enough? Asked the general impatiently, though there was a hint of pride in his eyes. He waved his hand and what looked like a silver chariot appeared floating in the air. Hop on, said the general, stepping onto the chariot. Damn. Axel didn't need to be told twice. The general tapped a few buttons, and a transparent magical field surrounded, before they were off at a tremendous speed. Axel had to strain his eyes to take in the scenery rapidly whizzing by. Atlantis was big, probably bigger than Britain. And beautiful. No doubt about it, but something was wrong. A lot of buildings were damaged. There weren't many people on the streets. You've come at a wrong time, said the general. He increased the speed further, as if not wanting Axel to see the sights. Within a few seconds, they had already covered a huge distance, arriving at their destination. The buildings were gone now, and replaced by a vast lake of crystal-clear water. The only structure dominated the area. In the middle of the luminescent lake stood a colossus castle, looking like a marvel of ancient magical architecture. It had multiple towering spires, each magically reinforced to touch the very top of the protective bubble that encapsulates Atlantis. Can't imagine what's so special about that she'd send me to get you, especially at this time, muttered the general. If Atlantis had high security, this place would have to have 100 times that. Axel could see thousands of soldiers milling around at the borders of the castle. At this time. What is that supposed to mean? At this moment, a notification rang in his head. Mission, a king's duty. Atlantis has officially entered into a war against Kraken. Help your kingdom achieve victory. Fuck. It now made sense. The weird atmosphere in the city, the damaged infrastructure, even the advanced security. He really came at the wrong time. Power Stones. Next, meeting the Ant, Princess. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 164, Meeting the Ant. As they approached the castle, the general turned to him and gave him something. It was a translation amulet similar to the one they were given at Hogwarts in the beginning of the year. Put this on. The princess should have to bother translating to your language. And here, keep this in your pocket, said the general, handing him an enchanted seashell. You can't get access to the castle without it. As soon as Axel grabbed the shell, a magic current ran through him as an imprint appeared on the shell. It seemed that now, no one else other than him can use it. Though, Axel didn't think he needed it. As soon they entered the wards, he felt it. A connection, a calling. It was as if the castle itself was welcoming him. The fuck? Axel flinched. He looked at the general, wondering if he noticed something, but the men seemed too busy with his own concerns. He was barking orders at the communication device on wrist, surveilling the castle from the height. Unnoticed by everyone, a throne lit up deep inside the castle. Too bad, no one was there to see it. The general took Axel to what seemed like the training field of the army. In the vast space, a huge number of Atlanteans were milling around. A number of ninjas were also intermingled among them, but they seemed to be mostly training others rather than training themselves. As the general arrived at the field, everyone stopped what they were doing to make a 3 signal with their fingers and put it adjacent to their chests. General. The general nodded before continuing to walk. As Axel followed him, multiple glances were cast on him, some curious, some puzzled, some outright hostile as whispers followed. Outsider. That was the word used multiple times, which was apparent by his clearly different style of clothes. Soon, the general reached a particular section of Atlantis where there were a lot of women. Surprised by the general's presence, they parted to reveal a woman in light blue armor busily discussing something with several people. Princess Antilla, I have brought him as you ordered. The princess turned around to the general, then to Axel, and quickly nodded in understanding. She excused herself and parted from the meeting. It's him, right? She asked the general, gesturing towards Axel. Please, come with me, she said to Axel upon receiving confirmation as she began to lead him away. While walking, Axel studied the woman. This was his aunt, right? He could see the resemblance with his mother. She walking with grace befitting a princess. Her long blue hair blew in the air as she walked and her soft blue eyes would look back at him to make sure he was following. Overall, she gave the impression of a kind and wise woman. She led him to a secluded resting place at the side of the field and gestured for him to sit. After that, she studied him with a critical eye. Have I seen you before? She asked all of a sudden. Axel controlled his expression to not appear nervous. Well, have you ever been to the outside world? He asked back. The princess chuckled. I wish. Pardon me, it was silly of me to ask that. What is your name? It's Chris. Chris, the reason I called you here is because I just came to know that someone, an outsider, no less, used a royal seal, said the princess, looking at him like he was a naughty child. Now, possessing a royal seal without having directly received it from the royalty is a punishable offense. And all the shells given by father and I are accounted for. So, she paused, narrowing his eyes at him. I want to ask you, how did you, an outsider who has never been in contact with us, came in possession of the seal? Busted. Thought Axel. He hadn't thought that the royal seals would be so heavily regulated. Though now that he thought about it, it does seem quite impossible for an outsider to have even met the royalty, let alone get a seal. Unless. It suddenly clicked to Axel. If this princess really thought he was guilty, she wouldn't have directly sent the general to bring him. And neither would she have taken the time to meet him in person and treat him so courteously. There actually was a way in which he could have had contact with the royalty, even while being an outsider. Axel activated his trusted skill again. Bullshitting. Your lies would sound more convincing. He pretended to be angry. Well, I don't know anything about what you just said. All I know is that the lady who gave it us said we can go to Atlantis and show this in case we needed help. The princess's eyes widened in expectation as half of her suspicion seemed to vanish. Yes, what was her name? Can you tell me more about her? She called herself Atlanta, or Atlina, I think that was her name. She was trying to find her husband. My Uncle Thor didn't know who she was, but he helped her anyway. After that she revealed her identity. And gave him the seal, to look for her in case we needed help, said Axel, a look of remembrance on his face. I was too young back then. But I do remember blue hair. We don't have those around there. And also, he paused, pretending to dig around his storage pouch. We have this. A portrait of her husband. We used it to find him for her, he said, taking out his dad's portrait which Bellatrix had given him and hammering the nail in the coffin of lies he had created. You are finally useful for once, you motherfucker. He thought inwardly, looking at the annoying portrait. The final bit of suspicion gone from the princess's eyes as soon as she saw the portrait. A look of loathing appeared on it instead. Well, they weren't officially married. He was only her lover at best. Axel took some indirect damage from that. Thanks for calling me a bastard, auntie. He thought. Anyways, the princess bowed. Let me begin by saying that I am so sorry for the inconvenience you had to go through. And I am sorry for testing you but I had to be sure it was not pretender, she apologized sincerely. The one you helped was my sister, the successor to the throne. Her gaze went back to the happenings of the field, and at the communication device on her wrist that was continuously blinking. As you can see, the situation around here is extremely chaotic right now. We are preparing for war. So my subordinates didn't consider it important to report to me about this matter. I had you summoned as soon as I heard of that someone from the outside world had come with the royal seal, she explained. Axel was not much moved. But why put me in jail if it really was the royal seal? Those guards didn't even bother checking its authenticity. The princess sighed. Once again, I am deeply apologetic for that. Actually, it is forbidden for any outsider to possess the royal seal. Whether it was real or fake, the guards considered it crime. Of course, rules never seemed to apply to my sister. Fortunately, I found soon, the princess bowed again, this time in sincere gratitude. Thank you for helping my sister. Unfortunately, she is no longer with us. She died saving this kingdom, she said, a flash of pain flashing through her eyes. That's really sad, said Axel. It was the first truth he had said. There was no point hating or blaming her if she was already dead. The princess nodded. It is, isn't it? But, let's not dwell on that. My sister's favor is Atlantis's favor. Tell me, how can I help? She asked directly. It was obvious that Axel was here to ask for something. The princess seemed to decide it best to just fulfill his demands and let him leave while it's still safe around here. Well, Axel didn't shy away. Even though he didn't really help her sister, well, this was his aunt. He was allowed to ask for a favor, right? She can do this much for her sister's son, right? He'll save her kingdom in return. Axel raised his hand and removed the bandages, revealing a clear scar that was now connecting his once severed hand. I heard this can be fixed here, he said, flexing his fingers to show that they weren't working properly. The princess checked his hand. Was it severed? Cut off? Yeah. I had it reattached but it's still not working smoothly. Oh. How old are you again? Asked the princess, now a bit concerned. Is the outside place so barbaric that to talk so casually about such injuries? Even though they can be fixed, the pain is still real, right? I'm 16, maybe almost 17, he said, adjusting it to fit his story. The princess nodded. I see. Well, I can arrange it to be healed. But, is that it? Yeah, that's about it. The princess was surprised. She had thought that someone from the outside world would get greedy upon getting such an offer. After all, this was a favor directly from the princess of Atlantis. There is so much he could have asked for. I will arrange for it right now, the princess tapped her wrist. Sylphia, could you please come here? Moments later, a tall girl made her way toward them with purposeful steps. She had a graceful and upright posture. Yes, princess? She asked. She had bright emerald hair which were arranged in neat braids and her prideful emerald eyes focused only on the princess, directly ignoring Axel's existence. A shining green emerald was tied to her wrist, which seemed to radiate power. Princess gestured towards Axel. Sylphia, this is Chris, my guest. Take him to the medics and have them treat his hand injury. Give him a tour while you are at as well. Your guest. The girl regarded Axel with a very gaze. Yes, treat him well, said the princess, standing up. Chris, I am extremely sorry that I can't give you the tour myself. Come meet me after you have your hand fixed, okay? She said, looking apologetic. It's all right. Axel was already surprised with this much. The princess didn't put on any airs and treated him fairly. So his first impression of his aunt was. She's all right. This way, Sylphia said as she began leading him away. Axel followed the girl who was storming away as if not wanting him to follow. As soon as he would match pace with hers, she would walk faster, keeping away from him. As they walked, the males would glance in their direction, first at Sylphia and then at Axel. Sylphia finally glanced at him when she realized she couldn't outpace him. Is it true that you're an outsider? She couldn't seem to help asking. Axel shrugged. Yeah, sort of, he muttered. He was an outsider, but he was also the prince and heir to the throne. Anyways, where is my tour? Axel couldn't help but ask after realizing that the girl seemed to have no intention of giving him one. Sylphia rolled her eyes. But she began speaking. Right now, we are in the militia layer. That over there is the training field, and the academic layer is in the wing across it, she said, point at the training field. Academic layer. Militia layer. I thought this was the royal castle. Sylphia gave him a, you are an idiot as expected, look. This castle spans over tens of hundreds of kilometers of land, not counting the fact that its internal space is almost infinitely extendable. What is the royal family supposed to do with all that? Only the internal layer is for the royal family. But the rest is the royal military and royal academy. Only the most talented prodigies in the whole kingdom are allowed here. Sylphia seemed to respect the princess, because she was still explaining despite all the disdain and contempt she seemed to hold for him. Oh. Now it made sense why he was seeing so many soldiers and what seemed like students here. So, are you a student or a soldier? He asked. Judging by her looks and well-developed body, she could be anything between 17 to mid-20s. Sylphia looked like she had been insulted. I am neither. I am the heir to the Varnox family. I am, of course, a relic wielder, she said, stroking her bracelet. Relic wielder. Is that a different category? Of course. It's everyone's dream. Relic wielders are the top of top, whether it's power, respect, or wealth. Right now, there are only 12 in this whole castle. And you are one. Yes, which is why I can't understand why the princess would give me such a menial task, she complained. Axel found that to be true. A relic wielder should be someone as powerful as Theron and Nerio, right? They were the overseers of Kraken. It was enough to make him curious. So tell me, what does it take to become a relic wielder? He asked with some interest. Power stones. Just give me more and I'll post more. Next, war, entry. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, War, Entry. What does it take to become a relic wielder? Axel asked. Sylphia had a proud look on her face. It's not something anyone can do. A relic chooses its own wielders. You either have to be completely compatible with it, or you have to obtain the right qualifications. Axel's eyes narrowed in confusion. What does that mean? Could she not explain clearly? There are two types of relic wielders. Chosen ones and acquirers. Only people with extremely high talents in specific fields are chosen by the relics. Those who readily get selected are called chosen ones, and those who train themselves to be worthy of a relic are called acquirers. Sylphia suddenly paused. Wait, wasn't she supposed to be only giving out a perfunctory tour just because the princess asked her to? This was an outsider. How did she end up having an immersive conversation with him? Why do you even want to know that? Disdain flashed through Sylphia's emerald eyes. You are never going to need the knowledge anyway. Relic wielders are existences far beyond your reach, she said coldly, increasing her pace. We're almost here. Axel clicked his tongue. But, he could understand why she had such high pride. The relics of Theron and Nerio were extremely formidable in their respective fields. The armor was unharmed till the end, and he had no direct solution to the extreme casting speed of Nerio's magic. They both walked in silence as Axel shifted his focus to his surroundings. The corridors were brightly lit, but there seemed to be no sources of light. The infrastructure was a blend of ancient architecture, mixed with marvels of magical advancements that synchronized to make the castle extremely beautiful. As they walked, anyone passing by would stop to greet Sylphia, who would only nod at them with her chin held high. What are the badges for? He asked, not at all caring about the fact that Sylphia did not want to explain at all. Axel had by now noticed that many people around here were wearing different kinds of badges on their chests, even Sylphia. They were of different colors, each containing different numbers of stars on them. Sylphia had a red one with 6 stars, while most of the people at the only have 1 or 2 stars. Sylphia glared at him, but still answered. The badges show your status. Red is for relic wielders. Green is for menders, doctors, blue is for soldiers, and so on. The stars on the badge represent your authority while the color represents your division. Relic wielders have 6 or 7 stars, just below the authority of the general, who has 8 stars, she explained, almost as a warning. I don't even interact with anyone below 3 stars. Fancy. Axel's lip curled up in derision. he didn't care about those stars. Sylthia noticed it. Her gem on her wrist glimmered, causing a gust of wind to blow in the corridor, fluttering their clothes. Ignorance can be such a bliss, she murmured to herself. She looked annoyed and amused at the same time. Anyone who has witnessed the power of relic wielders wouldn't even dare to look directly at one, let alone act so unbridled. While on the other hand, Axel has shown her no respect at all. Watching him, one would think that he is not at all guest, but the king of Atlantis himself. Soon, they reached their destination as Axel saw the letters, Royal Sanatorium, written on the wall. A blue ball was embedded at the side. It flashed, as if scanning them, and the door disappeared, giving them entry. This is the Royal Sanatorium. You can get the best healing aid in the world here, Sylthia still introduced, looking at him as if to say, you better appreciate it, cause you sure as hell don't deserve it. Axel glanced around. It was a spacious circular hall, with multiple doorways at its circumference. Each of the doorways was labeled with different words according to the type of medical aid they could provide. Maybe it was due to wartime, but the place was bustling with activity, with many people going in and out of the place. Most of the people here had green badges, which must be equivalent to the medical division in the Muggle world. The staff at the reception greeted Sylthia politely while throwing curious glances at Axel, who was in a unique attire. Ignoring everyone, Sylthia brought him straight to the department that was labeled Injuries. Inside, multiple compartmentalist rooms could be seen. You are here again, said a voice as they reached deeper inside. How many times have I told you to take it easy when training? It was from a middle-aged man who had just seen them come in. He had a pair of lenses hanging off of his neck, and a green badge with 5 stars glinted on his chest. I'm not here due to my own injury, Sylthia said sullenly. It's for him. The man's gaze shifted his gaze towards Axel, who stood casually beside her with his hands in his pockets. Oh. Who is he? Asked the man, looking at Axel in bewilderment. Princess's guest. Don't ask the details. Just treat him quickly, said Sylthia, though her tone was not as harsh. The man obviously had a lot of questions, but just by the number of stars he had, it was apparent that he was not idle or insensitive enough to question further. Greetings, I am Caltus, he said, turning to Axel. Where is the injury? Axel raised his hand, pointing at the scar on his wrist. It's been reconnected but still not as good as before. Caltus frowned upon seeing the injury. Let me see, he said, putting on the black lenses that were hung by his neck. He cringed upon seeing what he saw. Who did this? He asked in disgust. But it was not for the one who cut his hand. It looks like it has been reattached by some stupid blobfish, he observed, taking off the lens. Indeed, his disgust was for the people who reattached it, nor for the ones who cut. He dragged Axel to one of the rooms. Manipulating one of the magical contraptions, he put Axel's hand in front of it for further observation. You are not from here, are you? He asked after taking a look. Those clothes aren't from here, and this type of crude yet meticulous attempt to patch up your hand can only be done by the primitive people outside. No shit. But can you fix it? Axel asked directly. He didn't care about the insults at all. In his opinion, even the Atlanteans weren't much of a big deal themselves in comparison to the other worlds, where someone like Voldemort can casually annihilate this whole kingdom. There was nothing to be proud of, nothing to be ashamed of. It was what it was. Caltus began doing more tests on his hand. Of course I can fix it. But your people should have just chosen to regrow a new hand. Reattaching it is so much more complex, and they didn't even do it correctly. It will be much more difficult now since the hand was so crudely attached. Caltus suddenly paused, as his eyes widened. What is it? Asked Axel, wondering if there was a problem, or if he somehow found out that it had been cut off by Nerio's relic. That wasn't what baffled Caltus. He put Axel's other hand under the device for observation and his frown deepened. Cultus manipulated the machine and a number of bars came up on the screen, along with a string of numbers. What are you? He asked, looking at Axel. There's a limit to magical enhancements, he said, taking a step backwards. It was as if he was afraid of Axel's hands. Axel peeked at the screen. Since he had integrated the Atlantean language through the system, he could see in the screen that Caltus was currently looking at the parameters of his hands, which included muscle strength, flexibility, bone density, along with other things he didn't know could be measured, like magical conductivity, muscle memory, etc. Damn it, thought Axel. A thief's most important tools are his hands. His hands were the part of his body which Axel had trained the most in his life, whether he was before or after he got the system. Whether it was the physical parameters, or magical, his hands are on a level far, far beyond the norm. What do you mean by that? Asked Sylthia, still ignorant of the matter. Just heal my hand, will you? Said Axel, glaring at the nosy doctor. Caltus felt a prickling sensation on the back of his neck, giving him goosebumps. When he touched it with his fingers, they came back bloody. Caltus almost peed his pants. Just now, he didn't even see Axel move. Or more precisely, his eyes couldn't register it. But it was definitely his hand that moved. It was apparent from the sudden dramatic spike in the stats on the screen. Kaltus realized that he could have died now. The thought made him want to run. Everything suddenly made sense. Why the young man in front of him is a royal guest and why his hand was reattached, not regenerated. With those extreme stats, his hand itself can be called a relic. But when it's regenerated, the stats would be back to a normal hand, which would have been equivalent to destroying a relic with your own hands, except the relic is your own hand, if that makes sense. Of course, this put Axel on the same level as the relic wielders, the ultimate existences in Atlantis. People who you can only kiss up to, and not offend. It's nothing. Just a glitch, he told the suspicious Sylphia. Let's fix your hand. Once the doctor had stopped bullshitting, the process was extremely fast. First, Kaltus completely cut off Axel's hand again, since it was not attached perfectly in the first place. Then he reattached it using the right procedure, perfectly reconnecting every nerve, muscle, tendon, and bone. Finally, it was healed using a subrelic, completing the process. Once they were done, Axel examined his hand, and as he did, a small grin uncontrollably crept up on his face. Because he knew, his hand was back. Only now did he feel like had recovered somewhat. After losing his magic, his hand, and the ability to move his body, he had to face two fearsome relic wielders on his own. Not even considering Theron, just Nerio could have killed him 10 times in 1 second if that was his motive. But no more. Now the scenario has changed. He has his hands back, his body is back to its peak, and he now has Zen Focus and Water Monarch to make up for his magic deficiency. Kraken, relic wielders, anyone, come at me now, he thought, his confidence coming back. He was ready for war. On the return journey, Axel was in a good mood. Well, relatively better mood all things considered. Daphne would be happy, he thought. But she would also be worrying about him a lot. As for Martina, she would literally drool after looking at the technology. The civilization around is advanced enough to fascinate even him. A geek like Martina would definitely see this place as heaven. But one who would want to be here the most would be Akiko. Akiko, the one who wants to take down Kraken the most. With most of her life spent training for revenge, he could imagine how much she would have wanted to come. Of course, he couldn't do anything to bring her with the situation like this. But all of them would also be worried, he thought. It would be better if he informed them that he was fine. But, when Axel took out his Magi mirror to inform them about his situation, he realized that there was no signal. Duh, we're deep inside ocean. What did you expect? His logical mind scolded him. Hey Greenie, can you help me contact someone in the outside world? He asked Sylphia. It took a second for Sylphia to register the fact that Axel was talking to her. Her mouth opened and closed like a fish as she looked at him like he had committed an atrocity. Greenie. Greenie. How dare you? Well. Can you, or can you not? I thought you had a lot of authority, Axel continued to ask, unaffected. No. Why not? Because, I don't want to. And outside communication is impossible in Atlantis. Axel paused. What? It's prohibited. Atlantis has only been in contact with the Japanese ministry. That too is done by the elders. I have no idea how to do it. Sylphia suddenly realized that she had once again been drawn into Axel's rhythm. But I wouldn't have helped you even if I could. She harumphed. Well, it can't be helped, thought Axel with a shrug. Daphne is going to cry, but there's nothing he can do for now. Though, it did make sense that Atlantis has no contact with the outside world, or at least in the last year, or someone would have seen him on the internet and realized the resemblance between him and Tristan. Can you walk faster? I have somewhere to be, said Sylphia urged, walking faster. Oh, where? The shinobi reinforcements are finally coming today. I have to be there too, why am I talking? Sylphia couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't understand why she hasn't been able to keep her mouth shut when she plans to ignore him the whole time. Axel smirked. Silver tongue. This skill implies a smooth, persuasive way of speaking that can convince or manipulate others. A thief with a silver tongue would be adept at using words to extract information without raising suspicion. Well, looks like it works. Axel has been using this skill the whole time. Since he is on an espionage mission here, he ought to have the equivalent skills as well, right? Poor Sylphia. She has been quite a useful siren. She has sung a lot of information to him. Hey Greenie. What did you call me? You still haven't told me how I can try being a relic wielder. Sylphia snorted in disbelief. You can forget about it. Relics are strictly regulated treasures. Even the princess can't give you one if she wants to, you neither have the minimum criteria of 5-star authority, nor the approval of the majority of elders, stop talking. Slithia's gem glowed. Suddenly, Axel found his mouth forcefully pressed shut by an external force. I guess, it's enough, he lamented. They walked the rest of the way in silence, while Sylthia kept giving him murderous glances. With nothing to do, Axel checked the notifications from the system. Mission: help Atlantis win the war, gain as many merits and recognition as possible. Mission: join any department and reach 5 stars as soon as possible. These missions weren't going to get him any particular rewards, but they were going to get him the most records, which would strengthen his soul and regain his previous magic limit. Something he could definitely use. When they finally returned, the princess was once again busy with various activities. But upon seeing Axel and Sylthia returning, she excused herself from the bustle. So, how's your hand? She asked, walking over. Axel flexed his fingers, rubbing his wrist. It's healed. Thank you. The princess smiled. It was a small matter. I hope you do realize that you can ask me for more. Is there anything else I can help you with? Axel hesitated. Can I really? Of course, you have my word, I will help you as long as it's something that doesn't harm Atlantis. Then. Axel looked directly at the princess. Let me join the war. Next, testing for qualifications. Please keep giving power stones. Also, come read ahead at Patreon. Action-packed war arc is here. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, Trial. What? It was understandable that the princess was dumbfounded. What was your request? She asked again, thinking she must have heard it wrong, or maybe there was a fault in the translation. I want to join your side and participate in the war. I want to stay. I want a citizenship, or something. Axel stated his intentions as clearly as possible in case he hadn't been specific enough. Why? The princess couldn't help but ask. Axel shrugged. Well, I have my reasons. What you need to know is that there is no one to object to my decision on the outside world. It's just a matter of whether you have the power to allow it or not. I can allow it, but... The princess was genuinely at a loss. When Axel finally said he wanted something more, she had thought that sure enough, the kid couldn't resist asking for more of the benefits that Atlantis could provide, but after listening to his request, she was stumped. What kind of request was this? Let me make it clear to you. The situation here is actually very severe. Our enemy's strength is unpredictable, and they are extremely strong. There have been numerous deaths and your safety cannot be guaranteed. In such a situation, while I would have been glad to welcome you, but the longer you stay here, the more danger you will be in, said the princess, explaining the situation to him without holding back. Furthermore, if you do become a citizen, or if you stay here for more than a few days, you will no longer be allowed to leave, or have any contact with the outside world. Axel mentally rolled his eyes. This ant is so overprotective even when I haven't revealed my identity. What would happen after I reveal it? Princess, I know the risks. I am an adult, and I can make decisions for myself. I am simply asking what I want in a fully conscious state of mind, knowing all the risks and dangers involved. Are you going to fulfill my request or are you trying to go back on your words? Asked Axel. He was finding the situation a bit absurd. Besides, I am just a random nobody. In this time of war, why are you wasting so much time thinking when someone is trying to help? Surely you have much more important tasks than worrying about me. The princess's blue eyes widened, as her lips parted. That's right. The princess realized that her behavior was a bit abnormal. This boy was just an outsider, and yet, she was caring for him a bit too much. It's wartime right now, and there are many pending tasks on her list that could be considered much more important than this. Why is she paying so much attention to this matter? It seems that his headstrong and reckless attitude, and along with the way he carried and presented himself seemed too familiar. This combined with the fact that he had helped her elder sister, she feels like he's linked with her elder. That's why she is subconsciously treating him more favorably. No, you can't go on like this anymore, she chided herself. She was too soft. She knows that. The fact that she's here personally dealing with such trivial issues is a proof of that. Even the boy in front of her can see that. But this is wartime, and she cannot continue to go on like this. She has to put her focus on important tasks. She can't personally care for everything by herself. Thus, the princess hardened her heart as she nodded. If that's what you wish, then I will fulfill your demand. From today onwards, I declare you a citizen of Atlantis. Your living arrangements will be supported by the royal family. But, the princess paused there, leveling Axel with a stern gaze. Your selection in any of the enclaves, and your position, depends on your ability and merits. I cannot help you with that. Also, you will go through a strict screening beforehand to make sure you aren't a spy. Axel nodded. Thanks. Can't ask for more, he thought inwardly. There are limits to how much he can get from that royal seal. It seems that while the princess is kind, she is not foolish. The princess turned to Sylphia. Take him to the trials. Sylphia hesitated. But princess, the shinobi reinforcements are coming. Don't worry. This is the royal castle. They won't try anything. Besides, I will have Uncle Nord with me. Sylphia very much looked like she wanted to protest further, but she held it in, knowing it was not her place to argue with the princess. Instead, she glared at Axel like he had committed a great crime as she began dragging him away. Hey! I can walk on my own. Axel protested. The way Sylphia was dragging him was attracting a lot of looks. Most of it seemed envy. It seems that the people here have some weird interests. Though, more annoying was the fact that they seemed to be recording them through the device on their wrists. What are they doing? He still asked Sylphia, pointing at them. Sylphia only now realized the attention she had attracted. For Triton's sake, do these people have nothing else to do? She snapped. A strong gale blew in the area, causing everyone to stop staring in fear. She tapped her wrist a few times and an interface popped up, showing photos of Sylphia and Axel with various comments below it. The gale intensified when Sylphia saw the contents. Axel took a glance. It was similar to social gossiping applications that the students of Hogwarts used. Since he knew the language, he could read the comments. Most of them were simping for Sylphia while some were trying to guess his identity. Axel sighed. Great, so the low-profile plan is out, I guess, he thought with some irritation. It looks like Atlantis also has something like the Magi Hive here as well. Why can't they leave me alone? Sylphia grumbled in annoyance. Well, maybe you should try dressing differently, suggested Axel. While most of the people here were dressed in similar uniforms or armors, Sylphia was wearing a vibrant green dress with deep slips along her legs. Whenever her emotions fluctuate, the wind blows, and her dress flutters, revealing her long legs. Combined with her long green hair and exquisite features, and her stern expression, it is apparent why she is attracting so much attention. Axel's suggestion was extremely reasonable, given with sincere intentions, and yet, Sylphia gave him a murderous look. Why would I change it? It's a rank 4 sub-relic, with thousands of years of history, she uttered, looking offended with the idea that it could be the cause of the problem. Suit yourself, Axel muttered with disinterest. Why are you getting angry at me? Because you are disrupting everything by coming here. Instead of focusing on war preparations, the princess is paying more attention to you. And with me not guarding her, the princess's security is being compromised because of you. How is it being compromised? Just a few ninjas are coming, right? You won't understand. It's not a common occurrence. It's been 5 years since anyone legally entered or exited Atlantis. There's no telling what those tricky shinobis would do, said Sylphia as she continued dragging him. That means that they haven't heard anything about the outside world for years. Axel furrowed his eyebrows. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Why is the entry and exit so strictly regulated in Atlantis? He was curious. Why does Atlantis not let outsiders in? Or let its people go out? It couldn't just be an extreme aversion. It's because. Sylphia suddenly paused, realizing that Axel was doing it again. She directly sealed his mouth again, dragging him to take the trials. This person is too dangerous. She was just about to spill royal secrets without resistance. When Sylphia unsealed his mouth again, they had arrived at a place in the castle as huge as the Great Hall at Hogwarts. Upon their entry, many students were pointing at Sylphia, their gazes full of admiration and worship, as if seeing a celebrity. But no one dared to recklessly approach her, all keeping their distance. The place was quite crowded, just like the grounds they were previously in. The difference would be the fact that there were a lot less armored men and women and more boys and girls in uniforms. Meaning there were more students here and less soldiers. It looked like a very advanced gym of sorts, with all types of machines. In the middle, there were several fighting rings where the students were sparring. It also happened to be the most crowded place. As Axel watched, one of the fighters in the ring knocked down the other, causing cheers to erupt among the onlookers who were surrounding the ring. The screen above, which was projecting the fight, lit up brightly, showing the winner's face, and the numbers beside his name changing. Where are we? Asked Axel, his muscles unconsciously flexing and unflexing, getting ready for some action. Sylphia looked around at the place with some nostalgia. We're in the academic block. This is the trial field of the Royal Academy. We're here to test your qualifications. Axel cracked his neck. Well, what are we waiting for then? The testing criteria is based on your enclave. Which enclave do you want to join? She asked impatiently. Enclave. It's the field you want your carrier in. I know that you want to participate in the war, but there are many ways you can do that. Military, mending, magical research, technomancy, there are many enclaves. What do you specialize in? What are you interested in? Depending on that, I will check your qualifications. What I specialize in? Axel thought about it. Stealth, assassination, infiltration, subterfuge, deception, stealing. The things that came to the forefront on his mind weren't exactly good. Thankfully, he knew what he was interested in. I think I'll choose military, he said. What he wanted was to fight Kraken head-on. Sylphia did not seem surprised by his choice. Only disappointed. Which division? Frontline or logistics? Was that even a question? Frontline, answered Axel without blinking. Which cowardly idiot would join logistics? Sylphia's eyes turned colder. I suggest you rethink it. In the time of war, military is the fastest way to gather merit and gain promotion, but it's also the enclave with most risk. It also has the most number of members, and the fiercest competition. Your outsider status doesn't help either. You could be deployed to the most dangerous areas without taking your safety into consideration. A grin came on Axel's face upon hearing those specifications. Sounds perfect. Why did I even bother? She muttered, walking away. If someone has a death wish, she's not going to try and stop them. Since you're in the front line, physical fitness is a must, regardless of whatever specialization you choose. So the trial is going to begin by testing your physical parameters, said Sylphia as Axel followed. Strength, agility, stamina, speed, endurance, flexibility, coordination, balance, reaction time, and so on. After that, it's going to test the main factor, your fighting power. Your career ahead will depend upon this. But since you haven't gone through any preliminary training or enhancements, it's better that you don't hold out much hope. Axel's eyes gleamed. What kind of qualifications do I need to directly fight in the war? What do I need to do to reach 5-star authority? He asked. Sylphia gave him a dismissive look. You can forget about that for now. It's impossible for you. Axel frowned. Why is that? Firstly, a student has to go through several years of schooling in the field they have chosen. Only when they are ready, can they graduate and get a star, meaning they can now enroll into their chosen enclave's military, court, sanatorium, research, etc. You, she said, looking down at Axel. Haven't even proven to have the qualifications to even enter the Royal Academy, let alone graduate from it and get a star. So, right now, you can't participate in the war. As for getting 5-star authority, you know how unrealistic that is, don't you? Axel was deep in thought, not at all looking offended. What, if I am more than qualified? That won't be possible. Only the best of the best are admitted into the Royal Academy. The education here is much better compared to the outside world. There has rarely been a case that a shinobi warrior has been able to match an Atlantean warrior if they are the same age. But what if? I can. What if I can even match a 5-star warrior? Sylphia rolled her eyes. Stop daydreaming. She didn't believe Axel at all. He was what? 15. 16. But she knew that it was the age of delusion and boasting, so she didn't mind. But, Axel was serious. Right now, the only thing he was concerned about was, how much should I show? Yep, there's no cliché underestimating and flack-slapping trope. He'll get the recognition he deserves. Next, showing off. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Vote backhand index pointing down, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, Trial 2. Here's the chap. Enjoy. How much should I show? It was something to think about. Truthfully, Axel would have liked to have kept his powers a secret. He was a bit conflicted about this. He wanted to go all out. At least for once. Right now, he was under a disguise. He wasn't Axel, who was being targeted by the organization, but Chris, an identity he could discard without consequences. Showing off his power won't impact his real identity. It is also a fact that the more power he shows, the higher he'll be able to rise, which would make it easier for him to accomplish his goals. That's why, he definitely had the license to flex. But the problem is, this place isn't exactly safe for him. From what he has gathered so far, the king is sick, the princess does not have too much power, and there is something called the Council of Elders who wield considerable power. That is not even mentioning the relic wielders present on their side. Between all these people, with his past record, Axel is completely certain that at least one of them would want him dead at some point. Thus, it would be for the best if he doesn't show everything. 60%. 60% of his total power. This is the max limit Axel has drawn for himself in this war. But, that 60% is more than enough. Considering the fact that he has only shown 2 to 5% to take out the whole Mahutokuro team, it can be estimated just how high he is going to go this time. Sylphia first took him to an area where tens of transparent cylindrical pods were arranged in rows. She tapped a few times on the screen of one of them, and it opened from the middle with a swoop, its surface lighting up. Axel pursed his lips in distaste. Don't tell me I have to go inside. You have to go inside, said Sylvia firmly. It to check whether you are a squid or not. What? Axel was stumped. Isn't squid just a tentacled sea creature? What does she mean by that? A squid. Meaning if you are not a member of Kraken or not. Oh. Squid is a derogatory term for members of Kraken. It made sense now. No wonder Sylvia got suspicious when he expressed reluctance over going into the pod. If this device can check if he's from the Kraken, then it seems he really has to go in. But how does it distinguish between someone who is from Kraken and someone who is not? He asked. Silver tongue. Every Kraken member has a particular energy inside their bodies. This machine can detect traces of that energy inside you. Sylvia paused as she gritted her teeth, realizing that she had yet again revealed secret information to him. The look she gave him could kill him 100 times. So, it's like this. Axel paid no attention to her. He was still analyzing the new information he just got. So, the members of Kraken have a particular energy inside them. From Theron and Nerio, he had already deduced that they had been granted some special powers that weren't their own. Those tattoos, for example, and those mental barriers. Theron's armor took too much power to control. It wasn't something that a person can do by themselves. And the reaction speed of Nerio was unreal. Furthermore, their mental barriers were powerful enough to defend against even his legitimacy. This must be the energy Sylvia is talking about. The question is, how? Why aren't you going in? Asked Sylvia, her jewel already glowing. She was growing more and more suspicious of Axel. First he asks so many questions, then he wants to contact someone in the outside world, and now he is stalling to get checked. Axel was really hesitating to enter the pod. Of course he did not have the tattoos, neither did he have those mental blocks. But there was still some risk. His father was a fucking member of the organization. A very powerful one at that. So he wondered, is it possible that Axel might have some of that energy inside him? Axel only entered the pod after confirming with the system. Fortunately, he was found to have passed the test. Strange. Sylvia was still a bit confused. Even though he passed the test, there were faint traces, ones which can only be found in people of Atlantis. If this guy really has had no contact with Kraken or Atlantis, then how come he has them? Maybe, its influence is spreading faster than we had anticipated, she thought gravely. What's next? Asked Axel, snapping Sylvia out of her thoughts. Now, I will take you to the trial rooms. The trial rooms. It has been mentioned many times, but Axel still doesn't know exactly what the trial really is. It's essentially a set of tests that you are going to take in order to judge your overall capabilities. The rest, you'll understand when you see it, she said meaningfully. Their destination was at the opposite side of the huge hall. Upon arriving here, Axel realized that the crowd here was second densest after the fighting rings. Large doors were built into the wall side by side, and above each door was a wide screen that displayed different kinds of footage. In one was the screens, a student could be seen shooting a horde of creatures, in another, a student was fighting soldiers in close quarters. In some they were running through different types of obstacles. From time to time, they would die too. Sometimes they would revive while sometimes they would quit. The students standing outside were spectating the participants while discussing among themselves. They would cheer and exclaim from time to time when something surprising happens. By Magellan's teeth. The way he's running. Eater might break the record soon. He's not there yet. The running record has been unbeatable for 5 years straight. What a shot. Keep shooting. Nert's fighting power seems to have increased again. Colton died horribly this time. That must have hurt like painifera. Listening to the conversation, Axel was able to guess what the trial room seemed to be about, and his gaze flickered with astonishment. Sylvia looked at the country bumpkin by her side. A trial room is an advanced Atlantean technology that simulates real-life situations through which you can test and improve your overall combat abilities without any risks. Do you understand now? Axel nodded his head, still looking at the screens. Sylvia was satisfied with his bumpkin-like reaction. I've heard from the shinobis that the outsiders are still far from developing any such technology, so be grateful that you're getting a chance. Since the rooms are limited, even the students of the Royal Academy get a fixed quota of how many times they can try this. If it were in my hands, someone like you would have never gotten a chance, she said, going towards one of the rooms that had just gotten empty. Axel seemed to not mind her insulting words at all. Sylvia has been nothing but unhelpful and annoying so far. By now, he had already thanked the system for having him purchase the Zen Focus. After training that skill, Axel was able to control his temper much better. Otherwise, he would have lashed out by now, no matter the consequences. Even though he could calm his mind through a clemency, the source of his unstable emotions has always been his messed up soul. Now that he has adjusted it somewhat through Zen focus, he can stop himself after considering the overall situation. But of course, his extremely petty and vindictive nature is still unchanged. The most Zen focus can do is delay his revenge. Well, when I become the king, I know who to pick as my cupbearer. I'll have her wear that emerald bracelet she likes to flaunt so much around her neck, like a pet collar while she serves me drinks. I'll slowly crush that pride until there's none left. That's what he was thinking while walking with light steps, his expression serene. Ahem, it seems that he has only become a more dangerous enemy to have. Previously, the retaliation would have been swift and shallow. But now, it is going to be long and extremely tortuous. Unaware of the future humiliation she had secured herself during this half an hour of company, Sylphia walked straight towards the crowd. Out of the way, she said, blowing a gust of wind. Suddenly, the students who were busy looking at the screens, turned to find Sylphia walking over. Flabbergasted, they all stumbled to make way for her while saluting her. They weren't prepared to see someone high as like Sylphia so close to them. The crowd parted to make way for her. Walking through the path created like it was a matter of course, Sylphia flashed the communicated device on her wrist to the control screen, and the interface flashed with a, "Welcome, Sylphia Rinder. So, which path do you want to choose?" She asked him over her shoulder. "What is this path now?" asked Axel in annoyance. "First, there are various enclaves like military, mending, technomancy, court official, etc. Then in the military, there is the frontline and logistics division. Now, what are these paths?" "There are 4 basic paths to choose in the frontline division: shooter, gladiator, spellcaster, rider. Which ones of these would you like to try?" "I can select more than one." Sylphia clicked her tongue. "Someone explain it to him," she ordered, gesturing towards Axel. The students hesitated at first due to nervousness, but knowing that it was a good opportunity to curry favor with Sylphia, a student stepped forward. "You can choose more than one, but only if you are capable. The more paths a student or soldier is proficient in, the better his or her prospects will be," he explained. "More the merrier, huh?" Axel pondered over what to choose. Warrior. He could dabble. Shooting. His aiming has been honed for years. How difficult can it be? Rider. World-famous Quidditch player here. Spell casting. He could see that the Atlantis spell casting was a bit different, but it seems he can try those as well. "I'll choose all 4, he decided. Everyone looked at him strangely and Sylphia snorted. Another student stepped forward to explain. "I don't recommend you choose all. The trial will be designed to test all the aspects of the paths you've chosen. So, the more you choose, the more difficult it will be." Axel nodded. "I choose all." Those words made Axel look ignorant and overconfident, and their impression of him fell several degrees. You should not underestimate the trials. Since it's safe, their difficulty level is beyond even 2-star soldier level. Students die many times while attempting it, and even though the death is not real, the pain you'll feel is very real, one of the more empathetic students kindly explained. If Axel is someone important enough to be escorted directly by Sylphia Rinder, then it's better to make a good impression. That's why, several students seem to want to persuade him further. After all, facing those situations and dying is no joke. Lots of students get traumatized due to it every year. If it's too much, they stop even going to the trial room. On the other hand, many others were just happy to see him make a fool of himself. Why? The bastard is able to be so close to Sylphia. That's right, they were just jealous. Who is he? But, Axel was thinking of something else entirely. Only 2-star. Since the difficulty level only reached 2 stars, it seems that he won't be able to show off much after all. So, what will happen if I clear it? He asked, but maybe the question was ridiculous, because several snickers were heard from the surroundings. This again. Sylphia was exasperated by Axel's delusional questions. Most students can't even pass the endurance test, or die at the 2nd stage. The trial is just to test how far a student can go, not if they can clear it. If they perform decently, they will be admitted, and then they train for years so that they can get a satisfactory score and graduate. So, his question about clearing it is just plain ridiculous. "What is your full name?" Sylphia asked, tapping the control screen. She no longer cared if Axel died many times inside and failed. She just wanted to get this over with. Axel clicked his tongue. Would it kill her to give him a straight answer to his questions for once? Chris Martin. Axel gave out a random surname. Sylphia quickly entered his name, selected all of the basic paths and tapped, Simulate Trial. Just go in already. And be warned, don't blame us if you get trauma from dying, she said, turning to Axel. Maybe, she'll be more cooperating after the trial. Fine. Axel decisively walked into the trial room. The door closed behind him, and the screen above lit up, showing Axel. Inside was pitch black, except for these words. Welcome, Chris Martin. Your very first attempt will begin now. Are you ready? Ready. 3, 2, 1. Slowly, a narrow path appeared in front of him, being cleared out of nothing and stretching out for a distance. First stage, obstacle course. Start running. Chris Martin is the name of the protagonist of my previous fanfic. I used it here because, well, why not? Anyways, next chapter, showing off. Sorry, I thought it was this one. Next, first few followers. Next, aerial combat. The war arc is going to be an absolute banger. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 168, showing off. Outside the trial rooms, the number of people gathered had begun to increase at a rapid rate. From the moment Sylthia had arrived in the trial grounds, more and more people had started paying attention to her movements. What is Sylthia Irinder doing in this area? Usually, she is only seen accompanying the princess. But today, she had a boy in strange clothes walking side by side with her. When they noticed Axel and Sylthia walking towards the squid detection pods, and then to the trial rooms, they realized that Axel was actually taking the enrollment test. What kind of person was he to have Sylthia Irinder personally take his test? Everyone was curious, so they all began making their way towards the trial rooms, curious to spectate. When those who still had no idea what was going on saw everyone gathering at one place, they also followed to find out. And that is how Axel now had a big audience watching his match. Not only that, many of the students had begun recording and streaming him through their wrist devices. Who is this new fish? I don't know either, but he's with Sylthia, so there must be something, right? Look at his clothes. What kind of fashion is that? He's so handsome. Someone tell me his oshogram. All kinds of discussions regarding Axel were going on. But the most prevalent one was, look at those loose clothes. 100 Atten says he won't be able to even pass the physical stage. I bet he'll go down on the first obstacle. 300 on third obstacle. Yep, they were betting on how much he'd last. 3, 2, 1. Begin running. In the screen, the trial had already started, but they could see that Axel still had not started moving. Instead, he was stretching his muscles lazily, warming up. The confusion of the crowd was palpable. Did this guy not know what he was supposed to do? Run, said Sylthia through the microphone, in case he hadn't yet realized. But Axel still took 5 seconds to complete his stretching routine. Then, he began jogging on the path. Is this a joke? What the hell is he doing? Is he mad or what? The crowd felt like they had wasted their time coming here. A lot of booing and jeering sounds were heard. But, some perceptive people didn't take their eyes off of Axel. Somehow, the way he behaved, and his each and every movement gave them an inexplicable feeling. Sure enough, Axel's speed was increasing at a constant rate. He was still steady and relaxed, but his hands and feet were moving faster and faster. Not only that, the steps were gradually getting larger, making him cover more distance in the same amount of time. The crowd was no longer so rowdy now. Axel was now running at a speed that seemed as fast as any of them. Even though they had been going through enhancements here. So, he can run, muttered someone unimpressed. Running wasn't really that important. The first stage was a test of stamina, endurance, reaction speed, maneuverability, balance, coordination, etc. Agility was just one factor. But very soon, people noticed something abnormal. Is he still getting faster? Everyone else also realized it. Axel's hands and feet were still moving faster and faster. People couldn't understand how that was possible. What kind of training and enhancement did he receive to be able to become so fast at such a young age? Is he from one of those aristocratic families? Look, he isn't slowing down. Someone pointed out in urgency. The beginning was a straight run to warm you up and tire you out somewhat, but the first stage truly begins when the obstacles start coming. Axel was now entering into the true beginning of the first stage. He's going to die, that was the conclusion people reached when they saw him still somehow increasing his speed. Someone tell him. Another person yelled. If Axel kept going like that, he would get seriously injured, or might even die. Even though it won't be real, but it's still a really unpleasant experience. But, even after the urging of the person, Sylthia didn't warn Axel. She just stood there, gazing at Axel in surprise. Sure enough, the first obstacle came without warning. A block manifested out of thin air right in front of Axel. And since he was running so fast, he hardly had the time to even detect it, let alone stop or avoid it. Arcane footwork. In the next moment, Axel appeared on the other side of the block, as if he had passed right through it. His speed hadn't decreased at all. In fact, it was still increasing. His hands and feet were almost a blur by now. Jaws were dropped, pupils were dilated, and eyes were stretched wide open when they saw this. What the hell? Is he a ninja? Even they don't move like that. They didn't know, it was just the beginning. As more and more blocks materialized in the path, Axel didn't slow down at all, passing by the manifested blocks as if he was going right through them. The only silver lining was, he seemed to have at least stopped accelerating further. Excuse me. Sylvia came out of her trance-like state when someone addressed her. Looking back, everyone was looking at her inquiringly. Can you please enlighten us about his identity? The students couldn't hold back their curiosity any longer. Who is he? Sylvia realized that she had no idea. She had thought that he was just a nobody who was bewitched by the prestige of Atlantis and wanted to climb high without having any abilities, but it seems that it was no longer the case, was it? It seems that Axel can at least run very well. But so, he's a bit good at running, thought Sylvia with a huff. She didn't believe it would be anything more. Since he had chosen all the paths, the trial will be designed in order to test everything. Just good running is not going to help very much. Meanwhile, in the trial, the next obstacle came, the laser field. He'll slow down now, right? Said a student. Everyone has to slow down here. You simply cannot pass through that field without taking the utmost caution. The lasers are densely aligned, and you have to slowly move your body through the field without touching the lasers. It's not even about how fast you can go anymore. It tests your balance, flexibility, and core strength. Trying to run through it is madness. But it seems that Axel was going to attempt this madness, because he still hadn't slowed down despite the laser field getting closer and closer. Slow down. Touching the lasers can be fatal, said Sylvia in the microphone. This time, she decided to warn him. It could be considered an apology for underestimating him. He wasn't a complete weakling at least. Too bad, her kindness was ignored by Axel, since he didn't slow down at all, making her wonder why he even bothered. Die then, she muttered to herself. But Axel didn't even do that. As soon as the laser field came, Axel's eyes sharpened. The world seemed to slow down for him as the details he could capture increased. A path quickly formed in his mind, as his brain did calculations to find the quickest and safest route out. Just when the laser field came, he jumped right in, causing the spectators outside to grimace. They thought they'd see Axel getting cut into multiple pieces. But what they saw was parts of Axel's body continuously bending into different angles, until he emerged on the other side, completely unharmed. There was pin-drop silence outside. Everyone was still comprehending what they saw. Only after Axel glanced right at them with a disdainful look did the exclamations begin. What did he do just now? It can also be done like this. Can he become intangible? Does he have a relic or something? What Axel was doing right now was just too absurd, even by Atlantean standards. Woohoo! This guy's awesome. Someone exclaimed. He's speedrunning through the trial like it's nothing. Another guy exclaimed with excitement. Several exclamations of agreement were heard from all around. The students were now hooked, routing, and cheering for Axel. Speedrunning was something the high-level soldiers sometimes do when they come to this trial ground. Since 2-star difficulty is nothing serious for them, they'd show off by going through the obstacles like a piece of cake while taking as little time as possible. The videos they have seen are extremely exhilarating and satisfying to watch, but they never thought that they would get the chance to see it live. Axel, despite this being his first attempt and his age being too low, was attempting to speedrun the trial. The students were no doubt excited. But not everyone was excited. In the crowd, there was also a 3-star officer, who was spectating the trial. Listening to the students chattering in awe, he shook his head. Shut up, you idiots. He's not going to last long, he said, shaking his head. This man was one of the instructors here. Of course, his words carried weight. Running continuously at that speed, he won't be able to clear the next obstacle, he explained. When he said that, realization dawned on the students. He's chosen all 4 paths, so the next obstacle is the gravitational field, right? Oh, right. His boat will sink. He didn't conserve energy. The students belatedly realized what was wrong. The more paths you choose, the more difficult the trial will be. The gravitational field. It only comes in the trial if you have chosen 3 or more paths, including the warrior path. It'll increase the gravity in the area, causing every step to cause more exertion. When the effect stacks for multiple steps, a person can't really hold on for long. A challenger can't have infinite stamina. If you have to go through the gravitational field, it's important to conserve your energy from the beginning in order to pass through it. Since Axel has been going at full speed for a while, it seems like he'll end up tiring out now. Understanding this, the students' enthusiasm dampened somewhat. Meanwhile, inside the trial room, Axel had a slightly annoyed look on his face. How long will this go on? He's tired of running. At such mediocre speed. It's too difficult. Trying to control his legs to not move too fast. That's why he had to increase the pace slowly, in order to keep it under control. Show power, and they'll respect you. Show too much, and they'll fear you. Axel doesn't intend to go all at once. 60% is just the upper limit. For now, Axel is showing off far less. He's first going to gauge the reaction of the Atlanteans to this much power. In the past 2 years, due to the system-recommended training exercises, expensive magic ingredients diet, and the recommended potion recipes, his physical capabilities have already far surpassed human limits. Arcane Thief is a class that especially promotes physical attributes, to begin with. So the trial made for noobs here is just too damn boring for him. As Axel ran, he suddenly felt that his steps were a little heavy. Unconsciously, he increased the power of his muscles to keep up with the same speed, not at all faltering. But then he realized. Is this an obstacle too? Axel slowed down his speed somewhat, but still kept going without any sign of fatigue. When he came out of the field, his speed increased again. By this point, he was almost bored. Systems exercise is so much more difficult than this, he thought. The amount of stamina he has used from the beginning of the trial till now, it's used up within 2 minutes when doing systems exercise. Meanwhile, looking at Axel still running at the same speed, the people outside, the students had question marks all over their faces. Who is this guy? How did he do it? With that stamina, he can even go on for the whole night, someone joked. 500 Atlan says he'll also pass the next obstacle. A bet was announced. But this time, no one countered it. People could no longer speculate what Axel could or could not do. The next obstacle was quite difficult, and it could be called one of the most difficult of some of them, but they had no idea how Axel will perform. But, they wanted to find out. Go Chris! Someone yelled, quickly repeated by another, and another. Speedrun the next one too. Yeah. Speedrun. 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 More and more students were coming from all around after knowing about the commotion through online. In the trial, while Axel was wondering what would happen next, he realized that there was no path ahead. Only a huge chasm. The only way ahead was a narrow pole, enough to accommodate 1 foot in breadth. Still waiting for the next trial, Axel began running on the pole while looking around, wondering if the pole would break off or if another obstacle like those blocks would appear, trying to push him off. But nothing of the sort happened, and Axel came to the end of the pole path. Up ahead, there was not even the pole. Just ropes at regular intervals, hanging by nothing. Fuck. He really is speedrunning it. The guy didn't even bother putting on the safety harness. The students were left in awe. What confidence. What balance. Go Chris. Go Chris. Next one too. Sure enough, Axel didn't disappoint. He jumped off and grabbed the rope, swung forward, skipped 2 ropes, caught the 3rd, swung off, caught the 7th one. Due to the swinging motion, his speed didn't decrease, but actually increased. As soon as he landed on the other side, fireworks exploded on the screen. The first stage of the trial was complete, and 2 more were left. Cheers erupted among the students. It was the moment when the new king had begun to get his first supporters. Meanwhile, a girl in ninja attire with a beautiful but expressionless face was packing up her gear, ready to depart on a long journey. The guy is going to destroy Atlantis, and expects her to sit back and relax. Only when all the kunai in the world turn into dust. Aki. Let's go. Before your grandfather finds out. Coming, Kurai-sensei. Said Akiko, going out. The corners of her mouth lifted, imagining Axel's reaction when he would see her. Next, aerial combat. Next, killing spree. Next, castle in an emergency state. Next, seeing a familiar face. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 169, Aerial Combat. The first stage was over. The students were completely won over by Axel, who had cleared it in style. Cheers were ringing incessantly, and more people were coming to spectate the match. In those people, there were many with even 1- and 2-star authority. Standing in the crowd, Sylphia could no longer stay indifferent. Looking at Axel's performance, she had to admit that he was definitely capable, at least in terms of physique. But, she was furious with the situation. Everyone was cheering for Axel like he was a new hero, and she absolutely couldn't stand it. If he was an Atlantean, she wouldn't have cared, but the fact is, he is not. Who is he? The students asked her for the umpteenth time. Since the atmosphere was so rowdy, they had even forgotten the absolute difference in class when addressing her. An outsider. She wanted to say. But she still remained silent instead, focusing on the screen. At this moment, a commotion ensued when Axel skipped the break time and directly entered the next stage. Usually, the trainees are allowed a brief break after the first round so that they can perform optimally in the second stage. So the onlookers were a bit disappointed. They couldn't wait to see how Axel will perform in the next stage. But, when they saw him skipping the break, it caused an uproar. Does he not need rest? Even after that run? I don't believe it. How old is he? He doesn't look older than 15 or 16. But he must be at least 20. Whatever Axel's magical and combat abilities might be, just considering his pure physical capabilities, it was too abnormal for him to be so powerful, even by Atlantean standards. Since Atlantis also puts emphasis on physical development along with magic, it's not that there aren't people who can match his physique. It can be achieved through training and enhancement. But everyone else with such physique is far older. Besides, his other aspects like maneuverability, balance, reaction etc. can only be achieved after incessant training. What will be the next stage? Shoot and rider assessment. The next stage would be a test for shooter and rider. No matter what path you choose, or how many you choose, the trial only has 3 stages. Since Axel had chosen all the basic paths, the difficulty is going to be much higher since more things will have to be tested with fewer stages. The distribution is something like this. First stage, physical assessment. Second stage, shooter plus rider. Third stage, warrior plus spellcaster. Usually, all 3 stages test just one path. But here, 3 stages have to test for 5 paths, so each stage's difficulty is increased several times. Bets for the next round? Someone asked. There was a pause, before bets began pouring in again. Like always, the bets were automatically registered into the system through their wrist devices, with the set amount being deducted from their account. If they win, the amount will be returned, along with their winnings. Unlike the other time, the odds were in favor of Axel performing well in the next trial, which was a surprise. It's natural that the chances Axel might perform poorly were higher. But the people had already lost a lot of times betting against him, so many knew better by now. Inside the trial ground, Axel walked through the doorway that had appeared in front of him and emerged on the other side. The scene around him got recreated again. This time, he was on the edge of a cliff. A number of bows and gun-like devices manifested around him. And then, a long hover contraption appeared in front of him. Axel examined it. It looked a bit like the Muggle motorcycles he had seen, except, comparing this glamorous vehicle to a Muggle bike seemed like an insult to this beauty. The body was extremely light and sleek, and it glowed with blue light, seemingly powered by magic. Axel strapped all the guns to his body and mounted the bike. As soon as he did so, words appeared in front of him. Stage 2, while riding the Aquanite, safely reach the other side while shooting down as many hostile units as possible. Accidentally shooting friendly units will bring negative points. 3. Wait. Axel suddenly realized a problem. 2. He had no idea how to use these things. 1. How do I use it? He muttered. Fortunately, a box called instructions popped up in front of him when he uttered those words. Go. Accelerate by turning the handles inward, brake using the levers. Fire the blasters using the red switches, deploy the shield using blue switch. The shield's life will be displayed on the interface. Go. The crowd cheered while watching Axel. But they were once again met with the sight of Axel not moving at all. Last time, he was at least warming up. But this time, he just sat there on the Aquanite, completely frozen. Then, someone saw the letters that had appeared in front of him. Is he reading the instructions? That observation caused mass confusion in the crowd. It was too absurd to be true. But when they saw Axel fiddling with the Aquanite's controls like a noob while checking the instruction, there was no denying it. Though instruction manuals are provided to supplement knowledge on how to use equipment, it's rarely needed, especially in the very first trial that determines a person's qualifications. The students only choose the path they are most proficient in. If someone has chosen the rider path, it's a given that they're skilled in riding a Aquanite, which is a very difficult to control vehicle. In such a case, reading instructions on the first trial, the one that is supposed to determine your future, is a bit. Not a bit, it's completely nuts. Bruh, why did you choose the path if you don't even know how to ride an Aquanite? While they were waiting for him to finish up reading the instructions on how to use the Aquanite, they saw another wall of text appear in front of him as he began fiddling with the guns and bows he had strapped to himself and the bike. Is he for real? So, not only was he not a rider, he was not even a shooter. Remind me to punch him when he comes out. What kind of fish is he? Did no one tell him about the disadvantages of choosing multiple classes? What a waste of time. Did you call me here to show me this? The anger was reaching boiling point. Axel seems to have no idea about even the basics of the 2 paths. There's no way Axel can do much at this point. The disappointment of the crowd was immense, especially considering the fact that they had already placed bets by now. Unaware of the negative attention he was attracting, Axel thoroughly read the instructions while also listening to the system's information. The magic guns and bows in this place are well developed. So much so that there is an entire path related to it. These guns and bows are magical conduits that can help you compress your magical power and fire it with much more force than normal spells. There's also the concept of ready-made magic bullets and arrows, but those aren't usually as effective since most can't pierce the Atlanteans' armor. Also, they're expensive. After going through the information, Axel tried firing according to the instructions. He cocked the gun in front. "Asmus," he muttered. Instantly, his magic was channeled into the gun, causing its sides to glow as it got compressed. When he pulled the trigger, with a bang, a compressed and destructive magic was released, causing a slight recoil. Though, it dissipated after covering some distance, quite weak. Axel could vividly feel that he could compress it further, as was written in the instructions, but it was not easy. Shooting seems much more difficult compared to firing spells with a wand. Even though the power and speed can be increased, it must take a lot of training to master it. A slight smile played on Axel's lips. "Interesting," he muttered, as if he had found a new toy. Meanwhile, jeering and booing sounds were spreading outside when people saw Axel's bullet. He really is a beginner. He's dead. 100 times. My Atlans. They had given up hope by now. The bullet Axel fired was quite weak. It takes years of training to master firing bullets, not to mention the difficulty of aiming. If he's a beginner, there's no way he'd pass the stage. With it being such a difficult stage, chances are, he'll keep dying, and it was meaningless to watch further. Bang. Just then, Axel fired a second time. This time, the bullet he fired was much faster, and covered more distance. It was almost approaching the student level, which takes years of training to reach. Not even letting anyone comprehend what was happening, Axel fired 3 more shots, with the last one coming at expert level. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill. Due to overlap with aiming, throwing, and wand shooting, Zen focus, etc. Current progress, 40%. The spectators were left staring at this unbelievable sight. Did he just learn to shoot in 10 seconds? What about the 10 years I spent? He made it look so easy. I don't believe it. He's clearly dogfishing us. Yeah, there was no recoil. If it was really his first time, the gun would have flown right out of his hand. Wait, what is he doing now? Ready-made bullets. What's the point? The ones provided in the trial are useless. In the trial room, Axel was now trying out the ready-made bullets. Though the power and speed was not up to par, but since Axel still hasn't fully recovered his magical limit, he would prefer using this. Since the ready-made bullets are just simulations in this trial, he can use an infinite amount. On the other hand, the magic used for firing magic bullets is real, and he'd rather not waste his precious magic if he can help it. After nodding to himself, Axel twirled the gun and strapped it to the holster on the Aquanite. He then hit the start button and the Aquanite hummed to life. Now, all that's left is to try this beauty out. Whirl. Gripping the handles, Axel gave a raise, causing slight vibration. Let's go. Axel switched gear and the Aquanite flew off with an amazing burst of speed. Whoa. Axel laughed out loud. This thing had much better acceleration than a broom. Axel quickly began familiarizing himself with the controls. Handling was a bit more difficult compared to a broom since the sensitivity was quite high. Just a slight tilt of the hand can change the course completely. Soon, the barren region below was gone, replaced by an endless cityscape. It was similar to the city he had seen when he had stepped through the portal. Only, this city was in chaos. Some buildings had turned into rubble while smoke was rising from others. Axel knew who he had to eliminate when he saw red marks over the enemy units. Meanwhile, the spectators outside, who were on the verge of leaving due to frustration, stopped when they saw Axel smoothly handling the Aquanite. The bets were still changing, and now those in favor of him not doing well had increased. It was because he got this one, huh? It's been a while since I saw this. Doesn't even know the proper way to deploy the shield. It'll run out before he reaches the end. He's going to die, isn't he? It's because the scenario he got was like that. Axel has to shoot the hostiles which are quite a distance away, while flying at that speed. Meanwhile, he also has to keep himself safe from the attacks he's going to face from the enemy. Here it comes. 100 Atlans says he'll miss the first shot. The first of the enemies had come. It was another rider riding an Aquanite, coming towards Axel from his flank while firing the front blasters. Then, it started. Axel did not even look in the direction of the attack. Casually pointing his gun at the incoming enemy with just one hand, he fired 2 shots before getting back to handling the Aquanite. The shots, which were from the ready-made bullets, accurately hit the target in the neck, avoiding all armor. One seemed enough to take him down the Aquanite, but the second one hit the same spot, piercing the armor and killing the target on the spot. What? Fuck. Suddenly, cheers erupted again. That was a ready-made bullet. That insane aim, it has to be a fluke, right? It might seem easy, but what Axel did was extremely difficult. Ready-made bullets are slow, so when firing at such a speed, you have to fire while keeping the deviation in mind. Meaning you have to aim not where the target is, but where the target will be when the bullet reaches it. But, since they were shocked by just this, the people had no idea what they were in for. More riders with red dots came towards Axel, firing at him with the blasters in their Aquanite. Axel swerved in a circle, easily dodging the shots while firing at them with his gun. 2 shots per kill, the triad was eliminated. Finding the next group of enemies, he drove low, firing at the hostiles who were firing at him from the ground and other buildings. The spectators couldn't even cheer. This kind of deadly accuracy was frightening. The civilians were quite close to the enemies he shot just now. And yet, each shot found its mark at the red target. And even then, 2 bullets still hit the same spot in order to make up for the lack of firepower. How? No one could understand how he could reach such level shooting and flying skills. It's really a pity he doesn't know about the shields. Some people lamented. With this much, Axel had already shown that he was a much better rider and shooter than almost all the students here. He really does have the right to choose both of these paths. But, it's a pity that he got this particular scenario, or he would have cleared the stage. In this scenario, defense also plays an important role. There are some attacks that cannot be dodged. The shields have to be deployed at the right times, or you won't know what hit you. Since it's his first time, Axel has no idea about this. Here it comes, said someone. Up ahead, there were enemy aircraft, which could fly faster than him. Reloading at a record speed, Axel fired again. Unfortunately this time, the gun couldn't do shit. Shit. He's in trouble. Deploy the shield. At this moment, the enemy aircraft fired a compressed laser beam that was much faster than any other attack so far. It headed straight towards Axel, who was moving at a speed that would make it impossible to even react, let alone dodge. In the last moment, Axel's head tilted to one side as the laser missed him by a hair's breadth. In the trials, Axel only had one thought about this: Nerio was at least 10 times faster. Power stones. Next, beginning of a slaughter. Next, emergency. Next, identity partially revealed. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 170, beginning of a slaughter. Everyone had really thought that Axel was done for this time. But when they saw him somehow saved, a loud cheer erupted in the viewers. That has to be a fluke, right? It has to be. It's his first time attempting this. After all, the laser was nothing to scoff at. Even if they believe that Axel saw the signs of the aircraft attacking and moved beforehand, he'd have had some information first, which is impossible since it's apparently his first time seeing this trial. Axel didn't just stop there. Taking the opportunity, he continued getting closer to the aircraft. He then turned on the blasters and fired a concentrated beam of his own, hitting it squarely in the middle. The aircraft didn't even have the time to deploy its shield before it was shot, crashing sideways into a building. The trial had attracted a lot of attention by now. Due to the ongoing war, everyone is competing to get rewarded, earn merits, or make a name for themselves. This is especially the case with the military division. In this turbulent time, the appearance of someone with extremely high talent and potential is bound to cause waves. That's why, the number of people watching Axel's trial has been skyrocketing, especially after the beginning of the second stage. Physical fitness is just the basics. But if Axel showed the same phenomenal mastery in shooting and riding, then he is definitely someone to pay attention to. Because then, he can directly participate in war and even play a crucial role. More and more higher-ups were now paying attention to Axel's match. Some of his skills are better than even me, said a man with 4 stars shining on his shoulder, displaying his authority. Astonishment was visible on his face as he looked at Axel, who was back to shooting down the smaller enemies now. Better than even you. The officer beside him was surprised. Surely, that is an exaggeration. No, the man said firmly. Look at him. He hasn't missed a single shot yet. It was only then did the officer realize that this might indeed be the case. Axel has been shooting so fast that most people haven't even had the time to ascertain whether his shots were reaching their marks or not. But of course, the major protectate and one of the best shooters in Atlantis, who has already attempted the trial countless times, can easily tell. Axel has not missed. Not once. But, that wasn't even the most fearsome thing. It was the fact that he was using the basic gun and ready-made bullets, while shooting at the range of snipers. He's calculating the extreme deviation into account while also firing multiple bullets, even up to 5 per target sometimes, to make up for the lack of penetration. Who is he? The men with 4-star authority asked, clearly looking to commit it through his memory. The officer, who works in the royal court, had already done his research. His name is Chris Martin. We know nothing else except for the fact that he is a guest of the royal princess. She is apparently on close enough terms with him that she assigned Sylthia Irinder to help him take his trial. The man furrowed his brows. If such big figures are involved, then it might be difficult to recruit him. Meanwhile, Axel was in a bigger trouble this time. 3 aircraft were chasing him at the same time. But Axel still seemed to have the time to shoot other hostiles. He suddenly dipped low, zigzagging through the high-rise structures of the city. While he was passing through them, suddenly. What? Where is he? Axel suddenly disappeared. He hadn't emerged on the other side. Apparently, the enemy aircraft were also deceived, because their speeds also slowed down noticeably when they passed through the towering spiral buildings. At this moment, multiple beams hit the 3 aircraft from behind, causing them to go out of control and crash. Then, Axel, who had been following them, flew back into the view from between the buildings. It was a simple enough trick to pull off for Axel, but it didn't seem to be the case for others. How? Stealth maneuvers. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Who taught him that? Those who had some knowledge on what he had done were in disbelief, while those who had no idea were cheering in awe because it was simply too spectacular. Meanwhile, the 4-star major of the Guardian Division was still gaping in astonishment. Unlike others, he knew what Axel had and how he had done it. He just couldn't believe he was watching it from someone who is 16 years old and new to riding a Neptunite. He has to be recruited into the Protectors, he said firmly. I must inform the higher-ups. The Protectors. A crucial division of the Atlantean military that rides the Neptunite. Often patrolling the city, they deal in aerial combat, civilian rescue, maintaining order, etc. Due to the difficulty of each path, usually, a rider is accompanied by a shooter, making for an optimal team. But Axel can ride and shoot extremely well on his own. He's guaranteed to rise through the ranks quickly. The officer nodded. I believe no one will fight you for it, he said without urgency. Who will, when he has such aptitude for both riding and shooting? The man shook his head with uncertainty. You can't say that for sure. The specialized divisions would also not want to miss such a talent. Besides, that kid has also applied for the warrior and spellcaster paths as well. He had a feeling that it won't be so easy to recruit Axel. His feeling, of course, turned out to be true. Axel entered the last stage of the trial immediately. He was currently suspended in the air. Looking down, he found that he was in a war zone again. But this time, there were 2 words to describe his surroundings: utter chaos. 2 sides were currently in an all-out war. Judging by his own armor, Axel was on the side of Atlantis. And by the bizarre look of the other side, he was willing to bet the other side was Kraken. It consisted mostly of monsters, and humans who no longer looked like humans. The giant monsters were abominations created from a mixture of sea creatures. The humans, on the other hand, all had tattoos, and most of them seemed to have weird genetic mutations. Stage 3, this is an improbable simulation of a war. Fight for Atlantis and survive as long as possible using the warrior and spellcaster path. There is no stage clearing criteria. Results will be determined based on your performance before death or forfeit. Axel blankly looked at the scene in front of him. What exactly is he supposed to do? Fight and survive? Is he supposed to subdue them without eliminating them? No, that would be idiotic, since this is a war simulation, not a friendly match. But then, does this mean what he is thinking it means? Killing. Now that he considered it, killing, at least in simulation, seems quite normal in Atlantis. In the last stage, he didn't think much about it since he was just shooting down enemies from a distance, not knowing whether they were dying or not. But now, it's a bit different. People around him were slaughtering each other, and he was being encouraged to participate. This came as somewhat of a culture shock to Axel. Whether it was the Muggle Britain or the Wizarding Britain, killing was considered one of the worst taboos there. Some of it can be attributed to the fact that he is applying for the army right now, for which, learning to use lethal force is necessary. But in Britain, the Aurors are at most taught how to subdue enemies, not kill. Even if you're fighting dangerous criminals, taking a life is considered a last resort, and it can still get you into a lot of trouble. Regardless, with the war imminent, Axel agreed that this was the best way to ensure a soldier's survival. It might be harsh, but it'll keep them alive. The other side is ready to kill you. If you still try to be soft, you'll be the one to die. Choose your weapons. Instantly, a list appeared in front of Axel, showing a variety of weapons. Since it was supposed to be a warrior and spellcaster stage, there were weapons for both the stages. Axel scrolled through the long list. There were various types of weapons here, some of which Axel couldn't even recognize, let alone know how to use. Among the ones he knew about, there were different types of magic swords, shields, tridents, nets, maces, hammers, bows, magic staves, wands, rings, amulets, etc. Axel knew that he had to fire some spells and show off some of his combat skills. His choice was simple, a dagger and a wand. Get ready. Axel looked at the dagger he had chosen. Sharp and durable, balanced well in his hand. It would do. He casually tried running his magic through it, and was surprised to see a sharp coat of magic power appear along the blade. He checked the wand next. He was surprised to find that it was actually made out of metal. When he passed magic through it, it made a whirring sound while giving out a slight vibration. 3, 2, 1. Axel decided to just go with it. It's not like he ever has had any problems with killing. In fact, he was somewhat looking forward to the fight. On the other hand, when the crowd outside saw Axel's trial, some of the spectators gawked in bafflement while some were cheering as if they'd expected. Is this really the legendary war simulation? It is. But I'm not surprised. If someone can trigger it, it's him. Many of them were dumbfounded to see the legendary Hell Mode difficulty stage that they had only seen in videos actually appear, while others lamented for Axel's bad luck. If he has actually triggered it, he to suffer. The war scenario. The simulations for participants. For example, Axel's trial is comparatively more difficult from the beginning, since more paths have to be tested in 3 stages. But another fact that influences the scenario is your performance. If it's above a certain level, then the simulations of subsequent stages change in order to keep it challenging for the participant. It means that the default simulation is not enough to check the full capabilities of a participant. Among these cases, there is one scenario that particularly stands out, the war scenario, the most difficult scenario of the trial room. If a challenger has triggered it, then it means that 2-star level is not sufficient to test a participant's full capabilities. Obviously, no student has ever triggered it. It has only happened when some big shot has entered to show off, which is extremely rare. But since a war is interesting to watch, the videos of its precedents are extremely popular. Most of the students were naturally thrilled to be able to watch it in real time. But many also had concerns. This scenario is the most gory and brutal of all. Some students in the past used a higher-up's authority to forcefully activate this trial, but they were traumatized after experience and quit from the frontline division. Students need to train for a minimum of 3 to 4 years before they are gradually able to mentally face such kinds of situations. Since it's Axel's first time attempting the trial, the result can be imagined. Of course, no one tried to stop it. Even though they knew it was the right thing to do. Because everyone was just too curious. By now, everyone is somewhat used to Axel doing everything in a flash. The words genius, unreasonable, defying logic have already been attributed to him. What would happen when this person faces this stage of Hell Mode difficulty? That's why everyone watched without anyone trying to interfere. Dagger and wand. Once again, Axel showed them through his actions that they should just stop thinking logically when he chose a knife and wand as his weapon. The most common weapon for a magic warrior in Atlantis is a trident. It can be used for both spellcasting and melee combat. The range can also be adjusted, thus making it the standard weapon. Dagger. It's just a supplementary weapon. Now, people were beginning to have doubts. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the countdown was over, Axel was dropped into the war zone. Like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Next, Combat Master Axel and Castle under emergency, Kraken's attack. Next, seeing a familiar face. Next, identity partially revealed. Next, the Black Ops Division. Come read ahead. Why resist? Patreon.com/snollygoster. Vote. Chapter 171, Castle under emergency. The final stage of the trial began as Axel was dropped in the middle of the chaos. On the screen, the battlefield was displayed up close in high definition. It was an unrealistic scene where the two sides were engaging in direct, primal confrontation. Projectiles were fired, weapons clashed, and screams erupted. Blood flowed like rivers and lives were lost every second. Standing in such a scene of carnage, Axel leisurely surveyed his surroundings. Not a hint of fear or panic could be detected from his face. On the contrary, he appeared curious. Excited, even. Seeing that, many people were already impressed. No matter how bad it looks on the screen, it's several times worse to actually feel it in the trial room, which can simulate it infinitely close to reality. In such a situation, there are many who would start feeling nauseous or directly vomit. That is something really irritating to watch for the spectators, who like watching real fights. They know it's difficult to do it in person, but they are still used to watching videos of veterans. In such a situation, Axel, who seemed not at all fazed from his surroundings, gave them hope that they might see a good show. Not bad. He's taking it well. At least not a wimp, huh? Well, you can't say that until he kills. Agreed. Indeed, the next most pathetic thing is not being able to kill your opponent. It's a very common weakness in many soldiers. Usually, those who are intimidated by war or those who aren't able to kill, aren't really blamed for it, since they are only human. But still, these people are looked down upon in the frontline division. After all, if you are in the frontline division, killing is necessary, and if you are so averse to it, then why even choose to be on the frontline? Just for the high benefits. That's why, these people are called wimps, and are not allowed to be in many of the frontline subdivisions. Now, all that was left to see was if Axel will fight well or not. While everyone was anticipating a good fight, their hopes were dashed when they saw Axel strapping his dagger and wand to his waist, keeping his hands empty. What is he doing? Has he already given up? Damn it, is he a wimp after all? Axel's actions were quite peculiar. If someone is dropped in the middle of a war zone, their reactions would be predictably filled with fear and panic. Axel, on the other hand, leisurely sheathed his weapons, as if he won't be needing them at all. People couldn't anticipate exactly what he was planning to do. Is he going to run away? I don't think so. Maybe he thinks it'll be easy. He won't survive long if he underestimates the trial like this. The difficulty level will increase very quickly. He should fight seriously from the start, or he'll be surrounded and killed. Axel's actions were now leading people to believe that he won't be able to perform well in this trial after all. This is not an actual war, but a simulation designed to test one individual. In this trial, the challenger has to kill their way up. The enemies will keep targeting the challenger, and there is no running away. Furthermore, even though the starting difficulty is easy, the number of enemies and their power keeps increasing. If the challenger does not kill the starting enemies, their numbers stack up with the new, more powerful opponents. In the end, the challenger is overwhelmed quite easily and dies. Now that Axel has sheathed his weapons, it seems that he is not going to kill the enemies after all. On the battlefield, both sides clashed against each other. Since Axel was dropped in the middle of such a battlefield, he wasn't given much time to stand idle. A Kraken warrior attacked him. Axel just stood in his place even as the man swung his trident at him with an inhuman speed. At the last moment, he ducked low, going forward. He didn't look back, but somehow, the man was killed by the spell of an Atlantean soldier who was right behind Axel. Walking forward, he picked up a fallen shield from the ground, which he used for blocking a spell that had come from the opposite side. He came face to face with the spellcaster who had tried to hit him. Dodging another spell, Axel pushed the man aside, before he continued his stroll. The spellcaster who was pushed aside stumbled into another Kraken member, both of whom were cut down by an Atlantean warrior who took advantage of the disturbance. Continuing his steps, he was now surrounded by Kraken soldiers. Suddenly seeing an enemy in their midst, the surrounding soldiers made Axel their main target. Walking up to a certain spot, Axel suddenly tilted his body sideways as a bullet and two spells whizzed past him. But his positioning was such that these ranged attacks instead hit other Kraken soldiers who were caught unprepared. The rest of the enemies attacked him, but within a few seconds, all of them were lying on the ground. The shooter had somehow shot the sword wielder, who happened to be standing right behind Axel. At the same time, the warrior who was trying to stab Axel with his trident got deflected and ended up stabbing the shooter, after which he accidentally tripped due to Axel's foot and ended up falling on the sword of the fallen sword wielder, which was still filled with magic, thus cutting himself. Just like that, Axel was leisurely moving back and forth through the field, his opponents dropping one by one. Until now, Axel had not so much as tried to hurt a fly, and yet, those he faced were all incapacitated. The people watching simply couldn't understand what was happening. Is this still a war? Why does what Axel is doing look more like a leisure stroll in the garden? In such a situation, one of the students voiced out everyone's doubt. So, is he a wimp or not? The question was met with silence. A wimp is someone who is scared of violence and doesn't kill his enemies due to morality. But when looking at Axel, he does not, at all, seem averse to violence. As for not killing his enemies, it seems he's just too lazy to do so rather than sparing them out of mercy. The veterans, on the other hand, had their own thoughts. Battlefield awareness. That was what they were seeing right now. Axel had not personally attacked anyone yet. But still, he had used the external factors to the fullest against his enemies. In the battlefield, your emotions are heightened, and your ability to think is inevitably dulled due to excessive blood flow. In such a situation, Axel being able to calmly deal with the enemy without even having to use his own power spoke a lot about his competence. But why? The only question was, why? Why was Axel not engaging in battle? Why is he not being offensive? Is he really averse to taking lives? Can he actually do it, or is this his limit? He hasn't used much magic yet, has he? A veteran keenly noticed. Axel was not using his own magic. Even in the last trial, he had used ready-made bullets. It made one wonder if he really couldn't use it. It's truly impressive, but it would be a pity if this is it, another veteran muttered. So far, Axel has displayed excellent abilities in every field. But, if this is the extent of his combat skills, then he won't be able to progress in this trial. Because, what he was facing until now was the lowest level threat in a war. In order to progress further, he needs offensive and defensive power that cannot be achieved through mere physical abilities. Sure enough, in the battlefield, Axel had to suddenly jump to the side, just as an explosion happened right where he was previously standing. The second wave is here. Someone muttered. Well, it was fun while it lasted. Many people thought that the trial would end soon now. They were disappointed, but no one thought less of Axel. With what he has shown, there are already too many subdivision who will be. Meanwhile, inside the battlefield, Axel looked at the wizard who had fired the previous spell. The characteristic kraken tattoos on this soldier's body were much more prominent than others, even visible on the face. From beside him, another soldier with muscles that were abnormally bulging came at Axel, swinging his sword that launched a slash that could travel through the air. Seeing the enemies who were definitely stronger than the previous ones, Axel got a bit serious now. But, he still did not draw his weapons. With unpredictable footsteps, he suddenly closed the distance between himself and the new soldiers. When the spellcaster fired his next spell, his hand was redirected towards the warrior with building muscles. Bang bang bang. Simultaneously, gunshots were fired at Axel, who used the spellcaster's body as a shield. 5 soldiers were still surrounding him. And the one who had fired the shots was a shooter who could fire rapid bullets. Quickly closing the distance, Axel went on the offensive for the first time. Raising his hand, he delivered a regular punch to the shooter's face. Crunch. But impact could be heard even over the loud cheering of the spectators. The shooter's face directly caved in as blood mist rose into the air. Ooh. Damn. He can even do that. Did he just kill that man with a single punch? Since the beginning of this stage, his movements had been slow, and he hadn't tried to attack the opponents himself. But now, Axel's movement had gotten faster and he had also gotten more offensive. The 5 remaining soldiers in his surrounding, who were all warriors, attacked him with their weapons filled with magic. Axel seemed to be able to react easily to the attacks, managing to dodging with just a nick of time every chance. When faced with multiple attacks, one of the warriors would be used up as a shield. Outside, the people couldn't believe their eyes. When they saw that Axel had not been using magic, they had thought that he wouldn't be able to go on much longer without it. After all, without magic, he would have no offense. Then how? What kind of punch is that? As they saw Axel blowing his opponents away with his seemingly ordinary punch, they were left with a deep sense of dissonance. His punch was displayed up close in slow motion. They saw that the punch was ordinary, but at the last moment, just before making contact, the veins on his hands would pop out as his hand would blur. Along with that, his wrist would also flick outward like a whip. All combined, it generates enough force to thoroughly shatter the target upon contact. Even with the difficulty increased, Axel fought the enemies barehanded without problems. Punching was not Axel's only offense. Sometimes, he would twist enemies' neck, and sometimes he would target the weak spot with their fingers. While dodging multiple attacks, he would take down one enemy at a time, methodically killing them with no hurry. As if conserving his stamina, his movements were sharp and precise, and his speed would only increase when reacting to threatening attacks. At this moment, a shadow loomed over Axel. Without even looking up, he ran out of range as a giant tentacle landed, narrowly escaping. A new wave of soldiers attacked him, this time much more in number than the previous time. It's finally over, right? Yeah, but he's been amazing so far. He did great. Everyone thought that this was it. This is the stage where most people give up. After all, the existing enemies stack up with the new enemies. Then there is the involvement of those giant creatures. When it seemed that Axel would give up, he did something. He finally brought out his wand. And with a flick, the numerous weapons lying on the ground rose up. Fuck. What kind of spell is that? Is he really going to? Swish 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 swish. With another flick, hundreds of weapons were launched towards the enemies with great momentum. Among them were swords, tridents, spears, axes, all of which accurately hit their designated targets. In an instant, only the giant creature was left alive in the immediate vicinity of Axel, whose hide could not be penetrated by normal weapons. Decimating an entire wave with just one spell, this is not something a novice can do. So, he was also a powerful spellcaster all along. Shiver. A shiver ran through the crowd when they witnessed this scene. Until now, Axel has not been using magic all, leading them to think that he really might not be good at it. But then he does this. It made people think just how much more was he hiding. Was what he has already shown really all he can do? This guy. How much is he hiding? We'll find out in the next wave. Indeed. New enemies came forward, led by a Kraken soldier carrying a spear that was definitely at least a powerful subrelic. Combined with the existing giant creature, it put Axel under a formidable pressure to deal with just his exposed abilities. Go Chris. Yeah. Show us all this time. The cheer grew incessantly. The excitement in the air was palpable. At this moment, Axel finally brought out his knife, causing the noise to reach a crescendo. But then, red lights flared up in the training hall, as alarm blared. It was an emergency. Thus, due to protocol. No. With the unwilling yells and curses of the crowd, Axel, along with the rest of the trial room participants, were ejected from their trial rooms. Someone was going to pay for hanging them at this cliff. This time, it's not my fault. Blame whoever caused the emergency. You can read ahead here. Thumbs up. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Vote. Backhand index pointing down. Chapter 172, Chapter 172, Seeing a Familiar Face. Chapter 172. Noise. Take the early chapter. Beep beep beep. Axel was suddenly thrown out of the trial room. What the? And he found himself surrounded by a huge crowd, which was currently filled with chaos. No way. This can't be happening. Continue the trial. Alarms were blaring, the instructors were shouting, and the crowd was protesting. Axel blinked his eyes in confusion. What happened? At this moment, a pair of long legs came to a halt in front of him. Glancing up, he found Sylvia standing over him. Currently, she was busily talking on the communicator on her wrist. After tapping her wrist, she turned her attention to him. The trial has been temporarily suspended due to an emergency. Sylvia's eyes held complicated emotions when saying that. Emergency. Axel's brows furrowed. So, what happens now? Do I still have no hope of getting recruited? He asked, repeating the question he had asked before entering the trial. You. Sylvia had no answer to Axel's question. This question left her positively ashamed. Getting recruited. The higher-ups will be fighting to recruit him. Recalling her earlier behavior, she felt rather undignified. She had been repulsed by Axel's ambitions when he was so young and hadn't received royal education. But she hadn't, in her wildest imaginations, anticipated his real competence. Just wait for the results. Those interested in your abilities will recruit you. For the time being, you will be treated as an academy student, she said, even while her communication device was ringing. With that said, she vanished with a gust of air as if running away from him. Axel was left scratching his head. She did not give me a straight answer until the end. He realized, much to his chagrin. Sylvia Irinder was already dumped in the annoying category. While Axel was still distracted with various thoughts, the prickling stares on him suddenly made him remember his current situation. The instructors were currently busy directing the students to their dorms. But still, who would want to go back to the boring dorms after being mercilessly hung on such a cruel cliff? I'm not going anywhere. Me neither. I want to see the rest of the trial. It was just getting to the interesting part. Axel found himself the focus of various heated gazes. The students were looking at him with looks that seemed to suggest they wanted to tear him apart. While he was still confused, an older boy who looked to be around 19 came forward. Excuse me. What? Sir Chris, I'm Tarman. I have been assigned the task to guide you to your temporary residence. Axel shrugged. Let's go then. The high authority individuals of the military could do nothing but watch as Axel walked away. They were all planning to ambush him as soon as his trial was over, hoping to pitch their respective departments to recruit him. But now, due to this emergency, they all were different orders and had no choice but to suspend the matter for later. Tarman walked stiffly, leading Axel towards the dorms of the Royal Academy. From time to time, he would cast furtive glances at Axel, but would immediately turn his head in nervousness. Axel nodded to himself in satisfaction. This is how it is supposed to be. Sylvia was just too arrogant for her own good. Oi. Tarman's head jerked to face him when he was suddenly called out by Axel. What was the emergency about? Tarman's edginess decreased when his mind got diverted on this topic. I don't know. It's an extremely rare event. But I don't think there's anything to worry about. Atlantis is stronger than Kraken in every way. In the end, it didn't seem like Tarman could contain his curiosity. Sir Axel, if I may ask, how old are you? 16. The boy's eyes widened. How is that possible? How are you so good at everything at your age? Practice. Tarman could only shake his head in marvel. The outside world must not be as primitive as we are told. Observing the boy's reaction, Axel was more accurately able to gauge the appropriate amount he could show. It seems that he was right in holding back more. The current reaction seemed surprised, but not completely out of the bounds, which is a good sign. If he had shown too much, then it would have rather aroused distrust, fear and suspicion rather than favorability. Tarmin seemed to have more questions, though he was making a conscious effort in not asking further. But in the end, it didn't seem like he could control himself. "Ah, Sir Axel. Are you, perhaps, close with Miss Sylthia?" The guy lost the little good impression he had made with Axel with that. Axel casually swept his gaze over the guy, which caused him to flinch. "I just met her." He deadpanned. Tarmin could only look at him blankly. "But, you were able to talk so much with her." "Sylthia doesn't talk to anyone." Axel rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Why is she such a big deal here?" he finally asked. The general actually had 8 stars, quite higher than Sylthia's pitiful 6 stars. And there are other relic wielders in the castle too. Then why is she treated like a star here? The student looked at Axel as if he had questioned his religion. "How can you even ask that? Do you know nothing about her?" "Well, I don't. I'm new here," he reminded. The guy nodded as if it was a matter of course. "That explains it. Let me tell you then," he said, looking like a priest of a cult. "First of all, she is from one of the 6 septices. The 6 septices? Oh, right. You don't know. Then I'll explain in detail. Atlantis has 6 aristocratic families that have been in existence since the founding of the empire. These families are called the 6 septices. Sylthia is from the Arinder Septies." Axel nodded in understanding. "So basically, she's nobility," he muttered. That explains her stinky attitude that reminded him of Malfoy. But he still didn't think it was anything impressive. Yes, but that is not a small matter. Each Septies has their own domains of specialization. Its members receive clandestine training and resources exclusive to the Septies. And the most important thing. Each of them possesses a natal relic. Natal relic. Now this was information he knew a bit about. Natal relics had come up in the basic information about Atlantis he had gotten from the system. Natal relics are the relics that are designed for a specific person or bloodline. Since it is custom design, only the designated people can be qualified to wield the relic. Yes, Tarmin nodded. The relics of these families are designed to synergize with the magic they already specialize in. That's why, the relic wielders of these families are usually much more powerful than ordinary relic wielders. And the fact that Sylthia has been chosen as a designated relic wielder of the Arinder Septies, when others take decades more, I believe she is the most talented prodigy of our generation, Tarmin stated with reverence. Okay. Axel would admit, it was a bit impressive. He had no idea she was only 18. If she's powerful at a young age, then it's indeed impressive. But simps like this guy have overinflated the girl's ego so much that she's become insufferable. While talking, they had already arrived at the dorms. At this moment, Tarmin happened to see his watch. He stopped walking when he saw what he saw. And no way, there's no way. What happened? Tarmin didn't answer immediately. He was too focused on finding out more about whatever it was that he had seen. Axel just read his mind to find out along with him. He was far above the stage of needing eye contact. It seems that a big explosion happened in the city that caused some casualties. The reason it is so difficult to believe for Tarmin is the fact that it was considered impossible for a big explosion to happen in Atlantis due to the wards surrounding the entire kingdom. Whenever a bomb explodes, the wards react and contain the explosion before the damage can spread out by much. And even that happens only after someone is able to bypass all the security measures that are in place for the protection of citizens. And now, a massive bomb has somehow gone off, creating multiple casualties. No wonder there was an emergency. And no wonder Tarmin is unable to respond to Axel at the moment. After all, he is currently going through the list of deceased to find out if there is anyone he knows. As Axel looked around, he noticed the small things he was ignoring in the surroundings. The lively hustle and bustle of the place had disappeared as more and more people found out about this matter. Like Tarmin, a lot of other people were also currently looking at their bracelets with anxious faces. Some were crying while some were shouting in anger. And it was understandable. Until now, they were thinking that they had the upper hand. But this changes everything, murmured Tarmin at the moment, voicing Axel's thoughts. Until now, there was always a delicate balance, but now, the scales could be tipping to Kraken's side. This war has become dangerous now. But good and bad come hand in hand. Another piece of news had arrived at this moment. The shinobi reinforcement, which were much needed right now, had finally began arriving. And along with them. She's back. Tarmin got excited when he saw the next news. Who? The relic wielder of the Tenebrae Septies is back. Who is that now? She is the previous head of the Dark Ops. She and her division have taken down at least 3 relic wielders of Kraken. Tarmin had the same look on his face when he was talking about Sylthia. But this time, his reaction was definitely justified. Relic wielders are equivalent to nuclear warheads, except much less in number. Just one can change the course of a war. In such a case, taking down 3 of them from the enemy lines is a huge merit. When the last members of her Septies died, she left Atlantis to explore the outer world. But now that we're at war, she has returned. Well, she has killed more relic wielders than me, thought Axel as he glanced at the picture that displayed on Tarmin's bracelet. But his gaze froze as soon as he saw the woman's face. It's her. The woman in the image was someone he had seen before. But, he still had trouble believing that this was the legendary division head of the Black Ops. Is this really the woman you're talking about? He asked for confirmation. Tarmin nodded his head excitedly. It's definitely her. Axel still couldn't believe it as he looked at the picture of Kurai-sensei, Mahotokoro's stealth instructor who had come to Hogwarts to teach last year. She was the only person to see through his low-key demeanor and spot his stealth abilities. That too in just one class. Right after the class, she had him stay back after the class and offered to give him some private lessons after seeing his talent. Fuck. At that time, Axel was definitely surprised to know that someone had so easily seen through him. But he hadn't thought much about it. And neither did he consider her offer. Since she had already pointed out the things that gave him away, Axel had decided to work on those flaws. As for learning from her, she was just an instructor from Mahotokoro while he had the system. What could she teach him? He could even see that she was quite weak in terms of combat power. Rather, he just wanted to avoid her in case she found out that what she had seen was just 0.1% of his stealth abilities. Really, fuck. Now he realized. Being a division leader, being able to kill 3 relic wielders, and being a natal relic wielder herself. There is no way she is weak. Rather, she saw through his usual behavior and spotted the stealth talent he had shown unconsciously, while he could not see through her at all, thinking her to be a mere instructor with extremely low combat power. At this moment, Axel didn't know that another surprise was accompanying the woman he had seen in the picture. And, it was a much more familiar face. Next, identity partially revealed. Next, the Black Ops Division. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 173, Identity Partially Revealed. Chapter 173. Today, Atlantis has turned upside down. Right after the first explosion, there was a second one. And a third one after that. Ever since the last war, which had destroyed most of Atlantis, strict measures have been taken right from the start of rebuilding and restructuring of the kingdom to emphasize public safety above everything else. Completely preventing every single type of destructive magic was impossible. So, the technomancers added a new mechanism in the warding scheme of the city, which was programmed to constrict any type of destructive magic from spreading further as soon as it crossed a certain parameter. Due to this new incorporation, along with the existing and other new additions, there have been no major disasters in Atlantis for the past few decades, until today. Day 23, Starfish Month, year 5106 of the Marine calendar. This day was marked as an unforeseen and unprecedented disaster in the recent history of Atlantis. An explosion actually happened in a populated area in Atlantis that the wards failed to contain. Not long after, a second explosion took place, and a third one after that. What is more spine-chilling is the fact that there were more explosions that were set to go off after that. It was not an impulsive attack, but a planned strike that the Kraken had been preparing for a long time. Having no preparations for this kind of attack, Atlantis was caught completely off guard. Many of the relic wielders and other major fighting forces were already occupied and couldn't be immediately deployed. On the other hand, it was out of their capabilities to do much in this kind of situation. But it is said, in times of crisis, there exist heroes who would step up to save the day. The previous leader of the Black Ops Division and the one with the title Relic Slayer, Kieran, who had left Atlantis 6 years ago, returned to Atlantis and single-handedly stopped further explosions from happening. But both sides know. This is just the start of the true battle. Atlantis has somehow survived this time. But with the addition of explosives in Kraken's arsenal and the defenders having to protect the whole Atlantis, the battle is now in Kraken's favor. That's why, an important council meeting is currently underway in order to solve the various issues that have now suddenly surfaced due to this move by Kraken. The attendees consisted of the royal princess, the elders, the heads of important departments, and of course, the hero who saved thousands of lives. Thank the sea gods that the worst outcome was prevented, one of the elders was saying. Definitely. It's thanks to you, Madame Tenebris. You returned at the right time, another elder said, looking gratefully in Mirai-sensei's direction. The members in the meeting had already expressed their gratitude to her at least once, but the more they think about it, the more they thank her again. Kieran Tenebris, or Kurai-sensei, only nodded indifferently. She hated the elders. Most of them are power-hungry fogies who only care about their own septices. It wasn't a coincidence. I had gotten intel from my spies that the squid were planning something big. That's why I had the Japanese government shift our arriving date a bit early. It's good that we made it in time. More importantly, Kraken can now use wide-area destructive attacks, she said, raising the major issue. We have to take countermeasures. With that, the atmosphere turned serious. I still can't understand. How did they do this? The elder from Flame Septies questioned. This was an important mystery to solve. It should have been impossible. Even we don't know how to bypass the constricting sequence. How did they do it? Another person voiced. The Technomancy Enclave head stood up. Our analyzers have been working non-stop to find out just that, so that we can fix it. So far, we have been able to confirm one thing, he hesitated, glancing at the princess. That. The waves emitted from this explosion highly matched the explosion that happened 13 years ago. Silence descended upon the meeting room. The princess, who had been quietly sitting, turned her head sharply in the technomancer's direction. Actually, this is not the first time the constricting warding scheme has been breached. There was one other instance when it had happened, around 13 years ago. It was the explosion that caused the death of the Crown Princess of Atlantis when she destroyed the key that Kraken was using to bring chaos to Atlantis. This was an extremely sensitive topic, and that's why, at this moment, no one dared to speak. So, what you are saying is, they were able to somehow replicate the explosion 13 years ago. But, Princess Antilla, who had been silent for until now, mourning the death of her citizens, spoke up, voicing the conclusion that everyone had arrived at. Her eyes were red due to the sadness caused by the deaths, but her slightly hoarse voice had steel in it. It was clear that she didn't have the luxury to be sad. That's why, she had to break her silence and steer the conversation further. Why yes. That seems to be the case here, Princess. So now, the question is, how do we stop this? She asked. With the princess raising the main issue, everyone else was also able to remain focused on the urgent situation. We have further tightened the security in the whole kingdom. They can't smuggle the bombs into the city by ordinary means now, said the security in charge, slightly sweating due to the stress. Even though no one expected this disaster, but there are still people who must take the fall. Being the head of security, he is definitely one of them. That's why he is now trying his hardest to make up for it. In Atlantis, teleportation was only possible through portals. And all the portals accessible to the public have been temporarily blocked. Along with the strict monitoring, the Kraken can't smuggle the bombs into the city through ordinary means anymore. One of the elders just shook his head. That won't help us much, will it? Nothing would work if we don't stop him. He would just start doing it himself after he is healed. The meeting came to a halt when this person was mentioned. Actually, the bombs weren't pre-planted. The security around Atlantis is tough to begin with, so the chance of Atlantis finding out about this attack was quite probable. That's why, the Kraken didn't even waste any time. They directly used their ace. Kravix Marnix, or the Space Eel. He has the most annoying relic that allows him to control space. This guy has been giving the Atlanteans a headache for a long time. Due to his space powers, he can break through the anti-teleportation wards, making him a particularly troublesome adversary. With the help of this ability of his, the Kraken didn't need to smuggle the bombs and pre-plant them. This guy could just drop them whenever he wants, wherever he wants. That's why, in the attack just now, 3 bombs had exploded one after another in different parts of the city, dropped by the same individual. Kraken already knew that Atlantis currently had no one who could stop him. Fortunately, their ace relic hunter returned to Atlantis today. With her phenomenal abilities and quick thinking, she was able to ambush the space hopper, catching him off guard. Even though he's not dead, he was seriously injured, inflicted by the Tenebra Septies magic. This has bought Atlantis some time to think of the countermeasures. That slippery eel. I was this close to killing him, said Kieran Tenebris in frustration. If only she had killed him, things would have been much easier. But Kravix is not an opponent who can be killed easily, or he won't be called the Space Eel. No one could really blame Kieran right now. Because until now, no one had even managed to scratch the guy, let alone seriously injure him. You are not to blame, Kieran. I will fight anyone who says otherwise, said Princess Antilla, raising her delicate fist. But I do blame you for leaving without a word. I thought we were friends. That. Kieran, who wouldn't feel ashamed even molesting children, couldn't meet eyes with the princess at that. Anyway. We will have a talk later. Right now, we have to think about our next step, said the princess. It's clear, said the Flame Elder. We need to kill that slippery cervix. That drew several laughs from around the room. Kravix to slippery cervix, pussy. It's quite fitting, a division head agreed. The princess coughed. Please refrain from vulgarities. But I agree. Kravix Marvix must be eliminated. But it's easier said than done. The meeting room once again descended into silence. None of the elders and division leaders could speak at this moment, because all of them were afraid that this task might be dumped on them. This was the flaw of Atlantean rule right now. Everyone wanted power, but no one would want to wield it for the just cause. The princess sighed. She knew that even though she was respected, she didn't really have the power to order the capable people to handle this task. The situation right now looks harmonious, but there are subtle undercurrents. And the current harmony is only achieved because they have a common enemy. Looking at the bunch of cowards, Kieran scoffed in disdain. "I'll do it," she declared. Her announcement was met with relief and surprise, but no one directly objected to it. There was only one person who could do it. Kieran Tenebris. Her abilities were a perfect counter to the Kravix. They just didn't have the guts to shift the responsibility on her. No, it's too dangerous. Princess Antilla definitely wanted to oppose it. She didn't want her friend to put herself in danger after just returning. "No, I need to do this," said Kieran, standing up. She swept her gaze over the meeting room. "I need to do this, because I can't stand it any further. The great kingdom of Atlantis, brought to such a state by a bunch of squids. Back in the days, we used to hunt for fun. They were nothing more than a way to pass time. I didn't know that after coming back, things would have changed to this degree." She turned to the princess. "Princess Antilla, I formally request to return the commands of the Black Ops to me. This time, I'll hunt down every last one of them." On the other hand, not at all aware that he had been seen through yet again, Axel was currently in the room which had been temporarily allocated to him while the result of the trial and his recruitment was still unclear. The room was minimalistic, but extremely reposeful. The mattress was made out of a material that made it seem soft and foamy, but at the same time, when resting on it, you would feel like you've sunk into water. It had the reclining mode, sitting mode, folding mode. There was a table that could retract into the wall, which contained a built-in transparent computer screen for study. The whole room was self-cleaning and there was an AI interface that could do a lot of things for you like adjusting the temperature, opening and closing the window, drawing the blinds, etc. Overall, it was quite a place to live. There were so many features in the room that it might take him the whole day to explore them all. But right now, Axel was in no mood to do so. He had too much on his mind. The Kraken has already used their bombing tactic. And since he already knew about it from Theron and Nerio, Axel felt partially responsible for the lives that were lost. But, was there really something he could have done to change this outcome? Even if he had tried to warn the Atlanteans, the only thing that would have changed right now is that he would have been in more trouble. How would he have explained how he got the news? The alternative was revealing his identity, but that would have been even more dangerous to him. Currently, he can deduce from all the information that Kraken won't be the only force unhappy upon knowing that there was a rightful heir to the throne who has been living in the outside world until now. Besides, the impact wasn't too severe. Not many deaths were reported. If the matter was big enough, the system would have issued a mission rather than letting him handle the situation at his own discretion. In the end, Axel decided he should not think too much. For now, he had successfully infiltrated Atlantis and, almost, got recruited. Now he can slowly climb his way up. Once he has enough security and enough people on his side, he'll reveal his identity and begin fighting for real. Things never do go according to his plan though. The next day, he was slapped with a recruitment offer. That wasn't the problem. Rather, it was a good thing he finally got an offer. Black Ops. He didn't know there was a division like this here. Furthermore, the job description was hunting relic wielders, infiltration, assassination, stealth operations, subterfuge. It was filled with red flags. But, even this wasn't the main problem. It was the letter that came attached with it. Funnily enough, it came in a scroll, written in English. Dear Axel Hunt, or Chris Martin. Fancy seeing you here. I was very disappointed when you rejected my kind offer and stopped coming to my classes. You've gotten more handsome in the last few days I haven't seen you. I'm going to extend another offer to you. Don't reject this time. Looking forward to meeting you. Lots of love. Kurai-sensei. AN, F for Axel. Next, the Black Ops Division. Next, Axel in high demand. Next, meeting the lady boss. Next, confrontation, Axel versus Kieran. Come read ahead. It's a new month. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 174, The Black Ops Division. Chapter 174. What the fuck is this? Muttered Kieran Tenebris, going through the specs of the available candidates for recruitment. The Black Ops is an elite unit that only takes the absolute best. Even though her loyal followers remained, her long absence had inevitably left the division undermanned, leading her to search for new members to fill the gap. No, seriously, what is this? She waved her hand, causing the screen to disappear. As soon as the notice of the Black Ops needing more reinforcements was sent out, many people had jumped at the opportunity to apply. But so far, they're all trash. Kieran had declared about hunting down high members of Kraken, but she can't do it alone. A capable and well-balanced team is a must. Has the education level also gone down in my absence? She asked her deputy division head Estrus. Estrus is a calm and collected woman who has been a loyal follower of Kieran when first joined the military. Her gray hair was arranged in a bob cut, and her face, which still looked like a teenager, is usually expressionless. Estrus gave a slight shake of her head to Kieran's question, looking unbothered by her boss's frustration. No. But due to the ongoing war, there's a huge shortage of talents. All the major divisions are fighting to recruit them. Whenever anyone capable emerges, the divisions jump in like hyenas. So currently, most of the talents have already been recruited into long-term contracts, she calmly explained. Aki, it seems like you will be the only young member joining us this time. None of these are even half as good as you, said Kieran as she stretched her back. Akiko Matsushima, who was standing on the other side of Kieran, just nodded her head indifferently. Of course, the one she followed to Atlantis was Kurai-sensei aka Kieran Tenebrous. For Akiko who wants to annihilate Kraken, following Kurai-sensei is the best option. And Kieran, of course, wouldn't miss a talent like Akiko. That's why, without the permission of her grandfather, she risked bringing her here. There was a barest hint of pout on Estrus's lips. Her boss went out but brought back this unfamiliar girl, giving her a similar treatment as Estrus herself. Clearing her throat, she gave Anther list to Kieran. As for the list of veterans you asked, here it is. Any of them would jump at the opportunity to work under you. Kieran skimmed through the list of veterans. Most of them were all good. Really good. But that wasn't enough. The criteria for joining the Black Ops division is you either show incredibly high potential as a trainee, or extremely high skills as a veteran. Just being good doesn't cut it. In the end, she did find a few suitable candidates this time, but she needed more. Send out the notifications to this one, and this one. I will recruit them if they pass. Looks like we'll have to make do with this much. And of course, the one you've been dying to show me. The deputy's eyes widened before she just sighed. Like always, nothing stays hidden from the boss. You are no fun, leader. If I really wasn't, you wouldn't have stayed. So, who is it? Some other hero who has returned. Some young talent from the Six Septices who suddenly improved in the last few years. Or someone who got a nice sub-relic or relic. He's none of those. He hasn't even attended the academy yet. And, he's only 16, just within your molesting zone, said Estrus, as she displayed the image of a boy in the transparent screen in front of them. Kieran glared at her. I'm not in the mood for your teasing. Even though her assistant is always expressionless and serious, she actually has a secret hobby of teasing her boss. The Black Ops is an advanced special division in which the members are usually seasoned veterans from other divisions. Even when they recruit talented trainees, it's only after they have their basics thoroughly mastered after graduating from the academy and have a specialization that could be useful to the division. The Black Ops was a unit with extremely high requirements. A teenager with no academy training, not belonging to any of the Septices, and not even having any type of relic or sub-relic, there is no way such a person would fit the recruitment criteria at all. Even if the person might have extremely high talent, she simply didn't have the time to teach the basics to such a person. That's why Kieran thought that her annoying deputy was teasing her again by showing her the image of a handsome teenager. It's not the time to be playing around. But when she said this, her assistant already had the slightly proud expression on her expressionless face that signified she had succeeded in teasing her. Without saying a word, her assistant played the video on the screen. It showed the footage of a boy casually warming up at the first stage of the trial. Both of them didn't notice the change in Akiko's expression when she saw the image. Kieran's eyes narrowed. Those clothes. Yes, he's an outsider. An outsider. How did he get in? Kieran looked at the boy's unfamiliar face and felt like she had seen him somewhere. The boy was wearing loose traveling clothes that hid most of his body. He had short onyx hair and eyes of a similar color. And yes, he was indeed quite handsome. Enough that some perverted female division heads would want to recruit him just for his looks. His name is Chris Martin. It's said that he's the royal princess's guest. She gave him citizenship and allowed him to go through the trial after screening. The princess's guest, huh? Kieran murmured, looking at the boy's face. While she was still wondering why she found him familiar, the boy started jogging slowly. She could hear the jeers and disappointed exclamations of the crowd. Even Kieran herself had also already concluded at first glance that the boy had no potential. The only reason she had watched it was the fact that it was recommended by her cute deputy. But then... How did he do it? Kieran suddenly leaned forward as she began seeing something extremely surprising. While everyone was seeing a boy wasting precious seconds in a trial, Kieran was seeing a transformation. In the beginning, she couldn't find anything peculiar. The boy was just too unassuming. But that was slowly changing. What surprised Kieran was the fact that his movements were able to somehow fool her observation. Even if someone is trying to hold back, she can see everything just by observing their movements exactly how good they are. But that wasn't the case with this boy. She had already drawn a limit to the boy's abilities from the start of the video. But she didn't know how that limit was changing. How is he hiding it from me? Kieran was now fully interested in the video. She didn't know how he was so good at hiding it, but she could definitely draw two conclusions from it. If he can hide it from her, then he was a master of disguise, and his limit was actually much higher. And that turned out to be true. By the end of the trial, the boy was on a level that is unseen in his age group, and yep, she still felt that he was already at his limit. Kieran had a look of hunger in her eyes. We're definitely taking him in. Esther still had an expressionless face, but her lips were slightly curled and her eyes were shining with an "I told you so" light. Are you sure? You haven't even watched the rest, she asked, hinting the fact that there was more to come. Kieran could already tell that the boy would easily clear the rest of the Warrior Path trial with no surprises. There should be nothing worth watching anymore. Unless. Which path did he choose again? He has chosen all 4 paths. Even though Estrus had a blank face, Kieran just knew her deputy was gloating. Kieran's eyebrows raised. Then, don't tell me, his trial has the war stage. The war stage is only possible if the participant excels in the next stage as well. Sure enough, when the next trial started, Chris showed mastery in flying and shooting as well. Kieran laughed. She can only see the amount Chris is willing to show. It was quite refreshing. Every time she thinks she has seen it all, he shows her more. For everyone else, it would be quite normal to be surprised, but for her, who can see through almost everyone, it was a new experience. No one this young has made her feel this way, except that boy at Hogwarts. Just who is this guy? She wondered. Who in the outside world could be so skilled at such a young age? Until now, she has only seen one other person like this, but he was only 13, and his level was a bit inferior. But they are indeed quite similar. She thought. Just like this guy, Axel Hunt was also a mystery to her. The boy had somehow learned to be stealthy on his own, enabling him to easily blend in with the crowd. And his flying skills with the broom were also exquisite. But that wasn't the most peculiar thing about the boy. It was the fact that she could not see his limit at all. The only difference is, she can see Chris's limit, but it's false every time, as if he had deliberately crafted it. The rest is almost the same. Even their appearance is almost. Look what he'll do now, said Estrus, making her focus. In the screen, Axel was currently being chased by 3 aircrafts at the same time. It was a scenario that required for the target to enable the shield at the right moment in order for it last through the last trial. But what Chris did next made her stand up from her seat. Fucking hell, is it actually? Axel disappeared from view while flying through the high-rise buildings, then appeared behind the aircraft to shoot them down. But the stealth maneuvers he used. In Kieran's mind, Axel's movements on the broom in his final match, when he had used similar maneuvers, overlapped with Chris's movements. Now that she made the connection, she realized why she found him familiar. But still, when she watched the last stage of the trial, she couldn't help getting doubtful again. There's no way someone so young can fight like that. Even when fighting such huge waves of enemies, he hadn't even drawn his weapon. When he drew his wand, his limit suddenly increased dramatically. That type of magic control. Kieran could not believe there was someone at Hogwarts who was hiding so deeply. Even more surprising, he did it while being the most high-profile Mutherfucker in the entire outer world. Kieran watched the whole fight spellbound. The way Axel was fighting was art. Every move was made to eliminate maximum target while expending minimum energy. It was a symphony of strength, skills, coordination, and magic even amateur could appreciate, let alone someone like her. But then, Axel drew his knife. Kieran got goosebumps. The limit. It was increasing at a dramatic rate. But sadly, the trial stopped at this moment as Axel was ejected from the trial room. What? What happened? The explosions happened. His trial took place earlier today, said Estrus. Arg. Damn it, Kraken. Of all the times, did it have to be now? Estrus nodded. Boss, I feel a deep sense satisfaction upon seeing your frustration. I'm glad I showed this to you, she said with an expressionless face while putting a hand on her chest. Kieran shook off her disappointment. She now came back to the previous topic. Is it really Axel? She didn't think so anymore. He had no scars, and his face and hair were different. But those movements, that body, and that flying technique, all were similar. But all the flaws that she had seen in Axel's disguise were absent in Chris's disguise. If he's really Axel, then that would mean that improved all the previous flaws she had mentioned to him in such a short time. Kieran realized that there was an easy way to find out. Estrus, remove his clothes. What? This time, there was actually a change in Estrus's expression. Stop giving me the judging look and just do it. I know there is a feature like that. There was indeed such a feature. Analyzing the movements, and scanning the structure, the mermaid AI can draw a rough sketch of how the person might look without clothes. But the thing is, it's banned, and it's only used by perverts. Of course, with her clearance, Estrus could access it. Who would want to be labeled a pervert just for their boss's whims? But did she have a choice? Estrus looked at Axel's figure, and shook her head. He's only 16. She protested. It seems that the rumors were true. Her boss is indeed a pervert. It is an order. Also, while at it, do the same for this one as well, she said, tapping her bracelet on her head. Instantly, an image appeared on the bracelet's interface which she transferred to the main screen in front of them. Who is this? Asked Estrus, looking at the image of the handsome boy with scars. It was in fact, slightly more handsome. Boss. Just do it. With no choice, Estrus continued her work. Orders were orders. That was it. The tips of her ears were not at all red. Just as it was about to be done, they heard a voice. Please stop. It was Akiko who had said so. Kieran only now remembered that Akiko had a close relation with Axel. So, it is him. I knew it. Akiko sighed. She just couldn't let these two perverted women strip Axel's clothes in her presence. Axel's disguise wasn't that serious, to begin with. Now that Kieran was suspicious, there were many ways she could confirm her suspicions. There was no need to go as far as removing his clothes to compare his body. Kieran turned back to her deputy. Estrus, why did you stop? Akiko frowned. There's no need. It is Axel. I saw him off just yesterday. That's not the reason why I am doing it. It's because I want to see his limits properly. Well, it does help that he has a killer body. Estrus, do it. As Estrus was about to follow the orders, Akiko used her trump card. His real age is 13, she told Estrus. Both Estrus and Akiko glared at Kieran, who had no choice but to give up. Ungrateful subordinates. Anyways, Axel Hunt, huh? I wonder what he's doing here. She asked, looking at Akiko. He has the same goal as me. Kraken's destruction, said Akiko. Then, we have a new member. Imagine the team that was forming up in her head, Kieran grinned. I have a feeling the squid harvest this time is going to be bountiful. Power Stones. Next, Axel in high demand. Next, Axel versus Kieran, friendly confrontation. It's a new month. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 175, Axel in high demand. Unaware that a certain, perverted, woman had set her sights on him, Axel laid on the annoyingly cool mattress, trying to sleep. The soft mattress was cool to the touch, almost as if it was wet, and it was just the perfect mixture of foamy and bouncy that gave him the illusion that he was sinking in water. In such a mattress, he just kept shifting from side to side, marveling at the unique feeling. In short, it was so comfortable that he couldn't sleep. That's why it was annoying. With nothing to do, he just began to think about what he would have to do in the future. Now that he has successfully infiltrated Atlantis, the next step is to destroy Kraken, preferably while not revealing his identity. He has to admit that the power of both sides is far above what he had imagined. In such a situation, if he tried fighting the Kraken alone, he is not confident about his chances. It's too risky and difficult. Borrowing the power of Atlantis would be the most optimal way to deal with the Kraken. Thus, it seems that he is going on the right route by applying to the army. If there is one problem, it would be that it's too slow. Daphne would worry every day until he returns. But it's also for the best that he has come here. If Kraken destroys Atlantis, it would turn its sights on the outer world next. That's why he had to bring the fight to Kraken. He could not just passively wait for them to come for him at their leisure. So, he has no choice but to be away from her. Last time, when Theron and Nerio had kidnapped him, he had almost dragged her into danger when his Magi mirror was discovered. After that incident, he had decided he never wanted to be in such a situation again. Axel raised his hand, the one that was not cut. This hand had been holding Daphne's hand for the past few days in order to practice Zen focus. Her hand was so small and delicate, almost as if he could crush it easily. But he realized that, when holding hands with her, his sleep would be especially peaceful. Situation like not being able to sleep was impossible. Axel closed his eyes and imagined the feeling of her holding her hand. He imagined her lying beside him, looking at him sleep like she used to in the past few days. He imagined how she would sometimes snuggle up to him when she thought that he was asleep. He imagined inhaling her scent and feeling her heartbeat. As he imagined it, a sense of bliss slowly enveloped him, and he easily drifted off to slumber. Axel woke up in the morning refreshed and energized. He glanced around and remembered that he's in fact in Atlantis. But, training still couldn't be skipped. System, am I being monitored in this room? He asked the system, just in case. He didn't want anyone to see his training. No. Axel quickly began doing his routine. After so long, he had reached the advanced stage in many of his skills, making the progression a lot slower and the exercises a lot more strenuous. The exercises were so difficult that Axel was sweating within minutes. Magic power circulated from around his body, and a heavy exhaustion fell on his body, accompanied by a generous amount of pain. But Axel still persisted. As long as the final result was positive, he didn't mind hardships at all. What? Axel realized that today, he had far surpassed his usual limit, but somehow, he was still able to continue the training. How? It's because you're in Atlantis, answered the system. But Axel was still confused. What does that have to do with my increased energy? He asked. You might have noticed that being in or near water has a few passive effects on you. Axel nodded. It was true that water does have some positive effects on him. For example, he would be more energized when in water, or his injuries would be healed more quickly. But it used to be extremely slow and almost unnoticeable. But ever since he has arrived in this place, he has been getting this feeling of having boundless strength on his fingertips, as if he could do anything. It's the same effect. But it's magnifying with the awakening of your bloodline. Furthermore, now that you're in Atlantis, hundreds of thousands of kilometers under the ocean, your bloodline is responding to it. So, it's like this. He realized that this was also true. Ever since he had gotten the skill, water bending, the effect of water was much more pronounced. And it only increased when it got upgraded to Water Monarch. Is that the reason why you recommended soaking my body in cold water in the recovery plan? He asked. In the recovery plan for his body that the system had given him, he also had to soak his body in icy water 2 times a day. Axel had thought it was just to stimulate muscle repair, but now he didn't think so. Affirmative. But that was just normal water. The water here is different. Trying it out is recommended. Thus, when Axel completed his daily routine, he went to the bathroom that was attached to his room. As he stepped into the shower area, a transparent screen popped up in front of him. Full body wash. Hair wash. Partial wash. Healing wash. Muscle relaxing. Customize. There were many options for bathing. Axel just chose the first 2 options. Please apply the breathing instrument to your nose. A cabinet popped open which contained a few plugs. Axel put one on randomly. In the next moment, water gushed out from all sides. Within seconds, Axel was completely submerged in cool water. This time, the effect was even more apparent. The soreness of his muscles, which is usually ever present, slowly dissipated as a refreshing coolness slowly spread throughout his body. Axel felt a connection with the water. It's indeed different. At this moment, stretching out his body, Axel thoroughly agreed with the system. This is the magical water of Atlantis, your kingdom. It will have an increased effect on you. Within a few minutes, he was able to almost fully recover. Suddenly, Axel had an epiphany. If it's like this, can't I train infinitely? He wondered. No, the system poured cold water on his thoughts. Your water affinity hasn't awakened to the extent that you can train infinitely. At least not yet. But yes, you can definitely increase your workout by twice for now. Axel was very happy with that. With this, he would be able to dramatically improve his rate of improvement. Beep. But as he was about to resume his training, he heard a sound from his door. Looking at the interface, it was the same student who had brought him here, carrying a box in his hands. But when Axel opened the door, he was immediately taken by surprise by the scene outside. Right in front of his doorway, a huge pile of boxes, big and small, had been gathered, making up a small mountain. What the hell is this? Tarman, who had rung the doorbell, was also a bit speechless at the strange scenario. These are recruitment offers, he explained. Recruitment offers? Axel wondered if he had finally succeeded. So, I don't have to attend the academy. Tarman's mouth twitched. With those skills, you can even be an instructor. What will you learn in the academy? But isn't it mandatory to graduate first? That rule isn't absolute. It's just that none of the divisions usually recruit cadets who haven't completed their education. But when they find talented cadets who have already surpassed the academy level, the divisions can directly recruit them if they want to, Tarman explained. Axel looked at the huge mountain of boxes in front of him. But, what kind of recruitment offers need to be given in such containers? Tarman shrugged. The boxes have gifts. Your demand right now is extremely high. Those boxes have precious items that the divisions have sent to entice you into joining their division. Of course, they would also offer various other benefits as well, like higher position, higher pay, and so on. All this, just for me. Isn't this too much? Axel felt that the situation was a bit exaggerated. He didn't show that much after all. Surely, there are students who are much better than me, right? I don't think so, said Tarman. While there are indeed some cadets who are more powerful than you in a particular path, they are not necessarily better, he stated with certainty. While there are some who can run faster, some who can shoot more powerful bullets, and some who cast more powerful magic, Axel's overall abilities in each path far surpasses all of the students. Those so-called inexperienced geniuses are useless in the real war scenarios. Besides, you are currently going algal on the deep net. Your trial has been on the first place in the trending list for a while. It's rising very quickly. That's another reason why the divisions are trying so hard to recruit you. Algal equals viral, deepnet equals internet. There were various reasons, like Axel's young age, his outstanding skills, and so on. But the effect is still too exaggerated. After all, there have also been videos of some 5- or 6-star giants casually doing the trial. But for some unknown reason, Axel's trial is getting more attention than even them. If they have to put a finger on it, it would be that Axel's trial is just too entertaining. He only reveals his cards one by one and there are a lot of wow moments that just leave the viewers banging their tables. Besides, there is a certain coolness and charisma in Axel's every move that makes people want to watch it again and again. When he realized that he was already famous here, Axel put his hand to his forehead. It seems this is something he has thoroughly failed to avoid here as well. Anyways, what does being famous have to do with the divisions wanting to recruit me? Well, there is something called the popularity perks. If a division has a popular soldier, it would attract more sponsors and recruits alike. You should already know, war requires a lot of funds. There are incredibly wealthy people in Atlantis, but making them loosen their pockets is another matter. So of course, someone like you is like a cash whale for them. In his mind, Axel decided to reject any and all invitations that had the intention of using him for this purpose. He looked at the box in Tarman's hand. So, are you here to recruit me as well? Surprisingly, even Tarman had also come with a box in his hands. Me. Oh no. No. I mean, I did come here to give you this. He said, handing him a box. But it's not for recruitment. What's this? Just a few essentials that every academy student gets. When Axel pressed the button, it scanned his face and unlocked with a click. Lifting the lid, the first this Axel saw was a bracelet, one similar to what everyone around here has been using. It was resting on a military enclave academy uniform, a pair of training clothes, boots, gloves, and glasses and various other accessories. It's the standard academy gear. Everyone gets one on enrollment. Even though you are already graduating, you did clear the enrollment criteria, so here you are. Tarman's incredulity could be felt in his voice when he said those words. Coming to enroll as a novice, but ending up graduating as the top student. This was probably a first in the academy's history. Naturally, even the Royal Academy didn't know whether to treat him as a student or not. But considering his future prospects, he was allowed all the student perks. Tarman left soon after while giving a wistful glance towards the recruitment offers. With nothing to do, Axel dragged everything inside and began opening the boxes one by one. Armors, guns, tridents, knives, there were all kinds of gifts. Along with them were tablets which contains their contract offers. As Tarman had said, their offers were quite enticing. There were many divisions who offered him a high salary, some offered him a cut of the investments him would bring to the division, and finally, some even offered him higher positions. Axel directly rejected all the materialistic offers. As a thief he didn't have much use for money and items. Rather, he only wanted to smoothly climb through the ranks and get the chance to enter the main fight. Among those offering him higher ranks, almost none of them were spellcaster-related positions. The best offers were only for the warrior, shooting, and rider-related paths. When going through them a particular offer caught his eyes. Maverick Rider. A subdivision of riders that only choose the best of the best. The riders get to ride the Neptunite Maverick model, the most powerful Neptune model currently available, known for its extreme difficulty of handling. Authority, 3 stars. Enclosed in the box was a miniature model of the Maverick, which looked quite appealing. This offer was one of the good ones. The main reason was that he really wanted to ride this Maverick, whose top speed is high enough to make him question reality. Axel put this offer aside and continued looking. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a particularly conspicuous box. It was the smallest among all of the boxes, and it was dark emblem on it which looked quite cool. Axel opened it and was surprised to see a ninja scroll inside. Opening the scroll, he found a letter inside. Dear Axel Hunt, or Chris Martin. Axel's blood froze when he read the very first line, which was written in a messy English handwriting. Fuck. Fancy seeing you here. I was very disappointed when you rejected my kind offer and stopped coming to my classes. You've gotten more handsome in the last few days I haven't seen you. I'm going to extend another offer to you. Don't reject this time. Looking forward to meeting you. Lots of love. Kurai-sensei. Fuck. Axel wouldn't say that he hadn't expected it. But to see it really happened, he wouldn't say he hadn't panicked. His disguise was good enough. And he had also improved on the points which Kurai-sensei had mentioned to him the last time. But if he had to judge it himself, he would say it was too sloppy. And he had done it on purpose. It wouldn't have mattered if he had to put on a temporary disguise, but in case of a long-term disguise like this one, Axel didn't want to pretend to be someone too different from himself. That's why, his current disguise is almost like his original self, both in terms to appearance and temperament. He had only made sure to keep just enough difference that no one would associate his two personas together. He hadn't thought it would impact him majorly. After all, he didn't think anyone like Kurai-sensei, who had an abnormally sharp insight and had already observed his original identity in detail. In fact, it should have been fairly difficult even for Kurai-sensei to confirm his identity. He wondered what gave her the confidence to know for sure that he was indeed Axel. Axel sighed. Anyways, with his real identity exposed, it would be for the best if he doesn't make an enemy out of Kurai-sensei, unless he is confident in killing her. But killing her is even more troublesome. Axel scratched his head. Why can't things go smoothly for once? Now that this 7-star Black Ops Division leader has given him the invitation to join her division, he has to say goodbye to his vision on riding a Maverick. But when Axel looked at the offer details, he doubted his eyes. I'll give you 4-star authority for now. The elders would make a fuss if I give you more. We're hunting the higher-ups of Kraken. If you're interested in joining, come to XXXXXXX. Ultimate goal is to annihilate those squid down to the last member. It'll be dangerous. Don't come if you're a coward. Axel's plans of killing Kurai suddenly came to a halt. Next, meeting the boss. Next, Axel versus Kieran. Next, secret to Kraken's powers. Next, touring Atlantis and Akiko's feelings. Next, another attack. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 176, Meeting the Boss. The Kingdom of Atlantis is always under pressure. After all, it's 100,000 feet under the ocean. Obviously it would be under pressure of like, a few billion tons of water. But very recently a new type of pressure has been added on top of that. Due to the bombing, mass panic has spread throughout the city. People, who were already scared due to the ongoing war, are now panicked to the point of wanting to escape the kingdom. In such a situation, the group under most pressure was a division that most people don't even know exists. It is called the Sustenance Division. Contrary to its ordinary name and anonymity from the general public, it's actually a division which is crucial for the very sustenance of the kingdom, and which wields enough political power to even mobilize other divisions and even the relic wielders when necessary. Its purpose? To keep the people of Atlantis happy. That is their work on the surface. But the deeper purpose is to stop Kraken's influence from spreading further. That includes keeping people from talking about Kraken, thinking about Kraken, and wanting to leave Atlantis due to Kraken. In order to do this, they have been granted control over the news, media, social media, public leaders, almost everything that can influence people. Any sensitive news about Kraken can be censored, and anyone trying to spread Kraken's ideology is taken into custody, no matter how important that person is. This is the extent of this division's power. But right now, this division is in shambles trying to control the public opinion. Chief, a troller discovered. He already has 10,000 views. Another person demanding permission to leave the kingdom. This one is basically telling everyone to join the winning side. There is inciting content in this video. This one is criticizing the royal family for their negligence. The chief, who had aged 5 years overnight, rubbed his sleep-deprived eyes. In the past, he used to love his work, and he was very good at it. He had the power to influence the whole kingdom. He would promote good content, create hype, choose content to be shared on the Atlantis Official, the most subscribed channel in Atlantis, and so on. It was really fun. But right now, in the truest sense, he hated his job. How is he supposed to do his job if the Kraken keeps dropping bombs like that? This is no longer a small matter. The reliable protection wards have been bypassed, the security has been breached, and people have died. People are angry, confused and scared. How is he supposed to suppress this matter? If they keep trying like this, it would only make the public even more agitated. With his mind no longer working, the chief absent-mindedly browsed through his Oshagram feed. It was an old habit of his. He was, at heart, an addict who needs to keep consuming entertaining content. Too bad, he hasn't been able to do so recently due to this emergency. The chief was surprised to see that there was actually something other than the recent tragedy being discussed. There were two such topics which were quite popular right now. First was the return of Lady Tenebrous, who had prevented the disaster. He already knew of that. But surprisingly, the other one was the trial of an academy applicant. What is this? This caught the chief's eye. Just how impressive was this trial to be able to go viral at this point of time? Knowing exactly how peculiar this situation was, the chief opened the video. And when he did, he was blown away. Suddenly, all the noise in the surroundings was gone, and all the problems bothering him were gone. He got fully immersed in the trial, his thoughts only revolving around it. When it finally ended, the chief suddenly came out of his trance. With his years of experience and eye for content, he could see a lot of things that others couldn't. This guy, he has the it factor. His senses were tingling. After seeing the video, and the news about Lady Tenebrous' return, an idea was forming in his head. Usually, it would be impossible, but with these two, they might just pull it off. The more he thought, the clearer the image in his mind began to form. His breathing quickened, and a familiar feeling returned to him after a long time. It was a feeling of excitement, filled with motivation and anticipation. It was a feeling he gets when he gets inspiration for content. It's the feeling that made him love his job. The chief stood up. "All right, everyone. New orders," he said, raising his voice. Instantly, hundreds of workers who were sitting in front of their respective screens all turned their attention to him. Their eyes, which were as tired and sleep-deprived as his, looked at him with hope of finding a solution to this predicament. "First of all, we will stop the total suppression. Just level 2 suppression will do. Rather than that, focus more on pushing up the state's response to this situation. The treatment of the injured, the compensation to affected families, restoration of the infrastructure, countermeasures and prevention, and so on. We will use the distraction tactic." The distraction tactic. Its name perfectly describes what kind of tactic it is. Right now, panic and negativity is being spread throughout the kingdom through various content. What the chief intends to do is push forward the content that is even more attention-grabbing than the current predicament. Something that would get the audience hooked enough to completely distract them. But, when he shared this idea, there were a lot of objections. For good reasons. It was true that total suppression of the news wasn't helping, but the damage without it would be even more significant. The distraction tactic can't really do much to mitigate it. The general consensus was, it can't work. How can the public focus on something else after what happened? The chief raised his hand to the objections. I know, distracting usually wouldn't work in such a severe situation. But, you guys have to trust me on this one. Saying so, he displayed two faces on the screen. Make all the news related to these two algal. His words caused a stir within the workers. Kieran Tenebrous and Chris Martin. The chief thought of the two people he had shown on the screen. He had not made his decision based on the current situation. Rather, he was betting on the certainty that their future actions and achievements would be big enough to attract the attention of the whole Atlantis. The graphs and charts ran through his mind, and with his keen intuition, he could only see them rising high. In the past, he used to be a fan of Kieran. He had followed her every move closely. Hence, he knew a bit about her personality. She would be furious. Kieran Tenebrous he knew was someone who regarded Kraken as nothing but toys for her amusement. Seeing those insignificant beings being so brazen in her home, she would want to go on a rampage. In short, her actions would be like the revenge and assurance that the people of Atlantis needed right now. As for this new variable Chris Martin, the chief himself had no idea exactly what he saw in him. But, he trusts his insight, which is screaming at him, that this kid will go big. Monitor the actions of these two individuals. Post the content regarding them directly on the official channel. The official channel. The official channel means the channel with the most number of subscribers in the whole kingdom. Atlantis OFC. Whatever news is shared on it guaranteed to be seen throughout the empire. Axel navigated through the confusing hallways of the Royal Academy, lost in thought. What he needed to do was clear enough. He had to go to the location mentioned in the letter and accept Kurai-sensei's offer. After all, it was a good opportunity. The Black Ops Division, under Kieran Tenebrous' leadership, is going to aim for the high-ranking members of the Kraken with the ultimate goal of completely destroying the organization, which is not much different than what Axel wants to do. But, he was still unwilling. If you ask him the reason, it's... I didn't like her tone. It was too overbearing. It wasn't really an offer, it was more like an order. It's like, since I've given you the offer, you have no choice but to simply come to me like a dog and thank me. That's why, he couldn't trust her. She seemed the type of woman who would want to tie him up and torture him for all his secrets. In short, he just felt a strange sense of dissonance from her. He would definitely want to join her division and work together, but only if his safety is guaranteed. If there's the slightest bit of risk, he'd rather join another division. It's him, right? Yeah, it has to be him. He's wearing the academy uniform, so I can't be sure. I don't think it's him. Where did all those muscles come from? While Axel was still pondering over the matter, he had inadvertently drawn a small crowd that had begun following his movements. When he stopped to raise his head, the noise intensified. Fuck, it's him. In order to not stand out, he had changed into the academy uniform. He was a kind of one-piece suit with armor on protective regions. Now that he was no longer wearing loose clothes, he looked quite different, causing the onlookers to be confused. But when his face was revealed, his identity was confirmed. Chris, can I have a picture? Chris, go out with me. Chris, I'm your very first rem. Come to our division. Instantly, Axel was surrounded. The crowd consisted of students who were asking questions, taking pictures, and recording him, and alumni who were trying to recruit him to their divisions. Axel. Axel looked at the crowd speechlessly. I only arrived yesterday, and only took one trial. How did it come to this? No matter what, the matter seemed quite fishy to him. It shouldn't be this quick. Axel casually read some of their minds and found out the reason. What the hell? He found that the main reason was because his trial had been shared on the most popular channel on Atlantis. But, now that he was reading their minds, he came to understand a few more things as well. The concept of social media and internet might be new for the Muggle world and the Wizarding world, but it's really old here. Thus, it has been deeply entrenched into the society, having a powerful influence on all fields of the kingdom. The celebrity culture is much more developed in Atlantis compared to the Wizarding world and Muggle world. Fame is a type of currency here. That's why, when he became famous overnight, it's a big enough deal that so many people are now approaching him like this. Though Axel was a lot, uncomfortable with the situation, an idea to deal with his previous dilemma still came to him. Chris, everyone wants to know which division are going to join. You have talent for all the basic paths. Can you tell us if you have gotten any offers yet? There has been a petition. People want to see the rest of your trial. Are you going to continue it? The questions were still going on. Even though the Wizarding world hadn't yet gone as far that even students would be behaving like reporter, Axel was still fairly skilled in dealing with such situations by now. When he finally opened his mouth, the people surrounding him naturally fell silent. I don't think I'll be continuing the trial. This was already a bit statement. Everyone who had watched his trial had felt blue-balled when it ended right before the climax. There has been quite a ruckus about wanting to see the rest of it. Because I'm already going to accept one of the recruitment offers. But this statement was bigger, causing them to focus on big news rather than the continuation of his trial. Of course, the next few questions naturally contain, which division? Axel smiled. I'm currently going to an interview for the Black Ops. If everything goes well, I'll join it. Meanwhile, in her office, Kieran was sprawled out in her seat on her couch in a very unladylike posture while waiting. He's still not here, she muttered, checking the time. Actually, he might not come at all, said Akiko, who knew Axel to some extent. Kieran gave her an "are you stupid" look. Don't talk nonsense. Now that he knows about my identity, there's no way he'd refuse, she said with certainty. I've not seen you so eager in a while, boss. Esther said in her usual voice which contained no intonation. I'm really starting to suspect something. Is her boss really into young boys? Well, if you're suspecting that I'll tie him up and interrogate him, then you might be onto something. Said Kieran, sitting up. When Akiko, who was discreetly doing some normal training in the corner, heard this, a frown formed on her face as she grew vigilant. What are you talking about? This was completely out of the script. Well, that guy had me completely fooled the whole time I was at Hogwarts. I never knew he was hiding so much power. I want to know just how he was able to fool my perception like that, said Kieran. She had a hungry look in her eyes. Recruiting him is just my secondary goal. Akiko frowned. Don't do it, she advised seriously. She knew that Kieran and Axel were on the same side, but if Kieran even tried to cross the line, you'll regret it. Currently, in terms of power, she knew that Kieran was actually a level above Axel. But Axel rarely needs power to win. And she will also obviously not stand by if he's really threatened. But she simply didn't want Axel to get another dangerous enemy instead of a valuable ally. At this moment, a screen opened up in front of them, showing a large number of people gathering in front of their building. Kieran frowned. I thought this was one of our secret locations. She asked Estrick. Estrick had a rare troubled look on her face. That was indeed supposed to be the case, she said, as she began checking the situation. Soon after, the door opened and a bespectacled man with a mustache came in. Miss, the guest you informed me about has arrived, he said with a bow as he stood aside. Walking casually behind the butler, was the guy whom Kieran was planning to interrogate. It's been a while, Kurai-sensei, said Axel with a smile. He looked at the screen which was displaying the huge crowd outside. Ah, sorry for the commotion. I made a few friends along the way. They're curious if I've really gotten recruited into Black Ops or if it's just someone trying to kidnap me. I hope you don't mind, he said, scratching the back of his head. The hidden meaning of words was clear. Bitch, don't even think of trying anything funny. Though, only now did he spot Akiko in the corner, who actually had a bright smile on her face. Power Stones. Next, Axel versus Kieran. Next, the secret to Kraken's powers and first mission. Next, Akiko's feelings. Next, another attack. Don't wanna wait. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, Axel vs. Kieran Tenebris. When Kurai-sensei revealed her actual intentions behind recruiting Axel, Akiko had really panicked. Kieran Tenebris, or Kurai-sensei, is not exactly a good person. But, she can't be called bad either. If she really has to evaluate her personality, then she would be good, but less good than Axel, and bad, but less bad than Axel. Axel is good to the people he is familiar with. Too good. To the point that you completely forget he's the same person who had you sign a slave contract when you were a stranger, potential threat to him. Similarly, due to having known Akiko's parents, Kurai-sensei has always been so good to her that she had forgotten that she could be someone who would try to find out Axel's secrets against his will. That's why, she was truly panicked and conflicted when she found out Kurai-sensei's intentions. Her only consolation was the fact that there was a high chance Axel will not accept the offer. Axel is really cautious. And the offer was filled with red flags. First of all, Axel always likes to have the initiative, as well as the upper hand. But that is not the case here. Kurai-sensei has the initiative, recruiting him with unknown intentions, and she has the upper hand, having 7-star authority in home domain. Aside from this, Axel also doesn't like being threatened. By exposing his identity and telling him to not reject her this time, she is basically pissing Axel off by threatening him. With his extreme pettiness, if not today, he would definitely get back at her someday for this. Combining all this, Akiko didn't think Axel would come right now, which would give her time to mediate the situation. But her expectations were brilliantly contradicted when Axel actually showed up. But, in a very Axel-like fashion, ensuring his safety. With the situation like this, Akiko was at least sure of one thing: she was being stupid. She never needed to worry about Axel, who worries enough for himself. Feeling relieved, a genuine smile came upon Akiko's lips. What the? On the other hand, suddenly seeing Akiko out of the blue, Axel thought he might be hallucinating. How else would he see her here in Atlantis? Just yesterday, he had bade farewell to her and thought he might not see her again for months. But now, here she is, smiling at him as if reuniting after a long while. What the fuck are you doing here? Even as he asked her that, Axel felt that it was a silly question. The answer was quite apparent to him. It was the lady sitting on the couch who was currently glaring at him. It was clear that Akiko came here with Kurai-sensei. Kurai-sensei must have already known about Akiko's ability and her hatred for Kraken. There is no way Kurai-sensei would miss such an opportunity, and there is no way Akiko would refuse such an offer. It also made more sense why this girl never once expressed her intention to tag along with him. She was already coming on her own. Why would she need to go with him? She didn't even tell him in case he tried to persuade her to not go. Why am I not surprised? He muttered, shaking his head ruefully. Akiko nodded. You can't blame me. On the other hand, looking at the crowd gathered in front of her hideout, and the person she wanted to meet standing right in front of her, Kieran gritted her teeth. Now that everyone's attention was focused on him, there's no way she could execute her plan. Was it really a coincidence that this kid brought so many people here? The kid is either a goof running after fame, or a cunning and cautious fox. The former that can be easily eliminated. If he really liked to brag for attention, there's no way he would have held back so much of his abilities. That means he is cautious to the point of anticipating her intentions and ensuring his safety just in case she had bad intentions. I didn't take you for a coward, she jabbed, causing Axel's eyes to snap back on her. Neither did I know that you have so little faith in me, she said, letting him know that she knew the exact reason why he came with such a huge entourage. Axel just smirked. Trust me, it's for your own safety. Kieran raised her eyebrows. Oh really? Suddenly, dark tentacles stretched out from Axel's shadow and wrapped around him, binding him to the spot. Tell me, how exactly is it for my safety? She asked, crossing her legs. Axel was still calm. Well, if you were really serious, that knife would have been buried into your head, he said, nodding at the space beside her. Kieran followed Axel's line of sight, only to see a knife buried to the hilt right beside her head. That would have ended our cooperation prematurely, would it not, sensei? Kieran was in shock. For the first time in a while, she felt it. The threat of death. That knife throw just now was no ordinary move. Even with all her passive abilities, she was unable to detect anything. If Axel could increase the damage output of that throw, which she was almost certain he could, there was a chance she could have died. The bindings around Axel became tighter, and for a moment, she considered going further. I would not if I were you, but Axel's eyes seemed to penetrate her head, looking at her warningly. Suddenly, his hand was free of the dark tentacles as a knife twirled between his fingers. You can try going further. But no matter what happens to me, I can't guarantee your safety a second time. His easygoing attitude was gone as he warned her seriously this time. Axel still didn't do much, but he didn't need to. In Kieran's eyes, his combat power had increased explosively. Axel and Kieran stared at each other, their eyes glowing with magic. Then, Kieran shook her head. You've been hiding too much, she said, loosening Axel's bindings. Successfully threatening her in her own home. She was still underestimating him too much. She can't be sure what he would do next. It really makes me want to crack open that head to find out how, she muttered, casting a hungry gaze at Axel. If not now, then maybe later. Axel also smiled at that. That's why, for a long and successful cooperation, I hope you would understand if I added additional terms for my safety in the contract I'm about to sign, Sensei. This time. Kieran was so surprised that she laughed. This kid, no, this fox. First, he created a situation in which she can't openly hurt him without half the Atlantis knowing, temporarily stopping her. Knowing it wasn't enough, he showed her a little more of his abilities, making her wonder if he had something more up his sleeve. Then, he conceded working with her on the condition of having safety clauses in his contract, thus keeping both parties' interests. Axel must have been aiming for this from the very start. Because this was the best option for Axel. Even if he had rejected today's offer, there was always a possibility of her coming after him even if he tried to stay away. But now, by working with her, he is not only protecting himself from her using the contract, but also using her to achieve his goal of destroying Kraken. The fact Axel was still only 13 years old made that situation so absurd that Kurai-sensei couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha. Ha, I can understand why you like him, Aki, she said, wiping her eyes. All right, she said, nodding towards Axel. You're hired, she stated. Axel blinked. Just like that. Yep. Kieran nodded. It was simple logic. If he is like this at only 13, then there is no way in hell she would let this talent go. As for his secrets. Well, Kurai wasn't much of a power-hungry person, unlike the elders. Between having Axel on her side, or trying to find out his secrets and risking enmity with him, the former is obviously a far better choice. Of course, the main reason was. He has a Kiko completely wrapped around his finger. If he goes, Aki won't be staying either, which is really surprising, considering the girl's single-minded devotion for revenge for which she even ignored her grandfather. Indeed, love blinds people. For Kurai, only Akiko falling in love could explain her behavior, which is so different from the usual Akiko. Estrus, give him the contract. Estrus, who had already witnessed the whole situation, was already modifying the contract. After translating everything into English, she flipped the screen around and pushed her hand forward, presenting it in front of Axel. I have modified the contract and also added a complete security clause. There should be no loophole. You can check the rest of the terms as well. Axel looked through the contract and nodded in satisfaction. This deputy was quite capable. Everything was perfect. The post was of 4 stars, while the benefits could be compared to that of 5-star authority officers. As Esther said, there was indeed no loophole, and the terms were flexible, meaning he would be promoted if he displayed abilities above his grade and gathered enough merits. These are very generous conditions for a newbie like me, he commented while reading. The 3 ladies didn't find his joke funny. Not at all. If Axel is a newbie, then would the veterans out there who are suppressed with just a glance of Kieran be toddlers learning to walk? Though, there is one more detail I'd like to add, Axel said as he typed one more line into it. Kieran scoffed when she read it. Do you think I'd get anything from revealing your identity? Your outer identity is inconsequential here. Indeed, the new clause was about keeping secret the fact that he was Axel Hunt. Axel casually shrugged. My identity might be inconsequential right now, but it won't stay that way. Not after I become the most annoying person to Kraken under you. This way, I can also run away and continue my life in case of complications, he said, making up a new reason. Cunning bastard. That I am. But I am a royal bastard. Axel kept that to himself. On the other hand, Akiko's mouth twitched. His outer identity is inconsequential here. Axel is the crown prince of Atlantis. Is this inconsequential here? She could only admire Axel's cautiousness. With his real face exposed, there is a chance that Kurai-sensei would make the connection between Axel and Tristan. By extension, she might also find out about his identity as the crown prince. But, with the last clause worded like that, Kurai-sensei won't be able to reveal it, do anything about it, even if she somehow finds out later. This is like an insurance to avoid future troubles. Unaware of this fact, Kurai-sensei accepted the term without thinking much. After confirming with the system for any traps, finally, Axel signed the contract. Well, welcome to the Black Ops. Welcome, Axel. Estrus also welcomed him, appearing neither happy nor sad. Here is your badge. The rest of your gear will be delivered soon as well. I've also updated your information in the main server, so now your bracelet will have 4-star clearance. Don't lose these too. Axel nodded, looking at Estrus. How to say it? This girl, who appears to be a teenager, is extremely capable in her work. He could also sense a strange sense of danger from her. He was glad things ended peacefully just now. Anyways, Kurai-sensei leaned forward. Now that you're a member, I'm going to give you your very first assignment, she said somberly. Already? Axel raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to be given an assignment already. Well, it's an elite division. What did you expect? We don't keep our members idle. Why else do you think you aren't seeing the other members? That did make sense. This is the Black Ops division. Most of the members would already be doing some covert operations or gathering information. Filled with anticipation, Axel readied himself for whatever mission he will be given. Is it a test of his skills? Or were they already hunting targets? What would be the difficulty? Your first mission, familiarize yourself with Atlantis, said Kieran with a go-away gesture. What? It's as you heard. You're really a fish here, noob. Go learn some common sense. Familiarize yourself with the new environment. Learn as many things that are different here as possible. I don't want your fishiness to affect our serious mission. Aki, you're new too. You get the same assignment. Yes, sensei. Akiko nodded. Even if she didn't have much of an expression, she looked happy. Kurai only shake her head, murmur things like love and it's good to be young. Akiko was indeed happy, but for a different reason. Things had actually ended up fine. There was no bloodshed. With Axel's bad luck for trouble, she was already preparing her actions after things would go wrong. If she shielded Axel, Kurai-sensei would have no choice but to let him go. So, that's what she was planning to do. Unexpectedly but fortunately, things actually ended smoothly, and now Axel and Kurai-sensei, two formidable individuals, were going to work together to destroy Kraken. She was definitely happy. Kieran couldn't watch it any longer. Now, off you go. I have more interviews to take. While leaving, Akiko silently wrote the next interviewee who was going to come. Kurai-sensei's frustration from this interview will definitely be transferred to the next individual. Don't take more than a day. You two have Black Ops classes tomorrow, Kieran called out to the two lovebirds who were leaving. Not knowing what trouble they'll get into in this outing. Power Stones. Next, outing. Next, Akiko's feelings. Next, another attack. Next, Axel crushing mobs. Next, dire situation. Come read ahead and support me. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 178, The Secret to Kraken's Power. A day had passed after the bombing. Yesterday, the situation had deteriorated to the point of causing riots and protests. But now, the fear and agitation of the citizens is slowly decreasing and the situation on the internet is also gradually stabilizing. This is mostly due to the presence of two individuals. Chris Martin and Kieran Tenebris. First of all, Chris Martin. This person came out of nowhere and put up a phenomenal performance of speedrunning through a 5-path trial like a breeze. The skills and abilities he displayed were amazing. But, what was more astonishing was that the views on his trial began increasing at a rate faster than even the most popular videos, which contained content like relic wielders in action, who are considered existences leagues above Axel. After all, Axel's power level is still far below them. That's why, the rapid popularity caused a bit of a stir. But, that would have been it. The rapid burst of popularity would have slowly died down after those interested would have seen it. After all, it was just a trial in the academy. There was a limit to the number of people who find it worth their time to watch a trial, thus preventing them from even knowing how special this trial was. But, things changed when Atlantis OFC, the biggest channel in Atlantis, actually posted an original high-definition stream of the trial, fully edited with a fast-paced BGM and the spectators' reactions. It being the official channel that only shared attention-worthy content, viewers flooded in, not even checking the title and thumbnail of the clip. That was when the true traction was achieved. If the trial was perfect before, it had reached a level even above that. People couldn't stop watching and sharing it again and again. This time, with the right push, the clip really began breaking all records of the previous clips shared by the channel, with its popularity showing no sign of dying down. OMG, check out this video. Why in the abysmal trench is it so addicting? WTF. Why did it end before the climax? I want more. Who is this guy? So cool. I came to see why the video has so many views. Now I'm left hanging on a cliff. This guy is so funny. Every time you expect him to die, he busts out yet another brilliant skill. When looking through the thousands of comments, the reason for the clip's meteoric rise was apparent. The main reason wasn't the insane skills Axel showed. Neither was it his fighting power, which seemed above even 3-star level soldiers. It was simply the fact that the video was too entertaining to watch. That's right. The more powerful individuals won't necessarily be the most popular. People only want to have the thrill and enjoyment. And Axel's video fulfilled all the conditions for that. The situation had turned peculiar now. Get him to continue the trial. I want more. Mori. Who is this guy? Are there any more videos of his fights? Which division will he join? With his skills, I think he can even drive a Maverick. Maybe they'll recruit him. There is a shortage among snipers. The situation now was that the people were now hooked. They wanted more of Axel. Questions related to him were being asked everywhere. Lengthy discussions and arguments were taking place about his trial and his future recruitment. This resulted in somewhat distracting people from the grim situation that the kingdom had recently faced. On the other hand, the presence of Kieran Tenebris impacted the people much more directly. Kieran was a hero who had almost brought Kraken to its knees in revenge when 2 of her high-ranking subordinates had died at the hands of Kraken. There was massive respect and adoration for her in the hearts of people. So, when they heard the news of her arrival, waves of celebration and relief swept through the kingdom upon the return of the vengeful hero, who had returned to her kingdom in the time of crisis. The feeling was further solidified when the official channel shared her contribution in prevention of the recent bombing attack and her declaration of another killing spree against the Kraken. The channel also shared the fact that she would be recruiting new members for her divisions, thus igniting the passion of many young men and women to join the army in order to apply for her division. The situation was already going the best according to the Sustenance Division, but then, an event out of their expectations happened. Chris Martin was offered recruitment by Kieran Tenebris. This was a surprising but very welcome accident for the division. As soon as they shared the news on the channel, it caused a huge stir. Martin and Tenebris were the 2 main targets they were betting on to attract people's attention with their actions. Them working together was like a collab between 2 big celebrities. The effect was as the chief of the Sustenance Division had intended. The angry, panicked, and grief-stricken public had accepted the news with great enthusiasm, and everyone was already looking forward to their next actions. And closely monitoring all this, the members of the Sustenance Division were celebrating in their office. It's actually working. Chief, you were absolutely right. You're a genius, Chief. Did you really anticipate this? Of course, the person who stabilized the situation so quickly, the chief who had somehow predicted the reaction of the public to the news of these 2 individuals and instructed them to share their news on the main channel. Even though all his subordinates were still praising him, the chief didn't appear much happy with the results. Rather, he was focused on keeping an eye on the events happening in the kingdom to look for anomalies. Is something the matter, Chief? You don't look very happy. Seeing this, his secretary naturally couldn't contain his curiosity. The chief sighed. Well, we did what we could. But, it's a pity, he murmured to himself. What's wrong, Chief? The chief looked at his young secretary. This boy was new here, so of course, he didn't know. Well, these are troubled times, so it's better that you know, he decided. Know what, Chief? The secret about Kraken. Have you ever wondered why our division has so much power? Why we take our work so seriously? After all, there should be no need to block every bit of information about Kraken. The young secretary nodded immediately. All the time. It's really confusing to me when there are better alternative solutions, he said honestly. He couldn't understand the purpose of this division. Its main aim was to prevent people from discussing, seeing, or even hearing about Kraken. He couldn't understand why the kingdom was so strict on this when it's causing more damage than good. Chief nodded. Have you also wondered why we are called the Sustenance Division? What is so sustaining about our work? Yes, yes. Chief, are you reading my mind? The chief waved his hand dismissively. These are common questions raised by the new members of the division. Well, the reason is due to a secret information that we hide from the public. I can't tell you everything, so I will only tell you this: the power of Kraken increases with the increase in people's awareness and fear towards it. The secretary slowly paled as the information sunk in. He couldn't believe it, but all the facts pointed out that it was true. The chief nodded. It's the reason why we are so serious with our work. After all, the sustenance of the kingdom itself depends on it. No wonder. The secretary murmured. Everything made sense now. If the members of Kraken really get stronger the more they terrorize the people, then their frequent attacks now make sense. As do the kingdom's attempts to block all information regarding the Kraken, only revealing them to be a minor threat. But, he simply couldn't understand one thing: how? How is it possible they all become stronger if people fear them more? Is it some magic that is taught to every member? But then, the image of the glowing blue markings on the members flashed in his mind and he understood. Then, the bombing. The secretary's eyes widened. Until now, due to the quick response of the divisions, Kraken has only succeeded in accomplishing minor attacks. But this bombing incident had a huge impact on the kingdom and the fear this time is real. The chief nodded as he sighed. Now do you understand? Even though we did our best, the damage has already been done. That's why you won't see the high-ranking members celebrating. Because we know, this is just the beginning. Now that the power of Kraken has increased, this is just the quiet before the storm. They don't know what the Kraken will do now. Now that you understand, help me monitor the situation. There has never been such a huge spike in the fear in recent history. Things are about to get messy. Axel and Akiko were suddenly given their very first assignment. Axel looked at Akiko, who was fidgeting. Let's go. We have a lot to talk about, he said meaningfully, his eyes promising a scolding. Akiko followed him obediently, looking like a child who was caught stealing a cookie. Mission complete, join the Black Ops division. As Axel exited the room, the system notification flashed in front of his eyes. This was just one of the casual missions the system was issuing him in order to create better Akashic records. There was no reward. Axel didn't pay much attention to these missions. These missions aren't that reliable. Getting more records doesn't exactly equate to being safe. That's why, he'd still walk his own path. If these missions can be completed along the way, then fine. But if it causes inconvenience to his plans, then he'll ignore them. Coming out of the building, they were greeted with the sight of a huge crowd that had gathered, which consisted mostly of Kieran's fans. When they saw him coming out, he was instantly bombarded with various questions. Axel sighed. This crowd was his insurance in case Kurai really wanted to detain him. But due to that, now that things actually worked out, he can't just leave them unnoticed like he usually would. Axel simply smiled at the crowd as he raised a fist in triumph. It's a success, he announced, like a doctor who has completed a surgery. Cheers. Instantly, the venue exploded into celebration. Of course, Axel wouldn't waste any more time on this, so he minimized his presence and slipped out of the crowd while dragging Akiko. Of course, with their skills, escaping a mob was no big deal. Axel and Akiko walked through the streets in silence. They had arrived a fair distance away from the place after shrugging off the pursuers, and Axel had now lowered his presence, thus avoiding people's notice. Glance. As they walked, Akiko would peek at him from time to time. Even though her face was blank, her actions revealed her nervousness. Are you angry? She finally asked. Axel looked at her, causing her to flinch. He sighed as he shook his head. No, just a bit disappointed. You could have told me if you were coming. Akiko averted her gaze. I was afraid you would want to stop me. Like my grandfather. And if you really tried to stop me. Unlike her grandfather, if Axel really wanted to stop her, there would have been nothing she could have done to resist. Axel nodded his head, understanding her clearly. To be honest, I really didn't want you to come, he confessed. I suffered some serious injuries the last time due to your presence. You also get way too emotional when it comes to Kraken, which clouds your judgment. He said straightforwardly, causing Akiko's lips to go into a downward arc. But, it was true. When Voldemort unleashed his true power, Axel got seriously injured due to Martina and Akiko. Axel would rather work with people he can sacrifice. That's why, he didn't want her to come. But. Axel shook his head. I guess it can't be helped. If anyone tries to stop me from my revenge, they would be the first ones I will attack. Besides, never having had parents myself, I can't really judge you for your desperation. Due to this, Axel decided to let the matter drop here. He wasn't cruel enough to order Akiko to leave now that she was already here. Anyways, how do you know her? Asked Axel into the silence. It was clear who he was asking about. There was a hint of hostility in his tone when he mentioned Kurai. For a long time. My parents used to work under her when they came to Atlantis. When they died, they made her promise to look over me. Whether it was due to that or for other reasons, she left Atlantis after that to settle in Wizarding Japan. She has taken good care of me from then on. She taught me a lot of things. Akiko had a soft expression on her face when talking about Kurai-sensei. Fuck. After hearing the story, Axel wrinkled his eyebrows. I couldn't have imagined her to actually have some humanity. This was making it difficult for him to hate Kurai. Akiko sighed. She's actually not that bad. She's only bad to strangers, just like you. Axel frowned. How am I bad to strangers? You are. You have a habit of making slaves out of any stranger who knows your secrets, said Akiko, referring to their very first meeting. Axel had nothing to say to that. Indeed, if he counts now, the number of people he has done that with is more than 2. Fair enough. Axel clicked his tongue. This slave is getting cheeky. Though. I don't hate it, murmured Akiko in a voice Axel could not hear. What did you say? Nothing. How do we do our assignment? It was only then that Axel remembered that they were out on an assignment. Familiarize yourself with the environment, huh? Honestly, he didn't think it was a bad task. They were indeed noobs here. They were unfamiliar with the geography, they didn't know the customs, didn't know the terms and saying these people used, and didn't know a lot of other things. This would indeed be a hindrance when doing missions. But the problem was, how to solve this problem. They couldn't just visit every place and read all the information regarding this in just one day, right? Don't worry. Kurai-sensei was just messing with us when she gave us one day, said Akiko. Well, it's still manageable, said Axel as he stopped walking. They were in a bit of a crowded area right now. Legitimacy, max. In a moment, the minds of multiple people became accessible to him, connected with invisible legitimacy threads that no one could see. And a huge influx of information entered Axel's mind. Acclimancy, max. Then Axel used his acclimancy to the limit, filtering the useful information while leaving out the rest. Going through memories using the mind is an extremely fast process, at least for Axel. The whole thing only took around 1 minute, and that too because Axel was doing it for the first time. A silver thread extended out of Axel's head, which he wrapped around his finger. Here. All the information we need to know about Atlantis. Akiko blankly looked at the thread and only then remembered that Axel was a master of mind arts. Under Axel's control, the memory naturally got transferred into Akiko's head. There. Assignment over. She who had been thinking of traveling the whole city. It can also be done like that. Akiko pouted, not knowing whether to be happy or not. Do we go back then? Actually, she was secretly looking forward to seeing Atlantis like this with Axel. Axel nodded nonchalantly. Yep, what's the point of being out? Though at this moment, Axel got another mission, causing him to frown. In retrospect, it won't be bad to look around a bit. He said, causing Akiko's face to brighten up. Power Stones. Next, touring Atlantis and mission. Next, attack on tourists. Next, water monarch for a reason. Next, dire situation. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 179, Touring Atlantis. In retrospect, I think it's better if we still take a look around, said Axel, causing Akiko's face to light up. Even if we get the knowledge by going through the memories, we still need to adapt to it practically. Hi, said Akiko, nodding her head repeatedly. Whatever the reason might be, Akiko was glad with the decision anyway. First of all, let's try this, said Axel, tapping his bracelet. With the newfound memories, Axel tried using it for the first time. This bracelet, which he now knows is called the E-brace, is the most useful device in the kingdom. It just has too many features. Even more than the Magi Mirror. For now, he opened the map feature, and a 3D structure of their location was projected into the air. Exclamation point. Akiko looked at the map with some astonishment. Since her acclimancy isn't as fast and as readily usable as Axel, she hadn't gone through the memories Axel had transferred to her. Noticing her reaction, Axel nodded. Fancy, huh? We have to get used to using this thing first and foremost, he told her as he navigated the interface. Let's see. We're in the inner part of the Royal Academy, so we need to go here to exit the castle. The two of them looked like country bumpkins, trying out technology for the first time. Bigger than Mahuto Kuro. Akiko commented, realizing just how much distance they'll have to cover. Yeah, bigger than Hogwarts too. The royal castle was like a small city in itself, and it was really inconvenient to travel on foot. That's why there were various modes of transport available. Most of the students were using the sidewalk, which actually moved forward like escalators in Muggle malls. Many also traveled on what seemed like a hoverboard that could smoothly glide on low altitude. Otherwise, there were also airbuses, aquanites, and more. Now that Axel knew it all, even though they could run at inhuman speeds, Axel felt it would be better to try something else. Let's try an airbus. Axel went through the memories. I think it's done like this, he muttered as he tapped the bus feature in the corner and entered his destination. Within a few seconds, the next airbus stopped above them. Then, a platform dropped to their level, which was still connected to the bus. Let's go. Axel dragged Akiko to climb onto the platform. The platform retracted back into the Airbus and the two of them sat on one of the empty seats. Akiko was bewildered. So convenient. It is, isn't it? Axel felt that traveling was indeed a better choice. He wouldn't get this experience through the memories. The speed of the Airbus was quite fast, and they arrived at the exit within minutes. The Airbus wouldn't go further than this. The main entry/exit of the castle consisted of 4 passages. Casual, official, emergency, and VIP. In order to enter or exit the castle, clearance is needed. If it's a casual outing, you'll need to get permission from one of the supervisors, if you're a student, and your superior, if you're a worker. But since it was actually an official assignment and they were members of Black Ops, they could leave just by scanning their bracelets through the official passage. How are we going to go? Asked Akiko. The castle was surrounded by water, and their destination was the city. Akiko was asking which mode of travel they were going to use. Well, let's try something else this time, said Axel, walking towards a place where a lot of Aquanites were parked. Akiko's eyes began shining. Can we really? Axel smiled. Of course. We can rent one. The Aquanites were stationed near the exit for workers who have an urgent need for them due to official business. If you need one, just flash the bracelet, enter the timing, and take it away. They approached one of the Aquanites and Axel began fiddling with the interface of the stand that was holding it. After flashing his e-brace, a green light flashed on the interface and the Aquanite became accessible to Axel. He glanced back at Akiko, who was still standing there cluelessly. Well, what are you waiting for? Unlock another one already. Akiko blinked. It's 2. Yeah, so. The shine was gone from her eyes. Akiko hesitated. I don't know how to ride one. It's easy. It's just like flying brooms. I'm not good at riding brooms either. Well, then let's just go with one. Thus Axel mounted the Aquanite and Akiko sat behind him. It was a bit of a tight fit, but Akiko didn't seem to mind. Hey, those aren't allowed for students, someone called out, finally noticing them and attracting others' attention as well. Axel was wearing his academy training outfit so it indeed seemed like a student playing around. Ignoring the onlookers, Axel powered the engine and zoomed out of the royal castle through the official passage. Axel and Akiko finally left the royal palace, flying above the crystal-clear lake surrounding the castle. Axel flew the bike low, and the high speed and propulsion of the Aquanite caused water to be splashed everywhere. Akiko gripped him tightly, as if afraid to fall. He turned around to actually find her smiling happily. Axel was surprised. Akiko rarely smiles, let alone smiling so widely. And this was the second time he was seeing her like this today. Since she was having fun, Axel increased the speed further and pulled off a few more maneuvers. Even though the speed of this Aquanite wasn't as fast as the one in the trial, it was still several times faster than a broomstick, so they reached the city very soon. He had to. There was just so much to see in the city, and the last time he couldn't see anything since the general was flying his chariot very fast when bringing him to the castle. He had to once again admit, Atlantis was beautiful. And overwhelming. Atlantis was a 3-dimensional city. Unlike the Muggle and the Wizarding world, where there was only forward and backward to travel, here, the buildings were so huge that there was also the feature of traveling up and down. Most of the people traveled in air lanes, rather than the ground lanes. Many shops and commercial centers were opened in mid-air, with the citizens arriving and leaving on their personal air vehicles. The structures of the buildings here were also very unique. It could be circular, spiral, cylindrical, and a lot more. The two of them flew high and low, making sure to enjoy every sight. One thing was apparent, the security had been increased since last time Axel passed by here. What are those? Asked Akiko, pointing at one of the drone-like objects flying around. Axel actually didn't know this. It was not in the information he had obtained so far. Axel pointed his bracelet at one of the drones and searched what it was. The information about the drones came up quickly, but... Fuck. What happened? Axel looked at the drones warily. Those are called scanners. They're scanning through anything and everything in order not to let anyone smuggle any bombs. They can even scan storage devices. Axel got worried about the storage ring on his finger which Martina had made for him, and Akiko's hand also subconsciously went to the pendant around her neck, which was also likely a storage device made by Martina. Are we going to be in trouble? She asked. The two of them definitely had all sorts of questionable equipment packed in the storage space that they had smuggled in. I think it's fine. They've already scanned us earlier. Akiko blinked. Then, does that mean Martina's invention can actually beat Atlantean technology? Axel nodded. Yep, we can even smuggle bombs like this. If Martina was on Kraken's side, Atlantis would be fucked. She really is a genius. Akiko felt that Martina was being praised too much. But, she's weak, and a bit pathetic, she uttered, remembering how she would sneak into Axel's bed out of fear after the last incident. Yeah well, she really is very easy to kidnap, kill, or coerce. I'm just glad it's you here rather than her. If Martina had some extremely high parameters, she also had some extremely low parameters as well. Sure, she would have been helpful here, but she would also be very prone to danger, which is not what Axel wants. Akiko felt better when Axel said that, and they continued their tour. While flying, they passed through an area where a number of shops were lined up in mid-air, with a lot of air traffic. A delicious fragrance was wafting from the place, even reaching them. What is that? Atlantian street food. Axel muttered. But there was no street here, so it can't be called that. Behind him, he heard Akiko gulp. Let's try it out, said Axel. Do we have money? Don't worry. Estrus transferred me a generous signing bonus. It was weird that the Crown Prince needed to check money for street food, but it was what it was. So they tried out the food of Atlantis, which was, of course, seafood. Sharks, skates, rays, sawfish, sturgeons, and lampreys, crustaceans such as lobsters, crabs, shrimps, prawns, and crayfish, clams, oysters, cockles, snails, abalones, scallops, these were just the creatures that Axel knew about. Other than this, there were also a lot of magical creatures as well. There was just too much to try, so they dug in, buying one serving of every store. Fuck, this is good, Axel muttered, trying out some type of seaweed pasta. It had a creamy, garlicky flavor with the distinct marine taste of seaweed. Try this, said Akiko, offering him a bite of the blue crab meat that she was eating. Damn. Axel smacked his lips. The soft meat was mixed with Atlantean herbs and a hint of citrus, pan-fried to golden perfection. It had a fresh, tangy flavor with an herbal note. You try this too, said Axel, offering his pasta, to which Akiko just opened her small mouth. Rolling his eyes, he fed her himself. Akiko's eyes curved. It's delicious. Isn't it? I would have saved this kingdom just for food. Too bad, my diet won't allow it. They ate while buying more things. At one point they had taken too many things, and while eating, Axel dropped one of the plates. Beep beep beep. It seems they had broken some sort of rule, because the alarm started ringing, causing people to look around. Fuck. Axel dumped everything into his storage ring and sped off. Hey. Halt. They raced the inspector that gave chase while Axel refined his flying skills. When the inspector finally gave up, realizing that Axel was just playing with him, they paid him the fine and resumed the tour. In the middle of the city, there was a gargantuan statue of a man holding a trident, which was so finely carved that it looked alive. King Atlan I. The first king of Atlantis. Axel remembered the man's identity through his memory. He looks a bit like you. Axel frowned. For a moment, he was worried. Would others also notice the resemblance? Really? But Akiko shook her head. Not at all. He's too ugly, she giggled. Akiko, actually joking. Is this real? You're different today, Axel observed. Akiko's face is usually emotionless and she speaks very little, often only speaking in words rather than sentences. But today, she has already spoken and smiled a month's worth of her quota. I am happy. I'm happy to finally be here, Akiko smiled. Coming here has always been my goal, but it wasn't easy, there was a hint of melancholy in her voice. Okayasan and Otusan used to tell me all sorts of amazing things about this place, her grip around him tightened as her voice cracked a bit. That's why, I've always wanted to see this place for myself. I wanted to know if it was really worth it. Axel could understand now. She's always wanted to come here. But it was never going to be easy, was it? Her grandfather had always opposed it, and no matter how much talent she had and the hard work she put in, she had to agonizingly wait for years till she was old enough. And now, after so many years, and so much grueling training and effort, she's finally here. She must be feeling freed from a heavy load she had been carrying for years. No wonder she's different from her usual self. Axel felt happy for her. Then, I'm glad to be here too, said Axel as he patted her hand. Axel was just glad she didn't have to see the city alone. There was someone she could share her feelings with. Akiko's fists bunched around his clothes. Axel. Arigato. It was a sincere thanks. There were no fancy or cheesy words, but the feelings behind it were heartfelt. Don't mention it, Axel replied. Also. Yeah. I think they were happy here. It's a good place, her voice was a bit hoarse. I'm so relieved. A hand temporarily left his side as Akiko wiped her tears. Axel let her cry on his shoulder. Of course they were happy. Whose kingdom do you think it is? Akiko smiled. You're right. As if suddenly remembering something, Axel checked the time. Shit. He increased the speed, changing their direction. "Where are we going now?" asked Akiko. "To one of the most popular places here," replied Axel. A few minutes later. "A zoo?" Akiko murmured, bewildered as she looked at the place. "No, it's a magical biopark," Axel insisted. It was a glorified zoo. Unlike the outside world, where people have access to both the sea and the wildlife, Atlantis is a place with no chance to see the wildlife. That's why, this place, which held all types of normal and magical creatures from the outside world in their natural habitats, was quite popular here. You know, it even has magical creatures which are already extinct in the outside world. Even though he defended the place, inwardly, he was also wondering, just why would the system give him the mission to be here? Power stones. Next, another attack. And next, terrifying water affinity. And next, dire situation. And next, Axel versus, spoiler. And next, Savage goes at it again. Come get instant access. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 180, another attack. Chapter 180. In the organization's hideout. The higher-ups of Kraken were currently having meeting. Are the preparations complete? Yes, first. I already had my men do it a year ago. Good. We've been hiding for too long. Master finally has enough power. Today, a significant amount will be spent, but we'll gain more when they break out. We can now start revealing our cards. Said the entity called the first in an aged voice. How is sixth? Still recovering. Kieran truly did a number on him. Kieran. We'll have to deal with her. For now, order 6 to stay put in the base. It would be troublesome if we lost his relic. Yes, first. But he never listens to. Discard him if he disobeys. We can enlighten others to wield his relics. Yes, first. Is there any news about the 7th and 8th? Someone else asked. No updates, but it seems that the British ministry is involved. We've heard that their minister had led a huge force into Hogwarts on the day of their disappearance. So the variable. The variable is reported missing. The British ministry is also trying to find him. Our estimate is that those idiots at least did their job and killed him before they died. The orders were to bring him to me. The first said at this moment, causing the rest of the members to flinch. This matter is not over yet. But we'll temporarily suspend it till the end of war, which won't be a long time. Especially after the disaster that will take place today. The biopark of Atlantis. It was built after the end of the last Atlantean War, which resulted in Kraken's defeat. It's an old place that has been in existence for quite a few centuries. Externally, it spans over a vast space, but that can't hold a candle to how big it is from the inside due to the space extension magic. It's almost as big as a small country. It's the only place in Atlantis where these sea dwellers can experience the nature of Earth. That's why it's quite a popular visiting spot among the Atlanteans. Many elderly people come here regularly, schools hold educational outings here, and it's a perfect picnic spot for families. Axel and Akiko were currently standing in the plaza, waiting for their turn. Around them, they could see the catalogue of animals they could see. There is an aquarium too. Akiko's attention was attracted by the mesmerizing glimpses that were shown of the aquarium. Well, it's Atlantis. You can't really be surprised, Axel said with a no-shit look. But he could understand why Akiko was surprised. Even though it's being publicized for its wildlife sanctuary, but from what he could see, the aquarium was far more impressive. The reason is still the same, it's Atlantis. Everything related to the ocean is overused here. On the other hand, even the normal day-to-day creatures of the outside world seem exotic to them. When they got the ticket and finally entered, they were taken aback by the view. They were on an elevated place. In front of them, vast greenery stretched as far as the eye could see. Birds could be seen flying in the sky, and a gentle breeze of fresh was blowing, ruffling the trees. So, real. Akiko was only expecting some kind of zoo with animal cages, but clearly, this was not it. Axel whistled. As it happened, he had never been to a fucking zoo, so he had nothing to compare it with. But still, this place was beautiful. It was the kind of place Daphne would like. Only, there was one problem. The power increase he had been feeling while being in Atlantis had lessened upon entering this space. It was because they no longer had water over their heads, but simulated a sunny sky. But oh well, why would he even need it here? He wouldn't, right? Everyone, please board the train. We hope you have a pleasant experience. An announcement was made at this moment, as they heard a horn. What is that? It was only then did they see it. A train was stationed not far from them, which the people were currently climbing into. They hadn't noticed earlier, because it was transparent, and there were no visible tracks. Well, let's go. The two of them boarded the train and sat on the see-through seats. The interior was luxurious and much more spacious from the inside. But one thing was weird, almost everything inside was transparent. It was odd, but this type of train was indeed perfect for a wildlife safari. The train set off, its acceleration extremely fast and smooth, and his e-brace chimed. The Atlantis Wildlife Sanctuary was to send you a file. Accept/reject. Axel accepted the file, which turned out to be a complete guide of the place, along with the summarized version. Axel flipped through it and found out more about the place. The biopark was partitioned into 3 separate zones. Zone 1 contained all types of non-magical attractions, Zone 2 contained magical creatures and plants, and Zone 3 had the aquarium. The train will take you through these zones one by one, and there are a few safe spots where you can alight if you want to and look around on your own. Along with the guide, there was also a map feature. When Axel accessed it, a complete 3D map of the whole place was projected from the bracelet. Upon zooming in, you could see the live location of the creatures, and the safe area boundaries were also highlighted, which you could travel if you desired. After a while, the train slowed down to around 10 kilometers per hour as they heard an announcement. We have reached the non-magical forest. On your right, you can see the exotic animals called cows. In the outside world, these animals are known for their milk, which contains high nutritional value. On your right, you can see the animals called monkeys. The tree they are sitting on is the extremely rare apple tree, whose fruits are luxury goods in Atlantis. Since you have chosen the premium ticket, you will be served with the fresh servings of the fruit. Akiko and Axel felt their grasp with reality slipping. Watching people get excited upon seeing cows and eating apples was a bizarre and funny experience at the same time. The ride continued, and even though Axel and Akiko didn't find the non-magical plants and animals much interesting, the delicacies which were provided from time to time kept them occupied. Soon, another announcement was made. The non-magical area is about to end. The tourists who have applied for the in-depth experience, please alight. Those who did not can still upgrade their ticket. The in-depth experience, as the announcer put it, is just a tour into the forest on foot or some open-air vehicle in order to experience the nature more closely. While getting their tickets, they hadn't opted for it. Axel and Akiko looked at each other and both shook their heads. It seemed really foolish to be spending so much money just to be able to go through a normal forest. When they entered the magical forest, the atmosphere instantly changed. Suddenly, the trees were taller and thicker, and the light coming through lessened, creating a darker vibe. We have now entered the magical forest area. To your right, you can see the creatures called hippogriffs. These magical creatures have the front legs, wings, and head of a giant eagle and the body, hind legs and tail of a horse. To their right, they could indeed see hippogriffs, but I didn't know they could be violent, said Akiko. That was the case. The hippogriffs were currently breaking into violent scuffles. Axel had already seen hippogriffs plenty of times in the Forbidden Forest. But none of the ones he had seen were fighting among each other. They do seem much more aggressive compared to the ones in Hogwarts, Axel shrugged. Since he hadn't had the care of magical creatures yet, the creatures they saw from then on were all new to Axel. Bowtruckle, demigods, auguries, billywigs, murtlaps, there were a lot. But then. Now, we're about to proceed into the territories of the dangerous magical creatures. It was from then that they started to notice something fishy. The creatures you see on both sides are called griffins. They are powerful creatures which are extremely rare in the outside world. They indeed saw the griffins, but these griffins were also fighting among themselves, just like the hippogriffs. Mommy, why are they fighting? I don't know, honey. Hey, staff. Why are these creatures so aggressive today? This time, not only Axel and Akiko, but many of the other tourists also found this odd. The animals are indeed experiencing some emotional changes right now, but please be assured that your safety, and the safety of the animals is guaranteed. It was true. As one of the griffins tried to charge at the incoming train, it couldn't even come near it, blocked by an invisible force field. This force field was covering the entire track, and the safe zones, so that no animal could cross them. The animals were installed with tranquilizers that can be activated anytime, and they could see a lot of them calming down one after another. Hey! Don't stop them. This is a fun event. I've never seen anything like this before. Haha. I'm already streaming it live. This is jackpot. This is also fun to watch. Of course, many people had nothing to complain about. In fact, they even found it enjoyable. How many times can you see magical beasts fight? For these people, this was indeed an exciting development. And, they weren't disappointed. A lot of creatures they encountered after that were showing signs of aggression or agitation. The Nundus, the cockatrices, the chimeras, seeing these XXXXX level threats fighting among themselves was enough to entertain them and cause a sensation online. By now, it seemed that the matter had reached the attention of the biopark's authorities, and most of the animals had become sluggish or fallen asleep due to the sedatives. The problem became serious when there were still a number of creatures who didn't show any signs of stopping. We're about to enter the Draconian territory now. Dragons are territorial creatures, but please be assured of your safety. A giant column of fire was shot at them, fizzing the protective shield around the track. What the? They saw a huge dragon glaring down at them for entering its territory. Its size was so huge that it could cover the Quidditch pitch. What you are seeing is a Ukrainian iron-belly dragon. These creatures, now extinct in the outside world, are the biggest known dragon species on Earth. So, that's a dragon. Axel looked at the creature with interest. If he had to name the one magical creature about which he had heard the most, it would be dragons. Creatures, their species, their capabilities, etc. With all the information in his head, Axel closed his eyes. Occlumency, extreme concentration. Axel entered a mode of extreme focus as he quickly began to go through all options, simulating his actions to find the right way to deal with the mob. Axel opened his eyes. Akiko, you still have threads, right? Akiko nodded her head. Being a ninja, Akiko always keeps a bunch of threads on her. They were light, extremely durable, and even had varieties that could conduct electricity. Akiko, of course, had the kind that conducts electricity. She doesn't use threads too often since they are really difficult to use and there is a high chance of messing up. From within her storage space, Akiko produced a few bundles of threads that glistened under the setting sun. These were special threads the ninjas made through centuries-old secret methods. Akiko wanted to warn Axel about the difficulty of using them, but thought better of it after recalling his insane dexterity, and the fact that this was Axel. What are you going to do with so much? She instead asked. Sigh, just something really troublesome. You focus on what I need you to do. I think using dark affinity is alright here, right? Kurai-sensei also had dark affinity and she was a goddamn hero here. Of course. You must have already thought of this, but do this, Axel told Akiko her part. Hearing what Axel need her to do, Akiko shook her head. I did think of it, but it will only stall them, and that too even for land creatures. Yep, that's exactly what I need you to do. Axel grinned. Leave the rest to me. With that, Axel faced forward and flew the Neptunite full throttle straight towards the flying monster horde. Akiko knew that it was a reckless plan, and one young man claiming to handle the huge horde of flying monsters was insane, but sitting behind Axel, Akiko felt that his back was extremely reliable. Wakata. I'm ready. Axel had an ironic smile on his lips. I was as sure as you are about my success. When they reached the flying horde of monsters, Axel pulled up the Neptunite and jumped, leaving the controls to Akiko. Axel fell on top of the biggest dragon, which was covered with spikes, while Akiko skillfully maneuvered the Neptunite to fly towards the ground horde. Lying on the huge back of the dragon, Axel spat. Knew she was bullshitting back. She claimed she couldn't fly it. Back when they going to rent 2 Neptunites to tour the city, Akiko had insisted on sharing one due to the excuse of not being able to fly one. Power Stones. Next, Axel versus the monster army. Next, insane odds. Next, emergency meeting. Next, attracting upper echelons. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 183, Axel vs. Monster Army. As Axel and Akiko flew up to implement their grand plan, the firing momentarily stagnated due to sudden intervention of 2 alleged civilians who were rushing into the danger. What? What are they doing? Hey! Stop! The couple riding the bike. By royal authority, I command you to stop and return. The commander repeatedly tried shouting out to Axel and Akiko, but the 2 completely ignored his words, as if not listening to him at all. The captain gritted his teeth. As if the situation wasn't bad enough, these 2 idiots have now come into the middle of firing range, completely disrupting their attempts. When the Neptunite reached the front of the horde, the dragons tried torching the 2 in their flames. These weren't any ordinary flames, either. They were draconic flames, enhanced several times due to the dragons having been awakened by Kraken. Fortunately, the couple flew high at the last moment, saving them from the tragedy. But then, the boy had the brilliant idea of jumping off the Neptunite, onto the back of the biggest dragon. Captain, what do we do? The captain clenched his fists. Continue the attack. A lot more people will die if we don't stop as many creatures as possible. Captain, isn't he Chris Martin? One of the soldiers couldn't help voicing out after getting a close-up look in his scope. What? The captain's head jerked in the direction of the soldier who had spoken. He. Meanwhile, as he landed on the dragon's back, a searing sound was produced when Axel's shoes touched the blue markings on the dragon. Axel didn't waste any time and got into action right away. Riding. He quickly made his way over to the neck of the dragon. Occlumency, max concentration. Magic hands. Trap setting. Axel's fingers began moving at blurring speeds, weaving the thread while he ran up the length of the dragon's spine. Once he reached the top of its neck, Axel launched the thread forward, repeatedly looping it around the dragon. Alright, here goes nothing. With that, Axel pulled. Roar. The dragon let out a loud roar of anger as its head tilted upwards. With the head completely trapped in threads, Axel flexed his fingers to the side, the dragon's head tilted to that side, then he snapped his fingers the other way. This went on for several seconds while the dragon tried its best to shake Axel while twisted its neck. Learnt the skill, dragon riding. Bingo. Soon, Axel was able to control the dragon's movements. His fingers pulled on the strings again, and the dragon's jaw was forced open this time. Lightning style, electric charge. ROOAARRR. When Axel sent out the high-voltage electric charge into the dragon's face, a column of flames was shot out of its mouth as involuntarily as its facial muscles convulsed. Sweet. Axel grinned. He now had the dragon under his control. How did he do this? First of all, as soon as he had landed on the dragon, he had activated the skill, riding. It was skill that not only applied to riding brooms and Neptunite, but also other things. Dragons are technically creatures that can skill be ridden. As soon as he started, the further knowledge in the skill was unlocked, and Axel quickly found out the correct method. Then, trap setting. This was one of the first skills he had unlocked from the system. It gave him knowledge related to all kinds of traps. And the most basic category is the rope trap, which gave him a lot of knowledge related to weaving and knots. Then, with magic hands, he boosted the specs of his hands to a degree that would make them a relics on their own. With high dexterity and concentration, he wove the threads around the dragon, making highly sophisticated reins. It took time in adjusting, but Axel had roughly gotten the gist of it. And that is how Axel took control over a dragon mid-flight within a matter of seconds. Other than him, no one else can do it. No one else has the gut to jump on a dragon, the know-how, or the dexterity to bind the threads while the dragon is still moving and resisting. And, even if they did all this, it would still all be for nothing. Their fingers would be cut off clean as soon as the dragon pulled its head. Even Axel can only do it because his fingers are currently coated in magic due to the skill, magic hands. But, Axel was not done yet. Now, it was time for phase 2. Axel harshly pulled on the reins, turning the dragon to one direction. They got dangerously close to bumping into the dragon flying adjacent to them. Then, Axel quickly looped the thread around the head of the second dragon, thus also taking him under control. 2 down. But, Axel still wasn't done yet. He pulled on the reins of both the dragons and directed them towards the third dragon. His casting technique got better, and he was able to wrap the threads with a considerable distance. Now, Axel had 3 dragons under his control. In order to increase the durability of the thread, he had to overlap them several times, and he had to do it for 3 separate dragons. Overall, that's a lot of strings to string along. Furthermore, all the threads were coated in his water affinity magic to make it resistant to the dragon fire, and an even better conductor of electricity. In short, his mind and his fingers were under a lot of strain and his extreme dexterity was showing its effects. But, he was far from done. Axel wove more and more strings. Within the next few seconds, Axel casted thread all over the place, taking control over the rest of the dragons. By the time they reached the exit of the biopark, Axel had over 31 huge dragons under his control, all straining against the strings and his hands were moving at speed that would be difficult to follow even if shown several times slower. One saving grace was that he didn't have to handle them individually. He could pull all the strings to one side and all the dragons would follow that direction. But they're going to snap off. His fingers, even when coated with dense magic, getting more and more bloody. And his work was still far from over. Even though the dragons were already under his control, the problem was still not solved yet. Axel looked back. Thousands of winged creatures were following him. There were griffins, hippogriffs, winged chimeras, and many more. All the creatures had been enhanced, with their bodies bulked up to an enormous degree and blue markings glowing on their skins. Even without the dragons protecting them from the front, these creatures are still capable of breaking through the blockage to reach into the city. That's where the phase 3 of his plan comes in. Axel pulled on the reins and made the dragons turn around. Making the strings loose, he formed a single-hand seal. Lightning style, thunderstream. A tremendous amount of electricity was discharged from his hands, which spread through all the threads. Axel's eardrums almost ruptured from the sheer intensity of the roars that the dragons produced. And of course, high-intensity flames dyed the sky blue, washing over the incoming horde of flying creatures. Fuck yeah. Axel laughed. This was the phase 3 of his plan, multiple muzzle draconic flamethrower. He was glad that it worked, because this did not work, he would have had to go with phase 4, the web of death, trapping all the creatures and electrocuting him all with all the amount of lightning he and Akiko could get. Even when the strain on his fingers increased, Axel made the dragons fly forward in the direction of the coming creatures and once again passed on the electric shocks, making the dragons involuntarily blow out flames again. Meanwhile, the people who were watching from below were left completely flabbergasted. What, in the ever-drowning fuck? They couldn't believe that what they were seeing was true and no a part of made-up movie. When they had seen Axel jumping onto the dragon's back, they had expressed their exasperation over his foolish act, cursing him for throwing away his life and making the situation more difficult for them. But now the boy had gotten himself the most powerful cremation device, which he was using to burn away all the flying creatures. Since the dragons were juiced up with blue markings, he didn't even need to worry about running out of fuel anytime soon. This is so awesome. Holy shit. Tell me someone is recording this. The sight of one person riding a dragon, leading an army of other fire-breathing dragons against a huge horde of monsters created an impact scene straight out of the legends. The soldiers who were already prepared themselves for a bad outcome had their hearts fished out of despair as they realized that the guy they had dismissed as a suicidal maniac was now single-handedly turning the tides of the hopeless situation. Hey, look over there. What's that? Fire. Why is it black? That's right. While everyone's attention was focused in the air, black flames had spread on the ground, reaching quite high. It spread widely in a way that caused the creatures to detour around it, delaying them considerably. It was only then did they see Akiko zooming around in her Neptunite, controlling the flames. Thump thump asterisk asterisk thump asterisk asterisk thump asterisk. Akiko had to repeatedly move her Neptunite to dodge, as burning monsters literally rained down from the sky. These creatures were heavy, and falling from such height gave them a tremendous amount of momentum. Also, the area they fell soon overlapped with the area of ground monster horde. So, a lot of crushed monster meat double patties were created. After Axel annihilating most of the sky horde, he brought his dragon army to the ground, in order to finish the job. The smell of burnt meat filled the air as Axel led his flame-breathing monstrosities in circles. Some monsters, especially those who were XXXXX threat level, were either flame-resistant or had thick skin, so they took extra work. In the face of firepower of over 30 enhanced fire-breathing dragons, there was little even those powerful creatures could do. The stragglers or escapees were handled by the military, thank gods they weren't completely useless. Akiko looked at the scene with silent awe. She had no words to describe her current feelings. Upon seeing the situation, she had already given up on trying to search for ways in which they could have a complete victory. Even when taking all of her and Axel's abilities into consideration and even adding a considerable amount of Atlantis' forces, and even with the chance arrival of Kurai-sensei, she had felt that the situation would be difficult to handle. But what did Axel do? Not only did he single-handedly subdue almost all of the Sky Horde, the most dangerous, and subdue most of the Ground Horde on his own, but he also managed to hide his water affinity, his super agility, his phenomenal combat abilities, and so on, only revealing abilities that people can't even comprehend. Akiko looked up at the sky. Her lips curved upwards as she saw Axel riding the biggest dragon while controlling the rest. She shook her head. There is a limit to how cool one can be. Axel has already crossed it several times over. Happy New Year, everyone. What are your resolutions? Mine is starting an original book in continuation with Arcane Thief and make it much better than other books on the platform. Let's see how it works out. Next, finished. Next, emergency meeting. Next, higher up surprise. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Vote, backhand index pointing down, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 184, Fighting Dragons and Rewards. While Axel was doing his thing, a considerable amount of forces had gathered at Biopark. Among them was also a relic wielder, a stocky man with a big beard and matted hair. He was wearing a cloak that seemed to flutter on its own. All of these people gathered, and yet, they were doing nothing. There was nothing for them to do in the first place. In the face of the absolute destruction Axel and his wild flamethrowers were causing, they would just be getting in the way even if they did anything. Ha 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 ha. Who is that boy? I didn't know we had gotten another relic wielder, said the man in the cloak. His name was Asfer. The rest of the people, who had already seen Axel's trial multiple times, exchanged awkward glances. That's Chris Martin. Ah, he's not a relic wielder. What the? No relic. The man looked back at Axel who was controlling an army of rampaging dragons, his laughter gone. Then, how the fuck is he doing that? Good question. The rest of the people had idea. How was he doing it? There is no way it can be as easy as he is making it look. No matter how much they thought about, they couldn't find the answer. Sir Asfer, we are also currently unclear about that. Chris attempted his academy trial just yesterday so have no idea about his academy trial. How are you talking about? Academy trials are tests to enroll into the academy. I know that. I'm asking why that is trying into the academy. Good question, yet again. Well, he's 16, so he first had to. 16. Are you telling me that guy is 16? Why yes, that's how it's known. Which of the 6 families? He is actually an outsider. That was it. The relic wielder no longer had any words. So, a 16-year-old guy is fending off the giant monster wave and we're just here leisurely fishing. The captain shook his head firmly. I've been monitoring the situation. And it seems that his control over the dragons is slipping. We have to save him when that happens and kill the dragons. This boy is an amazing prodigy. We can't let him die. Asfer nodded. It was understandable that his control would eventually slip. It was more unbelievable that he held on for so long. Let's be ready then. No matter how cool he looked from the third-person perspective, in reality, Axel was indeed struggling. The dragons were directed to go into the city and destroy everything in sight. When he suddenly changed the direction of their flight, there was actually a huge amount of resistance. No matter how strong he was, Axel was still an ant against the combined might of so many enhanced dragons. Controlling the dragons in such a situation was simply impossible. But, Axel had already anticipated that. And he had a solution. He may not be able to beat so many dragons in terms of physical strength. But, in terms of mental strength. That's his domain. In that aspect, even if he was up against so many dragon, he was, hold my beer I'ma do this shit, level confident. He targeted the minds of the dragons, attacking them repeatedly. In this way, he managed to make them turn around. Axel was hoping that they would no longer follow the orders of the organization and hopefully get under his control. The result was, he did manage to make them forget about trying to escape, but the price was that he had to keep launching collective mental attacks on their minds, effectively rendering them into a stunned state in which they can instinctively react to his direction. Their anger was building up, and Axel's mental energy was draining fast, so there was no way he would be able to keep this up for long. So, the dragons went on a rampage while Axel held onto the reins for dear life, trying his best to steer them, continuously giving them electric charge to make them keep attacking. This process was extremely straining for him. For one, his fingers had to move at unimaginable speeds as the dragons would try to turn from time to time. Also, keeping track of so many string and pulling and letting loose at right time to prevent the fingers from snapping off at the same time attacking the dragons. Well, his mind wasn't doing too well either. But the persistent bastard he was, Axel managed to pull it off in the end. Now, the situation is like this, he is already at his limit, the monster horde has been cleared. He has even managed to unlock a few new skills, puppeteering, taming. So it has been a rewarding experience in which he found new ways to deal with the situation instead of relying on his existing skills. But what to do with these dragons now? With nothing left to destroy, and him being unable to control them, the dragons are about to go on an absolute rampage. There is a saying in the wizarding culture, riding a dragon. It's used when someone enters a dangerous situation because it's appealing and rewarding, but then they find themselves unable to get out and about to die any time. Right now, Axel was literally in that situation. He was riding not one, but a lot of dragons. If that wasn't bad enough, they were also about in a berserk state with him as the target. And if even that wasn't bad enough, their abilities have been enhanced several-fold due to the blue markings. As soon as he loses control of the leashes, Axel is going to be hunted like an animal. But, running away and leaving it to the rest of the forces is also not a good plan. He has come so far, only to run away in the end and leave the final merits to someone else. That is no go. Well, whatever. Just come, you mindless beasts. Axel clicked his tongue. He's just going to fight them. When someone goes through as much as he has, this situation doesn't exactly seem intimidating, especially when he is still in a condition to move. But, how exactly is he going to fight them? His magical limit has almost been reached. His mind is also pretty drained after attacking all the dragon's minds and also handling so many threads. Attacking with just physical power without infusing magic into his attacks wouldn't leave a dent on these dragon hides. Water affinity might expose him as a royal, thus a target of assassination for many, so he's not using that. So then, how is he going to do it? Sometimes, the solution can be very simple. Axel stopped controlling the dragons. Loud roars reverberated all around as the dragons came to their senses. Dragons began struggling to get rid of the strings, going into opposite directions. Axel didn't try to stop them. He couldn't. He let the strings loose, letting the dragons pull as much as they wanted. Instead, he took out all the remaining strings and began running on the big dragon's body. Arcane footwork. Very quickly, all the dragons focused on him as the culprit who had been leading them around by the noose. Fire rained down on him, but Axel was faster, so it could never reach him. Instead, the one to suffer was the giant dragon that he was riding. Now, one thing to be noted is that even though dragons are highly resistant to flames, there is a limit to that resistance. When so much fire power gathered on one dragon, it was bound to suffer damage. Another thing to be noted is that dragons aren't above attacking their own kind when push comes to shove. So, extremely furious, the giant black dragon also attacked the nearest dragon. Meanwhile, Axel had already jumped onto the next dragon after traversing the body of the big black dragon, thus shifting the aggro to this one. While the dragons all attacked the second dragon, Axel had already jumped onto the third dragon. The strings in his hands were getting less and less. Axel traveled from one dragon to another. This process went on for a while as Axel jumped from one dragon to another. By the time he reached the final dragon, he wasn't even being attacked anymore as the dragons had started fighting among themselves. Finally, Axel stopped letting the dragons pull more strings and bounded it all on the last dragon. Thrum. With the continuous supply of strings gone, all of a sudden, hundreds of thousands of strings went taut all at once as all the dragons were rendered immobile, as they found themselves bound in a huge web of strings. Most of them could no longer even flap their wings. Roaring madly, the dragons all began plunging down in a spiral. The strings that had bound them were overlapped tens of times. These strings imbued with magic and made from secret Japanese techniques were extremely durable, to begin with, but when overlapped multiple times, these measly strings could produce durability that could rival the dragon's might. Boom. The heavy dragons fell to the ground, still tangled in the web. On the other hand, Axel lightly landed on the ground after casting an arresto momentum on himself. Axel shook off the blood from his finger, walking towards the exit without giving the tangled mess of dragons a second glance. There was no need to. Even though the fall wasn't enough to kill them, when bound like that, they would kill each other without him having to lift a finger. Ding. Mission completed. Congratulations. You have completed an insane level difficulty mission. Reward. Mana plus. Custom skill, mana threads. Axel's eyes widened as the mana depletion gone. What the hell? Akiko zoomed in, riding the Neptunite. Even before the vehicle landed, she jumped off, landing in front of Axel. Are you alright? Axel shrugged. Yeah, nothing big. Akiko checked his fingers, and her brows furrowed. We have to get them treated. Rummaging through her space pouch, she produced a jar that contained a jelly-like substance. Here, this will help, she said as she took his hand and began applying it. A cooling sensation spread over Axel's finger as his wounds began to close down. Their eyes met and Akiko looked away. You were really... Chris Martin. ZNNNN. Before she could finish her sentence, someone interrupted them. A high-tech vehicle arrived by their side. The low humming sound it produced was enough to show its high power. This was a Maverick. Every rider's wet dream. Riding it was a man Axel had not seen before. 5 stars proudly gleamed on his shoulders. There was a man beside him who was levitating while fluttering his cloak. Behind him were other officers, some of them were also riding a Maverick. Yeah. Looking at Axel, the captain, and the rest of the soldiers felt mixed emotions. The things this guy just pulled up were nothing short of legendary. And yet, it made them feel bitter just trying to compare themselves to him. Kid, how did you do that? Are the kids outside all this amazing now? It was the man in cloak who started talking. Axel shrugged. Is it necessary to answer that? The captain beside the man shook his head. No. Not at all. We just wanted to express our gratitude for what you did. Young man, you've saved a lot of lives today. Axel nodded. So, I'm not in any kind of trouble, am I? No. Why would you think that? Axel didn't want to explain it, but being always on the wrong side of law, he was uncomfortable being surrounded by armed uniformed officers. It felt like he would be slapped with some kind of charges. Well, can I leave then? I want to continue my sightseeing. I did nothing wrong. I'm just an innocent tourist. Also, whoever tries to arrest me will die. Everyone. Axel didn't wait for the response. He picked up the Neptunite they had rented and Akiko sat behind him without a word. Well, see ya then, he said as he casually saluted them with a 3-finger trident sign. With that, Axel then flew his Neptunite on low level, going through the blockade of soldiers and civilians, who created a path for him almost in reverence than respect. On his way out, Axel patted one of civilians who had witnessed the whole incident. Good job. The guy had recorded everything. Power Stones. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 185, Emergency Meeting. Captain, are we just going to let them leave like that? Asked one of the soldiers as they looked at Axel and Akiko flying out of the biopark. The usual procedure after such an incident is to report everything in detail to the high authority so that they can judge whether your actions were correct or not. In this case, Axel did create a massacre of so many protected species, so this is an extremely controversial matter. If your actions were not under supervision and done on your own initiative, that is also a separate headache-inducing procedure. Other than that, there is also the matter of answering to the media and all kinds of other things. In short, this was a complicated matter that cannot end with just doing whatever you want and leaving. The captain cleared his throat. It's complicated, soldier. Don't try to second-guess my reasoning. The man wearing the cloak, Asfer, just laughed. You should be honest. You're just scared to offend him, he said, exposing the truth. Someone just exterminated so many creatures in front of them like pests, and then even killed those scary dragons which even the M345 magic missiles couldn't put a dent on. No matter what, it created an impression. So, when Axel casually asked if he could leave, as if he was going to leave either way, the captain instinctively let him leave. You could say that his survival instincts were good, unlike some people. The captain sighed. You still haven't changed, Asfer, he said as his team laughed at him. He was the elite maverick rider, but this friend of his was not at all considerate about making fun of him in front of his subordinates. Well, to be honest, no one can blame you for your reaction. The kid was something else, said Asfer as flashbacks of Axel's savagery flashed through his mind. The subordinates surrounding them had to agree to that, as some of them even shuddered. Anyone who witnessed the previous incident would have the same opinion. Don't mess with that guy. Anyway, I'm gonna go now. I was pretty useless here anyway. The captain shook his head. Don't even say that. You knew that demotion would have been the least of my worries, said the captain. In the absence of Axel, the captain would not have been able to handle the monster horde. Monsters would have flooded the city before the arrival of help. In that situation, he would have had to bear most of the burden, even though his only crime would have been that his division is the fastest due to their mavericks. Knowing this, Asfer came to him for the sake of their old friendship. With Asfer, a relic wielder, they would have been able to reduce the damage considerably. Of course, that all turned out to be useless due to a monstrous 16-year-old, but the gesture still counts. Having a friend who can go through thick and thin with you is great. Those two, they remind me of us from back then, said the captain, recalling Axel and Akiko. The girl was not to be underestimated. She perfectly coordinated with the boy, first dropping him on the dragon's back and then creating that fire. That's right. Except you aren't a beautiful girl like her, said Asfer distastefully. Coming out of the biopark, Axel once again lowered his presence to not get recognized. But, it turned out to be useless since the area outside had already been cleared by now. That turned out to be useless too since Axel had already solved the monster horde problem. So, what do we do? First, we get your hands treated, said Akiko seriously. Relax, my hands are completely fine. They aren't as fragile as you think. Axel's hands were, in fact, quite strong. Especially when he uses magic hands, a skill he has mastered to an extremely high degree. The only reason his hand got chopped off by Nerio the last time was because it was an attack from a relic, and he had no magic left to use, magic hands. He was lucky to only lose his hand. Right now, Axel didn't actually suffer much damage since the magic hand was activated, and he was repeatedly using heal on himself, a skill which might not be powerful, but still handy on minor injuries. At this moment, they got a message from Estrus, who had given the address of the new base since the old one's location had been leaked by Axel. That reminded Axel of the watery foamy mattress of last night, which reminded him that he was, in fact, fucking drained. Turns out that destroying a monster army can be tiring. Really tiring. In the end, they decided to call it a day. They had been touring for the whole day and it was already evening. Of course, there is no sun here, but the city still brightens and darkens as if there was a real sun above them. Oh, you guys also returned. On the new base, they were greeted with the sight of a blood-covered Kurai-sensei, who was sitting on the couch, in the process of removing her shoes. It seems that she had also just returned from wherever she had gone. I thought you would spend the night. Kurai-sensei waved her hand upon seeing them looking at the blood she was covered. Don't worry, it's not mine. Axel noticed that she still didn't mention how she got it. Whatever, it seems that she also had a busy day. Forget about that. How was your day? Did you guys have fun? Even though she included both of them, it was clear that the question was intended for Akiko, who had emotional value in finally visiting Atlantis. It was, really, really good. I had a lot of fun. Akiko, whose face is usually blank, had a bright smile on her face. It is at moments like this that one realizes that Akiko has a surprisingly cute and innocent-looking face. Seeing her smile, Kurai-sensei's eyes softened imperceptibly. Is that so? That's good then. Kieran has always blamed herself for Akiko's parents' death. So moments like these make her feel that she had done something to atone for the past. Akiko already knew this and she has already expressed that she doesn't blame Kurai-sensei but she doesn't listen. So, tell me, what did you guys do on your date? Did you guys kiss? Kieran asked, back to her naughty demeanor. Kurai-sensei. Oh, look at you blushing. Our Aki is all grown up now. Kieran just laughed, and Axel also didn't mind it. Kurai-sensei was like a parent/older sister figure in Akiko's life. He could see that this was pure teasing that is used between families. Even Akiko didn't really seem to hate it, judging from the small smile on her lips. Come to think of it, did you guys encounter any trouble while out? I heard something big happened a few hours ago. Axel shrugged. It was no trouble. Kurai-sensei finally turned to Axel, as if just finding out about his existence. Oh. You're here too. Well. Did you complete the assignment? Or were you just out to have fun? And why have you not greeted your superior yet? A vein popped out on Axel's forehead. He's officially taking back his goodwill. This discriminating boss is simply intolerable. I did have fun. As expected, you didn't do. But I also managed to complete the assignment. What? I said, I have completed the assignment. I have learnt most of the general knowledge about Atlantis that is accessible to the public. I know the culture, the basic technology, ongoing trends, media, high-profile figures, geography, everything. Kieran looked at him like he was a rare animal. Axel knows it because he has seen the same look on the faces of many people at the biopark today. What the fuck? What's the point of lying point blank to a dangerous and unhinged beautiful young lady like me? Asked Kieran in puzzlement. Axel's eyes twitched at the young part. There are several things wrong with that statement, the most glaring one being that, I am in fact, telling the truth. Is that so? Well, tell me then. What is the name of the tallest building here? I believe it's called Alsanar. It's located in the western part of the main city. Kieran frowned. What's the most populated place in Atlantis? The Cassandrova commercial area. The Forbidden Place. Altica Trench. But there are too many contradictions about that place. I believe. Stop. Kieran now seemed angry. Did he ruin the trip for you by spending his whole time searching for useless knowledge? She asked Akiko. He didn't. Kurai-sensei turned her attention back to Axel, looking peeved. Boss, even if he did do that, it would only be because you ordered him to. Estrus, as always, was the voice of reason. Of course, Kieran already knew it, but she didn't like it. Because, Aki is getting a bit too involved with this guy. It makes her burn with jealousy and protective instincts. This guy is stealing her Aki's heart, but he also has the time to complete the impossible assignment, and also act effortlessly cool while at it. So, can I go rest now? I'm pretty tired. Already. We'll have to work on your stamina. Axel stretched lazily. Can't argue with that. Well, I'm off. Please come. I'll show you your accommodation. The old butler from earlier led the way. After Axel left, Akiko soon followed, leaving only Estrus and Kieran. Kieran sighed tiredly. I'm already missing the outer world. Things have gotten troublesome here. It wouldn't have been so intense if you hadn't left, countered Estrus. The seal has been weakening rapidly now. Being a relic wielder, you have to put in the work. I am, aren't I? In fact, I quite enjoyed the killing. But I wanted to be there with Aki today. Instead I had to leave her with that brat. He used it to get close to her, said Kieran while grinding her teeth. Estrus tilted her head. Is he not good enough? Of course he's not. Kieran knew Axel was good. The trial was proof of that. But she just wasn't willing to admit it. Did you see him just now? He was so pale and he couldn't even keep his eyes open properly, yawning every few seconds. He got tired from just one outing. He can't match Aki's energy. Besides, I don't think he's a good person. He's too selfish. I mean, just by looking at him I can tell that he's evil and manipulative. I mean, how the hell did he make Aki look at him with those eyes? Aki is the kind to keep her distance from everyone. Back when rumors about them started, I had thought that it was all the media trying to milk her fame. Even if there was something, I thought it'll be gone when she leaves for Atlantis. But the brat has now followed her here and even somehow gotten himself a citizenship from the princess. Hey! Are you listening? Kieran suddenly realized that Estrus had started watching something on her e-brace at some point, blatantly ignoring her. Estrus looked up with a serious expression. Boss, it's a royal summon. We have to go. At this time. Kieran looked at Estrus with an "are you for real" expression. Well, this better be good. Reaching the meeting room, they found everyone else waiting patiently. It was the same as before, on the head seat sat the princess, with the general guarding her by her side. The council of elders, major division heads and a few other high-ranking individuals. The noticeable addition was Asfer, the relic wielder wearing the cloak. "You're late as always, Tenebrous," said the Flame Elder. Kieran ignored it. "What's the fuss about?" she asked the princess directly. That made many people in the meeting room cast meaningful glances at her. "Come on, stop pretending, Tenebrous," said the representative of the Lightning Septies. "As if you don't know." He was one of the people who did know what the meeting was about. "You must be feeling quite smug right now." "But this is not funny," said another member. "What in the fishing hell are you talking about?" The princess tilted her head in puzzlement. "You really don't know? First tell me what this is about." "I have a lot of things to be smug about." "So, you really don't know," concluded the Flame Elder. "So much happened and you don't even know." "Well, it's better if we show it to everyone directly," said the princess. "After all, it's already going algal on the deepnet." In the middle of the room, a 3D video began playing. Power Stones. Next, Axel surprising all bigwits. Next, fighting for Axel. Next, reward. Next, intense fight. Aside from these, guess what the name of the latest chapter is? Identity revealed. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 186, surprising all bigwits. The algal footage was played in the middle of the meeting room in 3D projection. It showed a transparent train moving underwater. There were a lot of panicked cries of the people and the camera was shaking quite a big. "It's from the biopark, right? So, it's about the small incident that happened today." Of course, the footage was very fresh, so very few people among the people present had gotten the news and seen it. Everyone had heard of the matter. There was a big fuss, as everyone had been called to the scene, but before they could make it, there was another report that the situation was under control. Of course, there were some who had already reached the place to witness the incident firsthand, but those were very few. The footage shifted to show the scene outside the train, and it was only then did they all see the huge amount of creatures with blue marking outside. Those creatures are converted, right? How is this possible? They could even do that. Upon seeing the blue markings, there was a stir in the meeting room. The fact that Kraken could also directly control the sea creatures came as a surprise to them. The princess paused the clip. As everyone can see, the Kraken can control the creatures without needing to do any complicated procedures like we thought. We don't know yet what kind of process is involved, but we believe that it's not easy and is most likely a lengthy process. Kieran looked at the footage clearly. "This looks more serious than I thought," she commented. When she heard that the matter was resolved without much loss, she had just thought it was a minor incident. But, looking at the footage, it didn't look minor at all. "I never thought they could control creatures like that," said the Thunder Elder. "Actually, it is possible, if they start the conversion process months prior. The creatures have weaker wills compared to humans," said one of the division heads. Kieran felt that the situation was absurd. The fact that they could actually control the creatures of the biopark must have been an important card of Kraken. Kieran couldn't understand why they decided to reveal it now. Are they idiots? They should have used this on a bigger scale to catch us off guard. Just scaring a bunch of tourists with underwater creatures is such a waste. From what she had heard, the matter was resolved with relatively negligible damage. So this just seems like a silly move from the organization. But actually, they did catch us off guard. Completely, the princess interjected. Watch further. The video resumed, and they saw the creatures trying to break the barrier. When the bomb exploded, it was met with intense exclamations from the members. What was that? Was that really? How? That was indeed an explosion from the Kraken's new bomb. Since the security measures have been taken since the last bombing, it's assumed that bombs were pre-planted, said the princess. A wave of murmurs spread among the attendees. If the bombs were indeed pre-planted, then it seems that the Kraken has been planning for this incident for a while. Usually, what the organization plans this meticulously, it doesn't end well for the kingdom. As expected, things started getting worse in the video. The creatures wrapped themselves around the train, to them exploding and damaging the train. But the members only realized the magnitude of the attack when the train reached the land. What in the devil's trench? So many. Sweet Atlas. The huge army of monsters really surprised the people. Gasps and exclamations ensued. Just how the fuck did they avoid this catastrophe? If even a margin managed to make it into the city. Someone trailed off. But it didn't need to be said. Everyone understood, if even a margin of the creatures reached the gate, it would have caused a huge impact. Since the matter was resolved, until now, they were thinking that the conversion must have been only in the sea. But now, seeing the huge army of creatures, they only had one thought in their heads. How was the matter resolved? The princess sighed. Indeed, as everyone can see by now, this was a major attack by Kraken which was aimed to deliver another huge blow to the kingdom. It would have completely caught us off guard. It is only through one lucky factor that we've managed to pull through without paying a huge price. Things ahead will be explained by the Maverick Division Captain Demanis, who was the first to arrive on the scene. The captain of the Maverick Division was overwhelmed by the sudden attention from so many high-ranking individuals who usually wouldn't even give him a second glance. Usually, this would be a good thing for him, but those looks. They were all looking at him like he had made a great achievement and played a huge role in stopping the invasion. With a throat full of anxiousness, he began explaining the complete set of events. The incident happened at around 6 p.m. in the evening. I got the call by the Guardian Department to take all forces I could gather to the biopark and check out if something was wrong. I gathered my men and reached there. But we found a huge horde of monsters which would have already reached the exit within 5 minutes. This raised a doubt in everyone's head. Why were you the only one called to the scene? They couldn't understand this. It should have taken a considerable amount of time for the creatures to cross the non-magical creature territory. The authorities should have sent the maximum force right from the start. The head of national security answered that question. The enemy had taken measures to make sure that the authorities wouldn't be alerted till the horde was already out. Since the biopark is a completely separate space disconnected from the kingdom, the network there is maintained through a signal tower. The enemy blew it up completely, thus essentially cutting off all contact from the outside world. Furthermore, they had also compromised the head of management of the biopark, who ordered a complete shutdown beforehand, thus preventing the people from escaping out and spreading the news, he said gravely. It was only because of a few live streams that had gone viral before the total shutdown that we suspect something was amiss and sent in emergency support. The captain of Maverick Subdivision nodded. When we got there, the place was sealed, and people were clamoring to be let out. All trains had already arrived except for one, so we quickly evacuated everyone. It was then that I found out about the emergency barrier. So, even if there was one train which hadn't made it back, I decided of activating the barrier, said the captain regretfully. None of the members present criticized his decision. The train was far past its scheduled arrival and the creatures had already arrived. No one is blaming you. It is only thanks to the barrier that the creatures were contained, right? Someone said, to which those who what happened snorted. Drawing several nods from the members. Yeah. It's a pity that the people from that clip couldn't make it, but it was the best choice, given the circumstance. The captain almost died from embarrassment. Actually, that is not the case. The princess saved the poor men by resuming the clip. Even those who had already seen it looked with full attention. Because no matter how many times they see the next part, it will never be enough. The clip was cut to the part where the train reaches the exit and the passengers all rush out, only to be locked down by the barrier. Don't tell me, there was also a pre-planted bomb here. Someone actually guessed. It wasn't a difficult conclusion to reach in the first place, considering the fact that the attack was planned to the degree that they even took over the top management and pre-planted bombs on the connection tower. There is no way they would let this loophole go unnoticed. There actually is a bomb there, the Flame Elder confirmed, making several of the members turn pale. Just when they were expecting to see those panicking people getting blown up, a rippling wave spread over the barrier, pushing everyone several degrees back. What? It was only at this moment did the camera focus on two individuals, whom the cameraman had somehow ignored until now. Isn't that Trial Boy? That's the boy from the trial. Yeah, I've seen that video too. There were several division heads from the military enclave who instantly recognized Axel. On the other hand, Kieran's eyes twitched when she saw her two new recruits among the people whom she had already concluded to have to be doomed to die. What are those two doing there? The Flame Elder didn't miss the moment as he captured her reaction in his e-brace while chuckling. It's not further enough. Someone commented. Indeed. The distance of the people from the field was still not further enough. They were hoping to see the people getting some sense and creating further distance, but instead, they all began charging forward. Fortunately, what force had pushed them back was not letting them back in. Reverse it. Axel. BOOOOMMM. At this moment, the predicted explosion actually happened, which made the cameraman fall on his butt as the camera once again pointed at Axel and Akiko, who were making hand seals. Just when the flames were about to reach the camera, they were literally stopped by some force and sucked back in. What was that? They actually managed to do it. Wasn't it ninja arts? It was an impressive feat, even from the standards of the people present here. Especially from two young individuals. It's lightning arts. But I've rarely seen someone cast them as proficiently as those two, said the Thunder Elder. Since his Septies mainly dealt with lightning arts, he knew just what the two had done, and how they had done. But that only made him appreciate it even more. So, that boy was still holding back when he attempted the trial. One of the military division heads remarked. As shown, Axel had not at all used lightning affinity in his trial at any point, meaning the terrifying talent was still holding back when attempting a trial of that difficulty. And the girl wasn't bad at all too. Furthermore, they had the presence of mind to predict the possibility of another bomb and the commitment to act on it. Now, everyone wanted to find out what happened next. So, were they able to escape? Asked someone. It should be possible. The barrier is already down. They should be able to escape through a vehicle. The rescue must have arrived. It would truly be a pity if we lost these talents here. Yeah, I think I saw a glimpse of Asfer in the clip. They began to speculate on their own. No one mentioned anything about them staying back to protect the people further. There are limits to what an individual can do. The monster horde was too huge. Those who had already seen the video had a "can't blame these ignorant souls" look on their face. By now, the army had taken positions, so they fired their shots. But what the? This. The Kraken's enhancement is as crazy as always. Those dragons are better than our fighter aircrafts right now. It was only now that the actual threat of the creatures settled into the minds of the members. The dragons had shrugged off the concentrated fire of some of their very dangerous artillery and came out relatively unscathed. This. How the hell did we escape this catastrophe? Someone asked. No one was dumb here. By that one confrontation, they could tell that the situation was almost hopeless. It was already too late for even further support to arrive. Even Asfer wouldn't be able to do much. It made everyone wonder just what sort of miracle saved them. Did the general actually make a move this time? Meanwhile, Kieran was still gritting her teeth. What the hell? She gives them permission to go out for one day, and another attack happens. Not only that, the place and timing also coincided perfectly. How bad was this boy's luck? He's gotten Aki in trouble on her first day into the kingdom. Furthermore, recalling how casual the guy was acting would have you wonder whether any of this was real. Right now, she was frantically recalling if Aki had any kind of injury when she had returned. Kieran knows her ward all too well. There is a high chance she might have tried to help the people further. Well, they didn't have a speck of blood on them. Soon, she relaxed as she confirmed that Aki was unharmed and as she saw Axel taking out a Neptunite from his storage space. The brat must have had her run away at this point. She realized. Now it made sense why he looked tired. The little boy must have been too scared after the incident. While she was still thinking about that, Axel and Akiko had already set off. In the direction directly opposite to the exit. Go Chris. The cameraman cheered as Axel flew forward. This guy was a fan, so he focused the lens solely on Axel, following his every movement. Oh. He's a brave one, said a woman, licking her lips. Despite her young and charming appearance, she was one of the elders. This was her first time watching the clip, and she was impressed. Flying head-first into a group of rampaging dragons is not something someone would do on a fly. You haven't seen even half of it, Lady Garmos, said the lightning elder, who had already seen the whole clip. On the other hand, there was someone who wasn't as excited to witness the scene. Motherphew, Kieran cursed under her breath. Her heart almost came into her throat when she saw Aki being brought into a dangerous situation. This brat. Even after reaching the horde, Axel did not stop at all, still flying full throttle. What the hell are those two doing? Some members couldn't help voicing their concern. Just as it seemed they would be devoured by flames, Axel pulled the Neptunite up just as dragons blew out flames. Then, a few moments later of vertical flying, he jumped. Those who had high hopes for Axel's future potential all were hit with a wave of anxiety while Kieran looked at Axel in a new light. One thing was clear, the kid had guts. And he was foolish. Everyone was expecting to see him pierced by the dragon spikes or get devoured, but Axel somehow managed to land right between the spikes, avoiding getting pierced by inches. There was a wave of exclamation on the wonderful landing. The camera, using the brilliant Atlantian technology, zoomed in on Axel, who could now be seen running on the dragon's back while his hands started to move at high speed. What's in his hands? Are those strings? Power stones. Next, I want him. Fighting for Axel. Next, reward. Next, no choice but fight. Next, savage action. Next, identity revealed. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Vote backhand index pointing down. Chapter 187, Fighting for Axel. What's in his hands? Are those strings? The projection quality of the Atlantian royal meeting room couldn't be questioned. In the dimly lit room, the members could see everything in 3D structures as if the miniature versions of Axel and the dragons were actually present in front of them. They could see Axel's hands rapidly crisscrossing a bunch of threads. At first, they could still somewhat see what he was doing, but soon, his hand speed got so fast that they were having difficulty even following his movements. What's with that speed? What is he trying to do? By now, everyone was on the edge of their seats while watching the clip. It seemed that Axel knew what he was doing. He looked calm and composed, and his movements were quick and precise. Soon, Axel reached the neck of the dragon and cast forth the strings, wrapping the dragon's head with it. The dragon roared, shaking its head while deviating from its path while Axel seemed to hold on for dear life. The people in the meeting room could now somewhat see what Axel was trying to do. It seemed he had decided to go against one of the dragons alone, even when it was crystal clear that he wouldn't be able to even put a scratch on that dragon hide. In these moments, which were most likely going to be his last, his thoughts seemed to radiate from his stubborn face. Even if I die, I'm taking down at least one of them with me. This kid. The watchers felt their blood boiling. At this point, every single person was impressed. The kind of will and daring you need to have to pull off something like this, no matter how foolish, had to be respected. The situation seemed like there will be a lot of casualties. And taking this step while clearly having the cowardly choice to run away, there was no way they could call him foolish or reckless now. Instead, they could only respect his choice to die a hero's death. At this point, they were simply hoping for this talent to somehow survive this catastrophe. Otherwise, it would truly be a pity. But soon though, something peculiar started happening. The dragon's resistance. Someone observed. Yeah, it's decreasing, right? Yep, no matter how you see, the dragon's struggles were decreasing, something which should be impossible, given the situation. Within a matter of a few seconds, the dragon's struggles had disappeared. Axel now pulled the strings to one side, and the dragon miraculously moved to that side. He then pulled the string to the other side, and the dragon actually moved to that side. Then they saw a blue electric charge travel through the strings, and the dragon blew out flames. The members weren't able to understand what transpired just now. Is he actually controlling the creature's movements right now? It seemed that way. Preposterous. How? How indeed? That was the biggest question. Everyone here knew that these creatures were under Kraken's control, meaning they won't be following anyone's orders right now, especially ones that interrupt them in their task. Then, how the hell is Axel doing this? No one seemed to know the answer. It seemed that Axel might actually survive while leading the dragon away from the gate. The diminution of even one dragon would significantly reduce the damage. But Axel seemed to have no plan of doing that. Instead, his dragon flew dangerously close to the dragon next to it. What the hell is he trying to do? Wait, don't tell me he's... Before they could even deny the possibility, Axel had already cast the strings. He's trying to control another dragon. Some had thought he would lead the dragon away, some had even thought that he might try fighting other creatures using the dragon. But no one had predicted that he would try to control another dragon at the same time. While they had yet to figure out how Axel was even controlling the first creature, he had already cast the strings onto the next dragon. No way he can actually do it. His fingers will snap off. There will be too many strings to keep track of. The strings Axel was already controlling must be difficult to handle. When the dragon turns its head, he has to loosen and tighten the strings appropriately. Also, the strain on his hands must be no joke. In such a case, it is already surprising enough that he's handling one. But two at the same time. That would be pushing it. Roar. The second dragon struggled, but that was only for a few moments. Its struggles were gone much quicker. This is really incredible. One of the elders acknowledged. What do you think, Rithon? Someone asked the shooting division chief. After all, his dexterity was one of the highest in the kingdom. The shooting division chief Rithon nodded his head seriously as he watched the clip with his arms folded. It's incredible indeed. He has achieved the peak of dexterity. It took me decades to reach where he is. Holy Attas. He can actually match you in terms of dexterity. Fervent discussions had ensued among the members when Axel was controlling two dragons at the same time. But they had no idea, in terms of dexterity, where their boundaries of comprehension ended, were just the starting point for Axel. Without wasting time, Axel had cast the third and fourth harnesses, capturing two more creatures. The shooting division's chief had his jaw dropped hanging open, all air of expertise gone. 4 dragons, at the same time. He's really pushing it. He's playing with fire. This guy can even handle polygamy. This has to be it. Right. Somehow, the tense atmosphere was receding the more they watched Axel. Instead, a funny feeling of absolute incredulity was rising, as a result of events that would have you question reality. He's going for another one. And another. But, even now, the surprises were just beginning. He's casting multiple harnesses at the same time now. Indeed. During this time, Axel had quickly gotten the hang of the new skill he had unlocked, puppeteering, taming. His dexterity and mental ability, the two basics requirements of these skills, were already mastered to an extreme level. Thus, when the knowledge settled into his head, his proficiency rate skyrocketed by real-time application. So now, instead of losing control of the creatures, slowing down, or messing up so many threads, he was only getting faster. The glistening of the threads around him increased as he began taking control of multiple creatures at once from a distance using the distance casting technique he learned from puppeteering. Very soon, he had the whole brood of dragons under his control. I can't believe it. The whole dragon army. This clip can't be real. People had now arrived at the final stage, denial. Something so absurd that it must be fake. Right now, even the chances of the clip being fake and the princess jumping up and saying, "It say prank," seemed much higher than the possibility of this clip being real. At this moment, the general, who had been silently sitting behind the princess, cleared his throat, attracting everyone's attention. There are no doubts about the validity of this clip. Whatever you see is what happened not long ago. The general rarely speaks, unless it's a serious matter. So when H confirmed the legitimacy of the clip, everyone had to come to terms with the fact that this impossible thing actually happened. What? What is he doing now? They now saw the whole army of dragons flying into an arc, turning into their direction of the flying creatures. No way. The soldiers present on the field cheered as the dragons, which had almost reached the exit, turned away at the last moment, and the members in the meeting room felt the same. So many dragons, and he had gotten them all. Axel stood on the back of the gigantic dragon, leading an army of dragons towards the incoming monster horde. His bloody fingers, wrapped up in hundreds of thousands of strings, stopped moving for a while as he formed a single hand seal. Just as he reached the intersection with the rest of the horde, the camera zoomed in on his face, only to show it warping into a grin. Lightning affinity, lightning stream. Bzzzzz. Blue lightning ran through the thousands of strings connecting the dragons, and scorching flames painted the sky red, extracting dying screeches from thousands of creatures at once. Standing on the back of the dragon while panting slightly, Axel looked over the scene like an apostle executing divine retribution. Goosebumps prickled up on the skins of every member present as they watched the scene unfold in awe. "Oh my," Lady Garmos murmured, crossing her legs. The scene was so awe-inspiring that it was scorched into the minds of everyone present. Another member let out a breath. So, this is why. This is why the emergency was cancelled all of a sudden. He's actually turning the tides single-handedly. At this rate, he might solve the whole problem on his own. But, the ground horde. Oh. When someone mentioned, it was only then did they realized. The ground horde should have already reached the weak line of defense, which would have a tough time blocking it. It was at this moment that the camera followed the bodies of thousands of falling creatures to show the situation on the ground. What? They saw that the ground creatures were all taking detours, obstructed by pitch-black flames that were spreading rapidly on the ground, courts of Akiko, who was flying over the ground while casting them. Isn't that darkness flames? Seeing those flames, at once, the attention was focused on one person present in the meeting room, Kieran Tenebris. But Kieran was too preoccupied at the moment to pay attention to them. She was looking at the clip with a somewhat lost/pissed look on her face. No one had the guts to bother her at this moment, so they just watched the clip too. So, this is how the catastrophe was avoided. Just two individuals managed to accomplish something that would be out of bounds for even a large military force. The creatures are currently in the cracked state, meaning they won't run out of fire even if he obliterates the whole army. Someone observed. Whenever the blue markings on the Kraken members start glowing, they are said to have entered the cracked state. Of course there are various downsides to this state like losing lifespan and such, but it still boosts the user's abilities by a huge factor while also giving them a huge amount of energy. This terrifying buff is one of the reasons why Kraken had managed to contend so long against the kingdom. That's why the members have always hated those blue markings. But right now, to use those damned markings to destroy their own plans. I like this kid, said the Flame Elder, looking at the massacre with a grim satisfaction visible on his face. Indeed. Who would have thought? That unreasonable power is now backfiring on those bastards, literally, said the Lightning Elder. But, can he really keep this up? Asked the Wind Elder. The Wind Elder was the oldest and most knowledgeable member of the council. He is usually quiet and doesn't speak much. But whenever he does, his opinions are valued. It was only then did the members notice, Axel indeed seemed to be struggling. Blood was dripping from his fingers, which were still moving at unbelievable, his face was going pale, and he was continuously supplying lightning current to keep the dragon to breathe fire. Magic exhaustion, mental exhaustion, or physical exhaustion, hands. Axel seemed to be approaching his limit in all three. I don't think he'll be able to keep this up. He's only 16. Someone said, but that just made the situation seem even more absurd as everyone realized Axel was only 16. Everyone watched while on the edge of their seats Axel wiped out the complete horde of the sky. He did it. He actually did it. All on his own, he wiped out all the sky creatures. But, is he going to be alright? It does seem that he has crossed his limit several times over. As everyone looked at Axel now, they couldn't help worrying about his well-being. Every second, they could only feel their concern increasing as Axel's hands kept getting worse and his face paler. It seemed like he would fall any time. But what is he doing now? Atlas's trident. This boy is mad. He's going after the ground horde. It seemed that Axel didn't know the meaning of giving up because he had now decided to even go for the ground horde. How is that possible? Even the princess, who had already seen the clip, still couldn't come to terms with the situation. Aqua, analyze Chris Martin's possibility of continuing the hunt. She asked. Aqua was the main AI of Atlantis. Its use had restricted levels, but since this was the royal princess, she could naturally access the highest version. Analyzing, analysis completed. The possibility of continuation 0%. But contrary to what the AI generated, Axel did not stop at all. How? The AI seemed to recognize it as a question. The target is conserving his magic and only healing the necessary part of his damaged fingers. He has exceeded the maximum limit of pain tolerance and magical control. Still continuing even in this situation. As the members watched Axel burning down the struggling creatures even while he no longer seemed to have any strength level in him, a chill settled in their hearts. Merciless on the enemy and himself. This guy would be a terrible enemy to have. Everyone watched with slight horror as Axel methodically flew the dragons over each and every corner and killed all the creatures as if exterminating pests. In the end, the beast invasion was finally over, but the dragons were starting to struggle now, and Axel really didn't seem to be able to handle it anymore. He seems to be in trouble now. Indeed. The dragons are slowly turning hostile towards him. It seemed that whatever method Axel was using to control the dragons was now running out as the dragons were now struggling against the bindings. Captain Demanes, I take it you had him rescued at this moment and exterminated the dragons? One of the high-ranking division chiefs asked. Demanes, the captain of the Maverick troop, swallowed his saliva. Actually, I was really about to. But before he could complete his sentence, the dragons in the clip suddenly went berserk, all attacking Axel. No. He's done for. This can't be happening. Is he really going to die? Everyone who hadn't already watched the clip stood up from their seats. It couldn't be helped at this point. While watching the clip, they had already integrated Axel as one of their people. Imagine their disappointment when this guy is killed by something like this after solving a problem that even they would have trouble handling alone. It was only then did Axel show his incredible agility and footwork. Within a few seconds, the dragons were lying on the ground in a heap as Axel indifferently landed in front. What just happened? Lady Garmos was the first to speak as she parted her lips. I am recruiting him, she declared, her breathing slightly uneven. Thus began the war for Axel. Next, reward. Next, Black Ops training. Next, Axel vs Kieran, serious fight. Next, identity revealed. Next, nephew. Wanna read ahead? Patreon.com/snollygoster. Vote backhand index pointing down, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 188, Reward. What just happened? Everything had happened so fast that they didn't even have the time to see exactly how the dragons ended up in a heap. When the dragons first attacked him, Axel had somehow managed to slip away in just a nick of time. The threads flashed as he appeared on the body of another dragon, and then he skipped over to the next. After that, he had just become a blur, flashing from one dragon to another while the dragons began fighting among themselves. It was only when he stopped loosening the strings and bound the rest to the last dragon did the members realize that the dragons had all become a tangled mess, unable to even fly in the sky. The dragons collectively fell to the ground in a heap, while Axel landed lightly and casually walked away without needing to look back. He managed to take them all down. While he was in that state, the dragons which could survive concentrated power of the whole emergency force. The dragons which would have definitely breached the defenses to deal an amount of considerable damage to the city. The dragons which had extremely tough and resistant hide which could defend against both physical and magical attacks. Those dragons were taken down in a matter of minutes by a 16-year-old guy, while he was in a state of physical and magical exhaustion. Said 16-year-old had already destroyed the rest of the horde using those dragons. I am recruiting him. The scene was just so cool that Lady Garmos had instantly declared her intentions. Lady Garmos had no idea that Axel was taken. Being a recluse, she was even seeing him for the first time. If she wants someone, there aren't a lot of people who can say no. So, when she saw him do all those panty-dropping things, she naturally declared her intentions of recruiting him, ready to compete with other contenders who wanted him. Whale shit! Exclaimed Flame Elder. Lady Garmos snapped out of her daze as she felt the whole meeting room glaring at her like she had tried to kill their puppies. What? He has aptitude for Arceptes' magic. Naturally, he should train under me. In your illusions. Said the Lightning Elder. You think he would go to the Charm Septes when he has such high lightning talent? I think he would make a good commander. That line was said by the general of the Atlantean army, the highest authority equal or below the princess. Him too. The atmosphere suddenly tensed. General, he is only 16. He hasn't received formal training. He is an outsider. How can he be trusted? The general participating in the discussion would only make this more complicated and increase the competition. Thus, the elders first united to kick the Wind Elder out of the discussion. He managed to do what even the best trained elites couldn't do even when he's 16 and hasn't received formal training. He was able to accurately assess the situation and come up with the best solution. As for him being an outsider, I didn't see anyone else putting as much effort as him into saving people when he could have easily left it for other forces to handle the situation. That stumped the elders. The general's reasoning was sound and their arguments were completely invalidated. Suddenly, the situation had become tense, with none of the members willing to relent. This was a time of war. A time of opportunities. Taking advantage of the turbulence, the various septices and factions have the chance to increase their forces indefinitely in order to deal with the external threat. In this time, those who gain the most will wield the real power over Atlantis. In such a time, Axel was definitely a strategic resource that they were not willing to give up on. That's why the situation had turned out like this, where all the powerhouses were fighting over one person. The princess cleared her throat at him moment, putting a stop to the statement. I think we are getting sidetracked here. The reason I've shown this clip is because this is another attack from the Kraken, one that was almost as successful as the last bombing, despite our best safety efforts. We had to rely on a young boy to solve it. What we need to do right now is to carefully analyze the attack, understand where we are going wrong, and understand why a 16-year-old managed to do what so many of our men couldn't. This instantly sobered up the members. Besides, the boy everything is trying to recruit is already taken. It has been confirmed that he already signed the contract. What? How is that possible? Princess, how can you believe everything Tenebris says? What about the probationary and judging period? Yeah. Even if there is indeed a contract, then she's clearly taking advantage of him. Indeed. Knowing he was new here, she managed to snatch him with poor terms just because he didn't know any better. In Atlantis, usually, when a trainee is recruited, they first need to work on a probationary period, so that both parties can judge the compatibility. The contract is only formed after the period ends, and terms offered are based on the quality of work the recruit did in this period. If Kieran indeed had already had the contract signed, she must have offered very low terms to such a talent. The princess sighed as she projected a contract on the projection. Well, here is the contract that Kieran's deputy sent me minutes after the start of the meeting. If anyone thinks it's unfair and provide better terms, they can step up. The terms caused a commotion in the meeting room. 4 star. Directly. Direct promotion upon meritorious actions. Flexible working hours. Full permission to act independently. Look at the salary. She's just abusing her huge inheritance at this point. It is unprecedented for anyone, let alone an outsider, to be directly recruited as a 4-star officer. Between each star, there are a number of posts, meaning one has to gain multiple promotions to increase their star ranking. At most, a new recruit will be offered 2 stars from the beginning. But after that, you have to rise on your own. Before each promotion, there is a huge time interval. Direct promotion upon meritorious service means that time period can be skipped. Full permission to act independently, meaning Axel could even go as far as killing someone in the name of Black Ops, and Kieran will be responsible for his actions. At last, the salary was definitely higher than even 5-star authority figures. Kieran was extremely wealthy, but to splurge so much on a new recruit is unheard of. Tenebris? What is the meaning of this? Are you mad? To offer such outrageous terms to an outsider. After reading the outrageous terms, everyone turned their incredulous expressions towards Kieran, the person who had offered them. But Kieran didn't seem to hear them at all. What is going on? Currently, her mind was filled with other thoughts. She had yet to recover from the clip she had watched. That brat. He had come back yesterday, looking like he had thoroughly enjoyed touring Atlantis and casually went to bed. As if he had not at all been attacked by XXXXX level creatures underwater. As if he had not just saved hundreds of tourists from the bomb blast at the exit. As if he had not just controlled numerous dragons and annihilated an entire army of monsters. As if he had not just saved the city alone. As if this was just a daily occurrence to him. The bastard didn't even bother reporting to her. Neither did Aki. Tired already? We need to work on your stamina. Recalling her earlier words, she felt so frustrated. After what the boy had done, of course he was tired. Are you listening? Kieran turned her attention back to the situation around her. These people are questioning her on why she offered such generous terms. Well, they weren't meant to be. In the beginning, she was just planning to blackmail the boy into agreeing with mediocre terms. But she couldn't resist Aki's puppy dog eyes, so she ended up offering much more generous terms. But, even after that, the brat actually came and reverse blackmailed her in her own base into further adding some additional causes, resulting in this contract. Of course, she wasn't about to reveal that to these people. Kieran crossed her legs as she arrogantly swept her gaze around the room. I gave him those terms, because I have something that is called foresight. Now looking at the clip, can any of you seriously say that he doesn't deserve those terms? No one could object to that. I don't blame Kieran. That boy can't be judged based on ordinary standards, said Lady Garmos, surprisingly in favor of Kieran. Right, Kieran. Kieran was suspicious of the sudden change in the chameleon's colors, but she still nodded nonetheless. Disagreeing would mean accepting that she had been the one who had been duped in this deal. That's why, I would like to offer even better terms to him. I am also willing to pay the full severance fees of the contract, said Lady Garmos. Lady Garmos simply smiled, ignoring the appalled expression of everyone. I hope you won't mind. After all, we both want the best for the boy, she said, flicking her luscious pink hair back. Kieran's eye twitched at the blatant poaching of her employee, whose worth had suddenly skyrocketed. She was, of course, furious because no matter how annoying, Axel was already hers. And she didn't like it when someone covets what's hers. But, Kieran calmed her anger, taking a moment to think. She had some idea on what Lady Garmos was going to try. The terms were already as good as they get. If she can offer something, it would be the benefits that only charm septies can provide, honey trap. She would most likely try to seduce the boy over to her side by using some of the girls from her septies. No matter how much it annoyed her, if the boy actually got seduced and left, Akiko would at least recognize him for the pig he is and stop obsessing over him while she would be paid handsomely for it. No matter what, the deal definitely had some merit, if it can get him away from Akiko. Thus, Kieran just shrugged. You guys can make the offer to him. If he agrees, I have no objection. That concluded the matter, as Lady Garmos smiled like she had already won ownership of Axel. Now, can we finally get to the point? Why did we have to be saved a 16-year-old in the first place? Asked the princess. The question made everyone ashamed. It was hard to accept, but it was a fact that they would have suffered major losses, if not for Axel. Most of our forces are also busy with the trench. The standby forces just weren't enough to deal with the threat. One of the division heads spoke up, trying to come up with an excuse. So, what you're saying is that the emergency forces couldn't do together what a 16-year-old did alone? Asked the princess. This time, no one could argue. In the end, the general was the one to break up the silence. It is not our forces that are weak. That's why the Kraken wasted so much power in their hidden card in order to catch us off guard. The abnormalities are those two individuals who managed to stop it on their own. That was the point. Their forces have been trained and composed using the centuries-old well-established system. They are, by no means, weak. Even the Kraken knows that, that's why they hadn't expected their attack to be stopped like this. Controlling the dragons, how did he even manage to do it? Asked Flame Elder. What do you think, Wind Elder? Wind Elder stroked his beard. Of course, the key factor was his ability to handle so many strings at once, he said, drawing several nods. I never thought such a level of dexterity was even possible. Everyone had to accept, Axel had monstrous dexterity. The way his fingers moved, handling all those threads was simply godly. But, that doesn't fully explain why the dragons didn't struggle to turn around. After all, they were under Kraken's control. Lady Garmos, do you have any conclusions? Lady Garmos, being from the Charm Septies, had several techniques to control targets that were similar. But, Lady Garmos simply shook her head. He did not use any type of skills related to our Septies. I think, what he did line more with the methods of that Septies. A hush fell over in the meeting room when that clan was mentioned. The princess's lips pressed into a hard line. The Septies in question was the Mind Septies. It is a taboo subject in Atlantis. Has anyone investigated the kid's background? Kieran shrugged. I know him from the outside world. He's all right. Kept a terribly low profile though. The princess nodded. I also vouch for him. He doesn't have bad intentions towards the kingdom. Anyways, the fact remains, he has done a huge meritorious deed. By the time the other forces would have arrived, the creatures would have already spread throughout the city. By that time, even relic wielders wouldn't have been much help. He must be rewarded handsomely. No one had any objection to that. Also, let's not forget the contributions of the shinobi girl that was accompanying that Martin boy. I am really impressed by her lightning affinity, said the Lightning Elder. Not to mention she used darkness flames. What is your connection with her? Asked the Flame Elder. Once again, covetous gazes were cast in Kieran's direction. But this time, the atmosphere of the room darkened several degrees. She is Akiko Matsushima. Daughter of Akihiro Yamazaki and Haruko Matsushima. Kieran just said one sentence. Those who had intentions of poaching Akiko suddenly felt a chill down their spines. Akihiro and Haruko, these were Kieran's two subordinates whose deaths she had avenged by killing 3 of Kraken's top members. If Akiko was their daughter, then God help whoever tries to covet that girl. The princess cleared her throat. Well, now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance. It seems she has also inherited her parents' bravery. She will also be rewarded. After that, the meeting went on as the members endlessly discussed countermeasures for preventing further attacks and miscellaneous points. Which, Kieran simply slept through. All she could think was, I want to punch that brat for some reason. // The next morning, Axel woke up after a pleasant sleep on the watery mattress that he is quickly starting to identify as the best thing in his kingdom. He looked at his hands, which were still feeling a bit sore. The injuries from the previous day were almost all gone, leaving a similar feeling as having done too much dexterity training. Crack crack crack. As he clenched his hands in a fist, his fingers produced crisp cracking sounds, after which they started to function normally. Axel got up. Today is the day Kurai-sensei would finally teach them what the task force really did. But first, he had to check out yesterday's harvest. Power Stones. Next, training. Next, Axel vs Kieran, around 50% power revealed. Latest, Axel Hunt, the Crown Prince of Atlantis. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 189, Training. The harvest this time was quite good. Since the situation wasn't life-threatening but just extremely high difficulty, it stimulated him into pushing himself and trying out something new. Though it was really a pain, but it paid off in the end, as now he has gotten new skills thanks to that. First of all, puppeteering. He had gotten this when he tried to make the makeshift harness to bind and control the dragon. Of course, he had only made a basic one in the beginning using his existing knowledge of knots. Though it was by no means enough to control the dragon, it was still at least enough to unlock the puppeteering skill on account of his high dexterity and existence knowledge from trap setting. Upon reaching significant mastery in this skill, he can control not only puppets, but also living beings by transmitting magic through special magic conducting strings once they are bound. The power to manipulate strings, and by extension, things connected to those strings. That can be extremely overpowered. It just has a few downsides, like the strings needing to be made beforehand using complicated time-consuming processes, and, of course, they are still just strings. They can be cut down. Let's try it out. Axel took out some leftover string from last night. Puppeteering. At once, the strings rose up, as if having life of their own and started moving around. Axel tossed his knife into the air and moved the strings to stick the knife. But, that was all he could do for now. The strings couldn't hold onto the weight of the knife, and thus, the knife slowly sank to the ground. Axel frowned. That should not have happened. But, he instantly realized the problem. The strings. These were Akiko's strings, which, though were excellent conductors of electricity, but the same couldn't be said for their magical conductivity. Axel couldn't properly control them since his magic wasn't being properly transmitted through them. He will need special strings made from the methods given in the skill information to get some results. The more mana conduction, the more difficulty he will face at making those strings. Axel moved on to the next skill, taming. When he tried making the dragons listen to his command, it didn't exactly work, but it did indeed make them enter a mindless state, in which even the Kraken couldn't control them. That was all he had needed to since he was then able to control their movement through the strings. Doing even that much was an extremely difficult task, and it was, fortunately, enough to help him unlock the skill, taming. Ah, this is the stuff, said Side in satisfaction. This skill gives him all sorts of knowledge and techniques to make living beings submit to his will. The methods can range from simple psychological stuff to slow mind corruption to instant control. For Axel, who has been using the primitive and crude means like contracts to do exactly that, this is like heaven sent. Of course, for now he only had the basic stuff unlocked, so he'll have to train it to get to the real stuff, but still, this skill is going to be useful. And lastly, the special skill, mana strings. As soon as Axel checked the skill information, all the sleepiness was gone as he sobered up. Since this is a special skill given by the system, its tier is much higher than the previous 2 skills he unlocked. Axel has noticed that, though the system doesn't show it, but there is a clear tier difference in most of the skills. Most of the skills he unlocks are simple in the beginning, providing little to no benefits, but they do start to become more and more powerful as he trains them. On the other hand, there are some skills that are clearly on a different level, right from the very beginning. Like most of the special skills given by the system. These skills are useful and powerful right from the start, and only get better as the proficiency increases. Axel has found that while it is really difficult to increase the proficiency of these skills, they need a lot of difficult training and resources, but the benefits they give are well worth it. And, mana strings, Axel felt, was a skill that clearly belonged to this category. He can tell just by the quality of magical knowledge that is crammed in his right in the beginning stage of this skill. The requirements of this skill are crazy, needing a lot of dexterity and magic control. Axel felt that he would have had a lot of difficulty using it if he had gotten it before training Zen Focus. But, as difficult as it is, its uses far outweigh the difficulties. Here we go. Zen Focus. Mana strings. A string of blue-colored magic emerged from Axel's finger. This was a durable mana string. Its uses? Well, for one, it is extremely durable. He can bind anything using these and won't have to worry about them breaking as long as the magic lasts or as long as he can continue supplying magic. Other than that. True invisibility. Lightning affinity. The string turned invisible and crackling sounds of electricity could be heard. Yep, he can cast any magic through them. But, most importantly, puppeteering. This time, when Axel tossed the knife into the air, he easily caught it using the string and was able to easily wield it. This was what he found the best. Mana strings itself is not a skill that focus much on the movement of the strings. But, this synergizes perfectly with puppeteering. Also overcoming the string-related shortcomings of puppeteering. Right now, the skill proficiency was low, the string dispersed after a while. But Axel was not discouraged. In his mind he could already see the myriad of possibilities unlocking. While Axel found that while he was still geeking over his skills, it was almost reporting time for today's training. So, after taking a bath, he went out. One thing to be noticed about Kieran's bases is that both of them weren't too big from inside, and furnished with a high-end interior. He found everyone in the dining room, having breakfast. Kieran had dark circles under her eyes as she languidly sipped a cup of steaming hot beverage. Akiko seemed to be getting home treatment, having Japanese food with chopsticks and all while Estrus was daintily eating her breakfast with a mini trident fork. The old gentleman who seemed to be the bolter was serving the food. Upon seeing him, the sleepiness seemed to vanish from Kieran's eyes as she glared daggers at him. Morning. You okay, boss? Kieran raised her eyebrows in incredulity. Morning blasted, lying mastered, and the sheer audacity of this bastard. Her nostrils flared. Am I still your boss? You didn't even bother mentioning what you did yesterday. What happened? We toured, had fun, and ended it early when a minor distraction occurred. I didn't know I had to report that, said Axel, sitting beside Akiko and picking up bowl and chopsticks. Bang. Kieran slammed her mug, spilling more than half of it. Minor distraction. You call that a minor distraction? Ah, yeah. Don't worry. I handled it quickly. I did ask the dude who seemed in charge, and he said I was good to go. I don't think it was a big deal, replied Axel, as Akiko served him breakfast using her chopsticks. To be honest, compared to other times when he has either gotten seriously injured or overdrew his limits, this time, when he didn't even have to use all of his cards, let alone limit break, and coming out of it only with minor injuries, it seems like a walk in a park. Oh, so it wasn't a big deal, huh? Kieran's eyes narrowed dangerously. Well, due to handling this minor distraction of yours, you've suddenly become the center of attention throughout the kingdom. Last night the higher-ups had a meeting in which they talked about you half the time. You tell me if that is not a big deal. Kieran seemed to want to tear her hair out. And you also didn't think to tell me? She asked, turning to Akiko. Akiko, who was happily eating her breakfast, suddenly blinked her eyes at Kieran as she stopped chewing. She then just turned her head to the side and continued chewing. Her message was clear, leave me out of this. Looking at her cuteness, Kieran didn't know how to be angry at her. Thus, she turned her anger back on Axel. Fortunately, you got away with it this time. She shook her head. I am your superior. Would it have killed you to give me a heads up so that I at least know what to expect? Axel rolled his eyes. No, but it wouldn't have ended with just that, would it? You'd have had 100 more questions. Besides, if I have to report every time I get into trouble, trust me, there would be too many reports. Akiko also gave her assent while eating. That was indeed true, looking at Axel's past record. So, you're on his side now. Darkness began oozing out of Kieran. But before she exploded, Estrus decided it was time to intervene before a world war started. I think, what the boss is trying to say is that this is not a small matter, Axel, she said, trying to mediate the situation. Estrus projected a screen in the air that showed the video of what happened last night. She scrolled down to show the statistics and reactions of the public. Then she showed the top social and media platforms, and all of them had the same video on the top of the Rising Tides lists. Your previous trial was still a small matter. But that is no longer the case now. You've suddenly become the center of attention throughout the kingdom. And attention can often be a double-edged sword. Your actions were too arbitrary this time, you were not following any protocols, and you left without properly reporting your merits. In this kingdom, attention can be a double-edged sword. Fortunately, this time Axel somehow didn't ruffle many feathers with his actions, so the situation is easy to handle. But in case certain people had decided they didn't want him rising, things would have been different. Axel knew exactly what Estrus was talking about, and he knew that even Kieran was annoyed half out the bad things that could have happened. In the end, he sighed. All right, I'll stop pretending to be dumb in front of you two, okay? To be honest, I did know something like this would happen. I do know what I did was a big deal. And I did in fact do it with ulterior motives while calculating the effects and not out of the kindness of my heart. Kieran's and Estrus's mouths were left open upon hearing that. So, let's analyze my actions for a moment. Option 1, I could have run away, but you know that would have gotten me nothing, and I would have been mocked if the word got spread. Option 2, I could have followed the protocol and tried helping out in limited capacity while trying to get permission to act. There would have been a huge number of casualties, and since someone needs to take responsibility, I could have been among scapegoats. These two options are shit. So of course I had to go with option 3, doing everything on my own to save the day. Once I began exterminating creatures, I still had options. I could have let some escape into the city, gotten injured, or I could have just quit after it seemed that things were under control. But I chose to do everything by myself. Why? I have already broken protocol and gone this far. Might as well take all the credit so that no one can later belittle my achievements. So now, I have saved the day. What do I do? Go report my actions. It would annoy a lot of people if I cockily say I did everything on my own being a 16-year-old outsider while your people didn't do shit. So, I just pretended I didn't care about the credit, while stealing the bracelet of the guy who had been recording everything on my way back. After coming out, I uploaded the clip and dumped the bracelet. That's about it. Now. Axel titled his head. Is there anything I could have done better? If yes, I will report my actions to you in future. Axel had to let them know that he was not dumb, lest these two would keep trying to restrict his movements. Plus, these two were so stuck up to mind if he wasn't morally upright. As long as they're on the same side, it's all good. Kieran and Estrus looked at Axel as if looking at him for the first time. What a lying, manipulative, sleazy bastard. Kieran blinked. Then she turned to Akiko. Aki, are you looking at this guy? Akiko nodded, smiling. Isn't he awesome? Kieran deeply regretted letting this girl go to Hogwarts. She has been corrupted. On the other hand, Estrus's eyes were shining. You will go far, she said, giving him a nod. Kieran didn't want to admit that there was nothing Axel could have done better, so she got up. All right, it's time. Everyone to the training room. The training room turned out to be the most spacious of all places in the base. And Axel could tell there were a lot of features similar to the Royal Academy training room with various equipment, weapons, and machinery. So, what are we going to be doing? Asked Axel as the four of them stood in the open space in the center. Kieran now had a serious expression on her face, much more professional than when Axel saw her teach as a sensei in Hogwarts. What's the Black Ops Division's job? In fact, the answer also relates to what the rest of the relic wielders and a lot of other forces have been doing all this time. Kieran began stretching. I will answer. But first you have to prove your worthiness. This division has no place for weaklings. Furthermore, we'll be going through life and death situations. So it is important that we gauge each other's abilities, she said, cracking her knuckles while looking at Axel. Now, I've tested Akiko several times in the past. So it's your turn now. Axel clicked his tongue. He knew it was coming. But he still wanted to avoid it if possible. Did you not watch the trial and yesterday's video? Kieran rolled her eyes. That trial was for 2-star level soldiers. Tell me how many stars I offered you again. You have to show more than that to pass here. As for yesterday's video, I didn't see anything that can be used in direct combat. Axel couldn't deny that. Maybe he shouldn't have held back so much after all. He sighed. All right, but must we do this? There are other ways to find out, right? Nope. Kieran shook her head, grinning. From my abundant experience and high authority, I can confidently conclude that this is the best method. Power Stones. Next, Axel vs. Kieran serious fight. Latest, the Crown Prince grew up in an orphanage. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 190, Axel vs. Kieran, serious fight. Bullshit. Axel knew Kieran was full of crap. Just from the way she's looking at him, Axel can tell all she wants is to give him a good beating. What can he say? He has that effect on some people. Too many people. But Axel can't agree to fight. Though she might not look it, this woman is one of the most powerful people in this kingdom. Reaching 7-star authority despite that horrible personality, it only means that she's just that strong. In the past, she managed to kill 3 members of similar level to Theron and Nerio at one time. And Axel had a feeling that unlike him, she didn't use trickery. It was understandable why Axel didn't want to fight such a madwoman. Kieran smirked. Alright, don't be scared. I promise I will properly hold back. Axel's lips twitched. What a familiar line. It's what he says when going against small fry. I will even hit gently and not seriously injure you. Did he even have a choice? Well, you said it. Axel didn't reject those conditions. But when will it end? Kieran shrugged. When I'm satisfied. Can we start already? You're still not specific enough, Sensei. You need to give me a baseline which, if done, will end the test. Otherwise you might just keep hitting me, Axel patiently explained. Oh. Then. Just land 3 hits on me. She said, giving him a seemingly easy and yet impossible task. All right. Better than nothing, thought Axel. Kieran seemed to be the kind to play to win, and in case of defeat, to continue playing until she wins. So, in case she doesn't get the satisfaction to properly beat the shit out of him, there's a chance she might just keep attacking him until she is satisfied. Knowing that more concessions won't get him anywhere, Axel stepped into the fighting space. Esther stood between the two. So, this is a friendly spar to get familiar with each other's combat abilities. Boss will only be using at most half of her abilities. Serious injury will immediately result in cancellation of the spar. The spar will end when either boss is satisfied or when Axel lands 3 hits. Participants. Get ready. Axel took a defensive stance. He was wearing the training suit that he found among the supplies in his room. They were comfortable, durable, and easy to move around. Kieran, on the other hand, stood in a relaxed posture. She was wearing a dark nightgown that appeared stark in contrast to her pale white skin. It reached only her thighs and also left a whole lot of shoulders and cleavage exposed. She wasn't even wearing shoes, and her feet were only covered in stocking. In Axel's opinion, it was extremely impractical for combat. This is going to be fun. Standing across him, Kieran gave him a sinister look. Start. Kieran didn't move. But, she didn't need to. Dark tentacles appeared out of thin air, attacking Axel. These were razor-sharp, and made out of destructive darkness. One touch was enough to injure. Arcane eyes. Occlumency, maximum concentration. Evasion. The tentacles seemed to pass right through Axel, but he somehow managed to evade them. But it also has to be noted that Kieran wasn't serious yet, as she was thinking this is going to be one-sided beating. Kieran raised her eyebrows. So, it wasn't a fluke. You really do have monstrous reflexes, she muttered, suddenly increasing the intensity. Knowing that with her perverted tentacles, she would be an advantage in long range, Axel decided to close the distance. Arcane footwork. Kieran's attention went to Axel's feet as she once again saw those strange elusive movements. In the next second, Axel was already in front of her, trying to punch her face. Smack. A loud sound rang out as the attacks from both sides stopped for a moment. Kieran had caught Axel's punch cleanly, with no recoil whatsoever. Axel's brows furrowed. It felt like he had just punched a wall. Just what kind of physical strength? Kieran gave him a tight smile. You think I reached the top just like that? I have gone through 5 body enhancements. She said as she twisted his arm. As her shoulders creaked in protest, Axel realized that Kieran did have great physical strength. But. Too bad, you just had to grab my hand. Crack. In terms of pure grip strength of fingers, her numerous body enhancements don't mean shit. At once, Kieran's fingers were all bent at weird angles, making her yelp. Axel's punch was just about to reach her before he was flung away with a burst of pure darkness. What the fuck? Muttered Axel, staggering to the ground. Estrus quickly came to his side. Are you Alrig? Wait, how are you fine? Estrus was puzzled. Boss had really made a powerful attack all of a sudden. When she had seen the burst of pure darkness, she had thought that Axel would have to be taken to the Royal Infirmary, since the attack was so sudden. But looking at Axel, even though his training gear seems to be damaged, the rest appears just fine. I almost got hit, Axel muttered. He was no longer barehanded, having had to make a lightning-fast draw in order to save his life. If not for the hastily cast shield, Axel would have already received some serious damage right now. He glared at Kieran. You said you'd hold back. He really wasn't expecting it. Even though he had managed to avoid getting injuries, his training suit had gotten singed, and was now melting away. Kieran was letting out a string of curses of her own as she shook her painfully throbbing hand. Hold back. But how the fuck do you expect me hold back when you absolutely crush my hand all of a sudden, you little shit? Hands have the most sensory nerves among all body parts, and it has been a while since she has gotten even a simple injury, let alone getting her hand absolutely mangled. So of course she ended up lashing out on instinct. Kieran looked down at her hand. The flesh and bones had been completely mangled, looking similar to a meat patty being crushed by a sledgehammer. She clenched her jaw. What the hell is up with that insane grip strength? Body enhancement is an extremely painful process through which Atlantean soldiers undergo a series of complicated treatments in order to increase their physical stats. Usually, one is enough to make a soldier have superhuman physical abilities. And that is their limit. Kieran has gone through 5. Her physical body can survive relic attacks. That's why she had already gotten used to not feeling pain now. Then, in comes this 13-year-old brat and absolutely demolishes her hand like it was tofu. She couldn't understand how. One moment, she had his fist locked in her grip, twisting his arm, and the next moment, an unstoppable power suddenly burst out from his hand, and her hand got crushed instead. Axel scratched his head, looking at Kieran's hand. Sorry, sensei. I thought it would be more powerful. Since it's just a spar, Axel really didn't want to hurt her this badly. But he didn't expect that even after so many enhancements, her grip strength would be so weak compared to his. Oh, so I'm just too weak, huh? Kieran finally turned to look at him. And gave him the widest smile he had ever seen. Her gown fluttered, and her hair rose up in the air like tendrils of darkness. Alarm bells rang out in Axel's head. It's good you aren't seriously injured, yet. She said, darkness wrapped around her hand, snapping her bones back into place. Her concern might have sounded sincere if not for that yet. Axel began to slowly back away. Sensei. I think we should st. Before he could complete his sentence, hundreds of tentacles attacked him from all angles. Don't even think about stopping now. You've only landed one hit. And I am far from satisfied. Axel had no choice but use another card to run for his life. Lightning Acceleration Jutsu. Suddenly, Axel became a blur. Shields erected around him, blocking the tentacles, while the rest, he managed to dodge with inhuman speed. Kieran's jaw dropped. Is that? Kieran looked at Akiko like looking at a traitor. You've taught him your clan's secret forbidden jutsus. Is something wrong with this girl's head? Teaching such dangerous and precious knowledge to this imbecile. If Haruko saw this, she'd be rolling in her grave, and if her grandfather found out, he would bury Axel into a grave. What was more surprising was the fact that this brat seemed to be using the dangerous and hellishly difficult jutsu casually and comfortably, as if casting basic magic. How did you even manage to learn that? She questioned, blasting him with attacks. I had a really good teacher, he replied in the midst of his rapid movements, making Akiko smile. No cap, it was a really difficult jutsu. Though he had learnt it long ago, he was really sloppy at it, leading him to not use it much. He has only gotten proficient after mastering Zen Focus. With the new speed, Axel was able to somehow make it thorough alive, but Kieran wasn't going to let him off so easily. You're good. Really good. Your speed means nothing in front of absolute power. She muttered, raising her hand. Hundreds of thousands of tentacles simultaneously attacked Axel. This time, his shields were easily broken through, and the tentacles left nowhere for him to go. Fuck. Axel sighed. He'd have to get serious. Slash. Lines formed in the air as all the tentacles in his immediate surroundings were immediately slashed in pieces. Kieran paused her attack as she looked at Axel with a triumphant gaze. So, you finally show yourself, she muttered, looking at Axel who now held a knife glowing with residual magic power. In her eyes, his combat power right now was soaring like a tsunami. From then on, any number of tentacles were instantly cut down by Axel's blade as soon as they came near. This is so unfair. How the fuck did you become so strong at this age? Kieran felt that the world wasn't fair anymore. Having that kind of power at such a young age, shouldn't there be a limit of being talented? Well, I just pay attention in class and complete all my assignments, replied Axel. He was panting a bit at this point. Darkness has natural debuffing effects. By now, the training clothes had completely deteriorated on the places where they had made contact with the darkness. The upper part of his training suit started falling off, so Axel removed it completely, revealing his torso. For at least 2 seconds, Kieran and Estrus could not take their eyes off Axel. Unexpectedly, Axel was totally jacked under the loose training suit. He was already 5 feet 7 inches, and his whole body was full of ultra-defined sculpted muscles whose ratios seemed to have measures on a scientific calculator. With each movement, the muscles contracted as if filled with explosive power. Furthermore, all kinds of scars were scattered over his body, ranging from scratches and abrasions to slashes and stab wounds. Kieran no longer felt it was unfair. The muscles were a clear indicator of just how hard he trained, and the scars spoke in lengths about the hardships he must have been through. At this moment, Akiko, who had been watching the spar with interest, walked up to Axel, blocking the other two women's view. "Wear this," she said, offering him a t-shirt. "Oh, thanks." Uncomfortable by the stares, Axel was just about to take out something to wear, but Akiko did it before him. Akiko nodded. Win. She was also rooting for him. Even if Kurai-sensei was stronger, that shouldn't be a problem for Axel. Though, Akiko didn't know that her action had only increased the aggro on Axel. Kieran glared at Axel. She is the one who got hurt, but Aki is still rooting for that guy. Also, why did it seem like Aki was used to looking at Axel's naked upper body? How far have these two gone? Shin. Out of nowhere, Kieran produced a blade that radiated darkness as she finally took a stance. "Well, now that you're serious, shall we begin the real fight?" Axel held up the knife, which started to glow with magic. "Fine. Let's end this." Power Stones. Next, third hit. Next, identity revealed. Next, nephew. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 191, third hit. Chapter 191. Axel and Kieran faced each other, both serious this time. Both were waiting for the right time to act. In his mind, Axel was formulating his moves while anticipating Kieran's responses. His advantage was, he still had a lot of cards left. But the disadvantage was, so did Kieran. She had the darkness affinity, and she was a relic wielder. A scary combination. What's scarier is the fact that she has only used mainly one skill, Tendrils of Darkness. She hasn't even used her relic yet. So, if they ended up in a drawn-out battle, he'd be fucked. He has to end this while she's still not using everything. Not wanting to waste much more time, Axel stepped forward, appearing directly in front of Kieran. Kieran already anticipated that. And Axel knew she knew. That's why he had considered all of her responses and their counters. But Kieran did something completely out of Axel's anticipation. She sank into the ground, as if sucked in, Axel's knife uselessly passing over her head. In the next instant, she suddenly emerged from the ground behind him, slashing at his ankles. WTF. What kind of ability was this? Thought Axel, thrown off balance literally and figuratively. Axel's whole mass was center forward due to attack, and he wasn't in a condition to move his feet in time. Launching boom. Magic burst out from his feet, propelling him away, just as Kieran's sword slashed through his afterimage. Its shadows. He realized that Kieran was using his shadow as a medium for travel. This was a truly cheated ability, something she must be doing with the use of her relic. The ability to travel through darkness, how overpowered is that? Most likely that's why she is a perfect counter to that space ability guy. Because Kieran's can't be restricted unless you remove all darkness. He dodged. How? On the other hand, Kieran was also surprised that even going as far as using one of her core abilities didn't already end the fight. She had timed her move perfectly, so that Axel would have no leeway to dodge, but somehow, in the last moment, there was a burst of magic power that propelled him out of her range. Kieran wasn't given time to think about that, as 100 weapons came out of Axel's storage space and attacked her. While she blocked and deflected them with her darkness, Axel once again appeared in front of her. Kieran parried, countering by twisting her sword and slashing him in an arc faster. Axel dodged and attacked again. Within a few seconds, hundreds of blows were exchanged. Kieran's brows furrowed at the technique Axel was using. It was foreign, but there were familiar parts mixed in. It didn't seem like he was too proficient yet, but somehow, he was able to perfectly counter all her moves. You're only this much. Axel's eyes seemed to convey. This little blighter. Kieran was getting more and more annoyed, looking at the taunting look in Axel's eyes, as if knowing that she wouldn't be able to beat in a match of pure skill. She couldn't understand why Axel was able to counter her so perfectly. Kieran had decades worth of training and experience, and her sword technique was one of the best. Though Axel was strong, she could see that he clearly wasn't putting as much skill and finesse into fighting as her. And yet, without relying on her darkness, she is unable to land a single hit on him despite putting everything into every swing. My turn. Suddenly, Axel's technique changed as he went on the offensive, dramatically increasing the intensity of his attacks. This time, as their weapons clashed, Kieran's sword got deflected as Axel's knife continued to be thrust towards her chest. Kieran obstructed his hand with darkness, but the knife suddenly appeared in his other hand and slashed straight through. Kieran was caught off guard as she backed away, but Axel just followed, his knife flashing from one hand to another. The tides of the battle shifted dramatically as Axel brought his insane dexterity into play, leaving Kieran usable to even follow which hand his knife was in while he continued to somehow perfectly deal with all of her attacks. It was almost as if he already Thanks for teaching everything to Akiko, said Axel with a smirk. Kieran gritted her teeth upon connecting the dots. Aki. She taught him all of my techniques too. Kieran taught everything to Akiko. That included her sword arts. Akiko, of course, taught it to Axel. Even though Kieran is a level above Akiko, but Axel is able to handle it easily since he's already very familiar with her style while Kieran has never seen the knife-wielding he got from the system. Too bad, Kieran realized it too late. It's the end, said Axel, suddenly stomping his foot while Kieran was still completely focused on his upper body. Bomb second hit. Ouch. Suddenly, Kieran's foot, which was still unprotected except for a silky stocking, was suddenly stepped on by Axel, catching her completely flat-footed. As Axel had expressed, it was really impractical for fighting. Where would you run now, thought Axel in victory as he delivered the finishing third blow while Kieran was still discombobulated. But. What the? The knife passed right through Kieran, as if she was intangible. Kieran had a really annoyed look on her face as she nursed her foot. First my hand, and now my foot. This is really getting embarrassing. Kieran was more ashamed than furious at this point. Though close-quarters combat may not be her strongest suit, and she has gotten rusty after not practicing in much in the last decade, it was a 13-year-old she was fighting up against. To actually lose in a contest of pure skills. You've proven yourself with that much. I am impressed. She acknowledged. Oh. Why don't I believe that? Thought Axel, having an ominous feeling. That's why, Kieran continued. I will stop holding back now, and treat you like a real opponent. Fuck. The hair on the back of Axel's neck stood up as he began taking distance. But, it was already too late. Kieran spread her arms. Darkness. Domain, she whispered. The space around them began getting constricted as Axel felt himself getting sluggish. The whites from Kieran's eyes vanished completely as her eyes turned pitch black. A long dress made out of darkness covered her body as her feet rose up from the ground. Axel once again used all of his weapons to attack Kieran while also launching different types of spells, but it was all useless. The weapons seemed to pass right through her, and magical attacks were all blocked by her cloak. This ends now, declared Kieran, raising her hand as she looked down at Axel like the goddess of death. Kiss of darkness. Endless, formless darkness attacked him from all sides, leaving him from escape. Darkness engulfed Axel, as if trying to crush him. You fought well, Kieran muttered, grudging respect seeping into her voice. Kieran quickly dispelled the darkness so as to not kill Axel. Akiko quickly rushed forward to check his condition. The darkness slowly dispersed, revealing what lay beyond. But it wasn't what they were expecting. Axel was nowhere to be found, leaving just a depression in the ground. Where the hell is he? Kieran had definitely controlled her power, so there is no chance the darkness would have completely vanished him from existence. In this instant, Kieran felt a searing sensation against her throat, which clearly cleaved through darkness surrounding her. Third hit, said Axel, appearing behind her, holding the knife in a reverse grip. Now, it's over. He declared. For a moment, Kieran just stood there, trying to fathom what in the devil's trench just happened here. She, actually lost. That much was pretty clear from the blood dripping from her neck. The question was. How? She had clearly used one of her most powerful moves just now. There was no way Axel could have escaped that. And well, even if he did, how the hell did he appear behind while escaping her notice in her domain? And, even if he did somehow escape, how the hell did he manage to actually injure her? She was currently in an invincible state. Her dress made out of darkness protects her from all magical attacks, and she's currently intangible, meaning physical attacks should pass right through her. Is that? Kieran noticed something unbelievable at this moment. Light element. She muttered in disbelief. Yep, that was definitely a light element that was burning through her skin right now. And one strong enough to actually cut through her darkness. Not to mention the stealth with which he creeped up on her in own domain. That level of stealth was simply impossible to understand. So, this guy, who is incredible at close-quarters combat, has the ability to remotely attack using hundreds of weapons, insane dexterity, also had such a powerful light affinity all along, that is a perfect counter to her. Not only that, he also had a stealth that could escape her senses easily. But, he just did not use these abilities until the end of the fight. Why? Because he didn't think she was worthy enough until the last moment. Just because it seems she wasn't worthy enough to warrant it. That does seem to be the case. He had almost won even without them when he stomped her foot, if she hadn't used her relic to turn intangible. So, in the end, who was holding back more? Who was going easy on whom? She still hadn't quite figured out just how he was able to protect himself from the kiss of darkness. So, how much more was he still holding back? Kieran shivered. Aki, just where did you find this guy? As Axel retracted his blade, he felt that the look Kieran was giving him was much more scarier than when she used to glare at him with utter hatred. Congratulations, you pass with flying colors. Now you are a real member of the Black Ops, Kieran smiled. Don't even think about leaving. Axel felt cold sweat forming on the back of his neck. He did win, but she's scary. That last attack. He had to bring out of his water affinity and light affinity in order to counter that. He is in Atlantis, and there is a special buff for water affinity here, and his wand is made of an extremely high light affinity wood, so he was able to protect himself by covering in water and light affinity barrier, otherwise he would have been in trouble. This is how dangerous Kieran Tenebris is. And now this woman is looking at him with scary eyes. What have I gotten myself into? Now, let's move on to what main job. What does the Black Ops do? Ignoring Axel's complicated feelings, Kieran continued the meeting. You guys might have wondered. What have been the forces of both sides doing all this while? Where are the relic wielders? Where is the war? Well, the answers are all linked with Altina Trench. It's that again, thought Axel. Altina Trench, or the Devil's Abyss. From the research he did when reading the minds of general populace, this is known as a taboo place in Atlantis. What is this place? He asked curiously. It's the place where the entity behind the organization is sealed. It's also the place where the organization is currently hiding. So, it was like that. He did always wonder just where the organization's base was. Axel's brows furrowed. Both are there. Isn't it just a trench? Why don't we blow it up? Kieran shook her head. You don't understand. That is not an ordinary place. It has existed even before the founding of the Empire. It's similar to the place called the Bermuda Triangle. Time and space work differently there. It might seem like just a trench from outside, but it's a whole different world inside. Axel nodded slowly. So, that is the place where the real war is taking place. Yeah. Kieran nodded. That's also where most of our relic wielders and fighting forces are stationed. But the main target of both the sides is the seal itself. The seal is located in the innermost region of the place, and extremely difficult to reach. Both sides are currently in a race to reach the seal. The Kraken, in order to unlock it, while we are trying to fortify it since it has weakened. So, that's what we're going to do. Reach the seal? Asked Akiko. No. Fuck that. Kieran grinned. Our mission is to track and kill as many Kraken higher-ups as possible. Meanwhile, the general of Atlantean forces, one of the highest authority of Atlantis, was currently given an important task by the princess. He had to get her the background of a certain 16-year-old kid that is currently a hot topic in the kingdom. It was a trivial task, one that should not be handled personally by an individual of his capacity, but the princess is eccentric that way sometimes. For some reason, ever since seeing that clip, ever since seeing that boy for the first time, the princess has been acting strange. Anyways, the general himself was also curious who this guy was, so he decided he was going to just handle it personally. Power Stones. Next, identity reveal. Next, nephew. Next, the prince grew up in an orphanage. Next, situation with Daphne. Come read ahead, white medium star. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Vote gemstone. Chapter 192, Identity Revealed. Axel slowly digested the information he had gotten just now. So, to sum things up with the intel he already had, there's a super powerful entity behind the Kraken whose purpose is destruction. The entity is sealed in the trench and there is currently a war for reaching the place. But, that doesn't really explain much. He still has so many questions. Axel shook his head. I don't understand. What is this entity? How did this entity end up sealed here? If this entity is strong enough to control an entire army of monsters on its own, then why the hell is it only doing that now? Why did it? Alright, Kieran raised his hand tiredly. Estrus, explain everything in detail, she muttered as he went to rest at the side. Estrus looked at Kieran with some doubt. Everything? Yup, all that origin bullshit, Kieran agreed, wincing as she healed her injuries. Fuck you, Axel. Estrus shook her head, wondering why she was even surprised. The information is top secret and revealing it is against the law, but, seriously. Kieran following the law. That's like whales flying. Estrus, Akiko, and Axel also went to sit beside Kieran as Estrus launched into her explanation. The origin of Atlantis is actually not Earth at all. The starting line of Estrus was already a banger. Atlantis's origin was not Earth. I know this might be disorienting, but we're originally from a world which we call the Ether. Ether. Axel had to pretend to be shocked. But inwardly, his reaction was one of realization. Why am I not surprised? The mysterious ether world. It finally comes. He knows a bit about the netherworld, as it is the place where Voldemort currently is, but he knows next to nothing about ether world. Estrus nodded. Yes. Ether. The true land of magic. I will keep things brief. Ether was a peaceful and prosperous place, where different races lived in harmony. People pursued the secrets of magic, many obtaining powers beyond our imagination. But it was threatened by an entity that even their magic could not destroy. They realized that as long as there was magic in the world, the entity was unstoppable. At this point, they already knew about the existence of the netherworld, from where they could summon dark magic, and the barren planet called Earth, with negligible magic in its surroundings. Among them, Earth just happened to be the perfect place for their plan. So they decided to seal the monster on Earth. But there was a problem. How are they going to power the seal? Since there was little magic on Earth, they couldn't supply it with power. And with the absence of magic in the surroundings, even the more powerful sorcerers couldn't really exert their powers. So, they came up with an idea. Why not give our people the ability to draw magic from ether, even when they are on Earth? Almost nothing is impossible with their deep knowledge of magic. After a lot of tries, they managed to connect several of their people's souls to the ether and nether, explained Estrus. And that is how the very first wizards came into existence, Kieran revealed. Fuck. Fuck indeed. These people were used as the mediums for powering the seal. They were called the Atlantians, which in ether language, means the guardians. Holy fuck. Axel's and Akiko's brains were bursting at this moment. So, the very first wizards turned out to be people from the ether world, modified to be able to use magic on Earth. This had so many implications. So, these wizards outside Atlantis are? Asked Akiko. Estrus nodded. Yes, they are mostly the descendants of Atlantians who deserted Atlantis. As it turns out, the wizarding population throughout the world has originated from Atlantis. This solved the most common question among the wizards: where did wizards come to have magic? Of course, you would also understand why leaving Atlantis is forbidden. The seal is no longer effective if you escape the range, and the less people there are, the weaker the seal, Estrus explained. So, that moronic motto of destruction, now it makes sense, murmured Axel in realization. Kraken's motto has always been quite nonsensical to Axel. If they really want destruction, why the hell are they trying to only destroy Atlantis? There is a whole fucking world out there above the sea, which happens to be much easier to destroy. Why go for only Atlantians, who are protected by the failsafe measures of the all-power magical means of ether itself? Indeed. The seal is connected to the people of Atlantis. Even their emotions can weaken the seal, let alone their deaths. That's why the lives of Atlantians are valued immensely. We try to avoid any and all situations which might result in mass destruction. That's why even our usual weaponry is not too strong. In case someone under Kraken's influence goes rogue with them. Oh. And pretty well that's working out for you, muttered Axel sarcastically. Due to their weak weaponry, they couldn't even take out the animal horde. And avoiding deaths. From what he knows, there was bombings the very day he arrived. They're just letting Kraken walk all over them. Yep, Kieran didn't disagree with him at all. The kingdom is becoming more and more pathetic. It's about time we hit back. So, do you two have any more questions? Axel thought about it. Yeah. It's about the Altina Trench. What kind of place is it? Why is it that both parties can't reach it? That is a place too complicated to explain. But the reason why both the parties can't reach the seal is because that's the way it was designed by the Etherians. What? Why? Axel's brows furrowed in confusion. The entity is able to take over people's minds. That's why they have made the seal extremely difficult to reach, so that people under the creature's control can't reach it in order to free it. Well, that makes sense. Even if, say, they made it so that only those who aren't under the entity's influence can reach the seal. Well, now that you're so close, it would be that much easier for the entity to take control over you. So, the people designing the seal decided it would be best if no one approached the seal. But the disadvantage is that, now that it has weakened, the Atlantians can't even reach it in order to fix it. Well, that will be it for the Q&A, said Kieran as she stood up. We've already told you almost everything. The rest, you'll learn by directly going into the trench. Let's go. What? Right now? I thought we were first going to go through the Black Ops training. Asked Axel. Kieran rolled her eyes. That, I only said for you. I've already trained Aki. And SHE had the foresight of teaching everything to you. So, what's the point of training now? She said, glaring at Akiko with eyes of betrayal. Besides, if a monster like you can still be called unprepared, then I don't know what to teach you, she said, swatting Axel's back with considerable force. Axel was even able to go toe-to-toe with Kieran, one of most monstrous existences in Atlantis. Even though Kieran was still holding back a lot, but so was Axel, and he beat her. It is clear who is the bigger freak among the two, considering Axel's age. Go get ready. We won't be going deep, since we have to come back soon for your rewarding ceremony. Rewarding ceremony? Asked Axel in surprise, rubbing his back where Kieran had slapped him. Kieran clicked her tongue. Don't pretend to be surprised. I bet you were aiming for this, you sleazy bastard. Axel smiled bitterly, already regretting revealing his true thought process about saving the day. In actuality, he had not thought the royal family would make such a big deal out of it, even enough to have an emergency meeting. But now, after knowing everything, it makes perfect sense. He had saved a lot of lives, and that was extremely important, not because those lives mattered, but because he prevented the seal from weakening further while Kraken wasted a lot of energy for nothing. Of course it was a big deal. Sighing, he got up and went to change. Within a few minutes, Axel, Akiko, Kieran, Estrus, and the old butler boarded the jet to leave for the trench. It was Axel's first time flying in an Atlantian aircraft, so it was a unique experience. Due to space expansion magic, it was quite spacious from the inside, and the controls seemed a bit complicated. When will be my reward ceremony? Asked Axel as he sat strapped to a seat, already unable to wait. Kieran shrugged. No idea. It could be tomorrow, or it could take a few days. Actually depends on the princess's mood really. Tomorrow? Will we come back by then? Of course. Most likely. Most likely. What does that mean? It means that the trench is an unpredictable place. There are factors which may delay our return, explained Estrus. Kieran rolled her eyes. Don't listen to her. Those things rarely happen. We'll be back in a few hours max. Meanwhile, deep in the main castle, the princess sat in her room, looking at the same video for the umpteenth time. There were dark circles under her eyes since she had not slept the whole night, but her eyes still sharply looked at the holographic projection of Axel riding the dragon. Just what is it? The princess was at her wit's end now. She didn't know why, but she just couldn't stop looking at the video. There were strange things, which were leading her to strange conclusions. And some things weren't adding up. Princess. At this moment, the general knocked on her door, making her pause the video. As you asked, I had the technomancy department do a background search on the boy. What did you find? Asked the princess eagerly. The general pursed his lips. We found no match for any boy named Chris Martin. The princess closed her eyes, letting out a small sigh of disappointment. So, he was lying. The princess just wanted to know more about Chris in order to find out why she felt such discrepancies with him. So, upon finding out that he had lied about his identity, she felt disappointed not only because he had broken her trust, but also because she couldn't find out the answer to the questions she had. Why? Why did he lie? He could have at least told her his real name. Looks like she'll have to ask him herself. But, the general wasn't done with his report yet. Princess, have a look at this, he said, replacing the paused projection of Chris Martin riding dragons with another image. The princess was a bit perturbed, but when she saw the image, all thoughts vanished as she instantly recognized the person in the projection. Tristan Hunt. She muttered, her voice containing venom. But soon, she frowned. This isn't right. The person in the image looks much younger than the Tristan she knew. So, a childhood photo. That wasn't it either. This person's face was fairly different from Tristan's, and he had a scar over one of his eyes and one over his cheek. Who is this person? The princess was clearly lost now. The topic was about Chris Martin. Then, why the hell is the general showing her an edited image of Tristan? The general played a video next. In this video, the same person suddenly teleported into the frame. Since it was a 3D video, the person's complete surroundings were also visible. This is Atlantis. The princess recognized the city built above the ocean. The general nodded. Yes, but please watch what happens next carefully. Suddenly, the air seemed to ripple with magic as the person knelt down to the ground while wincing. Behind him, the sea churned, huge waves rising which even shook the island. What? Then, the person slowly opened his eyes. And at this moment, they were glowing a royal blue. The princess's eyes, whose color matched with the person in the video, widened to the highest degree. No way. But the video wasn't finished yet. Shaking his head, the person closed his eyes once again. Within a few seconds, his face began morphing. Soon, the princess found herself looking at the very familiar face of Chris Martin. Power Stones. Next, nephew. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 193, Chapter 193, Nephew. Most likely. What does that mean? Asked Axel. It means that the trench is an unpredictable place. There are factors which delay our return, explained Estrus. Kieran rolled her eyes. Don't listen to her. Those things rarely happen. We'll be back in a few hours max. Axel frowned. What kind of factors? He asked, ignoring Kieran. There are many. Just to name a few, first of all, the time flow is different in that place. The deeper we get, the lesser the time ratio compared to Atlantean Standard Time. There are space turbulences, due to which objects get pulled deeper into the trench. There are times we fall victim to one of the traps set by Kraken. We might also be attacked by high-ranking members. There are also obstacles set up by the Kraken. Furthermore, there are times when the entity takes control over people, making them voluntarily go deeper. The list seemed to go on and on. Can we wait until I get my rewards, or you could leave me behind? No way. Kieran looked at Estrus in annoyance, before turning to Axel and Akiko. Don't listen to her nonsense. Those things are probable only if we go deep to hunt Kraken High members. Right now, we're only going into the shallows just to get you some training. Akiko looked at Axel with some panic while Axel just nodded slowly, as if accepting his fate. Then, it seems we're in for a difficult trip, he muttered. What the hell are you talking about? Axel shook his head lamentably. You don't understand, he said, while Akiko also sighed, beginning to prepare her equipment, getting ready for what was to come. In his life of 13 years, Axel has learned one thing for sure. The world is hell-bent on screwing with him. He gets into trouble even actively not looking for it, and even when trying to actively avoid it. So, going to such a place and not getting into trouble. Well, that's like jumping into sewage hoping to not get dirty. Even Akiko, who has only known Axel for a short period of time, has begun to feel that things do never seem to go normally with Axel. But since it's Axel, he does manage to pull through every time. She just has to try and be less of a burden this time. Kieran, of course, thought that the kids were talking nonsense. Listen. This is just going to be a boring class in which we take to safe areas of the trench and train you in the basics. As much as I want to take you deeper, we can't since you haven't gotten your mental blocks yet. Mental blocks? Asked Akiko in confusion. Kieran waved her hand offhandedly. Estrus, go back to explanation mode. Estrus's emotionless look was still able to convey her annoyance to Kieran. But she still began to explain dutifully. The deeper you travel, the more influence the entity can have over your mind. Mental blocks are mind barriers to protect one's mind from the entity's influence. Every person going into the deeper parts usually has a few mental blocks as precaution. Otherwise, there is a chance they might succumb to the entity's influence. Then, why don't we have mental blocks yet? Asked Akiko. Because boss wants to naturally raise your resistance against the entity first. Also, metal barriers are unnecessary for the shallows. You can just use Psylocks, said Estrus, giving glasses that could protect their minds. Looking at Akiko's worried face, Kieran shook her head. Aki, you, at least don't have to worry about this. Oh. And I do? Asked Axel. Even if it was an overpowered entity, Axel at least felt that he could have confidence in protecting his own mind. Kieran shrugged. You might already know this, but Aki is incredibly gifted in mind arts. She can make do even without the barriers. Kieran bragged. Axel was silent for a moment. Mind art. A clemency. That's it. He was worried for nothing. Oh, I forget that the mind arts are obscure in the outer world. They're for protecting and strengthening our minds. Very useful skill. Kieran gloated. Though, it would take you decades to reach a sufficient level, so you should obediently get the blocks when we're ready to go deeper. Somehow, Kieran was feeling quite exhilarated upon this fact. You know, all that talent is a waste if you can't protect your mind. Axel's lips twitched. So petty. This is exactly why he doesn't want to reveal all of his cards to this bitch. She's unnaturally immature in some aspects. Axel shrugged. Well, as they say, you can't be good at everything. Imagine if mind arts was my strongest forte. He shook his head. Oh, how I wish it was true. Kieran glared at him. It's already too unfair. Of course, of course. I'll just obediently get those mental blocks as soon as possible. Something wrong, Akiko. Sitting in the front seat, Akiko's shoulders were shaking from laughing silently. We're here. Announced the old man butler who had been flying the aircraft. This man seems to be the real master of stealth, always making people forget about his existence. Damn, where even are we? Asked Axel in astonishment, looking at the scene outside. Now this is how a place embroiled in war should look like. In front of them was a huge wall, extending quite far on both sides. Numerous aircrafts and Neptunites flew back and forth in the sky while ground seemed to be crawling with soldiers. Not far beyond the wall was the ending of the barrier that marked the end of the kingdom. We're behind the royal castle, at the very edge of the kingdom. This is our final line of defense. Damn. How does Kraken even cross onto this side? Asked Axel in astonishment, looking at impressive defense of Atlantis. They usually can't. But there are always ways to let a small number trickle past. Answered Estrus. That was indeed true. Even in Muggle world, there are ways people cross borders, let alone in a magical world like this. Axel looked at the hundreds of thousands of soldiers below. If they have so many, then it makes sense that the Kraken also will have a similar amount on their side. How does the Kraken hire its members? Asked Axel curiously. I mean, sure, some soldiers might get corrupted, but since you have preventive measures in place, it shouldn't amount to much, right? Most of their members are acquired from the outer world. This is just one entrance to the trench. There's another at the Bermuda Triangle, the Devil's Sea, the Nevada Triangle, and several more. Furthermore, they buy the slaves in bulk from the slave traders like the Mikhailovs from time to time. Fug. Axel whistled. The places Kieran had named were places on Earth which were famous for strange phenomena and disappearance of people. So, they actually have a numeric superiority against us. Of course. It would be no fun otherwise, said Kieran. They don't only have a numerical superiority, but their soldiers are also enhanced through inhumane procedures, given the entity's powers, and also used in sacrificial warfare. It's extremely disadvantageous against us, who can't afford to lose a single soldier. That's why we also started asking for outside help, said Estrus. Of course, the outer world soldiers aren't disposable either, said Kieran. At least to most of us. That is obvious, thought Axel. She not only took bloody revenge, but also left the kingdom to take care of Akiko for her comrades. Few people would go that far even for their own people. Their aircraft went through the security procedures and finally flew over the huge wall to show the scene on the other side. So, this is the infamous Altina Trench. Axel looked at the huge depression in the ground that had no end. Yep, that's it. So, how do we enter it? Well, we just go down. What's below? How long will it take? Don't we need climbing materials or something? It's not as you think, said Estrus. As you go down, you will be teleported to a separate dimension. Think of it as a portal. Ready? Asked the old man pilot. In we go, he muttered dryly, as if doing it for the millionth time. They began to descend at a high speed. Axel shifted in anticipation. He knew there was a high chance that things might go wrong yet again, but this time, he was feeling positive for some reason. That's right, I'm not that unlucky. He thought. Let's go in, enjoy, come out and get that reward. Who knows? I might even get a relic. Just when Axel was daydreaming about what kind of relic he'll get, something happened. His ring started vibrating. It was the storage ring that Martina had given him. What the? Axel checked its content, only to see his pendant glowing for some reason. What's up with this thing? Suddenly, the spaceship shook, as alarms began to sound. Ah, is this normal? Asked Akiko. No fucking not. Said Kieran. Estrus, what the fuck is happening? Estrus had a strange look on her face. It's a space turbulence. Fuck. Already. Axel only sighed lamentably. The trip ended up getting screwed up before they even began. The princess stood in her room, looking at the face of Chris Martin in absolute befuddlement. Bloodline invocation. Those striking blue eyes, and the huge disturbance in the sea, there was no doubt. It couldn't be anything else. That was definitely the invocation of none other the royal bloodline. And this was not a dormant or weak bloodline usually found in distant relatives. Who? How? The princess's mouth opened, but she seemed to have completely lost the ability to articulate meaningful sentences. Who is he? How can he have the royal bloodline? Why does he look like that? Why did he hide his real appearance? Where has he been until now? Her mind was completely overloaded right now, thousands of thoughts, emotions, and contradictions going through all at once. It is indeed a lot of take in, princess. The general had an extremely solemn air around him. He had also received a similar shock when he seen this clip. Such is the magnitude of this wave. That's why he gave her a few seconds to process the information before beginning to explain. The tech department searched far and wide, but they found no information about Chris Martin. They had already reported their failure to me. But in the last-ditch effort, when running a search through our own system, they unexpectedly happened upon this footage, where it was revealed that Chris Martin was actually just a disguise. And when they ran a search on this new face, they were instantly flooded with a lot of matches. The princess raised a trembling hand towards Axel's hologram. Who is he? His name is Axel. Axel Hunt. The general took a pause. And it would seem that he is your nephew. Power Stones. Next, Axel Hunt, the crown prince of Atlantis. Next, the prince grew up in an orphanage. Next, situation with Daphne and Martina. Next, the princess's fury. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 194, Axel Hunt, the Crown Prince of Atlantis. Chapter 194. Oh come on. Are you kidding me? Kieran slapped her chair in frustration. There is usually little to no chance of such a situation happening. Are they really unlucky enough to encounter it just when they are not prepared for it? Boss, this is an I told you so moment, said Estrus, even as she started to prepare countermeasures for the situation. Kieran gritted her teeth at the unprofessionalism of her assistant. Not the time, Estrus. Willis. Get us out of this. I'm trying, said the old butler. The aircraft shook vigorously, going completely out of their control as the space to warp around them. All right, this is bad. Kieran accepted. A space turbulence can dump them anywhere in this place. Usually, it wouldn't be this big of a deal, but this was Axel and Akiko's first time here, and they were not prepared to face the dangers that lay in the depths of this place. Naturally, Kieran was frustrated. Sigh. Meanwhile, Axel just sat in his seat in desolation even as the agitation of the rest of the crew increased. The fuck is going on, system? He asked in his head. The key you have in your hand is part of a pair. Since the two keys have been separated for long, and the other was destroyed in this location, it is obvious that it is reacting sensitively. Unfortunately, you happen to be in a place where the space-ware is unstable, causing a space turbulence. Oh. Well, that's bloody understandable, responded Axel sarcastically. But, you know, if you already know this, then wouldn't a warning be helpful? And also, what the fuck do I do now? Axel was pissed right now. If it was just him then it was still fine, but he doesn't feel right having the whole crew also be victims of his bad luck. It is not recommended to leave the key anywhere, meaning that this situation was unavoidable. You can only wait and hope to fall in a less dangerous place. That's real useful of you, system. Real useful. Though Axel was annoyed, he had been in much more screwed up situations, so he just waited patiently even as the rest of the crew made a big fuss. Boom. With a huge jerk, they escaped the space turbulence, but due to considerable damage to the system, they ended up crash landing. Fuck. Kieran shook her head, shaking off the vertigo. This day is getting worse and worse. Just losing to Axel in front of Aki was bad enough, and then getting embroiled into this mess when she has Aki and another first-timer with her, this is really... We're out. Suddenly, with a final shake, the aircraft suddenly stopped shaking like a leaf in waves, but then they started to go down, hard. Willis. Miss, I can't control it. The damage is too much. Prepare for a crash landing. Everyone, seatbelts on. With a huge impact, the aircraft made contact with the surface, and then continued to roll forward to break the momentum. The whole time, Axel just sat in his seat in a deadpan look, knowing that it was all because of him. He moved his head sideways in annoyance as a sharp piece of the broken aircraft lodged itself just where his head used to be. Seriously, this is nowhere enough to faze me anymore. You should try harder, Axel thought to himself, responding to whatever higher power, if any, that was trying to make his life miserable. Is everyone all right? Asked Kieran while personally checking on Akiko. The ship was currently upside down. Axel unlocked his seatbelt and dropped to roof of the aircraft with a flip. Fine. Fine too. Akiko. I think these old bones will live. Willis. I'm unharmed as well, boss. Estrus. After confirming the member's safety, Kieran sighed. All right. This is not so bad, is it? Estrus, where are we? Willis, what are the damages? The ship's wrecked. It would take several days to repair, said Willis the butler, delivering the first bad news. Well, there goes my rewarding ceremony. Thought Axel. Not really a surprise. Deep down, he knew he was just daydreaming when he thought he might get a relic as a reward. But Kieran, who had still been hoping to salvage the situation, sucked in a deep breath. All right. It's not too bad. A few days would give them extra training. Estrus, where are we? Estrus was just looking at her screen, as if she had not heard Kieran at all. She slowly turned to look at Kieran. It's the red area. Motherfucker. It was the moment Kieran knew they were fucked. Kieran banged her fist, causing more damage to the ship. What's the red area? Asked Akiko. Kieran quickly unstrapped herself as well. No time to explain. We have to leave this place immediately, said Kieran, opening the hatch door. Boom. Suddenly, the aircraft shook violently, causing Kieran to curse. Come out quick. All of them quickly exited the place, only to find tentacles gripping the aircraft. Off my ship, you bastard. Blades of darkness manifested in the air, cutting the tentacles. What the hell is this place? Muttered Axel in wonder while Kieran decimated the creature messing with their transport. Below their feet was solid ground, while the sky seemed to be composed completely of water. That's right, the sky seemed to be entirely composed of water. He could see silhouettes of creatures swimming in it. Huge tentacles came out of the water body, heading straight for them. It's not like he didn't expect there to be water here, hell, he could feel it when they had landed. It also makes perfect sense for there to be water here, what with this place having various entrances at the bottom of the sea, but he didn't expect it to be like this. This place is in a separate dimension. It has its own set of natural laws, explained Estrus. For one, the gravitational field here is two-way. So if you go high enough, you will fall into the sky. Cool. Professor Estrus, could you please continue your lesson at a more suitable time? We're in a bit of a situation here, said Kieran, putting the aircraft in her storage space as more tentacles emerged from the sky. Right now, we're too badly fucked to be wasting time. She then turned to check on Axel. You're not hearing the voices yet. What voices? Asked Axel in confusion. Kieran turned her attention back to the creatures. No time to explain. Just take this and knock yourself out, she said, tossing him a vial as she continued to cut down the tentacles coming to the sky. What's this? Axel looked at the bottle in confusion. Simple anesthetic. It'll knock you out. Ah. No thanks. Excuse him, but why would he willingly knock himself out, not mentioned in a place like this? What a weird request to make. Of course, Axel refused straightforwardly. While dealing with monsters, Kieran turned to glare at him. It's not a request. It's an order. Now, are you going to obediently knock yourself out or am I going to have to do it for you? Axel was flabbergasted. Bold of you to assume you can take me on in terrain, bish. Well, you can try, he replied, a faint flicker of blue passing through his eyes. There was a fucking ocean right above them. He really wanted to see her try. Estrus sighed. That's why explanations are necessary, boss. Axel, the boss means you no harm. We're in the middle of the red zone, the most dangerous area, and the area where the creature's influence is at its highest. In the absence of mental blocks, if you don't shut down your mind right now, your mind would quickly be corrupted by the entity. Oh. Axel understood now. So say it like that from the beginning, damn it. Axel muttered, as the faint flick of blue vanished from his eyes. Now the annoying buzzing in his head was making sense. Turns out it's the entity trying to corrupt him. Of course, for him, it was just too weak. He didn't really need to knock himself out. At all. But how does he explain it to them, who think he's not good at occlumency? Well, he could think of several easy ways, the last of which was simply revealing his occlumency to be strong enough to deal with the creature. But the Psylocks, he began, taking out the glasses that Estrus had handed them in the beginning, but was cut off, are too weak to be of use here. They're only useful if we're in the green zone, where we were originally going to take you. Alright. Now, should he reveal that he also has excellent occlumency and that he has not bothered to reveal that until now because he doesn't trust them? Well, there's one other option left before he does that. Will these make a difference? He asked, taking out another pair of specs. Instantly, both Kieran and Estrus widened their eyes, recognizing the item. Where did you get those from? They were Nerio's annoying glasses which had managed to block his occlumency. His name is Axel. Axel Hunt. And, it would seem that he is your nephew. Nephew. The princess murmured the words, too overwhelmed to even fully grasp the situation. How is this possible? The princess just stood there as a tidal wave of thoughts rushed through her head. Slowly, the puzzles were starting to come together. Why she felt an odd sense of familiarity with him. Why she looked at the clip hundreds of times. And also, why he would have the royal seal. It was because he was a royal, to begin with. He was. My nephew. She murmured, unable to believe the reality. But the general is not someone who would pull a prank so cruel. This has to be real. Rewinding the video, she looked at Axel's face carefully. This is sister's son, she thought, as her hand slowly rose up to touch the hologram. He looked a lot like that hateful trickster Hunt, but there was a difference. He has sister's high cheekbones, and her nose. And also, the way he purses his lips also like her. Now that she was looking at the original, unaltered face, everything was coming together all at once. That's why she found him familiar. Because even if he had managed to completely alter his face, some things were still reminding her of her sister, making her feel like she had seen him before. Also, this incident. She realized, opening another hologram beside Axel's picture. It showed the scene of the sea creatures exploding one after another in the artificial sea of the biopark. The princess got goosebumps. Is it him? No way. How did he even awaken the royal bloodline to this extent? It was a scene that could only be explained by the presence of the royal bloodline. But even if he has it, how did he awaken in the outside world, and that too to such a high extent, without going to any of the procedures? Also, the princess's brows wrinkled as she traced her fingers over the scars on Axel's face. Growing up in the royal castle, she and her sister had not suffered a single scar on their body, provided with the best care possible. It was the norm for any prince or princess, a royal birthright. These scars. Are they also fake? She asked hopefully. He has the ability to completely alter his face. Surely, these scars are also. The general was silent for a moment. Princess, there is a lot of information readily available about Axel, no, about the crown prince. And. The general paused. You aren't going to like what we found. Next, the prince grew up in an orphanage. Next, situation with Daphne and Martina. Next, the princess's fury. Next, busted. It's a new month. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 195, the prince grew up in an orphanage. Axel raised his eyebrows, putting on the glasses. From a friend. Why? Are these also no good? That's whale shit, said Kieran. Tell me honestly, where did you get it? What's the matter? From what Axel could recall from Nerio's memories, several of the Kraken members had this item, meaning it can't be that rare. Axel, that's not an ordinary sub-relic, said Estrus, while Kieran dealt with the creatures attacking them from the sea. The sub-relic you're holding is an extremely rare commodity in Atlantis. Its production blueprints have long been lost, and now only Kraken has the technology to build them. After all, along with having a built-in AI that has lots of features which are useful in this terrain, it also has the most precious benefit of protecting the mind. So, there is no way that someone just gave it to you. Axel shrugged. So, in short, I don't have to knock myself out anymore? He asked, coming to the point. Does this guy not feel any sort of obligation of telling them how he got it? Both Estrus and Kieran felt helpless. That fucking contract. Kieran looked at Axel with narrowed eyes. The curiosity is just killing her. Someday, she simply wants to strap this guy to a chair and spill all his secrets using truth serum. But of course, that is not possible due to the contract and Aki being so protective of him. Whatever. Kieran hadn't forgotten that they were currently not in a situation to have the luxury of pondering on these matters. Their crash seemed to have attracted a lot of attention as a number of creatures were now approaching their location at once. The ground began to tremble, indicating the approach of other creatures. Meanwhile, the creatures from the sea were also starting to gather. Darkness camouflage. Kieran's darkened and darkness coated all of them. This should do it for now. They remained in their place as the threatening presences in the area increased. Waves started churning the ocean. And then, huge figures emerged from the water. It was an army of creatures, all of them coming towards them at a fast pace. But its constituents. What the fuck are those? Asked Akiko, looking positively creeped out. It would not be fit to call it an army of creatures. It was an army of abominations. Twisted body parts of different creatures, grotesquely joined together with machinery. That's what it looked like. Fuck. Whispered Kieran, upon getting a clearer look. Fuck, what is he doing here? She muttered, looking at a fat man sitting on a particularly large dinosaur-like creature. Axel, who could see the situation even more clearly, thanks to his glasses, narrowed his eyes. What is SHE doing here? Who? It was only then that everyone's attention focused on the small figure that was moving in front of the huge horde of monsters. Sylphia. Estrus's eyes widened. That's her. Yep, it was Sylphia Irinder, of the Relic Wielder division. Both Estrus and Kieran seemed alarmed upon seeing her. Where is the rest of her unit? Said Kieran in confusion. Being a Relic Wielder of the Irinder clan, there is no way she would move without sufficient backup. Estrus pursed her lips. Boss. I know. Kieran knew what Estrus was hinting. The only reason why Sylphia would be alone at this point would be because she was in trouble. Don't worry. I know she's your friend. We'll help her. Besides, I do have some scores to settle against that disgusting guy. It might come as a surprise, but Estrus and Sylphia were actually kind of friends. And even if they weren't, Kieran was still going to try to help as long as it was someone on their side. The only problem was. Kieran glanced behind at Axel and Akiko. The only problem was the fact that they had some dead weights with them right now, making things much more complicated. If she made a move, she would also be exposing Axel and Akiko to danger. Though Axel and Akiko are great, but they are still young and inexperienced, while this is a Relic Wielder level affair. If she made the wrong decision, she could end up losing this once-in-a-lifetime gem Axel, that is filled with potential, or worse, it could end up hurting Akiko. Who is the guy chasing her? Asked Axel. A sick bastard. We call him the Butcher, said Kieran, disgust apparent in her tone. He's one of the relic wielders of Kraken. His relic is biotech related. He likes to experiment on humans and animals in order to make them create abominations that can be called living beings anymore, said Estrus. He usually doesn't come out personally, opting to remain safe within the confines of his lab. If he has been mobilized, then that means that the Kraken is making a big move. This guy won't be easy to handle. Axel, he can disable your glasses. You stay BAC. Kieran turned to Akiko. You too. Stay inside the camouflage. We'll handle this. Axel shrugged. He didn't mind slacking off. Akiko on the other hand pouted, also wanting to join the fight. Right now, Akiko was also trembling with energy. With the enemy she'd wished revenge upon so close to her, she was raring to go. So, trying to hold back at this moment was really torture. Aki, listen to me. This is not a normal situation. We're too deep into the enemy territory. I was planning to train you for a few more years before you're ready. Akiko was still pouting, but she nodded unwillingly. Kieran turned back to face the incoming army. Estrus, keep an eye on them. Of course, boss. But please hurry. Sylphia seems to be having trouble. Kieran looked again, and her relaxed attitude vanished. Fuck, it does seem like that. There's no way an Irinder would be that slow. Sylphia Irinder has always been someone who can handle herself. That's why Kieran wasn't in a hurry. But upon closer inspection, she realized that Sylphia seemed to be struggling to even stay afloat, her clothes were disheveled, and her flying speed was quite slow. Let me go check her first. Darkness gathered around Kieran as her feet rose from the ground. Darkness domain. The old man Willis produced a staff and touched it to Kieran's back, chanting words in a low voice. In a couple of seconds, the darkness around Kieran intensified. And then, she disappeared under the shadows, emerging instantly from Sylphia's shadow. Meanwhile, Estrus brought out a huge rifle from her storage space and took aim. A shooter. Axel had wondered what Estrus's abilities would be. After all, with her small and delicate frame, he couldn't picture her fighting close range like the lean and muscular Kieran. It does make sense that she's a shooter. As for the old man Willis, he seems to be a spellcaster. Despite having passed the trial for the path, Axel doesn't know much about the Atlantean spellcasters. But from what he could see, after the old man cast his spells on Kieran, he could feel the threat coming from her increase by several times. Sylphia Irinder was not having a good day. She and her team were making their way towards the seal, slowly but surely reaching closer to their destination, but they were ambushed by a team of Kraken's relic wielders. Usually, this wouldn't be much of a problem. The relic wielder division is extremely strong. Enough to take down a larger number of enemy relic wielders. But this time, something was different. How in the devil's tentacles did they manage to do it? Sylphia wondered, horror still gripping her upon having the flashback. To think Kraken was hiding such a powerful card up their sleeves. Their group would have been completely annihilated if they hadn't all fled in different directions. Unfortunately, Sylphia wasn't lucky enough to escape unharmed. She was poisoned, and now she's unable to exert her strength or even run away properly. Hey little birdie, how long will you fly? And of course, just her luck, the worst one of the group decided to chase her. With a half-robotic and half-obese body, one artificial eye glowing red and other having a monocle, this disgusting being was none other than the Butcher, known for having a passion of capturing live prisoners to experiment on. Stop, little birdie. I promise I will turn you into the most beautiful art. Even better than these babies. Yelled out the obese man, giving Sylphia goosebumps. Not for the first time, Sylphia considered killing herself. She didn't have many options at this point. The poison had made it incredibly difficult for her to run and her body was giving out. Dying right now and completely erasing her body would be much better than what would happen to her if she is captured alive or dead with her body intact. But, Sylphia was not resolved. If she died now, she would be losing the family's relic here to Kraken. Not only that, if she dies now, the rest of the team is also going to be in danger, not to mention the fact that she hasn't even passed on the intel to the kingdom yet. In her dazed state, she felt that she heard the sound of a crash, and her flying direction changed, going towards the sound. It may be some on their side, or someone from Kraken's side. But it seems that it wasn't something she needed to think about, as she reached her limit long before she could make it. Hiss. Another wave of long-ranged attacks poured out from the army, and this time, she was unable to avoid one of them, making her groan in pain. Another wave of vertigo hit her, making her fall to the ground, no longer able to fly. It's over now, little birdie. You've been quite a difficult subject to capture. Sylphia kept wondering what went wrong. She has been the most talented and most hard-working person in the younger generations of Atlantis. She has become as strong as anyone her age could be. Well, maybe not the most talented, she thought with some annoyance, as the image of a boy flashed in her mind. But whatever. She was still the most talented person overall, considering that she could control a relic. But in the end, it would seem that it was all for naught, and she's going to die like this, at the hands of such a despicable person. Sylvia got up with difficulty and began gathering her remaining energy. She's going to die, and she's going to take down as much as she can with her. But at this moment, she suddenly felt the ground beneath her soften. A silhouette emerged from beneath her feet, catching her off guard. Hey there. She was met with pitch-black eyes of a familiar person. As the rest of the body of the person emerged, Sylvia froze as the recognition dawned in her muddled brain. She simply couldn't believe her eyes. You are Kieran. Tenebris. There's no mistake. This is the legendary Kieran Tenebris. Sylvia has seen all her clips. Especially since she is the supposed mentor of Estrus. Kieran with her eyes pitch black with no whites, Kieran gave Sylvia a wink. Estrus sends her regards. Boom. Behind her, darkness swept over the huge army of creatures. What? What do you mean? Asked the princess, having a bad feeling. She looked at Axel again. The general hesitated. The prince, he grew up in a small orphanage, and... Wait. The princess put a hand to her forehead, stopping the general. This was too much to take in at once. For the first time in her life, the princess was feeling that her brain capacity was not enough. She had just found out that her sister's son is alive, and he had been in the outside world till now. Chris Martin, or Axel Hunt, is her nephew. But this information creates more questions rather than answers. And over that, the absurd information that she just heard. The princess really hoped she had a few more brains so that she could process this shock better. She took a deep breath. Orphanage. Did I just hear you say orphanage? Are you sure he did not live with his uncle Thorin? I'm afraid not, princess. The princess looked to the ceiling. Gods of the sea, an orphanage. The royal prince of Atlantis grew up in an orphanage. If father heard this, he might directly pass on. The general had a strange expression on his face. Princess, it might be for the best, if you don't know the rest. No, the princess immediately shook her head resolutely. I must know everything about his life. This was her sister's child. She has already missed his whole childhood. What kind of aunt would she be if she doesn't even know what it was like? Recalling the scenes of him talking to her with grace and also destroying the monster horde easily, she felt a bit more prepared. Considering that he has grown to become such a fine young man worthy of being the crown prince of Atlantis, his upbringing can't be that bad, can it? The general scrolled through his bracelet and displayed several images and videos in the projector, all featuring a kid Axel. Instantly, the princess's heart dropped. Power Stones. Next, situation with Daphne and Martina. Next, the princess's fury. Next, Axel, secrets revealed. It's a new month. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 196, Situation in Britain. Chapter 196. It's only been 3 days. 3 fucking days. Can I not handle myself for even 3 days without him? Calm down, Daphne. Calm down. How can I calm down? Everything is turning upside down, and I have no clue how to handle it. What will I say to him when he finds out? Why are you talking like it's your fault? How could you have known that someone would do this? Asked Martina. The two of them were currently hiding in the secret hideout at Hogwarts where Axel used to sleep. Daphne sighed. If I ever get my hands on this woman, I swear I would kill her. Don't worry, we'll find her, said Martina, and even if she might not go as far as killing them, she damn well wanted them to suffer. Martina looked at Daphne's magi mirror that was ringing non-stop, then looked at the internet that was completely flooded with Axel's name, and then Daphne, who was slowly getting more and more panicked. Sigh. For the umpteenth time, she hoped he would just appear here and solve everything, like he always does. How did it end up like this? Well, not longer after Axel had left, something happened that took the whole world by surprise. The night Axel had left, a book was released on the Magi Hive by an anonymous another named Lady Gossip. There was publicity, no advertisement, no promotion. Just one statement, this book is going to take the wizarding world by a storm. Just one book and such a large impact. Is something like that really possible? Well, with this book, it has happened. The book was a complete expose on Axel, containing detailed information on his whole life, including the things he had been hiding until now, which the anonymous writer had somehow dug up. Axel's disappearance was still being discussed, and his fame was still at its peak. At this time, an exclusive biography of his life, containing all the things he had gone through in his childhood came as a complete drug to people. It sold like hot cakes. Before they knew it, it was already all over the internet and containing it was impossible. The title of this book: The Life and Lies of Axel Hunt. How did this person even find all this information? Asked Daphne. Looking through the chapters of the book. His past, his injuries, his crimes, she even knows he key. And she even has this shirtless picture of him. She exclaimed, showing the image of a shirtless Axel holding onto a very flustered Daphne. Right now, countless girls throughout the world might be thanking the anonymous writer for this, but Daphne was absolutely murderous. Even though she had also saved the picture on her magi mirror. Martina's eyes strayed towards the picture. She, obviously, did a lot of digging. I'm fairly certain it involved a lot of illegal activities. I mean, how else could she get his hospital records and this picture? She deduced. That's why she hasn't revealed her identity. Because she knows she'll be dumped straight into Azkaban for the number of laws she has violated. Daphne clicked her tongue. I get that it is possible to get the information about his past from stealing memories and medical records through some means. But how did she even manage to avoid Axel's detection when taking that picture? Wait. Daphne suddenly paused. Maybe she didn't leave. Maybe he knew she was there all along, and he was shirtless, and then I walked in. Daphne gritted her teeth. Who was this bitch? Was it that Patricia after all? Or one of the other girls? Daphne. You're overthinking again. Let's think logically for a moment. If Axel was really aware, do you think he would let anyone witness how close the two of you actually are? Besides, it can't be anyone who can access Hogwarts, or they'd have had a lot more pictures than what happened just in the changing room of the stadium which outsiders can barely access. Daphne recalled the times they had met up in the greenhouse and realized there was some truth to Martina's words. Right now, only one image of her with Axel has been released, painting her as just another rich girl who hooked up with Axel. People have no idea how deep their relationship actually is. Then, who could it be? Axel had some really good senses, said Daphne in confusion. Axel would know if someone was spying on him, even when the person is trying to be very discreet. Heck, he even caught her looking when he was sleeping beside her. Martina sighed. In fact, she already had a pretty good idea who this person might be. After all, she was a reincarnator who has read all the books. First of all, the life and lies part of the title was a dead giveaway. The name is Lady Gossip, which suggests that the author is someone who has a strong desire for gossiping. And their writing style and actions of making a biography without the person's consent while the person is still alive suggests a strong thirst for attention and influence by hook or by crook. Yep, that pretty much matched the description. Also, the life and lies part of the title was a dead giveaway. It was Rita Skeeter, the annoying reporter of the fourth part. The reason why Axel didn't pay attention to her in the changing room when holding Daphne must be because she was in her bug for at the time. Don't worry. The person will be caught soon enough. What we have to think is what we need to do now, said Martina. As if that is easy, muttered Daphne, looking at her magi mirror that was continuously buzzing with notification. The internet was currently going crazy with the huge amount of hot gossip they had just gotten. It is difficult to figure out just what to do in a situation like this. Various articles were now popping up everywhere on the Magi Hive, all related to Axel, Lady Gossip, and the biography she had just published in the most popular Hive site of books, e-tomes. Axel Hunt, a thief. Crimes of Axel Hunt. Prolonged exposure to the Cruciatus. Expert statement, how is Hunt still sane? Was Axel Hunt really sane? Axel Hunt, shirtless photo revealed. Thousands of scars. Axel Hunt's insane physique. Experts claim, it can't be natural. There are so many articles. Daphne read the top trending one which talked about the new book that had been launching the summary of its main content. The wizarding community throughout the world has been thrown into a frenzy after the recent release of an autobiography of Axel Hunt, currently the most searched person on the internet. Axel Hunt, 13, is famous for being known his godly skills in Quidditch, showing expertise that no other can hope to match. Click here for more info. On Hunt. This boy has managed to impress every person who has ever seen his play, whether they like the sport or not. Many clips of his play have already hit over 100 million views worldwide, meaning that it is safe to assume that almost 99% of the wizarding community has watched him play. This has generated a terrifying demand for more information on the person, leading him to be the most searched topic on the internet this year. With this kind of terrific influence, chaos was guaranteed when an anonymous person calling herself Lady Gossip became the first person to release a complete biography on Axel's life, revealing shocking secrets that have the readers in complete disbelief. In the biography, it has been alleged that the young genius has been caught doing petty thefts multiple times. The author even managed to print memories as proof. Lady Gossip has explored further in Hunt's street life where he ended up in confrontations with various Muggle gangs. One such encounter also have a gruesome recorded memory, in which the leader of the gang is shown slashing Hunt's face, giving him the scars that he is now infamous for. The author also mentioned that the leader of this gang also allegedly vanished as soon as Hunt went on Christmas holidays after learning magic at Hogwarts. And there is evidence of Axel fighting against the rest of the group. Furthermore, Hunt's detailed hospital record has also been revealed, showing the extenuating injuries his body has suffered, including an extremely prolonged exposure to the cruciatus that had effectively had him crippled with no hope of recovery by any known means. The author also published pictures of Hunt's bare upper body as proof, which does still clearly contain gruesome scarring from his many injuries. Until now, no one has been able to deny the authenticity of the various claims in the book, which is really terrifying. Because that would indicate the fact that the facts written in the book are most likely true. With articles and videos such as this covering the whole internet, talking about the details revealed in the book has already been shared throughout the whole world and it is impossible to keep people from reading it now. The forums are getting flooded, because everyone wants to talk about the insane things that have been revealed in the book. Thread title, Axel Hunt is a legend. Photo.jpg. Axel's Jack picture. Solemnly. Just read the whole book and whole holy dung bombs. This guy has had some life. 10 minutes of cruciatus, crippled body, and still able to take on the best of Mahuto Kuro. This guy has to be the baddest MF alive. Did our guy look at that body? No wonder even ninjas were child's play for him. Witch in Heat 008. Omi Merlin, so hot. Axel Fangirl 696969. I'm creaming. User 02832239. Who is that girl sticking close to him? So jealous. User 10848828. Daphne Greengrass. She's just another in the list. Don't dream. Hunt only hooks up with rich girls. Ugandan Troll 11. At Witch in Heat 008 at Axel Fangirl 696969 stop drooling over him, he did not work so hard so that hags in heat like you can get off from it. Don T Jinxit _666. At Ugandan Troll 11 true. Look at the sheer number and types of scars. After reading his medical report, the healers are claiming they have no idea how the guy can even walk. Felix Feces. Yeah, I hear that people trying to find him have quadrupled. But most of them now are doing it because of the bounties on him. User 10324443. Wait, why does he have a bounty on him? Witch Bewitcher 545. That's obvious, the guy is worth millions now. There are too many ways people who want him. Do you know how many people are suffering from overuse of cruciatus? The statistics might shock you. Just because it's illegal doesn't mean criminals don't use it. Healers and magical researchers would really want to experiment on Hunt to know how Axel recovered. Plus, come on. He's Axel Hunt, he's like a golden goose. There are tons of ways people can make money off him if they just have him under their control. Quidditch is just one of them. Dark Unicorn 223. I think this might be the main reason why he disappeared in the first place. He became too high profile. As they say, it is always the bigger dragon that's butchered first. User 12583493. My man suffering from success FR. Painy Scholar 77. Poor boy. I hope he is alright, wherever he is. Daphne looked up from her magi mirror. So, such was the situation. Axel's past, including his petty crimes in the Muggle world, have been revealed, and he is now one of the most wanted people in the world. It is safe to say that the little normality he had in his life is now effectively gone. And her. She has been degraded into just another girl who got lucky. Which only hurts more because she still hasn't gotten lucky at all. Her luckiness is still intact, for good or for bad. But that is besides the point. The question is, what should she do now? Martina was also pondering over this matter right now. Well, we would start by denying things that are false, said Martina, glancing over at her. Daphne suddenly raised her eyebrows. What? No. I'm not going to deny it. If they are making assumptions about me and Axel, I am perfectly comfortable with that. Why? Nothing happened between you two, right? You're only 13 for God's sake. Hey. What kind of Muggle nonsense are you talk about? This is Wizarding World. We don't really pay much attention to age here. Daughters of noble houses get engaged or even married at this age. Besides, we've even slept together. Their assumptions aren't far off. You've what? Well, never mind. Martina shook her head. She has to let it go. No matter what, it's her and Axel's business. It shouldn't bother her. The thing is, there is not much we can do at this point. The silver lining is, it shouldn't affect him much since he's going there with a different identity. Even when he comes back, is there anyone who can even try to accuse him of anything? He has the full backing of my family, yours, and the Minister of Magic. Daphne was lost in thought. It really won't affect him, right? Martina shook her head. It shouldn't. Daphne clenched the magi mirror in her hand. Thoughts were clouding her head right now. What would he say to her when he knows about all this? Would he be angry at her? What is doing there in Atlantis? Is he all right? Why has he not called her yet? More importantly, what should she do now? It would have been better if you didn't leave me here. She murmured, already missing him to death. You better be safe. Next, the princess's fury. Next, Axel, secrets revealed. Next, pitiful princess. Next, Axel killed Theron Nerio. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 197, The Princess's Fury. Sigh. Stuff happened. I'd elaborate, but it's really not anyone could help me with. I'm sorry for the delay. Here is a double release. I think I'll be able to post regularly now. Axel zoomed in at the abominations that were gathered behind the butcher, and even with his relatively apathetic outlook towards most things in life, he was disgusted. Most of the army consisted of humanoid creatures, but none of them actually were. Some had more metallic limbs, some of them had different body parts of different creatures. Some were gigantified, having an abnormal body symmetry. Axel recalled the bizarre creatures and fighting force in the war scenario of the trial and now understood where that came from. This guy is sick. If Axel is calling someone that, they're really messed up in the head. Estrus nodded. He is. He likes to call himself an artist, and likes to view his sick creations as art. We call them biomatons. Each one of these is dangerous in a different way, each having unique features. He is also the main contributor to the fighting force of Kraken. Every living being who ends up in Kraken's captivity is sent to his lab, where he molds them to tools and killing machines for the organization's use. That is why, eliminating him is really important, said Estrus, cocking her rifle and taking aim. Can she even handle the recoil of that thing? Thought Axel. He really didn't think this petite teenage-looking girl could do much. Are you sure you don't need me to help? He asked. What is going on? Sylthia Irinder was questioning reality right now. One moment, she was about to die, and in the next, she was seeing Kieran Tenebris emerge out of her shadow to defend her. It's you. The playfulness had vanished from the face of Dr. Butcher, even as a shield manifested to combat her darkness. Long time no see, Karlach, said Kieran, calling her the Butcher by his actual name. Sorry to interrupt your fun time, but I have a deluxe death service pending for you, she said, her feet rising off the ground as she gathered her darkness. Karlach, aka, Dr. Butcher unconsciously had his dinosaur-like mount retreat a few steps. Encountering Kieran is not something most of the members would find welcoming. But then, he regained his composure, regarding Kieran with the same leer that was directed towards Sylthia. You should have never come back, Tenebris. Things have changed now, he said with a sneer, no longer afraid. You haven't interrupted my hunt. You've joined it. Kieran really had to laugh at that. You think? I know 13-year brats who can wipe the floor with you. Underestimating me will be your last mistake, Kieran of the Darkness. Unlike organic lifeforms such as yourself, I can upgrade myself endlessly. Well, don't disappoint me then. The darkness had filled up the skies by now, all of it centered around Kieran. As she raised her hand, sharp projectiles of darkness rained. Kieran looked back at the stupefied Sylthia. What are you still doing here? Retreat. You will find Estrus not far behind. Leave this fat glob to me. Why yes, Commander. Sylthia gathered her remaining energy and made to flee. Not on my watch. The number 6 of Kraken wasn't going to let his prey escape. Metallic whirring noise was heard as blasters emerged from different segments of the artificial monsters. This time, the attack was serious, and Sylthia was in no condition to avoid it. But before the attacks hit her, shields were erected in front of her, blocking the attacks. Willis had flown over in the time Kieran was talking to Karlach. Of course, you would be here too, said Karlach in frustration as Sylthia escaped further. This time, flying biomatons all rushed at Sylthia, their speeds multiplied by propellers at their backs. Boom. 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 Suddenly, all of the flying biomatons rushing towards her turned into blood mist and junk, and Sylthia instantly recognized the familiar scene. Up ahead, she saw a small head peeking out of the darkness shroud, beckoning her. A smile surfaced on Sylthia's face. Estrus. With all senior members of the Black Ops protecting her, Sylthia made it to the shroud. Upon seeing her friend, Sylthia instantly hugged her, tears of relief flooding her eyes. I thought I was going to die. Only now that she had some semblance of safety did Sylthia allow herself some reprieve. She had almost died, or worse, gotten captured. This was the first time she found herself alone in this place, let alone in a deadly situation like this. Sylphia was really scared. Thankfully, she was saved. Estrus's face was still blank, but she patted Sylphia on the back soothingly. You're safe now. Fuck Estrus, what kind of shooting was that? Muttered Axel at this moment, coming out of his shock. He couldn't even see the bullets. That's how fast they were. There is nothing special with Estrus's rifle, then that can only mean that it was her ability that made the bullet shoot off like that. It was only now that Sylphia realized that they had company. You. What the hell is this outsider doing here? Shouldn't he still be in the academy? Sylphia and her team had entered the trench soon after the trial. She had no idea what happened after. Axel blinked. Hi. You two know each other. This is our newest member, 4-star officer Axe, Chris Martin. Sylphia blankly looked at Axel, then at the 4-star authority badge on his shoulder. 4 stars? Is this a joke? How? How many years has it been outside? How can this noob reach 4 stars? What? Princess Antilla's breath hitched as soon as she saw the multitude of pictures of Axel. Almost all of them seemed to tell a completely different story compared to what she was expecting. These pictures have been spread all over the network of the outside world, along with all the information related to him, explained the general while the princess looked at the pictures in shock. Why, how? The princess couldn't understand how this was possible. How could someone treat a child like that? Are orphanages in the outside world all like this? In Atlantis, they make sure that every single person is at least provided for and not abused, let alone the children, who are the foundations of the future of the kingdom. Then why does it seem that he didn't even get the basic necessities that every human should get? Princess, do you still want to find out? Asked the general. The princess blinked her eyes rapidly, using mind arts to control her emotions. Yes. I need to know everything. As you wish. The general arranged the pictures based on age. In 1981, he was left in a native orphanage, he said, as the project showed a 3D image of a baby with bright amber eyes. What? It was a native orphanage. The word native referred to the original people of this world, meaning those without magic. From what she had read, these people didn't welcome people with etherical abilities. Why? Why would she leave him there? Wondered Antilla. This was the main question. It wasn't like they couldn't take care of him here. No matter what differences her sister had with the royal father, Antilla would have made sure that the prince was well taken care of until her sister returned. I am similarly stumped on the question. Maybe they thought they were confident they would come back safely. There is also the fact that the crown princess wouldn't have been allowed to leave if she did come to the royal castle for help. But you were to ask me, a major factor could be her pride. Yes, how could she forget? Her sister and her headstrong and reckless nature. Her sister never liked the bindings that came with her being the crown princess of Atlantis. She wasn't allowed to do much on her own and her future had already been decided for her. It's one of the reasons why she left in the first place. So, my nephew. It was bad enough that he didn't grow up having the royal privileges. But did he also go through further trouble on top of that? Indeed. His life in the orphanage wasn't good, said the general, confirming her fears. In the beginning he was treated the same as the rest of the children there. But as he aged, his etherical powers began to manifest, resulting in a change of treatment. It included bullying and shunning from the children and reduction in meals and such from the managers, said the general, as the images changed to the ones feature a malnourished kid Axel with several bruises on his face. The princess's heart broke upon seeing Axel in such a state. Ever since she had met him, she had already felt an affinity with him. And after finding out that he was actually her sister's son, she had already begun regarding him as family. The only one that she had left. Antillia's eyes glowed. They dare. The general continued. In response, the prince, he fought back the bullies and stole their food in order to fulfill his appetite. That doesn't make it better. My sister's son, having to steal food in order to survive. The princess was beyond enraged. Tell me it gets better, she asked imploringly. I'm afraid not, if anything, it gets way worse. The prince was kicked out of the orphanage at the age of 8. What? How could they? Actually, full story is this, one of bullies at his primitive academy made a rude remark about the prince's parents leaving him. When the prince retaliated, the bully's parents, who were relatively affluent in the area, had him kicked out of both the academy and the orphanage. The princess had to try really hard not to blow things up. What happened next? How did he survive? About that. He had to live on the streets searching for jobs while stealing to survive. The general showed various images and videos of a homeless kid being beaten, stealing, running, and sleeping on the streets. No. No. No 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 no. The princess slowly scrolled through the pictures. In each picture, Axel's face became more and more gaunt, and the childishness and nativity seemed to vanish from his eyes, making him look like an adult. Orphanage, then an abusive orphanage. But now, streets. Antilla looked at the images in horror. The most important person in the world, the person who should have been sleeping on the softest of beds, eating the best and most nutritious delicacies of Atlantis, prepared by royal chefs. That person is sleeping on those dirty streets, eating stale food, suffering from starvation and abuse. And, in case you were still wondering about his scars, said the general, as he played a particular video. You fucking street rat. You should have known your place and obediently worked under me. It showed Axel being beaten up by a group of gangsters as a man with a disfigured face taunted him while standing back. No. Antilla stood up. He's just a child. She whispered. Hold him down for me, said a man with the disfigured face. What the fuck is wrong with you? Let me go, protested a 9-year-old Axel. But, instead of freedom, he got a punch to his face that broke his tooth from one of the men holding him down. Stop struggling, you little fucker. My balls are still aching from the kick you gave me earlier. You had it coming. What did I ever do to you? Replied Axel hotly. The princess clutched her heart, which was aching. The video was making it much more vivid and real just how much her sister's son had suffered. You've been stealing in our area without paying us protection money. Now take your punishment, said one of men in the video. Bullshit, said little Axel. The scar-faced man chuckled as he casually squatted down as he looked at the struggling Axel. It is indeed bullshit, little rat. The real reason is that arrogance of yours that has made you reject coming under me multiple times, he said, taking out his knife. Axel looked at the knife in horror. Why do you keep bothering me? There are so many willing people in the world. The man shook his head in disappointment. You don't get it, kid. You don't get it, he said, twirling the knife and pointing it at Axel. I saw potential in you, kid. No one else saw it, but I did. And I could have taken you to great heights if you had come under my wing. But now that you've rejected me, I have to show you exactly what you are without me, he said, bringing the knife closer to his face. No. At least give me a fair fight, you bastard. Axel struggled with all his might as the knife slowly descended. The man just chuckled as he slowly ran the flat of the blade along his cheek. Get this in your little head, the world is unfair, you cheeky fucker. You are nothing but a rat right now and I'm the hunter. I'm the one with the power so I can do whatever I want. You want fairness? Bullshit, he spat, before turning the blade in his hand. And Axel's screams began. The princess removed the video, no longer able to watch further. She was crying. How could they do this? Calling her nephew nothing. Calling him a street rat. Cursing him, beating him, torturing him. It seems, there is no need for the outside world to be independent after all, said the princess, wiping her eyes. The sweet boy whom she met just a few days ago, he had to go through this. What kind of place is the outside world? Treating royalty like that, we should have shown them their place long ago, she said, magical waves roiling off her. If the outside world is like that, it is no wonder that her nephew came here asking for citizenship. What happened next? How did my nephew escape this hell? That. The general wondered how to explain what happened next without bringing destruction to the whole outside world. Chapter 198, Busted. Alright, now you've successfully angered me. With Sylthia having escaped, Karlach was furious. It was as if the delicious meal he had been cooking for a while was suddenly taken away from right under his nose. Kieran laughed. So what? Gonna cry, you bulbous piece of metal junk. She taunted Karlach as she attacked him with her darkness. But the barrier around the guy was too strong, making her attacks useless. The red light in Karlach's artificial eye intensified. After I capture you, I'm going to take extra time in your transformation process. Just try, small fry. The army of biomatons got in a formation and began a synchronized attack on her and Willis. Various types of blasters sprouted out from some of the biomatons, being extremely high-powered or extremely concentrated, while many of the biomatons rushed to engage in melee combat. Willis protected her from the various attacks while Kieran drew her sword. Her darkness instantly attacked the long-ranged ones while she sent out slashing to the melee units. But what the heck? None of her attacks actually managed to do much damage. There was another unit mixed in among the army. These biomatons were either extremely bulky, or had almost all of their energy focused on creating barriers. Most of the biomatons shifted their positions, blocking Kieran's attack while the rest were protected by these meat shield units. Karlach laughed. How it is? I am not the same person I used to be, Kieran of the Darkness. My army is a complete unit that can amplify its capabilities through supplementation. And with the enhanced processing power of my brain, I can control each of them at the same time. Fucking madman. Kieran cursed under her breath. So, that's what's up. This bastard has even converted his brain into something like a computer processor. He can pay individual attention to the movement of each unit at the same time, which opens myriads of attacks and defense strategies. That's why, he has customized his army accordingly, distributing powers and specialties in a way that their combined might be will. 3 times 3 is equal to 90 rather than 3 plus 3 is equal to 6. Kieran cursed under her breath. Why is everything just getting worse? They are in this dangerous and accursed place where conserving energy is a must for dangerous situations. But now, she's having to spend her energy on trash like this guy. Large shockwaves rippled through the ground as Kieran fought against Butcher, the number 6 of the Kraken. In the distance, panic and confusion was apparent on Sylvia's face as she looked at Axel, who was casually spectating Kieran's fight while sipping some beverage. How many years has it been outside since I came here? Asked Sylvia seriously. This place is so deep into the Kraken territory that only the best of the best get the honor of venturing here. Sylvia has had to train since she was a kid in order to reach here. And here is this guy, looking like he is on a field trip when he just entered Atlantis. 2 to 3 days. Might have increased after we got here, replied Estrus in all seriousness as she checked Sylvia's condition. Time flow was different in the trench. Sometimes it is fast and sometimes it is slow. So, for all they know, a few days might have already passed in the outside world in the few minutes they have been here. That's also why Sylvia thought a long time must have passed in the outside world. But Estrus's answer was simply out of Sylvia's expectations. What? 3 days. Sylvia thought that she might be hallucinating due to the poison and injuries. How can you bring him here in just 3 days? Cough cough, Sylvia coughed up blood. Literally. The poison was really killing her. Can we focus on recovery first? Your condition is serious, said Estrus, taking out a diagnosis scanner to run the tests. Her brows furrowed. This is bad, the poison has spread throughout your body. Estrus quickly gave her the anti-poison elixir, but it didn't seem to work. If anything, Sylvia's coughing instead intensified, even giving her seizures. What's happening to her? Asked Axel with her annoyance, not wanting to be distracted from the fight. This poison. Karlach has managed to synthesize one that can't be cured through our elixirs, she answered, busy running tests. An elixir is something that can be considered even better than Phoenix Tears. But being a maniacal genius having a biotech relic, Karlach was actually able to synthesize a poison that was impervious to them. Estrus turned her attention back to Sylvia. Sylvia, brace yourself. I'm using my powers. Sylvia shook her head. No. Caught, reversing is, cough, too taxing. There's no other choice now. Said Sylvia, raising her hands. What is she talking about? Asked Axel. Well, my powers, let's just say they can only be used in very limited amounts, said Estrus, even as grey energy began revolving around her. Hold her down for me, she said, gesturing at Sylvia who wouldn't let her use her powers. Wait, said Axel, stopping her. Let me get this straight. All you need is her poison cured. Of course. For the first time, Axel saw the barest hint of annoyance and impatience on Estrus's emotionless face. Now, can we do it? I don't have much time. Axel's brows furrowed. This could be an opportunity. He handed Akiko the bottle of protein shake he was holding. Move aside. I'll do it. It's just poison, right? Just let me handle it, he said. No you can't. Refused Estrus, looking at Axel with her "Are you an idiot?" eyes. This poison is completely out of your league. Just trust him, said Akiko, whose concentration was completely on Kieran's fight. You have no idea about his league. That might actually be true. Estrus had only known Axel for a short time. But someone who can go toe-to-toe with Kieran at 13. Nothing can be said about the limits of such a person. Estrus just watched as Axel got to work. Taking out his knife and a glass vial, he made a cut on Sylvia's neck artery, which had already turned purplish due to the poison, and collected it in a vial. And then... What are you? Before Estrus could even understand what was going on, Axel had already drunk the purplish blood, smacking his lips as if determining its taste. What have you done? Estrus could only look at Axel in stupefaction. Now she'll have to use her powers on not one, but 2 individuals. Trust him, repeated Akiko, still watching Kieran's fight worried. Relax, poisons are useless against me, said Axel, analyzing the poison. He had the special skills, poison arts, and poison immunity. Poison arts involved synthesizing potions, along with their antidotes, because come on, what would you do if you poisoned the wrong person by mistake? And poison immunity? It involved increasing your poison immunity through various means, which also included ingesting poison. Poison had always been something Axel was helpless against. So, ever since he got this skill, he has been ingesting any poison he encounters or makes through poison synthesis in order to increase his immunity. As soon as he ingested the poison, his natural immunity began to neutralize the little amount of poison that was in the blood. His skill proficiency increased rapidly, as new information was unlocked. Success. This was Axel's main aim for stepping up. Poison arts and poison immunity are special skills, meaning they are extremely difficult to level up. He had already done as much as he could through normal poisons, so he needed something more dangerous for getting further. Give me a minute, he said, taking out the potion equipment and a few ingredients from his storage space and began concocting an antidote. With Axel's dexterity, he had the vial filled with the antidote in no time. Here, this should do it. Estrus had watched the whole process with scrutiny. Even though Axel did seem to have some skills and knowledge, but she didn't really think he could synthesize an antidote that could detoxify a poison that even elixirs couldn't heal. Axel rolled his eyes. Come on. If it doesn't help, then you can always use your powers, whatever they are. Sylphia was fed the potion, and very soon, her coughing eased up, making it easier for her to breathe. Still in disbelief, Estrus ran the tests again. It actually worked, murmured Estrus. On the other hand, Kieran had changed her battle tactics, getting a little bit more serious. Darkness began to converge on her, forming a protective suit that hugged her body. She drew her obsidian blade and charged into the fray of biomatons. Whatever attacks came at her would pass right through her as she went around individually cutting down her enemies. Willis just stood back, buffing her powers and sometimes hindering the biomatons. Karlach laughed triumphantly. How long can you keep this up? You'll get overwhelmed soon. Individually, I accept I might be a small fry. But combined with the army that I have customized for myself over the years, I can even take down existences like you. You know what, muttered Kieran as she just focused on clearing the horde. But what Karlach did not notice was the increase in the chilling darkness energy with each biomaton she killed. You talk too much, fat brain. With that, Kieran disappeared into the darkness, emerging from right under Karlach. Death Blade. The blade charged with death energy that Kieran had been gathering easily cut through the barriers that had successfully blocked all of Kieran's previous attacks. Before Karlach had the chance to get in another word, Kieran's flashed, and flashed again several times more, for good measure, cutting the grotesque men into pieces. The entire army suddenly came to a standstill as their controller was suddenly hacked into pieces. So what if you can control an army? I just have to off you, right? Said Kieran, wiping her blade off the remains. But in the next moment, those remains suddenly moved, quickly moving to grab onto Kieran's body. What the? Before Kieran could do anything, Karlach's body exploded. At the same time, the rest of the army also attacked, dealing a lot of damage to Kieran. Kieran appeared beside Willis, but she was injured. Are you all right? Damn it, I got injured. And poisoned, she muttered, drinking an elixir. I'm sorry, mistress. I couldn't cast the shield in time. It's my fault. I let my guard down. Estrus's long-ranged backup would have helped out a lot right now. At this moment, Karlach's laugh sounded from one of the biomaton. I got you. Kieran looked over at the automaton in surprise. What the fuck? How is this cockroach not dead? Hee, your power was indeed too frightening. But did you really think someone as important as me would take the risk of personally venturing into this dangerous place? Kieran's brows furrowed in realization. It was fake, she murmured. That made all the work done completely useless. She has wasted so much precious energy and they can't even kill this monster. Karlach laughed. Yes, that body was just a fake. My real body is still safe within the confines of lab. I can now remotely control my biomatons with the same efficiency. The body you destroyed was a clone. A biomaton I made to look exactly like my original body. It was quite a masterpiece too, loaded with high-level attacking and defensive abilities. Too bad you destroyed it in one go. But that's it. It's over for you, Kieran Tenebrous. You've been inflicted with my new creation. It can't be detoxified by the standard elixirs. The same as that Irinder girl. She's probably already dead as we speak. And if you haven't noticed, the rest of your team will also quickly follow suit. It was only then that Kieran noticed that the flying creatures were already flying towards the darkness shroud at full speed. Kieran and Willis weren't even given the chance to stop them as they were once again attacked with the same intensity. While fighting, Kieran staggered, and the darkness around her started decreasing as the poison spread through her body. Haha, struggle as much as you want. But the poison. Before the words could be finished, a knife got buried to the hilt right into the head of the automaton that had the loudspeaker. Did anyone ever tell you? You talk too much, said Axel, walking over. The flying creatures that were heading for the darkness shroud were all swept up by a windstorm, courtesy of a recovered and extremely pissed Sylphia. The rest were shot down by Estrus. Akiko had her sword out as well as she attacked the ground units. How? Karlach was still unable to understand how the hell Sylthia wasn't dead yet. Why the hell did you come out? Yelled Kieran, looking at Axel. Once Axel's glasses are rendered useless, he will be useless as well. Don't worry, said Axel, taking off his glasses. My mind art's just fine. When Karlach looked at the person who had dared to insult him, he found himself looking at a young kid of around 16. Furthermore, he was wearing a sub-relic that only Karlach knew how to make in the whole Atlantis. Wait. The whole army suddenly paused as they all focused on Axel at once. How the hell, do you have his glasses? The registered user for those glasses was someone he knew very well. I know, you want the princess's reaction. It's in the next chapter. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 199, Pitiful Princess. Chapter 199. Not knowing that she hadn't even heard half of it, the princess was already fuming with anger. General, I need you to send our army there right now. I am going to have none of these people get away with what they did to Axel. At this point, she was simply writing down names. Each and every person the general had mentioned was going to have hell to pay. Antilla was, by no means, a cruel or vengeful person. In fact, she's rather a kind of ruler who would try to personally resolve her people's issues, whether big or small. But it's a different matter when it comes to family. Axel had done nothing wrong. He was just retaliating. And yet, those unreasonable people had him kicked out of his academy and orphanage. Due to them, Axel had to live on the streets at the tender age of 8. At 8, a child hardly even lets others take care of him, but at that age, her nephew, the heir to the royal throne, had to struggle to obtain food, struggle to find shelter, struggle to remain even warm, and in the process, suffer a lot of abuse. Well, if those people could abuse their paltry privilege, then she's going to show them what privilege actually means. And then there was that man with the disfigured face. All Axel had done was refusing to work under him. But that weak and insignificant native's ego and pettiness was so high he made life hell for Axel for daring to oppose him. Does that man think he's some royalty? Well, SHE was royalty, and she sure knows this is not how the real royalty behaves. What had he said? You are nothing but a rat right now and I'm the hunter. I'm the one with the power so I can do whatever I want. Well, the princess never thought of it that way, but according to his logic, isn't the situation now reversed? So now, should he be the street rat now, while Axel the hunter? So it should be fine to do whatever she wants to that man, right? Like giving him a dose of painifera. Or would that be too much? The general researched the information and the results managed to draw a subtle tug at the corner of his lips. Princess, it doesn't seem like we have to interfere, he said, bringing out the information on the people. The princess frowned. And why is that? She asked, her temper flaring. It's because, it would seem that the prince is not one to let things slide without proper payback. This is the information on the family that had him ousted from the orphanage. The princess looked at the information. The family has been robbed clean 3 times, home, business, and even bank accounts emptied every time. The thieves behind the act have never been caught, but the family repeatedly insisted that it was an 8 to 10-year-old adolescent who was the mastermind behind this. The family now lives in poor condition. The father has suffered depression while the wife can't sleep for more than a minute before getting up and checking everything in the house. What the? Antilla's increasing anger paused. This. A small smile broke out on her face due to the sheer absurdity of the situation. Axel did that. She knew her nephew had some skills, heck, she had seen them firsthand right in Biopark and Trial Clip, but to do that at the age of 9 or 10. Satisfaction and pride arose in her heart upon knowing what her nephew did to the family. That's what you get for messing with the royal family. As for the person who is responsible for scarring his face, continued the general, the prince's revenge on him was much more direct. Another memory was played in the projector, displaying a villa. Loud music played in the background, guns and drugs laid everywhere. The men seemed to be chilling, many of them having cheap hookers on their laps. But loud banging noises came from outside, causing the men to curse and draw their gun, thinking it was a gang war. Soon after which the door burst open as an alone figure walked, with his wand drawn and carrying a bundle of weapons and shields. Axel. Even though the person in the footage was wearing a mask, the princess could still recognize him as her nephew. But why are his movements so stiff? As soon as he was in, Axel dropped the bunch of weapons he had been carrying to the floor. Man, that was heavy, he muttered. His hands were continuously shaking. In fact, his whole body seemed was stretched taut, tremors spreading from time to time. Hey! Who the fuck do you think you are? Shouted someone even as more and more of the gang started to come into the large hall of the villa. The number of guns pointing at Axel kept increasing. But he didn't flinch as he kept waiting. At this moment, the princess saw a familiar and hateful man with disfigured face strut in with a cigar in his mouth and a gun in another. Gentlemen, what a rude way to enter someone's home. I assume you are prepared for compensation? He asked calmly. Axel's grip on his wands tightened when he saw the bastard. I'm indeed here for compensation, you bastard. The hate and ruthlessness in his voice sent chills down the princess' back. She couldn't believe this was still the sweet and innocent boy who had come here looking for a citizenship. Axel pointed his wand at the stack of weapons lying on his feet. A punio totalis. He muttered after gathering all of his focus. At once, all the weapons started to shake. After which they began to rise individually, making all the men present startled. Put him down. The men ordered, getting serious. At once, gunshots began to be fired at Axel from various directions, making the situation chaotic. Too late, said Axel as the rectangle shields he had carried assembled in front of him with a wave of his wand. He stood there as the shields assembled themselves in front of him, blocking all the bullets. The veins around his temple became visible due to the strain. But he wasn't done yet. Peering through the gaps of shields, Axel was somehow able to see the situation on the other side precisely as he controlled the knife and daggers to shoot out in different directions at once, stabbing into different victims with pinpoint precision. Bullets aren't working. Stop shooting and rush in. Ordered Scars as more and more men fell very rapidly. The hail of bullets stopped and men were now able to close the distance to bring fight to close quarters. But anyone who approached close enough was taken down either by a knife or a spell from the other wand in his hand. Soon, dozens of men were taken down, but Scars slowly slipped out of the room. Nope, not a chance, Axel declared as he took down the last few stragglers unhurriedly. He stepped on one of the shields and controlled it to fly after the bastard while the rest of the shields were still assembled around him. The person whose memory this was remained motionless as Axel and Scar vanished from the room, no longer appearing in the video. But soon, a blood-curdling scream rang out, which could be heard clearly even in the hall where the rest of the gang was lying. Arurorf. You. Why? Why didn't I give you a chance? Is that what you want to ask? Came Axel's voice. Haha. How naive are you, Johnny? You wanted a fair fight? That's quite rich coming from you. You gang up on a 9-year-old and torture him for no reason. And now you want a fair fight? Came Axel's voice, who seemed to be laughing. You really are one hell of a hypocrite, man. Oh sorry I forgot, you are no longer a man. No. This isn't happening, you can't do this, please, stop. What? You want me to stop? Why would I stop? I am now the hunter and you are the rat. I'm the one with power so. I can do whatever I want, he said, using the same words that were used on himself as slashing sounds rang out. And the screams of the scarred men began. The princess was feeling goosebumps all over her body. That was Axel. That would be seen to be the case, princess. Gods, what kind of savagery. The maternal part inside her was extremely satisfied and proud with the way Axel had handled the situation. But at the same time, she was also concerned. The princess sighed. She can't expect him to be a kind-hearted and forgiving person, given what he has gone through. If anything, it only made her hope she had been there for him, so that he won't have to be like this. But, something else was wrong. The princess rewound the video, once again playing his entry. His movements, they don't seem natural. He seems to be in pain. The general sighed, with her keen insight, he had already expected her to notice this. Knowing that he could no longer avoid this topic, the general began to speak tentatively. Despite his repeated setbacks, the prince had managed to keep himself afloat for 3 years in that accursed place. But then, something happened. The princess remained silent for a while after hearing that. There's more? She asked. It wasn't really a question. It was more like a futile hope of this being the end of it. Because she couldn't bear to hear about more of his suffering while controlling her anger. The general knew that this particular tidbit of information couldn't be hidden no matter what. Princess, in the outside world, there is something called the Cruciatus Curse. Its effects are similar to the venom of the Painifera. Antilla nodded, remembering having studied about the existence of such a spell. The sting of Painifera is something every person in Atlantis wishes to never experience. I know. It's one of the forbidden spells, right? But why would you? She paused. No. Antilla slowly put her fingers to her temple. There is only one reason why the general would tell her this. By the sea gods, don't tell me. Yes, I'm afraid that is the case. There is a part of the royal education that Antilla absolutely hated. There are situations in which the royalty might have to bear immense pain. That's why their mental fortitude and pain tolerance is first increased through royal rituals. The princess was all right with that, but for the last test, when the heirs turn 18, they have to go through a simulated process of the Painifera sting. Even though the pain had been lessened multiple times due to the training of mental fortitude and pain tolerance, Antilla still has tremors whenever the subject is brought up. Both her mind and body haven't been able to quite forget just how bad it was. No. It can't be. He hadn't even gone through the procedures. Axel hadn't received the mental fortitude and pain tolerance training. And to go through that kind of experience without that, the princess didn't want to accept it. That's right, I heard that this spell is actually much weaker than the painifera sting, isn't it? Said Antilla, grasping onto the straws. She had read that a powerful cruciatus curse can only be cast by a limited number of people. By people who have an evil nature and some proficiency in dark magic. The general took a deep breath. Princess, the next bit of news is something that is unbelievable and appalling. What? It is of such magnitude that I had to consult with the highest authority menders before coming to you, said the general, checking through the records. The usual damage from a painifera sting is 2000 GPU. The damage it causes depends on the age of the bearer. It can be fatal to those below 18 even when provided with the antidote, and to full-grown adults, it can cause severe nerve damage and insanity. The princess began feeling nauseous, having an ominous feeling. Where are you going with this? I had the menders quantify the damage. Oh. The princess was afraid to even ask. How much? Is it actually more than 1,000? For God's sake, he wasn't even 18. A number was projected in the air. And seeing the number of zeros, Antilla's mind went blank. A laugh escaped her lips upon seeing the absurd number. This can't be. It wasn't 100. It wasn't 1,000. Heck, it wasn't even 10,000. More than 100,000. This was simply impossible. She had seen her nephew just a few days ago, okay. And he was still perfectly alive. Though he was missing an arm for some reason. Usually, it is indeed true that the cruciatus is less potent than one sting of painifera. But that is only if we're talking about the normal case, when the cruciatus ends within seconds. But the prince. He was held under the curse for around 10 minutes, causing the damage to stack. Antilla's stomach lurched. If she had eaten something for the last 24 hours, she would have already vomited out now. I don't believe it. That's all she could do now, deny. Because the alternative was far too horrifying to even think about. In response to this, a medical report was also projected, displaying the exact situation of the patient in extensive detail. And along with that, pictures and videos were projected of a boy walking, dragging his body into a hospital with blood coming out of his eyes, nose, ears, and skin completely red due to numerous nerves having burst open. Tears pooled in Antilla's eyes at the hair-raising sight. No. No. Royal father, royal sister, mother. The general took a deep breath. Complete and permanent destruction of all nervous faculties, brain permanent damage to mind due to the sheer amount of pain, severe muscle atrophy due to continuous spasming, a possible heart failure. The general tried to describe it as emotionlessly as possible, but even his voice shook due to the profound disbelief he was feeling. For all intents and purposes, the prince should have been dead. But he managed to cling to life for more than an hour. It is unexplainable how he managed to move his body in that condition to reach the hospital, or how he still had a brain that was functioning enough to think of going there. Power Stones. Next, he's in the trench. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Chapter 200, Axel is in the trench. For all intents and purposes, the prince should have been dead. But he managed to cling to life for more than an hour. It is unexplainable how he managed to move his body in that condition to reach the hospital, or how he still had a brain that was functioning enough to think of going there. Disbelief was apparent in the general's tone. But such was the situation. The princess couldn't take it anymore. Covering her face, Antilla wept bitterly. The pain. It was back. The same pain she felt when sister died. The same pain when she thinks about father's health. Why did it hurt just as much? She hadn't even met him until a few days ago, and she didn't even know he was her nephew. Then why does it still hurt like this? The princess didn't know, but she had been unconsciously longing for family. Her mother passed away early, and royal father had always been busy. In such a situation, her sister had been the one to actually raise her and take care of her. The loss of her sister had been a huge blow to her. So, when she realized that Axel was actually her sister's son, she had already thought of him as her last family. That's why, upon listening to the harrowing details of Axel's past, its impact on her could be imagined. The more she comes to know about his past, the more vividly she can feel the same pain he must have been through. And yet, she can't stop. Not yet. She has to know more. She has to know it all. After all, there are things that need to be done after that. The princess took her time, trying to regain her composure. After a while, she wiped her tears. Pardon my weakness, General. You can continue. In my opinion, you're showing incredible strength right now, Princess. Princess Antilla was a really empathetic person. She can't even stand to see a stranger suffer, let alone if the person is of her own blood. Through some divine miracle, the prince survived, continued the general. But it was at a high cost. Antilla's gloved hands balled into fists. What were the damages? She asked, already knowing it wasn't going to be simple. But since he was in just a great condition right now, she decided there shouldn't be anything serious. In this situation, the damage depends on 3 factors. Mind, treatment, and age, said the general as the princess nodded, listening anxiously. First of all, he suffered no damage to his mind. Not even a little bit. The princess gasped. No damage to mind. She repeated in disbelief. Since the Kraken members often use painifera, and due to her special, pain resistance, training, she has some knowledge of these situations. Usually, when painifera, or the cruciatus of this degree is inflicted on a person, the recipient of most damage is the mind. It is because the pain caused is so unbearable that the victim's mind simply can't bear it. It is far past the pain threshold of most of the people. So, even after a painifera sting victim is administered with the antidote, they still can't escape some degree of mental damage if their minds are weak. It depends on how fast they're relieved from the pain. But what Axel experienced was far more intense degree of pain than the painifera sting, and for a far longer time. And that too, when he had no training in mind arts. The general nodded in affirmation. Indeed. He was of sound mind when he woke up. He even showed no panic when he found out about the results. That's unbelievable. Mind-boggling. Sea drowning. The general supplied, also quite shocked himself. It is, indeed. His pain tolerance has reached a degree where no injury can make him flinch. Such a skill was quite useful on the battlefield. Pain is something everyone feels. Even the most powerful people. But him being immune to it opens quite a lot of fields in his. Heartbreaking, finished the princess. Antilla knew that Axel's mind might be stronger due to his genes. But that and pain tolerance are completely different fields. Most of his pain tolerance is due to the harsh situation he faced from childhood and his strong determination to live. Moreover, he took the situation calmly, as if this was a normal occurrence to him. That's what's most heartrending to her. What about the rest of the damages? She asked, drawing a shaky breath. The general shook his head regretfully. I'm afraid he wasn't as lucky in terms of the other 2. The other reasons that make his survival unexplainable are his treatment and age. First of all, since he somehow had to drag his own body all the way to the sanatorium, there was a delay in treatment, which caused a lot of damage. He lived in a kingdom called Britain. Its magical counterpart has made several strides in development, but in the medical field, it is still quite primitive. So, even though the hospital went above and beyond in the prince's treatment, unfortunately, with the damage that had been done, there was little they could do to heal him. The princess looked at the horrific projection of Axel after the torture. Oh, how she hoped she could have been there. If only she had known, if only her sister had told her, if only she could somehow prevent it, she would gladly sacrifice anything. And the last factor is, his age. He was too young, continued the general. That's right, he's only 16 right now. Antilla realized. Age is an important factor. There is a reason why she was only trained to experience pain after she was 18. Teenage years is the time period of rapid magical and physical growth. Their body gets stronger, and their magical quality experiences a huge leap till their maturity. Usually, in situations such as these, the only reason the wizards are fine after the cruciatus or painifera is because their magic unconsciously protects their bodies from serious damage. The older you are, the less damage you'll suffer from the curse. Even a few months can make a big difference. When did this happen? Tell me, when did this incident happen? She asked urgently. It happened around 3 years ago, princess. 3 years. That means, he was only 13. Antilla gasped. That is such bad news. It means that there is no way his body would have been able to handle that level of torture. The general hesitated. Princess, about that, the prince actually lied to you about his age. He was actually born in 1980 in the outside world calendar, meaning that he is only 13 years old right now. What? Antilla's brain short-circuited. How is that possible? He is only 13 years old right now. How is that possible? It made no sense. How can a 13-year-old look that old? How does a 13-year-old have those skills? That power, dexterity, magic. That maturity. For God's sake, he destroyed an army of monsters single-handedly. How could he be only 13? If anything, he should be far older. Princess, the crown princess only left Atlantis 14 years ago, and there was no way the prince could have been born before that without anyone's notice. Also, the orphanage records can clearly prove it. There is no doubt that the prince is only 13 years old. Antilla realized that she had overlooked the dates. Her sister had indeed only left Atlantis 14 years ago, and there is no way Axel could have been born before that. That can only mean. She blinked, her eyes glazing over. This means, he was only 10 when it happened. Gods of sea. He went through all that at that age. That would have totally destroyed his body. The general sighed. That's why it is so surprising that he survived. But the prince hadn't even reached his magical maturity yet, which resulted in his magic quickly running out not long after the torture began, meaning he had to survive the rest on his own. And since his nerves, tendons, and muscles weren't developed enough to handle the destruction spell without the protection of his magic, his body received severe damage as well. After staying unconscious in the hospital for 3 days and 3 nights, he woke up in the morning of the 4th day. But, since the right treatment couldn't be provided at the right time. The general sighed. He was, in essence, permanently crippled, he said, as the results after the treatment were showcased. What? It is true. Anyone else with his condition should not have been able to move. All the nerves in his body were fully corrupted with the curse's magic. Each movement would have felt like a minor pain for a sting. In the report, it is clearly written that the patient is recommended full-time bed rest and full-time house elf service, basically advising to not move at all for the rest of his life and have a servant take care of all of his needs. How is this possible? Antilla just stared blankly at the word that had been translated into Atlantean text. She couldn't understand at all. But then, how is he still able to move? That's why I used the words, anyone else with his condition. The prince had already taken pain far higher degree than this. Only Axel was able to do it, because he was the one who could. He was the person who has already survived the damage of more than 100,000 GPU. Thus, the pain was moving, without make an ordinary person simply pass out with effort was quite easy for him. This is also one of the many reasons why the general evaluated his pain tolerance in high regard. That's why, the prince decided he was not going to stay bedridden even if it meant enduring unimaginable pain. The princess shook her head. No, that can't be right. She murmured, once again in denial. She had thought that the pain was only temporary, and then he was somehow healed. After all, she had seen him show an extremely high level of physical abilities in the trial that happened just a few days ago. There is no way he was permanently damaged, is there? He seems to be in top condition right now. How was he able to clear the academy trial in record time if he was crippled? The princess was simply too confused as she brought up the picture of the bloodied Axel and the ripped Axel just a few days ago. If his body was really permanently damaged, how did he transition from this to this? She asked, comparing the two pictures of Axel. The general shook his head. That's what I tried to find. For all intents and purposes, this should have been the end for him. But the prince did not give up. He went to a local mage academy called Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The princess's brows what? In such a condition? Won't using spells be? The general. Using any use of etherical power would be extremely impossible. And that did seem to be the case, he said, bringing up all of known information on Axel's first year. In the beginning, he could even cast the basic spells that other students could easily do. Despite the pain, he would practice extra hard in order to master each spell. Somehow, he managed to avoid drawing attention to himself throughout the first year. But when seeing through the videos, his condition is apparent. Antilla looked through various videos of Axel's first year. In most of them, he was accompanied by a blonde girl. In each of them, even though Axel seems to be trying his best to hide it, it can clearly be seen that he is in pain, his movements stiff and slow. How long did this go on? She asked. How long did he have to bear this pain? How long did he have to cast magic in that condition? How long did he have to suffer? Around 1 year. Somehow, the prince was able to heal himself after that. 1 year. A fresh wave of tears flooded Antilla's eyes. How did anyone not notice? It may be due to the abilities the prince developed during his days on the street. But it seems that the prince has tried his best to keep his distance from people. So, not only did he have to go through that torture, he also had to bear the continuous pain throughout the year while having no medical help. Just because someone decided to torture an 11-year-old for their sick satisfaction. Antilla finally wiped her tears. This was it. She had controlled herself to know about all of it. Now, it was time. The water around Atlantis seemed to churn, bubbles rising everywhere. Who was it? That's all she asked, her voice eerily calm, as opposed to the water outside. Who was this or who were they? What could they possibly get from torturing her nephew? Just what had done to incur such a punishment? No matter what, no living being deserves to be treated this way. The general lowered his head. I could not find that out yet, princess. Since the prince is now famous in the outside world, someone had dug up all the information on him. Every memory that had witnesses has been uploaded in the outer world deepnet, but there is no information about that event. It would seem that there are no witnesses alive. But the general hesitated. With the prince's personality and his nature, I doubt the perpetrator is still alive. With his current combat power, there are very few people in the outer world who could be his match. Antilla bit her lip, calming her anger as she recalled what had happened to the scar-faced men. Her dear nephew had definitely not shown mercy for that one, taking his sweet time torturing the men before killing him. He is a boy, no. A man who can take care of himself. He has been for the past 13 years. It would be presumptuous of her to think he would need her help when he is already strong enough to take his revenge for himself. Nevertheless, please do send out investigators. Even if there are no witnesses, that doesn't change anything for us. I want to know exactly what happened, and who the perpetrators were, no matter if they are alive or dead. I have already made arrangements, princess. The princess sighed as she finally got up. You have my gratitude for all this information, uncle, addressing him informally like she usually does. There is still a lot I would like to learn about my new nephew, and there is a lot that needs to be done now that we have a new heir to the royal throne. But for now. The princess shook her head. I can no longer wait. I need to meet my nephew. The general smiled, nodded encouragingly. I will have Division Head Tenebris personally accompany him here this instant. The general made a call, but it couldn't connect. What? The general's eye twitched, suddenly realizing something. There are very few reasons why a call doesn't connect. 1 minute, princess. In order to not alarm the princess, the general excused himself in order to make a few more calls. What's the matter now? The princess was extremely jittery. She couldn't wait to see Axel. She was already wondering what would she say to him when she does meet him. How would he react? Does he already know that he is her nephew? If yes, then why did he not tell her? Why did he decide to stay here? Uncle, why is it taking so long? Asked the princess, wondering if she should go meet Axel instead of summoning him here. But, at this moment, the general returned to the room, his face extremely grave. Ahem, princess, there has been a situation. Poor princess. Next, real strength of Kraken 6th. Next, search of nephew. Next, separation. Next, more relic wielders. New month. Come read ahead. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Vote backhand index pointing down.